Effective Immediately. The Agency Files, Book 3. Written by Chautona Havig. Narrated by Krista Del Sorbo. 1. The night air, cooler than it had been in weeks, descended upon them as Keith led Monica Sheridan out the front doors, around the side yard, through a gate and to his car. "Get in the back seat," he murmured. "Buckle, then lie down." The young woman nodded and crawled into the back seat of the sedan. Once she'd settled herself, he zip-tied her hands and feet. "Sorry about that." Not until they hit the Pacific Coast Highway did she speak. "I thought they said I was safe." "Well, you're not anymore. Mark doesn't know what changed, but they decided to take you in the morning when you stepped into the store."
"I don't understand."
Keith shrugged.
"I don't either. Are you sure you didn't say something to tip them off?"
He shook his head.
"No, you couldn't have. They wouldn't have let you leave. Someone else is watching. Someone we don't know."
He turned onto Malibu Canyon Road and sped toward the 101 freeway.
"And that means my job just got 10 times harder."
"I wish the police believed me."
"Well, I bet they want to," he tried to explain. "But if you were a cop and a girl walked in and said, 'I overheard someone planning to kidnap me,' what would you think?"
Her silence spoke the proverbial volumes. Several miles passed as they drove out of the hills of Malibu and onto the Ventura Freeway. A sniffle preceded Monica's reply.
"I would probably think it was some prank or a spoiled little rich kid with an ego."
"And that's why they gave you Justin's card. He checked into what you said. There was something off, and he passed it to us."
"Where are we going?"
"Sorry,"
Keith murmured as he changed lanes, trying to dodge an idiot with a desire to play Indy 500 through Agora Hills.
"Can't tell you."
"So why did you have to tie me up? I mean, Mark said you would, but he didn't say why. He said he'd leave that up to the agent's discretion."
"It's protection for me. If you were someone trying to infiltrate the agency or just out to get me, you might be insane enough to concoct an elaborate hoax like this."
"Expensive one. My dad is still hulked out about the cost."
Keith tried not to grind his teeth at the thought, at the ridiculous slang. A man with Sheridan's kind of money shouldn't be stingy about his daughter's safety.
"He contacted us, though. He made that call."
"He was mad that I went to the police."
The pout in her tone sent a wave of frustration through him.
"The next few weeks are going to be torture. She'll drive me crazy inside 12 hours.
Men, boys really, her age, probably found that pout attractive. He could imagine her lips with their perfect pucker at just the right moment. Monica had probably perfected it as a toddler and enhanced it with collagen for her high school graduation. The thought nauseated him.
Why aren't girls ever satisfied with the bodies God gave them?
He could almost hear Erica's response.
"Because they don't believe in your God. Hollywood is the god of this country, and she demands physical perfection."
"Whoever said plastic was perfect?"
Keith muttered as he changed lanes once more, watching the rearview mirror for any copied moves.
"What?"
"I just said, not when his daughter arrives home safe and the men who plotted to kidnap her are behind bars."
Sounded like something about plastic.
"Sorry, plotted, not plastic." "Lord, forgive me for the lie. I can't antagonize her at this point. I need her to trust me. Attacking her devotion to her appearance will kill any chance of that."
"Will you call Daddy and tell him you took me early, or what?"
"That's Mark's decision. My job is to get you to safety and then keep you safe. He calls the shots."
Silence hung heavy in the car for several minutes until she sniffled once more.
"Have you ever lost a client? You know, like dead?"
"Me personally? God, please let her say yes."
"Well, yeah. Who cares if someone else has? You were guarding me."
"I've never lost anyone, but one of my more recent clients shot herself in the leg with a tranq gun."
He waited for the shock, the gasp of surprise. It didn't come.
I thought that was all TV stuff, trank guns.
Stupid cop shows give folks all kinds of semi-accurate information, just enough to make it dangerous for them. Mark had them specially formulated. It's hard work to judge if we should take one shot or two, but we're not in the business of killing folks.
He couldn't help but add,
if we can avoid it.
For the next hour, Keith answered questions and considered the circumstances. Nothing felt right. Nothing. Why hadn't Monica gone to her father first? She claimed she was terrified and went straight to the police, but the words rang false. Still, he would have done the same thing before he had Mark and the other agents to help him.
Are you government?
It had taken her longer than most to ask the question. Was that a good sign or bad? Keith couldn't tell.
We are not.
So when Daddy said he just had to trust you, he really meant it.
Men like your father have the kinds of connections to go find out enough to know we're good at what we do.
Heath heard resignation creeping into her tone and began steps to fight it.
Look, you don't have to trust me. You probably shouldn't. Not completely. But I'm here to keep you hidden and alive until the guys trying to mess with your family are caught and behind bars. That's my job. Your job isn't to like me. Your job is to follow orders and keep fighting.
Once on the 33, he relaxed just a little. Monica sniffled again, but Keith chose to ignore it. If his instincts proved right, she would need him to not coddle her.
Keep it matter of fact, and don't compare her with Erica.
After this assignment, Mark had promised him 2 weeks off. One of the new guys, Dan, would go on full-time. Keith had protested and reminded Mark they were still down 2 agents. He hadn't wanted to object, but facts outweighed vacation time. Much to his relief, Mark had remained adamant and said,
You've had 4 back-to-back intense cases. You need the break.
That kind of intensity, Keith hadn't felt it since his first days on the job. Most weeks were drills designed to keep their instincts sharp. The need for protection didn't come up every day, not at their prices. 4 jobs back-to-back. It had to be some kind of record. The thought of 2 weeks of relaxation made him want to push for a swift resolution. He'd visit his parents, maybe take Erica to meet them. Was that weird? Could you take a girlfriend who wasn't a girlfriend to meet your parents when you couldn't be serious even if you wanted to be? He didn't know, but it still sounded like fun. He'd take her hiking.
She'll like that.
As his car climbed into the mountains behind Ojai, Keith wondered how it would be to hike through the hills, along the streams, and back down again. Maybe he'd have a chance to take Monica. Did she like outdoor stuff? He remembered the perfectly manicured nails and suspected not.
Someday you've got to come back, alone or with a friend, and hike it.
That thought annoyed him. Who was he kidding anyway? With a friend.
Sure,
he mocked himself.
Because you don't have anyone specific in mind.
The winding road prompted whimpers of car sickness from Monica.
I hate these kinds of roads.
Then you might want to move out of the Malibu area, Princess. Those aren't exactly straight, flat grids up there. We'll be there soon.
Ugh, maybe I should just go home and let them take me.
Judgment calls. He hated them. Orders made his job easy. Follow them and leave others to the decision-making. But now his mind spun with a debate. To tell or not to tell.
You wouldn't be alive. We don't know much yet, but we know they don't plan to let you live.
What?
Hysterical sobs filled the car. Wails. Rants.
Not to tell. Arg, bad call.
His self-flagellative thoughts nearly made him miss the turnoff. He'd only been to the house once, and then in the daytime. Under cover of darkness, the little road nearly hid itself amongst the trees and turns. He wound his way along the narrow road and into the drive. Just as he turned off the engine, his phone rang. The call came in at 12:52. The man smiled as he listened and spoke one word. Okay. Easy. This one would be so easy. The girl, dead within the hour. Just like picking off a flock of turkeys, he misquoted. Sergeant York, highly underappreciated these days. Guy was a genius, even if he was a bit of a fanatic. The windy road, not so fun, but he drove with the agility of a race car driver. The girls never believe me when I tell them I am. Their loss. Few cars on the road meant ease of crossing into the opposite lane for smooth corners, and of course, it also meant he was free to use his high beams as liberally as he chose. However, as he neared his target, he pulled the turn signal back into place, dimming the high beams, and squinted at each slight turn-off, looking for the one he'd studied. A text appeared on his phone attached to the dash. Auger. Oh, yeah, this'll be sweet. He passed the little road that led opposite to the one he wanted. Decisions. Though a risk, he drove another 5 miles, turned off his lights, and pulled into another little road leading to another overpriced house owned by people who probably had no clue that things were going to get very interesting up the road a bit. Somewhere, a dog barked. His thumbs slid over the phone with fluid precision. One acronym only. It was one of the few rules he had to follow. Limit communication while on the job. Don't let anything trace you to your employer. He punched send. ETA? The dashboard clock read 1:51. A second passed. A minute. 5. Nerves tingled in his fingers and toes as he waited for some clue as to his options. I'll give it 2 minutes and then I'm going back, he muttered to the empty car. Under the canopy of trees, he saw nothing around him. Heard nothing. The dog, must have been a coyote, had gone quiet. Finally, just as he reached for his keys, his phone lit up. He reached for it, but something moved in front of the car. Before he could react, a dog, Doberman if the silhouette were right, jumped onto his hood, barking and snarling. Ugh! Oh my! A string of expletives followed. He jerked the key in the ignition, punched the phone to read the time, and compared it to his clock. 15 minutes. That's all I need. The car rolled back down to the road, the dog sliding and barking with each yard traveled. Once on the highway, he jerked the car in reverse and floored it. The dog slid off the hood and ran back to his own drive. Sayonara, Cujo. At the turnoff to the house, he pulled forward, backed into the opposite drive, and rolled to a stop near the house, praying the owner was a cat lover. Shoulda worn leather. I'm gonna have battle scars for sure. Once he had his car hidden but ready to go, he stepped out, crept around the back, and popped the trunk. With his gun ready, loaded and slung over one shoulder, he jogged across the highway and scouted the premises. Again. Vulnerability, no one to guard until arrival. Dumb. They just handed her to me. A car pulled into the next drive, with lights off. A scowl materialized as he watched it. Us, anyway. Frustration filled him. I can do this in my sleep. Why send out the team? The answer came to him in a word, a name. Auger. He's that good, eh? Not good enough. They met at the corner of the house. Wordlessly, he pointed to each team member and sent them in an arc around him. No sooner than they'd all found their places and hid, lights pulled into the drive. Showtime. The tablet glowed as Karen wove above the Mariposa Highway, waiting for the arrival of Keith and their latest client. The Skype session required sign language, but it worked well in helicopters. The screen blipped and distorted before Mark's face and hands appeared again. It works except when it fails, she grumbled to herself. Looks like all is well. The copter on the 101 reports nothing out of the ordinary. Mark nodded. His eyes shifted, and then he picked up his phone. She watched as alarm filled his face.
Oh man, I wanted to go home for the weekend. This just got...
Mark interrupted her thoughts with 2 finger-spelled words. Mission compromised. She touched the comm button on her headset. Get to the house, ASAP.
What's going...
Compromised. 2. Keith touched his Bluetooth, answering the call.
I'm here.
Mark's voice, panic infusing each syllable, shouted,
Get out of there.
Bright lights shone behind them. Keith dove between the seats, cut the ties around Monica's wrists and ankles, and pointed to the door.
When I say go, you run.
What?
Just do it.
He wriggled back into the front seat and twisted the key in the ignition. The vehicle complained as Keith jerked the gear shift into drive and floored the gas. He avoided the rearview mirror, but the lights still reflected, effectively blinding him. As trees neared, he shouted,
Open the back door and get ready.
But
A tree loomed. He had only seconds for them to jump.
Go.
That she listened stunned him. That she ran relieved him. He shoved open his door and dove from the vehicle just as it slammed into a pine tree. Keith flattened himself on the ground behind the wide trunk, pulled his night vision monocular from his belt, and jumped to his feet, taking off at a run. Monica stumbled through the brush, whimpering and crying out with each rip of branches or twigs on her skin. Despite knowing it was a useless order, Keith tried to silence her. Shh. When Monica didn't stop whimpering and screeching at each scrape and scratch, he tried again. Shh. It sounded more like a growl, but again it didn't stop her.
Be quiet. Not a sound.
like they can't hear you yelling at me to shut up,
she wailed. A shot whizzed through the air and struck the tree nearest Monica's head. She dropped to the ground and covered her head with her hands.
Why?
Keith didn't hear the rest. He hoisted her over his shoulder and thanked the Lord that her obsession with her appearance kept her slightly underweight. He'd trained here, jogged through these same trees, but one afternoon of running and hiding didn't give him the kind of familiarity he needed to know how to evade their pursuers. A beam swept the forest ahead of him. Footfalls closed in on them from behind. He'd get her killed if he didn't think fast. Under brush or in a tree. Which would she most likely be able to control herself with? He could drug and carry, but only for so long. Drugged in a tree would be dangerous. Under brush meant needing to run if necessary. The water might work, if they could cross the road. Could she walk through the water without squealing? Doubt it. Sounds closing in on them decided it for him. He turned toward a tree with lower branches and ran straight for it. You've got to climb. You can't talk. You can't cry, even if you scrape half your leg off. Got it?
Okay.
Go.
His hiss sounded like the yell of a football coach in his ears. Surely their pursuers heard. While she climbed, he felt the ground for rocks. 3 would have to do. He stuffed his shirt in his pants and dropped the rocks down the front of his shirt. That'd hold them until he climbed. 3 seconds passed, seconds he couldn't afford, as he tried to decide whether to follow her up the tree or take the next. If they found her, he might be able to take them out. Then again, if they saw him, they might think she'd climbed another one or maybe was still on the ground, forging ahead. Both options failed to inspire confidence. He grabbed the first limb and hoisted himself up behind her. Higher. She glanced down, trembled, and pulled herself up one more.
I'm afraid of heights.
You couldn't have answered that one question honestly. What is with people?
To her credit, they hadn't finished their own investigation of her. Mark would have found it in time had Dave Sheridan bothered to contact them when his daughter brought him the card.
And again, I ask, what is with people?
The crashing feet through the underbrush kept him apprised of each pursuer's location. His stomach twisted. It wouldn't work. He had to get her out of there. 5, make that 6 people crept toward them in a full circle, They'd be cornered in less than a minute. Keith scanned the area, but the dense tree growth and his position in the tree gave him little help. The first man reached their tree just seconds before the next.
Looks like Glocks instead of rifles. Organized crime. Using their own goons instead of contract killers. Interesting.
That one bad choice meant they had a chance. They'd need to fight for it, and they'd probably give a nice workout to any guardian angels present. That thought made him smile. Erica would want to know if he really believed in such a thing and why. She'd also find his lack of understanding of the theology behind angels charming.
Can't hurt to bring it up next time we go out. Charming is always a good thing.
One man stepped directly under the branch that held and hid Monica. Though he knew she couldn't see him, Keith stuck his finger to his lips, begging God for her to keep quiet. She whimpered. A shot fired. 2. Keith aimed his tranq at the man and started to squeeze the trigger, but Monica fell from the tree. 3 more rounds fired in rapid succession. Monica didn't move. He waited, finger on the trigger. Why he thought it would help, Keith couldn't say. The man farthest from him called out,
"She dead?"
"Yeah." The shooter kicked Monica before rolling her over.
"Yeah, she's dead."
"Got the guy with her?"
"He's probably in one of these other trees or still running."
The shooter stared into the tree, his face darkened by a hoodie but trained on Keith's spot. He held his breath.
"Don't see him, though." "Then let's get out of here before he sees one of us. I'll call Sheridan."
Karen forced herself to take slow, steadying breaths in an attempt to calm her racing heart. Pounding, each beat grew stronger than the last until she felt as if her heart would explode out of her chest. A glance at the iPad told her Mark had already disconnected. She flipped the cover shut, tossed it in the bag at her feet, and reached for her gun. Her hand faltered between tranq and Glock. She preferred the latter, but rules required tranq unless orders came through with permission. Karen didn't have approval. She clenched her teeth as her hand closed over the tranq. She checked it, moving through her internal checklist to ensure it would do the job. You have to be better than a contract assassin. They have no limitations. You, on the other hand, have a 5-second delay that could mean a clean shot with a strong, steady shooter. Mark said it every time they did training exercises.
"Says that Keith just pulled into the... Oh, God, no!"
Is that a God, please don't let this be so, or a use of God that'll get you one of Keith's freeze-outs? Man, as a new guy, you've got some stuff to learn.
2 seconds later, she could have sworn she heard a Hail Mary coming from the cockpit.
Okay, so not a misuse of God's name. Fine, you'll survive for now.
Even as her mind wandered through the questions of whether Greg, the new guy, would create discord with his speech patterns, she demanded,
What's going on?
"Marty says Keith's car just rammed into a tree."
Deliberately?
Greg muttered something, muttered at a volume that would usually be considered excessive, and nodded.
"Looks like. Marty can't get Mark on the line. He wants to know if he should go down and try. They're running. He saw Keith pull the girl out before they disappeared into the trees. Anyway," he added almost without pause, "he wants to know if he should land and try to help."
Yes, no, no.
3 seconds were all she could afford to deliberate. No, tell him no. If something happens to him, we can't get them out. Have to stay close, but do not engage. That's an order. Why am I in charge of this op? I should be home taking a bubble bath and watching an inane soap opera masquerading as nighttime drama. This girl's father did this. I know it. He's an idiot. Or she is. Probably both. Like father, like daughter, etc.
"Said, are we going in or..."
"I don't know yet," Karen snapped. "I need to assess the situation."
"What?"
"I said..."
Greg waved his hand to shush her.
"Oh, man."
He glanced back at her.
Looks like we lost the girl.
Her gut clenched and bile filled her throat.
And Keith?
The pause told more than Greg's next words.
No sign of him.
That's good, right? If he were dead, they'd be leaving. No sign is good. It means they didn't find him.
Greg interrupted her thoughts.
Almost there. There's a car moving toward us. Bet it's one of them. Should we follow?
Excitement welled up in her.
We'll catch the jerks. Yeah, they're as good as behind bars already. Not yet. Wait till we see another car come this way from the house. Tell Marty to follow any going south on the 33. I'm calling in the Ventura County Sheriff's Office.
Before she could pull out her phone, the helicopter banked and turned.
Got another one heading up toward Taft, I bet. Yeah, Marty says he's got one going south.
That could mean anything from 3 to 12 there,
she growled. Her heart constricted as she thought of Keith alone, one against half a dozen to a dozen assassins.
Alone. He's alone there. He's either got a guardian angel with some incredible armor, or he's dead.
Her throat constricted in sync with her heart.
He shouldn't have to die. That stupid kid. Bet she told a friend what was up. Used her cell phone, too. Guys probably followed them all the way there.
Karen shook her head even as her eyes followed the car below.
No, they wouldn't risk losing him in traffic or whatever, not following them. How did they find him then?
Their contact with the sheriff's department answered her text with a promise to send someone to head off the car before it crossed into Kern County. Notifying Kern County to keep updated. Her muscles grew sore until she began relaxation techniques. Muscle by muscle, she forced each section of her body to relax as she waited for the moment that the cars would be forced to stop.
Let the tension drive you to be more alert, more focused. Don't let it rule you.
How many times had Mark said that? Even so, she sat working out her knotted muscles until they saw the tiny specks of red and blue flashing ahead of the cars.
Finally.
Marty says, Greg announced almost the moment they saw the vehicles, that the lights disappeared on the car he was following. 1 minute he had him and the next, gone. Wants permission for spotlight.
Do it. Don't let these guys get away.
They hovered, trying to see what might be happening below, before Greg turned the copter and headed south.
We can go see if Marty needs help.
No, Karen said. We'll go see if Keith is okay.
What are his odds?
She swallowed twice before she found her voice.
Slim.
The trees around them whistled with the wind that swayed their tops. Cool air nipped at him.
Why didn't I keep my jacket on?
His monocular swung between Monica's lifeless body on the ground beneath him and a man 10 yards away. A light glowed near the man as he pulled out a cell phone. Keith heard nothing, but the order became obvious. Pull out.
Walk toward me. Just walk this way. I want you.
The man turned. Keith debated. He hadn't seen any signs of anyone else, but if he showed himself now, he'd never stay alive long enough to catch the animals who'd killed an innocent girl. He wanted that closure. He owed her that much. Just as he decided to risk it and take down the sentinel, a helicopter neared. He'd be able to reach the man unheard, but someone could reach him unheard as well. He couldn't help her dead. Frustrated, he stayed put and prayed. The helicopter hovered before veering off toward Ojai.
In pursuit. Karen. Lord, please let it be Karen. Please help the Ventura County Sheriff's Office capture these creeps. I'd like to get my hands on Sheridan before the police get to him, though. Just for 1 minute. One little slug would suffice. Animal.
Minutes dragged past until he thought he'd go insane. 3, 4, 4.5. He counted the seconds. 28, 27, 26. A twig cracked. Keith held his breath and then released as a coyote crept closer.
Good enough for me.
Keith scrambled down several branches before he dropped. The animal ran. A wasted movement. He checked Monica's pulse. Nothing. Blood soaked the leaves, the pine needles, the dirt around him. Her eyes stared back at him, the terror still frozen in them. He dropped to the ground, pulled her head in his lap, and held her. The plane touched down with a jolt that Keith should have noticed. He didn't, or rather he realized later that it had been a rough landing. But in the moment, he sat, unmoving, even as his fellow passengers squealed or grumbled at the jarring of their brains, possessions, and leftover drinks. Instead, he sat glowering. As the plane taxied to the gate, he unbuckled. The kid in the next seat poked him.
The sign's still on. You're not supposed to unbuckle until the captain turns off the fasten seatbelt light.
When Keith didn't respond, the boy poked him again.
The lady said so.
Keith glanced down at the boy and nodded, only half aware of what the kid said. The moment the plane slowed to an almost complete stop, he grabbed his backpack and bolted down the aisle. 3 rows from the cabin door, people filled it as the fasten seatbelt light dimmed.
Slow reflexes today. Probably what got Monica killed. You are through, Augur. Through. That kid probably never knew Jesus, and now does she have the chance? No. And it's your fault. Slow reflexes.
A carry-on hit him in the shoulder. He didn't move.
Sorry.
A young girl, just about Monica's age, said as she wrestled with the retractable handle and jerked it into position.
No worries.
I always overpack. So stupid of me. Anyway, thanks for not chewing me out.
The queue of 18 waiting passengers moved forward 1 passenger.
People get so grumpy on these things. I don't know why.
Let's see. Cramped quarters, too hot, too cold, no respect for personal space or the need to be left alone. No clue why people get grumpy. Aloud, he said, They're usually just anxious to get where they're going.
But, you have to take the ride, so why not enjoy it? Why don't more people live in the moment?
Because they're not as enlightened as you. They're flawed people who don't have the benefit of your superior youthful knowledge. It's hard to do, I guess. Responsibilities weighing on you, or you're going to your mother's deathbed. That can make it hard for folks.
Yeah, that's why I do what I do.
She flashed him a smile that should have sold mouthwash or the benefits of orthodontia.
Leukemia survivor. 3 years.
Way to prove you're a failure and a jerk. What do you say to someone after they tell you that? Congratulations? Hope you stay death warrant free?
The moment those words hit his consciousness, Keith's conscience slapped him upside the head.
I'm really glad to hear it. I'll be praying for you.
She glowed, positively glowed as she turned in the aisle to face him. A gap formed between her and the person in front of her, but Keith forced himself not to mention it.
Thank you,
she said, smiling.
I just know it's the prayers of people like you that got me through all the months of chemo and radiation.
She flipped her hair with a flourish.
And I got some great hair out of it. I don't know why, but it came in all thick and curly when it was fine and flat before. It's awesome.
What would be awesome, a man behind them growled, is if you'd move along. We want to get off this thing sometime today.
He started to protest, to point out that the 24 inches separating them from the next person wouldn't make a bit of difference. But again, his conscience stopped him.
You were that man half a minute ago.
So, in an attempt at balance, Keith smiled.
I guess not everyone appreciates that much margin in their lives, eh?
He whispered as she inched forward. The girl's laughter filled the front of the plane.
You get it. You totally, get it. I love it. I'm Kaylee, by the way.
Keith. How sweet, the disgruntled passenger behind them sneered. Keith and Kaylee are bonding while the rest of us want to bolt and vomit.
This time, Keith couldn't take any more. He turned and allowed himself to stand straight, pulling his shoulders back in a deliberate move to flex his muscles.
Do you have to be unpleasant while we all wait? She's a happy kid who's grateful to be alive. You might try it sometime.
A few people behind them let out a cheer that silenced the man's protest mid-sentence. Keith ignored it all and asked about Kaylee's trip to Rockland. The conversation couldn't have been more different from his fateful ride with Monica if he'd orchestrated it. Aside from hair color, Kaylee, Monica, and his cousin Claire were all about the same build, but only Monica's darker hair kept the three of them from looking like sisters.
If only I'd been able to get through to Monica, to find a way to remind her that she's not alone. If only...
Told my mom that I'm just grateful I have Jesus. I can't imagine going through it all without him. I think if I wasn't a Christian, I'd want to die fast. Car accident or drive-by shooting. Anything that took me fast. With Jesus, the dying part isn't as bad as you expect it to be. That's kind of cool.
The man behind them must have made some kind of rude face because she giggled.
In a warped sort of way.
Warped is right.
They stepped forward another 3 feet as 2 more passengers exited the plane. Keith asked how long she planned to stay, ignoring the comments from the peanut. He remembered the mini snack packages that the flight attendants had handed out and amended that thought. Pretzel Gallery.
If you have a chance, I highly recommend doing the night festival on Saturday. It's pretty amazing.
Thanks. I will. My grandma has bunco that night, so I'm free to do whatever I want.
As they shuffled several feet forward, moving in a continuous, slow crawl now, he deliberated before shoving his hand in his pocket and retrieving his wallet. Keith fished out a business card, plain blue, with only his name and cell number on it, and passed it to her.
If you'd like to go with my cousin and me, and maybe a friend of mine, just call. We'll meet you there or pick you up. Either way.
Thanks. Oh, look, we're out.
Kaylee pulled aside as soon as possible to let the grumpy Gus behind them rush past and called,
Have a great day.
He gazed down at her for a moment and smiled.
Thanks for the sermon. I needed it today.
What sermon? I didn't get all preachy, did I? How annoying.
Not preachy at all, but you lived a sermon, as one pastor I know puts it. I really needed it.
Her eyes grew troubled.
You're really hurting, aren't you?
This time, Keith couldn't answer. He stood there, gazing out over her head at the congested line of exiting passengers up the jetway. She touched his arm, almost like a child who didn't want to interrupt and get a scolding.
I'll pray for you, and maybe things will be better by Saturday.
Why he said it, Keith couldn't have explained, even to himself. He swallowed hard and sighed.
A girl is dead. That won't be better by Saturday, but thanks for the prayers. The S family could use them too. They don't know Jesus, as far as I know.
With those words, and a failed attempt at a smile, Keith waved and strolled up the jetway. By the time he reached the doors that led into the travel hub, he'd decided. He'd go to Erica's. He'd laugh about crazy things that people did that day in the coffee shop. He'd laugh and forget that he'd just failed his job. He'd forget that on Monday he wouldn't have a job.
I wonder if Erica would hire me. I could be the Kaylee of the coffee shop. Live sermons that maybe, just maybe, will soften her heart to Jesus.
The thought of what Erica would say if she could hear him made him grimace.
One can dream, anyway.
3. Keith pushed open the door of the Mayflower Trust building and swiped his badge. All the way up the elevator, past offices where employees thought he was an actuarial analyst, or at least that's what he thought Mark had told him, and down the corridor to the agency suite, he practiced his speech.
I appreciate all you've done for me. I know this is a risk of the job, but it's not one I can live with, and we both know I'd go nuts on nerve cases. I'd be making up fake threats to kill the monotony.
Even as he thought it, Keith shuddered. Nerve cases equaled good money and kept skills sharp, but no one liked to be a glorified babysitter when there was no genuine threat. A woman sat at a small desk in the anteroom, a woman Keith had never seen before.
Hi, I'm here.
You're Keith Auger?
She held out her hand for his ID. Keith hesitated before pulling out his wallet and fishing out his driver's license.
If she insists on the Mayflower card, I'm out of here.
The woman smiled as he handed it to her.
Thank you, Mr. Auger.
She swiped it in a card reader. The door to the main conference room swung open.
Mark and the others will see you now.
With each step toward the conference room, Keith's throat became drier. He riveted his attention on Mark, but his boss's icy blue eyes gave away nothing. Karen, Greg, Marty, Monica. He stopped mid-stride.
What? Oh, no, you didn't.
One look at Mark's face proved that yes, they had.
Who knew?
A man on Mark's left side stood and offered his hand.
Fergus Duncan.
If the Scottish brogue hadn't given the man away, his name would have.
Only Mark from your team knew anything. Well, and Claire.
Mark spoke up.
Now that we're all here, Claire.
Monica bounced out of her seat and rushed at him, throwing her arms around him.
I can't believe I fooled you. I told them I couldn't. That was so fun.
He stiffened and backed away, shaking his head. The voice. Not Monica Sheridan's voice at all.
Claire?
As if a bad scene from an even worse movie, Claire pulled off a wig and tried at a one-handed mask peel. It failed.
Ugh, it's not as easy as it looks.
A woman next to Fergus stood to help. Work it gently from back here. He stood there, dumbstruck, as his cousin's face appeared from behind the mask.
It's so weird how I kept comparing you to her the whole time. I thought, Claire isn't like this. Claire would listen. Claire is about her size and half the trouble.
He crossed his arms over his chest and stared down at her.
I may have to rethink that last one.
Sorry, Keith. There was no way I wasn't going to try to fool you.
Her eyes searched his until she found what she expected.
Where's your letter of resignation?
In Mark's inbox as of... He checked his watch. About now.
Mark's tablet chimed in unison with Keith's words.
I trust I can delete this?
He hesitated, apparently too long because tears filled Claire's eyes.
No, you can't. I'm just getting the hang of this. I need you.
I didn't say no. Let's do this debrief and then we'll talk.
A man in the chair next to him held out his hand as Keith sat.
I'm Spencer Kane, shooter. Congratulations.
Keith tried to keep the disgruntled angst from his tone, but he suspected he'd failed. As if he didn't notice, or perhaps he hadn't, Keith couldn't tell. Spencer continued.
Man, when I heard I was up against you, I thought for sure I'd lose.
He lowered his voice.
Okay, so I tried to convince myself it was an easy win, but I knew better.
Fergus held up a pen.
Can we get started? This could take a while, and we're on a plane in 4 hours.
Claire sighed, making Keith roll his eyes at her. She stuck out her tongue, crossed her arms over her chest, and leaned back in her chair. Keith nodded, as did several around them. Mark punched a remote and said,
Please be advised, we're now recording audio and video.
Fergus passed around timeline sheets and pens.
Just correct any false information, add times, observations, anything you have to offer.
A woman across from Keith spoke first.
Any reason we're not using the tablets?
Mark is a paper guy. He wants everything shredded and burned, no trace physically or digitally.
Except for the recording,
she muttered. That's his decision, and you're out of line. Keith could have sworn Claire sighed again. He sent a withering glare at her and began writing. Mark isn't giving away his reasons. Interesting. As usual, Karen finished last with 2 extra pages added. Done. Let's get to work then. Fergus swiped his finger across his iPad and nodded. We've identified 3 weaknesses in your response to the drill. Drill that messed with my head all weekend, Keith groused. Good? His head snapped up. Excuse me? It'll make you even sharper next time. Spencer can give pointers on the little things you could have done, but I doubt you'd make the same mistakes again. In fact, Fergus leaned back in his chair. Tell me one thing, just one, that might have saved her life. Duct tape? Fergus's team stared at one another before breaking out into laughter. Still peeved that he'd been duped, and by his own cousin, Keith fumed. His pen snapped in his hand before he could control himself. The group laughed harder. Fergus waved a hand at him, covering his eyes. We're laughing at ourselves, Keith. That's not one that any of us thought of. But you're right. If you'd used duct tape, we might not have heard her with everyone crashing through the underbrush. He consulted his screen. Anyone else on Mark's team want to make a stab at it? Anyone but Claire, that is. Karen spoke first. Well, since we don't know where the breaches occurred, we can't tell if it's something Keith could have done, Mark could have done, or if it was something even as simple as you guys watching the helos and following those in a car or small aircraft. She makes a good point, Fergus agreed. Let's go with each person then. What else could you have done, Keith? This part of debrief, Keith hated it. Every movement he made from the moment he heard of the case until he'd cradled what he thought, no pulse and all, was a dead girl in his arms, he analyzed to the minutest detail. If I decided where I went, when I got her, how I got her there, no one but me knew anything, maybe I would have had a chance. Maybe. Claire shook her head. Nope. Why? What stupid error did I make?
Underestimating the stupidity of your client and the genius of your cousin, though that last part really isn't your fault since you didn't know I was there.
Claire grinned.
It was so easy. The minute I had the assignment, I knew exactly what I'd do.
It took everything he had not to roar his protest when Fergus diverted to the flight patterns of the helo pilots and the direct path that Keith had taken from Monica's house. He talked about education of the client en route and recommended the use of an effective gag. I know it's customary, but you let your guard down because it wasn't an involuntary extraction. That was a huge mistake. Tell him why, Claire.
My cell phone.
She grinned as understanding slowly filled his mind until he thought he'd explode.
Yep, I hid it in my bra. You didn't pat me down. Dumb move.
I'm not in the habit of groping my clients. I'm not a police officer. He turned to Mark. Is this what you want from us now? You want us to feel up our clients for contraband? Did you ask if she had a phone? His eyes slid to Spencer. Yes, basic stuff. I may be a failure, but I'm not stupid.
Keith.
What, Claire? Seriously. I got you killed. Over a phone, in a manner of speaking. If that's not failure, what is? Okay, Claire, Mark began. Let's hear this from your perspective. What could Keith have done about the phone?
I made myself act like I've seen my friends act, and he missed clues because he wasn't watching me. He was focused on making sure there was no one in the area that shouldn't be, getting me out of there safe, everything. He asked about the phone, and I said, Mark said I had to leave it behind. If you had looked at me, you would have totally known I was lying.
The truth of her words knocked the wind out of him. The discussion continued as he grappled with the realization that it all boiled down to one fatal error. His. Minutes later, as he replayed that scene repeatedly in his mind, Mark's voice broke through his concentration.
Keith. What? Claire just finished up with something I think you need to hear.
His cousin smiled at him. That smile that he'd fallen in love with when she was 2 and thought he was the greatest thing ever.
Not much changes, even if it should.
I just said that we've all missed one important point here.
What's that?
I knew how to bring it down in a way that a client wouldn't.
She waited for her words to sink in before she continued, a move she'd learned from him. Keith smiled and nodded.
I knew that if I called any one of half a dozen numbers and told them where I was and that I might be hard to reach for a while, Mr. Duncan's team would win. And since I was on that team and my job was to try to help them win, I won. A client wouldn't know that. A client probably wouldn't, even if you didn't ask about the phone, call the exact people that their enemy might be watching.
He nodded.
That's some consolation.
One thing had bothered him, one unidentified thing throughout the entire debrief. At that moment, he realized what it was. His eyes flitted from Claire to Fergus and back to Claire again.
I held you, smelled the blood, felt no pulse. How? Blood was from a blood bank. Had to be destroyed, so we warmed it up and had it ready to go, Fergus explained. And her pulse?
A drug. Experimental, they said.
Claire beamed as if taking experimental drugs knocked off yet another item from her bucket list.
It mimics the toxin from, like, pufferfish or something, slows down respiration and heartbeat. They gave me an epinephrine shot after. Whoa, that was freaky.
And dangerous. Mark. She's an adult, Keith. She can decide which options she wants to choose, and their insurance isn't going to allow anything likely to get them sued, so I imagine it's safe enough.
Mark nodded at Fergus.
Is that right?
The man nodded.
Exactly.
Team Fergus slowly rose and shook hands, calling it a good game. Spencer paused and murmured,
If I'm ever in danger, can't trust myself to protect myself, I want you watching me. You've great instincts. Crashing the car into the tree? Genius. It's what kept her from getting killed in the car.
He stood, leaning against the streetlight post outside Erica's apartment. Spencer's words reverberating in his mind. I want you watching me. You've got great instincts. Genius. Kept her from getting killed in the car. As soothing as the words were, one discouraging fact remained.
Yeah, she died out of the car, but she still died, so to speak.
What are you doing here?
He smiled.
What a way to welcome a guy.
Thought you were on assignment.
Defensiveness rose up in Keith before he could stop it.
I never said that.
You don't have to. I've been there. I know how you get... What's wrong? Something's off.
When he hesitated, she tugged his hand from his jeans pocket and led him around the corner of the house and down the steps to her apartment.
Let's get you inside, and I'll go see if Mr. Moretti has enough for both of us.
No, Erica, I can't. I can't deal with company tonight.
Her eyebrows drew together and she ran a hand through her hair, spiking it even more than it had been. What's wrong? Keith waited until he collapsed onto the couch before he answered the last question.
I lost a client.
Oh, no. I'm so sorry.
He winced at the sympathy in her tone. Where was the snap-out-of-it girl?
Sort of.
Excuse me?
There she is.
Keith couldn't help but smile.
Training exercise. Our team just didn't know it.
You've got to be kidding me.
A second later, she shook her head.
Actually, that's genius.
Genius, sure. I got my cousin killed.
Claire? So one of the team was killed too? Just killed.
Erica made air quotes.
Right? Not actually dead.
She was on the other team. She was the client.
You were protecting Claire, but you didn't know it was a drill. How does that even make sense? I don't get it.
It's not her fault. It's not her fault.
The words bounced around in his brain, trying to stick, but he felt his ire rising regardless.
They had her disguised. Wig, mask, voice. I didn't recognize my own cousin. That's just wrong.
Whoa, they go all out.
And I'm all in.
She stared at him, waiting, and then threw up her hands.
Oh, please. Grow up. You lost a game. This is you being a sore loser. I thought you were above that kind of pettiness.
And in my line of work, losing a game means losing a life. It's not stratego. It's life and death.
Keith rolled his eyes.
Even though that sounds overly dramatic said aloud, whatever.
He waited for it, the comeback.
Any second now.
But her expression shifted, unreadable.
You know, you're right. I see your point.
Disappointment filled him just as his ego said,
Yeah, not so dumb after all. He clenched his fists. If Claire...
Okay, but she didn't. And I think there are two things you need to remember.
She didn't even wait for him to acknowledge her before she drove into her points.
First, Claire knows your business. Maybe not as well as, say, Karen would have, or even Corey for that matter, but she knows enough to know how to thwart you in ways I never could have.
He raised his eyes in time to see her wink at him.
And I'm not exactly stupid.
No, you're not.
But also, you're leaving out the God factor. You believe in God.
Erica waited for him to acknowledge before continuing.
He supposedly watches over and protects you, protects Claire. Or he sends his minions.
Angels?
Losing, last I heard.
Keith stared at her, lost until he got it.
Way to dodge the subject.
Good one. Anyway, so he sends out these angels to protect when he's taking a nap or on a trip to see what's happening in Turkey.
Or sitting on the toilet.
What?
This time, Erica sounded the slightest bit indignant. Keith grinned.
That's what the Living Bible said when Elisha is mocking the prophets of Baal. Elisha asks why Baal hasn't sent fire to their offering and taunts them with, maybe he's asleep or out on a journey. Maybe he's sitting on the toilet.
Keith frowned.
Or something like that. I know the sitting on the toilet bit is in there, but I might have the order wrong.
I'll look it up later. Where?
Try 2 Kings.
He thought hard.
Second half of the book somewhere, probably near the end.
So, there you go. This was fictitious, so you didn't have the God factor. If he's real, don't you think he might have been part of the equation that was missing? I don't think you can make life-altering decisions based upon a game with a stacked deck. That's just illogical.
He could almost hear the seconds tick past as his pulse pounded near his temple. Erica watched him, irritation and compassion battling for preeminence in her features. She made a good point, one he didn't really care to acknowledge, but honestly made him nod.
You're right. I'm wrong. Hate to admit it, but it's not like you'll let me get away with that.
She flushed.
Arn right I am. Don't forget it.
Erica.
Yeah?
Think Mr. Moretti's got dinner ready. I'm starving, and that smells like spaghetti.
Keith stood as she smiled.
Thanks.
Anytime. I'll send...
Me your bill.
He resisted the urge to touch her cheek, hug her, hold her. Instead, he jerked his head toward the stairs.
I'd say ladies first, but...
Go on up. I'll be there in a minute. I need to change. Coffee all over me just before I left. I'm all sticky.
She tugged at the shirt.
Smart move with the chocolate brown uniforms, eh?
As Keith climbed the stairs, a smile spread from his heart to his lips.
She sat there, miserable, to talk to me first. She wouldn't have done that a few months ago. That's either great news or another way she'll break my heart.
4.
I've got to learn to walk in heels. It's not an option. I'm 26.
Despite having worked at Thornton Weinbach for almost 4 years, the daily battle to get through the lobby and up to the research lab without being harassed as some executive's obnoxious teen daughter had killed any charm that such a so-called compliment might have offered. The new guard compared the photo on her ID to her face half a dozen times before she stepped around him and said,
"Why don't I just show you?"
With her thumb pressed against the scanner, the door buzzed. She leapt forward and grabbed it with one hand, holding out the other for her ID badge.
Mind?
How do I know you're not like some researcher's kid? You could look a lot like your mom.
And because we're so closely related, our fingerprints would be so close that I could use mine to get in? Or, she added in a stage whisper, maybe you should check my thumb for a finger coat. I could be stealing Mom's fingerprint so I can go stare at classified paperwork all day. Exciting.
Yeah, what?
In a monotone her conscience warned she'd regret, Lucy Todd, research assistant, said,
Fingerprints are like snowflakes. No two are alike.
Snatching the ID from his limp hand, she hurried inside and let the door shut behind her.
Serves him right. Honestly, this has got to stop.
While the day's emails flooded her inbox, Lucy clicked on station lights and checked to see that all equipment was on and functional.
The life of a research assistant is so glamorous.
Almost the minute she thought it, her conscience added,
Yeah, because checking IDs is just too exciting for words. Go apologize. It's not his fault.
A glance at the inbox showed the day's data comparisons. Lucy double-clicked, hit print, and forced herself to walk back to the door. The guard turned the minute she opened it.
I was rude. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Thanks for understanding,
Lucy added before he could say something else she might find hard to ignore.
I get sensitive about my size, but it's not your fault I have bad genes. Have a nice day.
What he said in reply, she couldn't tell. The words ended in a muffled whoomp as the door closed behind her. The printer whined to a stop and the tray clicked. She grabbed the pages and carried them to her desk. Thornton Weinbach, T.W., required data to be printed daily, compared, and shredded nightly. She'd found the system a bit outdated, but as a defense contractor, it made sense. They had rules that took years to change.
Like the valve manufacturer for a nuclear plant. Sure, you can buy the same exact thing from a different company today for half the price, but it'll take 4 years to get congressional approval. Ridiculous.
The first time she looked up from the pages before her, the researchers had arrived as well as most of the other assistants. At 2 minutes to the hour, the last 2 assistants burst through the door. "Morning!" Lucy nodded but went back to the rows of numbers. After another 20 minutes, she typed in a string of numbers, adding periods to logical coordinate spaces. Pyongyang, North Korea. Repeatedly, the numbers came up in connection with other numbers that looked like deposits. Enormous deposits. Then, a 0 at the front caught her eye. She counted, and her eyes widened.
Some are dates. Some are deposits. They have to be. But to North Korea? Why would we be giving North Korea money? And why dates? They don't correspond to the money.
The longer she worked, the more alarming the numbers became. 6 pages into the bundle, she found a footnote written in Korean. Lucy pulled up an internet translation site and frowned when she couldn't find the right characters. She stared at it and closed out again.
They use keystroke software. They'll know I went there.
Her eyes slid to the corner mirror that showed the bulk of the room. All eyes were on work and not her. She slipped her phone from the desk and snapped a picture of the words. Perspiration beaded on her upper lip and trickled down her neck as she realized what she'd done. I looked up those numbers, the coordinates. They'll know. But do they monitor in real time, or will it take a few hours or days? Will I look suspicious if I leave now and go look it up? Bathroom. I can totally do the bathroom. Lucy started to stand and sank back down again. Task Manager. Maybe it'll tell me if the program is really active right now. Her phone rang. Shin Kim flashed on the screen. Lucy swallowed hard and answered it. Hello? I need you in my office with today's data sheets. The blood drained from her head and her hands shook. Sure, I was just on my way to the bathroom. I'll be there in just a minute. Thank you. The dead air sucked the breath from her. With her heart racing and fingers tingling, Lucy started to shove the phone in her purse when a new idea hit her. She held it to her ear, forcing herself to be as calm and reassuring sounding as she could, as loud as she could. It's going to be okay, Mom. Just give me time to get there. Okay. Love you. She threw the phone in her purse, grabbed the pages, and rolled away from the desk with what felt like exaggerated force. Don't overdo it. The girl closest to the door looked up at her. Something wrong? They took Daddy to the hospital. In a move perfected over a lifetime of elfin-like features and a quiet, feminine voice, she let her voice waver. I'm scared. Can't let Mom see it. Another assistant, the guy who thought she'd make a perfect little doll of a girlfriend, piped up too. Need a ride? No. I need a few moments in the car to gather myself before I get to Rockland Memorial. Just in case it works to send someone the wrong direction. Probably useless. This isn't a B movie. At least it's close, someone called as she opened the door. The hall to the elevators had only the board security guard to watch over it. Got an appointment? Mr. Kim wants to see me, but she dropped her voice again and shook her purse. I need to make a restroom stop. He eyed the papers. Need me to take those down for you? Don't I wish. I think he wants to go over them with me, or I'd be grateful. To ensure he didn't try to insist, she added, Besides, I wouldn't want you to get in trouble for leaving your post on my account. She rounded the corner, passed the bathrooms, and entered an empty elevator. As the doors closed, she shoved the papers in her purse and zipped it shut. 5 people entered the elevator on the way down, each time sending a fresh wave of panic through her. For once, her size was a blessing. People ignored the little mouse in the corner as they chatted with their cups of coffee or glued themselves to their phones. Her phone rang again. Every eye turned toward her as she ignored it. When someone started to ask, she blurted, Stupid ex-boyfriend won't leave me alone, like I'm going to take his call after he cheated on me. She waited a moment and added, With a girl who's almost 6 feet tall. I mean, come on. Laughter erupted, and for just a few seconds, Lucy relaxed as the passengers went back to their own interests and ignored her again. At the bottom floor, she crept out behind 2 men and a woman heading to the conference rooms near the front doors. 2 more people passed, and she fell into step behind them, wondering all the while if she was being smart or ridiculous. I just have to get out of here and figure out what this means. It looks bad, but if it's not, I just lost my job. Her heart sank into her stomach, and she took a steadying breath. Forget that. I'm out of a job, period. Once near the street, she glanced around for a cab, but 2 security guards jogged down the steps to her left. Oh boy, if they're after me, I'm doomed. Lucy crouched between 2 parked cars and tried to keep an eye on the guard closest to her. When he passed, she peered over the trunk of one car and took the opportunity to dash out across the street. One car blared its horn, but she squeezed between 2 more parked cars and inched her way back to the sidewalk. The guards, both of them, looked her way before continuing their search.
You don't expect me to be able to hide so easily, and cars don't honk at kids as quickly as adults. That's one advantage to looking like a kid.
Half a block down, Lucy stepped into a deli and asked to use the restroom. The morning lull had begun, leaving him with time to eye her.
The bathroom is for customers.
I'll take a coffee.
She dug into her purse for her emergency cash.
And a bagel. Here, I'll be back in a minute. Where?
Through the double doors and to the right.
She hadn't taken 2 steps before he said,
Sorry, I'm used to kids coming in here and trashing the place. Mistook you for one of them.
You're going to be so confused when I leave here.
She grumbled as she stepped through the doors and into the bathroom. Her phone had 3 messages from her boss. Lucy ignored them, pulled out the papers, and called up the translation website on her iPhone. It took 3 tries to get the Korean alphabet loaded onto her phone, and after 4 attempts to type it in and 4 garbled failures, she shoved the phone back in her pocket, pulled out her makeup bag, and went to work.
Cosmetic wipes. Perfect.
She pulled one out and removed every trace of makeup, showing off the blotchy skin she worked so hard to hide each morning. Hair ties, somehow she found 2. With deft fingers, she braided her hair into braids on each side of her head and pulled her bangs over her forehead.
Looks shaggy, but I just lost 10 years. That'll work.
Sick at the idea of doing it, she pulled off the jacket she'd just spent too much money on and started to shove it into the trash can. Another thought prompted her to roll it as tightly as she could and wedge it into one corner of her purse. It wouldn't zip. Again, she started to toss it in the trash, but it had been hard enough to choke down a $120 price tag, on half-price clearance no less. Throwing away money like that, Lucy Todd couldn't take it. First, she tucked the rolled-up jacket under one arm, but one look in the mirror changed that. It wouldn't work, not if she had to run. Lucy's stomach churned.
Run. This is crazy. I should go to the police or ask them to help me prove that I'm just paranoid, or maybe the FBI. Those offices are close.
None of her thoughts helped her with the main problem of saving her blazer.
No more department store purchases, even on half-price clearance. Thrift store for you, for now and ever. Whoa, that's a good idea. That one on the corner. I could go in, buy some jeans, t-shirt, pair of kids' shoes. Yeah.
Once more, she stared at the jacket and into her purse. The pages came out and she shoved the jacket in their place. With her cell phone, she snapped a full picture of every page in the stack of papers. Lucy tried to bury them in the trash can, but 2 wadded paper towels wouldn't hide anything. She pulled another paper towel from the rack, and then another. It would take half the roll to do much good without being obvious. Unwilling to risk them being found and taken, she held them in her arm like a schoolbook and opened the bathroom door. The memory of digging through the trash sent her back to the sink again. With clean, dry hands, once more she forced her way out the door and into the deli proper.
Whoa, that's a change.
Think fast. Well, okay. See that guy out there?
She pointed through the window and hoped that a man of some appropriate age would appear. The deli man nodded.
Gray shirt and red tie?
A glance that way told her it would work.
Yeah, bad breakup. He won't leave me alone.
She dropped her voice and leaned closer.
This is one time that my pride in never letting myself go en natural around him will work. He's never seen me without makeup and with my hair like this. I'm hoping he won't really look.
Smart move.
He frowned as he saw the papers in her arms.
What you got there? I don't remember you having those when you went in.
Ack, why do you have to be so stinking observant? Police officers would love you. Had to put my jacket in my purse. Yeah, honesty, that'll work. So, my boss's papers got the boot. Got a bag I can use to protect them? I'd really hate to lose my job because of an egomaniac like Trent. But if I lose one or ruin them...
But you'll take them out to save your jacket? That doesn't even make sense.
Trent was with me when I bought it,
she added in a panicked rush.
So much for honesty. If he saw it, come on, that Kelly Green, he'd totally recognize it.
She forced her shoulders into a slump and grabbed the bag with her bagel and her coffee. A few drops sloshed out just as she'd hoped. The man reached for a plastic bag. Here. Sorry. So many weirdos come in here that I get overly suspicious. A streak of red stole up the guy's neck and flamed his ear. Okay, and I like to watch cop shows.
Me too. Did you see last night's Blue Heat? Get out of here. Stop wasting time so they make it to this side of the street.
Still, when he nodded, she heard herself add,
When Jarvis was running toward the building with the gas leak, I thought for sure he was a goner.
Oh, hey, you'd better go now. He's walking toward 9th.
Phew, you're a good egg. Thanks, I'll be back.
Oh, wait, your change. Lucy waved from the door.
It's not much of a tip, but keep it.
Once out on the sidewalk, she glanced around her and hurried up the street toward the thrift store.
Jeans, t-shirt, shoes. Converse or knockoffs would be nice, and a backpack for my purse and these papers. That'd help too.
What? Her throat went dry when one of the security guards paused as she passed. Lucy forced herself to scowl at him and snap.
Nothing. Just my mom's shopping list, like it's any of your business.
3 steps later, she began to relax. 4 doors from the thrift store, she thought she heard a shout, but a glance over her shoulder showed nothing.
You're totally getting spooked out. That's probably not even a TW security guard. They all look alike. Like cops, firemen, and cable guys. Stick a man in a uniform and you can't even remember his skin color half the time.
With a much more carefree air than she felt, Lucy stepped into Concept 5, a trendy thrift store, and let the door swing closed behind her.
Step 1, new wardrobe. Step 2, figure out what to do next.
5. Finding clothes that changed her appearance completely gave Lucy a slight sense of security.
Which'll probably mean my death. I don't know where to go or what to do. Police? FBI? Call Dad and ask what he'd do?
As she pondered her options, she walked, working hard to put as much space between herself and the TW building.
They'd expect me to take a bus or a cab, even the subway, wouldn't they? They wouldn't expect me to walk around out in the open. So now it's a matter of doing the whole hiding in plain sight thing.
She sighed.
Like that ever works outside of movies and TV.
A building ahead looked like a church.
Or maybe a Masonic temple. That wouldn't be helpful, but...
Lucy's thoughts stalled as she saw the stained glass over the door. A Star of David.
Synagogue. I wonder if they're anything like a church. Do rabbis have to follow the same confidentiality laws as priests and reverends?
Her hesitation lasted only as long as it took for her to glance around her. Determined to receive any kind of help, she hurried inside and squinted as her eyes adjusted to the dimmer light. Another glance around surprised her. It looked like any church foyer.
Somehow I thought it would be, well, different.
She peered into open double doors and frowned at the rows of pew-like chairs facing the center of the room.
That's different anyhow.
Can I help you? The man wore no robes, nothing but a little cap on the back of his head to indicate he wasn't just some strange man from the street, ready to haul her off to North Korea to be tortured for knowing too much of nothing that she understood.
I don't know.
You aren't Jewish? Though it didn't sound as if he had actually asked a question, Lucy found herself shaking her head.
No.
Curious? Seeking?
Curious about one thing and seeking another, one might say.
She glanced around her and inched toward a bench. Her legs felt wobbly. What are you curious about?
Is anything I say to you confidential, like it would be for a priest or a reverend or something?
The man nodded. I'm Rabbi Bieber. Though she tried to stifle it, a snicker escaped.
Sorry.
Don't be.
Thanks to that Canadian kid, people never forget my name or call me Beaver anymore. Lucy gave a token laugh, but couldn't help but add,
So, confidentiality?
Is the same as with any religious cleric. We are required to protect what we're told.
And does the Jewish faith, does it allow you to hear what a non-religious Christian has to say?
I don't even know what a non-religious Christian is, but yes, I can listen. Rabbi Bieber sat a few feet from her and folded his hands in his lap. However, before you tell me anything, if you've hurt or killed someone, I really recommend you turn yourself in. People rarely hide long enough to get away with it.
What if they're hiding from someone else?
She asked before she considered the wisdom of speaking. Once started, Lucy found it hard to stop.
Say, for example, you may have found out something within the government that seems very off, possibly even treason-related.
But you aren't the traitor.
She shook her head.
Only if what I think I found is totally not what I think it is at all, then who knows, maybe? I suppose if North Korea has a spy in the DOD and I think the whole place is some kind of cover.
She froze, her hand rising to her lips as if she could somehow stop the words now that she'd spoken them.
That's what it is, isn't it?
I wouldn't know. I have no idea what you're talking about, but it sounds intriguing.
Lucy shifted, pulling the backpack onto her lap and wrapping her arms around it.
I don't even know what I should tell you. I mean, I wouldn't want to put you in any danger, if there is any. It's probably nothing, and I've just made a total fool of myself and lost my job because I misunderstood something.
Probably.
His tone did little to reassure her.
Thanks.
Rabbi Bieber laughed.
But what if you aren't wrong? What if what you found is proof of something terrible? Shouldn't you let people who know about these things make that decision?
They're after me, she blurted out. I know it sounds melodramatic, but it's true. I barely got out of the building before security guards were searching for me. But do they want to stop me from revealing DOD secrets to the police? Or is it something more?
Lucy gazed into the man's eyes and then laughed.
You think I'm a kid. Yeah, I guess you would,
she murmured, digging into her purse, finally producing her ID case, and she passed it to the rabbi.
I'm counting on that confidentiality thing here.
I wouldn't have guessed that you're almost 27, no.
He laughed at the grimace she made.
Let me tell you a secret. I have a mother like you, petite and very youthful looking. At 20, she looked 10. At 30, she looked 15. By the time she hit 40, she'd decided that looking half her age wasn't so bad. Now she's almost 90. You'd never know she wasn't pushing 60. Skin like a baby, and her hair still has streaks of color in it.
Great. So in another 13 years I can appreciate my youthfulness, if I live that long.
The rabbi waited for her to speak again, but she didn't know where to begin. Just as she started to say she'd go, he asked a question that rocked her emotional stability.
Are you usually prone to seeing things in an overly dramatic light?
She closed her eyes and whispered,
No.
Do you really, deep down where no one but you could answer why you answer the way you do you really think what you found is nothing?
She chewed her lip, tore at her fingernails, and refused to meet his gaze as she whispered,
No. I'm terrified because I believe what I found no American, or at least no loyal American, was ever supposed to see. But I don't understand it all, and that gives me hope that I'm wrong.
The rabbi sat in contemplative silence that both soothed and rankled, something which Lucy found even more irritating.
It's like someone scratching you and then putting numbing cream on it before scratching you again. Just speak already, then leave me in blissful silence. Yeah.
One more question.
Rabbi Bieber waited for her nod before he asked,
Let's say the worst happens, that this is really some kind of conspiracy against the U.S. government or whatever you fear it to be.
Lucy opened her mouth to explain that it would be deeper than that and shut it again.
Okay.
What happens to you, as a person, I mean, if whoever is responsible for it finds you? What do you think would happen?
Until that moment, her panic had seemed overblown, ridiculous even. She'd tried to talk herself into going back, apologizing for being melodramatic about the whole thing. The rabbi's question explained exactly why she hadn't. She couldn't. The very real fear of what an enemy of the U.S. would do if they caught someone stealing sensitive documents that could prove it.
I'd be dead. Yeah.
She closed her eyes and inhaled.
It's not crazy to run then, is it?
Wait here.
Lucy almost bolted at those words. Her hands gripped the backpack and her feet shifted, ready to run. At a side door, the rabbi turned and smiled at her.
I have an idea, but I don't have the card on me. I'll put it on the bench there if you're gone when I get back. I'll leave it there until I close up tonight.
What is it? The card. What is it?
A safe place to go. I've only had to give one out before. Usually you send people to the police for dangerous situations, but I think...
He stepped forward as if to see her expression better. He nodded.
Yes, I think you need more than the police can offer. You can trust these people. Their job is the highest level of protection.
Lucy felt she must have looked skeptical because Rabbi Bieber added,
The Secret Service could take lessons from them. They're that good. I don't think it's a coincidence that you walked into this synagogue today. I believe Hashem brought you here where you could find help to keep you safe.
Lucy stared at the door the man disappeared behind.
Is he for real? Hashem? Who's that? It sounds almost Korean.
Every instinct demanded that she run, but the idea of a safe place tempted her much more than she would ever have imagined. Instead, she hid behind a silk bush tree in the corner by the door and watched.
I guess there are more advantages to being small than I like to think.
Rabbi Bieber returned and set a business card on the bench.
Tell them I sent you. Give them this card. They won't trust you at first, but after they talk to me, they will.
She stepped from behind the plant after deciding that if he'd wanted to trap her, she'd just made it really easy.
How do you know I was still here?
The door didn't open.
Duh. I guess that would give me away. I'm no good at this clandestine stuff.
Which is why you need the help these folks can give you. They are good. I've heard it intimated that the government uses them when they don't think the U.S. Marshals Service can provide adequate protection for a witness. But, he added quickly, that was my perception of what I thought they were trying to imply.
She stepped forward and moved to retrieve the card, but Rabbi Bieber picked it up and handed it to her.
I will pray for you. If it's ever safe to come back, I would love to know that you are okay, that you are well.
These people,
she waved the card before reading it.
They won't tell you?
The rabbi shook his head, smiling.
It wouldn't be safe for you if I knew any more than I do already. Go, be safe. I will pray for you.
The sun blinded her as Lucy stepped from the building and glanced around her. In movies, people tracked their victims or criminals through credit or debit cards.
Does Thornton Weinbach have that kind of surveillance ability? How easy is it for someone out of law enforcement to do that anyway?
The questions tumbled through her mind as she scanned the area, trying to decide which way to go. Regardless, it would take a ride on the subway.
Is my fast track traceable? Should I buy a token or save my cash?
By the time she reached the nearest subway station, Lucy made her decision. She pulled out her wallet, grabbed all the bills inside, and shoved all but $2 into her pocket. The coin compartment held dimes, nickels, a quarter.
Yes, one more. Come on, baby. One more.
She bypassed one, taking it for a nickel until it slid past her fingers.
Score!
The weight on the platform sent her nerves on high alert. Every person who looked at her became the enemy in her mind. She held onto her backpack as if it contained her life itself.
I guess it does in a way. It might be bargaining power in a pinch. Probably not. They'd just shoot me. Maybe I should hide it and let them think it's with someone who could leak it. Nah, they'd just go after everyone I know. Should have left it with the rabbi. He could have gotten it to someone. Maybe. Why put him in danger?
As she did each time the thought of danger arose, Lucy tried to talk herself out of the idea that anything could possibly be so bad, but this time she couldn't. She shook so violently inside that she stared at her hand, waiting for the tremors to reach her fingertips, but they didn't. The train doors opened. Passengers nearly forced her in as they scooted past, vying for a seat. She stood with her arm wrapped around a pole and held fast to her position. A kid, couldn't have been more than 14, smiled at her.
Oh, please, no. Just no. Don't do it. Don't make me be rude.
She tried the tiniest of smiles and looked away. From the reflection in the corner mirrors, it seemed as though he watched her. The next stop blared over the speakers. Several people filed out while even more shoved in. 2 stops later, she realized the kid sat on the seat closest to her now. Lucy tried to ignore him, pretend she didn't see him at all. It didn't work. "Hi." She grunted something and stepped off the train at the next stop, 8 blocks from where she needed to be.
Stupid kid, messed that up for me.
By the time she reached the building, a tall tower of glass and steel in the heart of town, Lucy was tired, thirsty, and ready to turn herself in to anyone who might end the nightmare. Even a gunshot through the head sounded good for the dozen or so seconds it took for her thoughts to truly register.
Snap out of it. Come on, you're not a quitter. You need food, and this place.
Lucy checked the address again.
Here goes nothing. I've got no way to pay for this. Will they take payments? Credit card if it's not too much? And being protected is great, but I still have to have someone look at these papers. Will they take them to the FBI for me? CIA? Homeland Security? Shredder?
That thought made her smile. The lobby looked like any office building. A reception desk had a guard posted next to it, and the young man behind the desk looked like a college student. She stood just inside the door, her thumb and index finger worrying the corner of the business card she'd been given. The guard glanced her way and then paused, meeting her gaze. Lucy swallowed down the bile that rose in her throat, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. "May I help you?" Lucy said nothing, with one last glance at the door, hoping she wasn't about to make the worst mistake of her life. She slid the card across the desk and said nothing. The kid stared at it, frowned, and picked up a phone. "I need an escort in the lobby, please." To Lucy, he simply said, "You can wait by the elevator. Don't go up before Ms. Chen arrives."
Okay.
She jumped when the guard appeared on her right.
Oh.
"This way?" He left her alone at the elevator but stood at the corner just a few feet away.
I need water,
she realized as her mouth dried so quickly she choked.
This is horrible.
The guard appeared at her side with a cup from a water cooler just across the way, one she hadn't noticed.
Thanks.
"No problem, miss." The elevator dinged just as she crumpled the cup in her hand. A woman stepped out, Lucy's antithesis. Tall, Asian.
Aren't those mutually exclusive characteristics?
She mused. Ms. Chen's short, near-black hair contrasted oddly with the ruffled chiffon dress the woman wore.
She's a walking contradiction.
"I'm Emmy Chen. You are?" Lucy swallowed, tried to speak and swallowed again.
I don't know if I should say.
"That's fine. I'll call you Jan. It's a little more modern than Jane. Come with me." The elevator stood open, waiting for her to follow, but Lucy couldn't bring herself to step in.
"Where are you taking me?"
"To a confidential room where you can tell one of our counselors how we can help you." The words sounded like code, one she was expected to know and didn't. When understanding hit, she nodded.
"Okay."
Never had it taken so much self-control to take 3 steps. As the doors closed behind her, she could feel the walls pressing in on her, choking her, stealing the very air she needed so desperately to breathe. "Take a slow, deep breath."
"I can't,"
she gasped. "Then cough." Lucy stared up at the woman, uncomprehending. The elevator seemed to spin instead of climb.
"Cough,"
Ms. Chen ordered. Lucy coughed. The full intake of air afterward brought understanding.
"Oh, I see. Wow."
"It's normal. I am more concerned with people who aren't afraid to follow. It's the first step in vetting a potential client."
"I don't have a lot of money. Do you take payments or—"
"Money isn't an issue." Ms. Chen held the door as it slid open. "We're here to help, Jan." She stepped from the elevator and followed the woman down the hall, her eyes taking in every detail.
"I've learned today that you never know when you have to get out in a hurry."
Ms. Chen opened a door, held up a finger, and disappeared inside. A few moments later, she held it open. "Just making sure it's clear. It should be," she added, anticipating Lucy's question. "But I never assume anything. Someone will be along shortly to hear why you've come. You made a wise decision accepting that card." She started to close the door behind her, but paused. "Oh, Jan."
"Lucy. I'm Lucy."
A smile formed on the woman's face and disappeared so quickly that Lucy almost missed it. "Nice to meet you, Lucy." She pointed to the corner of the room. "There are water bottles, yogurt, and fruit cups in the mini-fridge. Help yourself." While her attention was diverted by the promise of food and water, the door shut. A second later, Lucy heard it lock. 6. Disbelief, fury, despair. All 3 hit her the moment she heard the click and realized what it meant.
"Oh, no, you didn't."
Lucy grabbed the door, wrenching the knob with force that would have broken hers at home. Ah! Her foot shot out and connected with the door before she could hope to stop herself. Her eyes smarted from the pain. The wait began. The long, terrible wait that alternately bored her brain numb and gave her plenty of time to become even more panicked continued. She tried to find a way out of the room, but even standing on the table, she was too short to see if the ceiling tiles were fixed or movable. Air vents proved too small for her, even with the chair on top of the table and her standing on top to try to reach them.
"This is one tall ceiling. Why did they build it like that?"
Of course, the answer was too obvious.
"To keep people like me exactly where I am."
Lucy eyed the mini-fridge, wondering if it would make enough of a difference to risk setting it on the seat of the chair.
Maybe for someone else, but not me.
That thought sent her into survival mode.
"Okay, so they've locked me in. I'm a flight risk, apparently. So that means they are either working with TW or the rabbi is involved in some kind of scam."
Pictures from a recent news article on trafficking in the U.S. flashed in her mind.
"Don't go there. They wouldn't lock you in a nice room. Besides, it's pointless. I've been proactive, and if they have cameras—"
Lucy's eyes swept the ceiling, but only found one place that she thought might indicate a small camera.
"Probably do, too. Anyway, they're watching me. Great. They've seen me working to get away. I've got to play up the small, helpless girl thing, and I've been proactive about getting out. That's not going to work. What now?"
Before she could answer her own question, the door unlocked. Instinct sent her flying across the space of the room, headbutting the man in the doorway. He backed away without a word. She bolted down the hall, retracing the steps she'd taken with Ms. Chen to get there. The guard stood in front of the elevator doors with his arms crossed over his chest.
"Let me in."
As soon as Mr. Semple says I can, I will. He returned her glare with a smile. He's not going to hurt you.
"They locked me in a room."
They can't have strangers wandering the halls.
Lucy added a scowl to her glare.
"What do they have to hide?"
A voice behind her nearly made her jump to the much lower ceiling.
You, for one thing. Please come back. If you prefer, I'll send Salvatore down with you, and I'll leave the door open.
With a flight response kicking into overdrive, it took willpower she didn't know she possessed to nod, ask Salvatore to follow her, and walk back to the room.
"I want it open."
Salvatore cannot hear our conversation.
"Why not?"
Semple waved the guard away and pulled out a chair for her.
For his protection and yours. People do not come to us without serious problems. Those problems, even in the hands of good people, can get others killed. Why don't you tell me your story?
Her first attempts came out as incomprehensible ramblings, even to her. She jumped up, grabbed a bottle of water, and chugged half. Semple nodded approval.
I recommend yogurt. Did you eat lunch? Breakfast?
"Breakfast, yes. Lunch, no."
He nodded and pulled out a phone.
What sounds appetizing?
"A rewind to yesterday. I could eat that with my fingers."
This time, the man smiled a genuine, amused smile.
I like you.
"Thank you. You didn't lock me in, so I don't hate you."
Ms. Chen was merely doing her job for everyone's
"Protection,"
Lucy muttered.
"Yeah, I got that. Food. What's available?"
If we can get it, you can have it.
Semple began listing off restaurants in the surrounding area.
I recommend something with protein to sustain you.
"That Chinese chicken salad you mentioned sounds good. How about that?"
She reached into her pocket for the money she'd stashed, but Semple waved it back.
We're happy to provide you with food, Lucy.
"Probably goes on my bill, huh? That's another thing we'll have to discuss before I waste any more of your time."
And before you decide to trust us.
She shrugged.
"Yeah, that too. What's this going to cost me?"
We're not worried about payment at the moment. We're concerned about keeping you safe until we can unravel what's happening with you.
As he spoke, Lucy shook her head.
"Yeah, you might not be worried about it, but I don't want to mortgage half my life."
So that you can have a life? If you walk out that door right now, what do you think will happen?
"Just order food, then I'll talk."
As she heard her own voice, Lucy winced.
"I'm sorry. That was rude. You just offered me food and I became a demanding jerk. Sorry."
Stress and anxiety do that. No offense taken.
His thumbs tapped his phone until he'd sent out a text to someone, presumably about her meal.
Why don't you tell me how you got this card?
He pulled the card from his shirt pocket and slid it across the table. The bent corner told her it was definitely the one she'd carried. Lucy tried to explain, fumbled, and tried again. When that failed, she shrugged.
I'm not asking for why you spoke to the person who gave it to you. I'm asking about who gave it to you first. We'll move into why later.
"Rabbi Bieber, like the singer. I needed advice, saw the synagogue, and wondered if rabbis were like priests, if they have confidentiality protection. So I went in."
And the rabbi gave it to you himself, or did someone else?
"The rabbi. No one else was there."
She watched Semple's features, but they told her nothing helpful.
"Shouldn't you know this? I mean, it's your card. Shouldn't you know where I got it?"
We'll talk about that later. I suspect if you think about it long enough, you'll know why I asked. Now, what do you think you said to this rabbi that made him decide to give you this?
She thought, and then smiled.
"I'm pretty sure it was something very close to I'm dead then.
Semple smirked. Then what did he say to make you say that?
Something pretty close to, if the people you're running from find you, what do you think would happen?
He nodded. I see. So, tell me, Lucy, do you really want help? You've been here. You see that we're secretive about how we get you the help you seek. Are you okay with that?
You don't even know what I'm running from. How can you tell if I even need your services?
She slapped her palms on the table, pushed back her chair, and jumped up, pacing. You said I'm dead then. He waited for her to pause and look at him before adding, that's a pretty good indication that you need our, services.
Why not the police?
Well, you didn't go there immediately for some reason, but if you prefer, I can call them. He pulled out his phone again.
No!
Lucy blushed.
Sorry. You're right. I don't trust them, yet. So what would you do if you were...
The sight of his phone gave her an idea.
Do you have access to a computer? One we could download Korean characters on? If I could just have like 15 minutes with a computer, I think I could tell you if I need your help or not. Or at least have a better idea if I'm crazy or whatever.
Korean? Just a minute. Semple sent a quick text, so quick it couldn't have been more than a word or two. The wait began. Lucy had expected him to ask more questions, to dig deeper. He didn't. Instead, Semple sat, not exactly watching her, but aware of her. She had questions to ask, decisions to make, fears to calm. Instead, she watched the door, trying to decide who would arrive first. Would it be the food that her body now demanded? Would it be the person he'd obviously summoned? Ms. Chen arrived.
You needed me?
Our Lucy needs a Korean translator. Perhaps you would assist her? She clutched the backpack tighter, fighting back the temptation to bolt again.
I didn't agree to anyone looking. I wanted to see for myself.
I sympathize with that, Semple assured her, but it simply isn't possible. Any computer in this building is monitored. The moment you typed in anything, we would have access, as would tech guys who probably shouldn't see it if it's something you consider dangerous. Ms. Chen just held out her hand.
May I see what you need translated?
Just as she'd begun to agonize over whether she should comply, it occurred to Lucy that they could compel her to show them the paper.
Just pretend they did and get this over with. You either need the help or you don't, and that might be the key to knowing which it is.
Even as Lucy pulled the paper from the sack in her backpack, her hand trembled. Semple leaned forward.
We're here to help. Try to remember that. You came to us for help. Let us do that.
Swallowing hard, she nodded and handed the paper to Ms. Chen.
There, at the bottom. I thought if I could figure out what it meant, maybe.
But Ms. Chen looked at it, glanced at Semple, and handed it back.
I'll call Mark.
With those words, everything changed. As Mark Cho approached the door, he frowned. In the room, a girl who looked no older than 12 sat, chewing on a salad.
I knew she looked young, but wow.
Her eyes widened when she saw him. Nodding his way, she mumbled,
Is that Mark?
Semple stood and welcomed him.
Yes, Lucy, this is Mark Cho. Mark?
Why does everyone around me have to have Asian last names? It's like you all just want to torture me.
Though he tried, Mark found it hard not to smirk at the sheer frustration in the young woman's voice. Despite appearances, something in the way she carried herself canceled out Lucy's juvenile appearance.
I apologize.
He waited for the question he saw in her eyes, but when she didn't ask, Mark decided to take pity on her.
I was adopted, and yes, I realize my very Nordic features are incongruous with my surname.
Mark didn't give her a chance to reply. He turned to Semple and pointed at the door.
Would you like to explain this? You're asking for—" She bolted. This gave her a sense of security. I thought under the circumstances, as long as she didn't say anything sensitive, we could bend a little. "Well, we can discuss this later." Mark's unspoken thoughts hovered between the men before he turned to Lucy. "So, Miss Todd."
How do you know my last name? I didn't tell any of you.
Mark took a chair and set it across the table from her. As he seated himself, he slouched, crossed an ankle over his knee, and rested the back of his head in his hands. Each move a studied choice to set a mood for discussion.
"Ms. Todd."
Oh, please, just call me Lucy. Give me the illusion of privacy anyway.
"All right, Lucy. You showed Rabbi Bieber your driver's license. Once you mentioned his name, we called to verify your story and then did a background check. Then, of course, the paper you showed Emmy had the Thornton Weinbach logo in the corner, so we were able to verify that you do work for them."
A look crossed Lucy's face, one that always cut his heart to see. Defeat.
Did, most likely.
"If what Emmy reads means what we think it means, your division will be scrapped. But I think I can ensure you have a job, either with TW or in another research facility."
And why do you think you can even do that? Who are you that you can just decide some company is going to hire me? I worked my butt off to get in the internship program at TW, and only one intern is selected every 2 years. I beat out 60 people for that job. I didn't do it because everyone's dying to work there. Jobs just aren't that easy to find.
"But we have connections, Lucy. We have to in order to ensure that our services only help the people we take on as clients. It doesn't help to save your physical life if you're out on the streets and in danger from that because you lost everything while we had you under protection."
And what's that going to cost me? I'm an assistant at a research facility, a DOD contractor. We're not exactly raking in the bucks.
"I've seen your financials. There will be no charge."
He watched as the words sank in.
Why?
That question usually came after others such as what? Or, are you kidding me? Mark leaned forward and folded his hands on the tabletop.
"Because we can. Because we charge an obscene amount of money for our services to people who can afford them. It leaves us with the resources to help those who can't. Someday, you'll be able to help someone yourself. Not like this, of course, but a coworker, a grandparent, a single mom in your apartment building. You'll do it because you will remember what it was like when you thought you had nowhere to go, no one to turn to."
Relief hit him when he saw it. That softening in the eyes, relaxing of the jaw and lips. Her breathing became slower and more regular. Lucy met his gaze for several long seconds before she pulled her backpack onto her lap and retrieved a dozen or so pages from it.
Then, tell me if I overreacted or not.
Semple stood and exited the room. Mark watched her wince as the door locked behind the man, and he nodded with satisfaction.
"Let's see what you have here."
7. The glow of his desk lamp offered the only light in the room. Mark compared document after document, line after line. The results stayed the same. He picked up his phone and hit the secure line.
"This is Mark Cho with an urgent call for Senator Farrendale."
He listened for a moment, nodding to himself.
"Yes, I would. Immediately, if possible. Thank you."
As he waited, Mark highlighted the places that stood out the most and wrote a translation next to the Korean words at the bottom of page 6. Senate Appropriations Committee leader on board. He snatched the phone from the cradle at the first blip of a ring.
"Cho."
A string of expletives ripped through the phone lines.
2 in the morning. What do you need? "Do you have anyone new on the Senate Appropriations Committee?"
Roger Farrendale's voice changed from belligerent to terrified with that one question.
"Oh, God help us. What?"
Relief flickered in Mark's heart.
"So, you do."
Muffled words and then silence fell, until at last the man said,
"No, actually, we don't."
Farrendale's voice grew clearer.
"Sorry about that. Had to get to my office. What's going on?" "I thought new would be too easy. From intelligence I received today, stolen directly from the North Koreans, we've got a leader in the Senate Appropriations Committee in their back pocket." "What?"
Mark rubbed his temple as the senator spewed another gush of putrid expletives.
"Did that help you figure out who the traitor is?" "Stop it, Roger. We need to figure this out, and fast. A woman's life is in danger, and she's the only one who can identify who these people are." "Where's she from?"
After waiting just a moment to ensure Farrendale was listening, Mark said,
"Thornton Weinbach."
"Oh, no."
"Score one for a more refined vocabulary," Mark mused. "I take it you are familiar with their work."
"Bioweapons, Mark. This is serious."
"Because I call you out of the blue in the wee hours of the morning for fun as a general rule?"
Farrendale grumbled.
"I'm working it out aloud, okay?" "Well, don't. Who knows who's listening? We've got to act fast. They know she's got the papers, and they're already looking for her. She's had hard pings on her credit record. Her financials have been accessed, and there are surveillance teams outside her apartment, her parents' house, and a friend's apartment."
"I don't get the credit record. Why?"
"A few hard pings will make it impossible for her to get last-minute credit. Now look, I need you to figure this out. I'm calling Langley, but you've got the in that I need."
"What are we going to do?"
"First, try to defund TW. I'll send you bogus financials and research reports. All you have to do is try to convince the others that it's a huge waste of tax dollars. Then, watch who breaks you up the fastest and who resists the most. I want those names first."
A new idea formed, and Mark added,
"Then, say we got these financials and reports directly from an employee now being hunted by the company, which you find suspect. Say she's in the marshal's custody for her own protection. You think a safe house in the city. Make a snide comment about some sleazy motel and how we treat our loyal citizens like dirt."
"You're going to set a trap."
"It'll probably fail," Mark admitted, "but it's worth a shot."
"How do I contact you? When I know something, I mean." Mark stifled a sigh and gave his standard answer.
"I'll know and contact you."
With that, he set the phone gently on its cradle. He rested his elbows on the arms of his chair and templed his hands under his chin. Once the question came, and it inevitably did, Mark was forced to begin the replacement process, a truly distasteful thing to him. He made a note in his phone. Court Senator Jen Wellerbach to replace Farrendale. Karen drove along Highway 74 through War Road, Minnesota, to Main Street. She turned right and drove until the road hit a dead end. "We're here." In the back of the cargo van, Lucy nodded but didn't speak, as directed. Keith had pushed for restraints and a gag, but Karen refused. "She's demonstrated a willingness to follow instructions and kept herself alive to get to us. If she slips, then I'll do it, but not before. And yes," she added before Keith could argue, "I'll be sure to try to trip her up." So not until Karen climbed over the seats and opened the side door did Lucy speak.
"This is Canada?"
5 or 6 miles around the Lake of the Woods to Canada on foot, then another 4 or 5 to just north of Buffalo Point.
"Cabin?"
Lucy shrugged at Karen's unspoken question.
"Mark said there'd probably be at least one cabin. Is this a primitive one or a full-service one?"
Well, she listened. That's a plus. Karen handed Lucy a coat. "It might be warm enough while we're walking, but we're going to need these later. Here's your backpack." After half a dozen steps, Karen said, "And it's completely primitive. Sorry."
"So, why did they change their mind about my clothes? They started to make me change them and then didn't. I forgot to ask."
Karen held up one finger and kept marching for several hundred yards. "There's a cabin through those trees," she murmured at last. "Can't be too careful.
Trackers.
What? Trackers are following us?
She shook her head. No, in your clothes. Some places like TW actually plant trackers when their employees enter, through the metal detectors, guard stops, chairs. It's rare, but we couldn't take a chance. That's why we confiscated your jacket. Once the tech team gets through, they'll put it back in your house with your backpack and purse.
I'm pretty sure they don't do that. Being a DoD contractor, that'd raise some huge red flags if they got caught.
Karen didn't argue. Mark had said the same thing, but they didn't know what else to think. It appeared that someone had accessed traffic cameras along the route as far as the subway. Only her getting off ahead of schedule and in an area of town where they were doing work on the roads had kept her from being tracked to their building. Even still, Mark had moved their front operation across town to the financial district. Rabbi Bieber was now considered compromised. That bit of information Karen wouldn't share with Lucy. The girl seemed a lot quieter and more subdued once they'd taken her into protective custody.
Is that I'd better leave her in ignorance silence, or is that I wonder if she has a point silence?
Her attempt to choke back laughter failed. It's more just thinking silence. I'm pretty sure Mark agrees with you, but there is some evidence that you might have been followed, or someone taking part of your route was. We just don't know if you happened to be in the same proximity as a police investigation or if it was you. Same general time and general area. Once we know who accessed traffic cams, then we'll know more.
They followed me on camera? How could... Oh, DoD.
Possibly. That balance between sharing enough to spark a memory and sharing enough to put a client in panic mode often tipped with just one too many details. We suspect they're unrelated, but we take no chances either.
I can't believe I'm here, dealing with this. I'm a research assistant. I compare data on what the scientists do. That's it. What are the odds that someone accidentally attached the wrong file to my day's work?
Lucy froze.
Karen.
What? Karen grew impatient as Lucy struggled with whatever bothered her. Come on, we've got to get there before dark. We can't use a flashlight.
What if it was deliberate?
Lucy hurried to Karen's side.
Slow down, sheesh. We've got hours before dark. What's your problem?
I don't like being exposed like this. Karen urged her forward. What if what was deliberate?
The attachment. What if Mr. Kim did this to try to get the information into the right hands? Of everyone in our lab, I'm the one most likely to catch it and be curious about what the Korean words mean. Everyone else would have skimmed it, not understood, and sent back an email saying, "Huh?" I'm kind of known for not quitting until I get the job done, so...
It's a plausible explanation. I'm sure Mark has considered it, but I'll put it to him just in case he hasn't. They tramped through grasses, occasionally getting too close to the marshier edges of the shore. Even as she scanned the area, making sure they weren't noticed or followed, Karen watched for fatigue in Lucy. The woman's shorter legs required almost double the effort to cover the same amount of ground. Glad Mark showed me her dossier before we left. I'd insult her with my attempts to slow down for her. As if she'd read Karen's mind, Lucy said,
Thanks, by the way.
What for?
Not trying to baby me. Hate that. I'm short. I'm not disabled.
Lucy grinned at some kind of memory.
But I have been known to use it to my advantage. Yesterday, no way would I have gotten out of the area without being noticed if I hadn't pulled the teen thing. It's gotten me out of a few awkward date offers, too.
Oh? This'll be good.
Yeah, I just say, aren't you a little old for me? And keep my voice from getting too snarky. I sound older when I'm snarky, and it works every time. She snickered. It even worked in a bar once.
No way. I mean...
That's what made it so great. By the time the guy figured out that I couldn't be underage without being there illegally, I was able to get out of there. Total creepster. One of the girls from work told the bartender that she thought she saw him put something in someone's drink, but we never heard what happened with that.
Okay, that I'd like to see. When this is over, we've got to get drinks or something."
Lucy stopped, leaning her hands on her knees for support.
Sorry, backpack is heavy. Give me a second.
Once she started moving again, she said,
That'd be great, unless you're bothered by confrontation. I usually get carded, then I get accused of having a fake ID, so I have to pull out the discrimination against vertically challenged folks card. So stupid.
Karen nearly allowed herself the chance to laugh freely. She could see the quiet Lucy morphing into a rights activist at the sneer of a bartender examining the girl's, or, woman's, ID. "Well, if I don't like confrontation, I'm in the wrong business. I'll play your lawyer. We'll leave the next guy who harasses you so confused he won't know which end is up."
You know,
Lucy paused, staring out over the lake.
wow, that is really gorgeous. Wouldn't you just love to be able to sit here and enjoy this?
Before Karen could reply, she tramped onward as if she hadn't just interrupted herself.
The worst ones are the women, though. It's like some instinctive, gotta keep out the competition nonsense.
Yeah. Karen managed to hide her amusement. "Either you have no idea how adorable and gorgeous you are, or you aren't seeing how it would affect someone's reaction to you. I'm certainly not telling, though."
Hey, how far do you think we've come?
Karen glanced around her. "Well, we haven't passed that line of trees that blocks a field over that way somewhere, so we're not in Manitoba yet. Once we cross the border, it's about 3 or 4 miles. I'll have to switch on my phone to check coordinates at that point. It's so easy to get turned around here. Right now, we're following the shore, for the most part, and then we'll be venturing inland, so things get tricky." As they neared the tip of Muskeg Bay, Karen decided to continue straight until they reached the road. "Then we'll walk inside the tree line enough to follow it to Buffalo Point. It's longer, but we're less likely to get turned around." She anticipated Lucy's next question and added, "And that means we don't have to turn on the cell phone, which is always a good thing."
Why don't you use burner phones like on TV? You know, the pay-as-you-go minutes thing that anyone can buy for $40. That way you're not traceable.
If a cell phone is on, it's trackable by someone somewhere. The less you use it, the better. It's probably an unnecessary precaution, but we take every precaution we can.
So I can't talk to my family at all? If I don't call sometime within the next week, they're going to notice and get steamed. You just don't miss Sunday dinner in my family, especially without a call.
We'll call, but the phone will be off in the meantime.
I have...
Lucy stopped mid-sentence and said no more. Karen debated trying to draw her out and chose to wait. People, women in particular, tended to say what they wanted to, eventually. They'd missed the cabin. Karen knew it, and she suspected Lucy did too. The question remained, by how much? Frustrated, she sent a text, and the reply came almost immediately. 500 yards to the southeast. She started to remind them that they were surrounded by trees on an overcast day, not exactly helpful for determining location, when another text followed. 180-degree turn, then diagonal to your right. Start walking. Turn off phone if you don't hear back in 30 seconds. Okay, about face, diagonal right.
How far?
They say 500 yards. We didn't come too far, just missed it by a bit. She waited for the protest that, with a phone on, it wouldn't have happened. It never came. Instead, they tramped at the diagonal for a few yards.
That's impressive. I mean, with these trees, we could have really got turned around. Oh, there it is. Look, I can just see a change in wood there, between those two trees.
Karen couldn't see a thing. The trees and the overcast sky made walking through the dense forest difficult without artificial light. Lucy must have sensed it, because she grabbed Karen's arm.
This way. We're almost there.
In minutes, they broke through the tiny clearing around the cabin, the one where still a few saplings had sprouted.
Gotta get rid of those. But man, She's good.
I don't know how you saw this from so far away. That is some seriously impressive eyesight and observation skills. I didn't see it until we were less than 50 yards out, and even then.
I'm trained to recognize changes and patterns. It's all I did. Just check the patterns until I saw something slightly off.
Despite the self-deprecation, Lucy sounded pleased that she'd helped. Well, are you trained in opening a closed cabin? It's time to get to work. 8. Climbing the bluff overhanging Lake Vienna with Erica, a perfect Saturday afternoon respite before going back to work on Monday. He didn't know his assignment yet, but from the secrecy surrounding it, he knew it would be intense. Meanwhile, he talked himself into inviting her for a hike and a picnic. This is way too romantic for just friends, but right now I don't care. His conscience battered him at that thought. Because just friends exchange kisses you haven't stopped thinking about since. Right.
This is great!
Erica wiped perspiration from her forehead with the neck of her shirt and gazed out over the lake.
Do you see that water? Gorgeous. We should jump in after we get back down.
Deal. He sensed her hesitation and wondered at it, but when her hand slipped into his a moment later, Keith understood. We can take the next little bit easier, can't we? The trail looks better here.
Sounds good to me.
Keith had so much to say, so many things he ached to discuss, but something held him back. If the glances she sent his way were any indication, Erica noticed. After several yards, she released his hand and focused on the trail ahead. Disappointment seeped into his heart as he berated himself for yet another failure. You're being an idiot, and she knows it. You know it. But when she glanced his way once, twice, and yet again, Keith remembered the weeks of protection duty and gave himself a mental slap against the head. You're pushing her away again, just as she's opening up to knowing more about Jesus. Damage control. Pronto. At the next semi-level place, he took her hand and laced his fingers through hers. Before Erica could ask, he said simply, I'm sorry. You know how I get when things are bad. It's not right, but it is what it is.
Bad with us, or...
No. He swallowed the rising panic and forced himself to relax. Work on Monday.
You have a new assignment.
She stopped, searching his features for something. He didn't quite know what.
You're nervous. Maybe even scared.
Maybe? Erica, I'm terrified. Last assignment, my client got killed. Yeah, it was a drill, but we didn't know that. Even Mark didn't know it.
Wait, Mark didn't know?
He ordered one, but it could have been anywhere within a 6-month window. He suspected 2 other cases before this one. Her expression changed a dozen times before she turned and pulled him forward.
We'll talk at the top. Let's walk.
When it grew steep again, they each needed both hands to balance themselves or hold onto rocks and roots while resting. Keith hadn't felt so relaxed and alive in weeks, maybe months. I love this.
I know.
What?
Keith, I lived with you for weeks. I know what you do when you're stressed, when you don't like what you're doing.
He interrupted quickly. I do like my job. Well, I did when I was protecting you. Now...
My point is that I see the difference. You're so much more relaxed here.
She stopped, leaning against a rock for support, and crossed her arms over her chest.
Don't attack me for what isn't my fault.
He paused and sighed. You're right. Let's go.
Stop pouting.
I'm totally pouting. He grinned. You're good for me.
I know. Let's go.
Physical activity always helped burn off frustrations, and by the time they reached the top, Keith's were gone. He pulled a tablecloth from the front pocket of his backpack and spread it out beneath the overhanging branches of a tree. Rocks held down the corners. From the main part of his backpack, he pulled out 2 plastic containers and 1 mini one. Salad?
You brought salad. You brought salad.
Tomatoes for you. He peered under one lid and passed the other container to her. None for me. The little container he shook. Dressing?
Seriously? If that's Italian.
Keith grinned. What else?
You should be so glad we're not actually dating. I'd probably kiss you right now.
And this is something to be glad about? I don't think you know me very well. He dug a Ziploc bag of forks out and passed it to her. Fork?
Just put it on the cloth. I'm dying of thirst. Need a new thing of water.
Hey, got an empty bottle? Keith held out his hand for the one she offered him. Thanks.
What are...
He didn't respond. Instead, Keith jumped up and wandered to gather a few wildflowers. He fumbled with them, trying to get each stem in the neck of the bottle without crushing it or the others. As he approached their spot, the smile on Erica's face told him he'd made the right decision. I've never bought you flowers, but...
These are better. Her head cocked. You said once that you're not very romantic.
Her eyes swept the area and landed on the flowers she held. She sniffed, wrinkling her nose as petals tickled it.
I beg to differ.
You're easy to please. This I can do. Shouldn't, but can.
That thought sparked rebellion in his heart.
Just stuff it and enjoy yourself. You're not marrying her, so quit overreacting. She might come around. If she doesn't, well, deal with that later.
Keith?
His head snapped up, nearly giving himself whiplash.
What? Sorry.
You going to pray for your food?
A lump welled in his throat, but Keith choked it down.
Yeah.
Then get to it. I'm hungry.
This time his heart squeezed as he glanced at her. Erica sat, head bowed, waiting. She cocked her head and leveled one eye on him.
Well?
So Keith prayed, faltering like he hadn't since Christmas when he was 6, and his Uncle Sean had put him on the spot in a much similar way.
And thank you for Erica. She makes things like this twice as fun.
He swallowed another unwelcome lump and muttered,
In Jesus' name, Amen.
Why Jesus' name? I hear that one a lot. Why him? Why not God's name, whatever that is? Does he have a name?
Father, Abba, Elohim, Adonai, I am, Yahweh. I could go on for hours. Jews call him Hashem. Jesus just said to pray in his name, so I do.
Erica nodded, listening, and speared a grape tomato with a few pieces of lettuce and a cube of cheese.
I love how you do that.
What?
Say, I do.
Keith couldn't resist.
I've never said that to anyone. Not yet, anyway. Someday I want an I do day.
He ignored the taunting his heart began.
Stop it. It's too soon to know something like that. Sure, she could be perfect, but who knows? Right now, she's not, so just stuff it.
To his relief, Erica laughed.
Silly. I'm talking about when I ask a question about your faith. If I asked someone else why they prayed like that, they'd say, it's what we do. But you always make it personal. You don't try to speak for everyone. Just you. I love that.
When he started to reply, she shook her fork at him.
Nuh-uh. Just accept the compliment and eat your salad.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't you dare,
Erica warned. The temptation to try a yes, dear presented itself and prodded him to do it, but Keith resisted.
Okay, fine. I won't. This time.
He'd forgotten that Monday loomed on the horizon and the hours flew toward it with frightening speed. Forgotten until Erica said,
So, what do you know about this new assignment?
Nothing.
Nothing that you can tell me, or...
She leaned back on her hands and lifted her face to the sun.
Do you have any idea what you do to me?
Keith's throat went dry. After choking and a swig of water to lubricate his vocal cords, he tried again.
No, really. Nothing. That usually means serious stuff.
Before she could ask another question, he added,
Okay, wait, that's not true. I know that it's voluntary and pro bono.
So, no abductions. Good. The last time you did that, you met a girl that you aren't supposed to be attracted to.
That's because she's with another guy.
When she sat up and sent him a questioning look, Keith said,
You weren't the last one. It wasn't like yours, but technically the guy still felt like we were out to kill him rather than protect. He should have been in WITSEC. Idiot lawyers.
Okay, fine. You know what I mean.
Her eyes narrowed and she leaned forward a bit.
Is it a woman?
I don't know, but I got that impression.
But it's serious.
She sighed. No random calls to say hi, then. The disappointment in her tone brought a smile to his face.
If I can, I will.
Good, because I keep coming up with questions. Weird ones.
When he didn't press, she smiled.
Thanks. Hey, is there anything else in there? I'm starving.
Keith pulled out a chilled bag and withdrew pasta salad.
Chicken, spinach pasta, more of those nasty tomatoes, and other stuff I can't remember. Supposed to be amazing.
Supposed to be? You didn't try it?
I was afraid I wouldn't like it.
Her laughter rang out around them.
You're so predictable. I can't believe you didn't bring PB&J.
With a sheepish grin, he slid his hand into the backpack and brought out a Ziploc baggie with 2 whole wheat sandwiches.
Just in case.
Like I said, predictable.
She popped open the container and scooped out a spoonful of chicken and pasta. After a bite, she moaned.
This is seriously. Okay, you just won the best non-boyfriend boyfriend award.
You hadn't seen nothing yet.
If you read me poetry, I swear, I'll convert just so I can marry you.
Then I won't. Wait, you want me to read you poetry? Seriously?
He stared at her.
That is the last thing I would have expected.
Something in her grin warned him that he'd opened himself for a good one. She leaned forward in what nearly passed for a seductive move and murmured,
Nothing is more romantic than Ogden Nash or Thayer.
She sat cross-legged again and dug into her pasta salad. Keith took a bite of his and nodded.
Not bad.
After a swig of water, he asked,
Who's Thayer?
Casey at the bat.
I don't know that one, but I do know one by Nash. My dad taught it to me when I was really little. It's called A Word to Husbands.
I don't know that one.
He quoted the poem, enjoying the twinkle in her eyes when she realized what he'd say next.
Dad said smarter and truer words were never spoken.
Keith's lips twisted as he tried to suppress a smile. Once more she laughed, but having just taken a drink, water spewed from her nose as she choked and sputtered. You threw that up to him, didn't you? One afternoon when he was fighting with your mom about something?
Fighting is a bit strong, but he did hold his ground a little too long, and I said, Wasn't there something in that poem about shutting up when you're right? Keith snickered. Nearly got my butt warmed for that, but Mom stepped in and saved me. She never did that before or after. I tested to be sure, but it was sweet that time.
You're incorrigible. Keith pulled another container from the backpack.
Dessert?
What could you possibly have in there that isn't destroyed after that hike?
Never had Keith felt more like a genius as he began dismantling his styrofoam cupcake container. The top layer had a cavern cut from it, and in it were Ziploc snack baggies of ice.
To keep it from melting into goo.
You brought ice cream?
Without replying, Keith untaped the next section and removed the piece marked top. Inside, balanced on toothpicks, lay a mostly undamaged jumbo cupcake.
I got the guy at the bakery by your shop to make it for me. He told me this would work unless I rolled it down the hill.
As she watched, jaw agape, he untaped another section and slowly pulled the toothpicks from the cupcake, leaving it free for him to pull off the rest by hand. He set it on his palm, cupping the edges just a little with his thumb and middle finger, and said,
I present to you cherry limeade cupcake. Delicious, by the way.
Her face fell. Keith fought back a wave of disappointment as she stammered,
You do, you couldn't know. Lime?
She shook her head.
I love it.
Keith's eyes closed against the words he expected to hear and flew open as she laughed at him.
You are so dead.
Come on, I got you.
He stared at the cupcake, tempted. He'd bought 2, left one at home for his client on Monday.
I could eat it tomorrow. It'd be so worth it to see it smeared all over her face.
You wouldn't.
As she stared at him, Erica seemed to realize that yes, he would. She jumped up, but they both knew he could easily outrun her, so several steps away, she turned and held up her hands.
Come on, it was just a joke, and you don't want to waste such a lovely cupcake like that, do you?
Keith took another step.
I'll make you a steak, however you want it. I'll make it. Mac and cheese, too. PBJ,
He lunged, smearing the cupcake all over her face as he pulled her closer with his other arm.
Gotcha.
Half the cupcake lay crumbled in his hand.
Want a bite?
Yes.
Erica reached for it, but he held it over his head.
Are you going to decorate my face with it?
Keith thought he saw the answer in her eyes and began to back away, but she pointed.
You mean that? The last few morsels left after your...
She wiped a chunk of icing from her cheek and popped it in her mouth.
Seriously good. Where was I? Prank. Right after your prank? I think not. I want the limeness.
Against his better judgment, against all rational thought, Keith lowered his hand and offered it to her.
You set me up, you know.
Her eyes never left his as Erica nodded.
I know.
Befuddled by the expression in her eyes, Keith's pulse raced as she leaned closer and whispered,
It's tasty. You did good.
Did I?
In that moment, she got him. As her lips met his, she rubbed her cheek and nose against his and giggled as he growled and pulled her closer.
I should so smear what's left of that thing in your hair.
She kissed him again.
But you won't.
Keith swiped a bit of frosting from his upper lip and tasted it.
No, I won't.
Instead, he pinched a piece of the cupcake from the wrapper and wiped a bit more frosting onto it before popping it in his mouth.
That's amazing right there.
In Keith's mind, it was the oddest cupcake consumption ever. They both pinched pieces of crumbled cake and added frosting from their faces and hands to get a perfect mixture. Only when it was gone and they'd washed away all crumbs and smears with bottled water and paper napkins that disintegrated like rice paper did they, or Erica rather, notice the maraschino cherry half hanging from his shirt pocket.
I'll let you have it,
she said as she dangled it from her fingers.
If you'll tell me the worst thing that could happen on Monday.
Keith took the cherry but didn't eat it.
I could lose another client.
He sighed.
Look, I know it wasn't real. Not in the end. But in the moment, it was real. And I chose the wrong action that got my client shot. That it was just squibs, blanks, and a narcotic to mimic death isn't the point.
The expected argument didn't come. Erica scooted closer and laid her head on his shoulder.
I can see that. I want to tell you that you're being ridiculous, and it's crazy to get all worked up about it.
Her sigh soothed as she added,
But I know I'd feel the same way. Not just a personal failure or something, but that my job was about protecting, and if something happened...
Her eyes met his as she whispered,
I think I'd quit. They're so lucky you didn't quit. They need you, Keith. Even with the loss of a client, they need you.
But...
No buts. I bet anyone else would have lost her the minute they pulled into that driveway. You're that good. I've seen you in action. Again she sighed. But yeah, I have to admit, I would have quit.
With his throat constricting so tightly that it hurt, Keith couldn't have swallowed the cherry if he'd wanted to. He dangled it before her, urging her to take it, and said,
I needed to hear that.
I know you did. That's why I told you. I'm not very good at admitting something like that.
Long after she'd eaten the cherry and tossed the stem into the grass, Erica added,
I meant it when I said they're lucky to have you. When you start doubting yourself, and I know you will until you've had a successful case or two behind you, just remember that.
9.
Can you get malaria in the United States? Well, in Canada.
Lucy scratched at her arm.
Do you have more bug spray?
Sorry, we used the last of it yesterday. Karen passed Lucy a tube of lotion. Maybe it'll repel them somehow.
That's agency speak for you wiped us out and now I look like I've got the measles or something.
She couldn't help smirking at her own thoughts, but Lucy nodded.
Sorry, I'm not used to these things liking me.
Keith should be here soon. Once he's here, we'll call your family and I'll go do some shopping in War Road.
He's not bringing supplies?
Karen shrugged. I'm sure he is, but I don't think he'll have enough bug spray on him. I don't think either of us have had a summer placement here. I've been here once in late spring where a few brave bugs decided to hatch, but a cold front usually wipes them out.
And we don't have a car. Why? I mean, if someone comes in here with a car...
Karen interrupted her. We have the advantage. She popped the top to a can of soup, and the contents flew all over the kitchen. Ugh. Anyway, this place has no road to it. We built it by helicopter. If a helo comes in, we'll hear it. If ground crews come in, we can hide. If Keith had taken Claire here, she wouldn't have gotten shot.
What? You said this Keith was the best, and he got his client shot? No way!
Her heart raced, and her brain screamed for her to flee.
You're gonna be dead. That's it. You're gonna die. Go while you can.
It was a training exercise, and the client had inside information on how to beat us, information no client could have. She knew exactly what to do and when to ensure that he lost. As they talked, Karen wiped down cupboards, pumped out more water, and wiped down the metal sink. There. Maybe the next can will end up in the pan instead of all over the kitchen.
Well, it was a tough one. Neither one of us could get that pop top off.
Mark thinks it's so much easier to do stuff like that. Give me a can opener any day. She frowned, twirling the cloth on her finger. What were we talking about? Before Lucy could answer, Karen nodded. Right, Keith. Anyway, Mark chose him because he's the best in these cases.
Well...
Even Lucy had to admit that it wasn't as bad as it sounded when put that way.
I guess he's probably even more on his game since that, too. When was it?
Her attempt at nonchalance bombed. Karen's laughter filled the cabin. A couple of weeks ago. And yes, he's on his game. The pause in conversation grew awkward until Lucy looked up at Karen, questioning. The agent nodded, as if she saw something she needed to see. Keith is the best there is, bar none. But Lucy, his skills aren't worth anything if you don't follow orders. When it's just you and him, he may even lock you in your room or chain your ankle to that ring over there. Fear pulsated through her veins.
Chain me up like a dog?
Anger chased out the fear almost as quickly as it has arrived.
Excuse me?
He has to be able to trust you. He hasn't been with you for a week like I have. If he has any doubts as to whether you'll follow orders, he'll ensure you have to. You agreed to that when you talked to Mark.
Yeah, but he said it was an extreme situation, that it shouldn't apply to me.
And it shouldn't. I'm just reminding you that it could. Karen pulled out another can of soup and popped the top with ease. I just want you to realize exactly how important it is. We're going to be calling your friends and family. That requires following carefully scripted conversations, leading them naturally anywhere we need you to.
Did you decide on why I've left?
Karen grinned.
This is gonna be good.
We decided on workplace discrimination. You're sick of them treating you like the office mascot, and you're working with a lawyer. That way it'll make sense why Mr. Kim keeps calling to see if they've heard from you. He's paranoid about a lawsuit.
He should be. Jerk should know better than to talk to me like a little kid and underestimate my ability to perform my job with as much or more skill than the other assistants.
Stunned into shocked silence, Karen stared at her. What? I didn't. Oh, you are good. Lucy curtsied.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, she added with a pathetic attempt at an Elvis imitation. Soup sizzled in the pan as Karen swirled it around above the stove flame. Can you grab a couple of bowls? Lucy stared at the stove, mesmerized by the flame.
Karen?
Yeah?
How do they get propane in here without roads?
Helicopter. They bring in a new tank and take out the old. Karen nodded, anticipating Lucy's next question. Yes, it is dangerous, but it's what we have to do.
Don't they have gas lights or something? Why didn't they rig the cabin for electricity somehow?
No grid. Can't be on the grid. Some places can, but not here. Karen laughed. You'd better be glad this is summer and not winter. It stays dark a lot more. Hold on. Lucy swallowed hard as Karen stepped close.
If you tell me there's a spider on my head...
No, tick on your neck. Lean right.
Ew, that's the third one today. That's it. No more water for me. I'm not going out to that outhouse again.
You'll drink, Karen muttered as she dug out the tick. Gotcha. And you'll pee and check yourself for ticks when you get back. You'll do it because we do not need you hospitalized. That could get tricky. Before Lucy could argue, Karen put her finger to her lips. She pointed at the cabinet beneath the breakfast bar, the one reinforced with concrete. When Lucy started to ask why, Karen scowled and jabbed her finger at the cabinet, hissing, "Now!" Karen crept to the door, listening. Voices outside. 2. That means it's not Keith. To call or to handle it myself. Which? The voices neared. Only the fact that whomever it was didn't seem to be hiding their presence kept her from shooting first and asking questions later. A third voice, muffled, entered the equation. Karen pulled out both guns and reached for her Beretta over the door. A glance through the corner of the shutters showed 2 teenagers talking to someone behind them. Well, the guy was talking. The girl stood batting at the cloud of mosquitoes that surrounded them. The someone she couldn't see, but when the kids took off, with slumped shoulders, her finger slid over the trigger as she waited for the third voice to appear. Nothing. She moved from window to window, circling the whole cabin, searching for the third person. I did hear a voice. They wouldn't have gotten talked into leaving if someone hadn't come. It should be Keith, but then where is he? A shift, ever so slight, near the propane tank hidden in the trees gave away his position. Definitely Keith. Will he have his phone on or not? Probably not, especially after the kids. Calling out to him, impossible. The kids might hear. A green shirt draped over a chair in the bedroom gave her an idea. Karen hung it over the curtain rod and waited. Seconds passed. A minute. Just as she'd decided to give up and wait for his arrival on his own time, she heard the front doorknob turn. Karen crouched behind the couch, leveled her gun on the door, and waited. More seconds passed before Keith pushed open the door and appeared, gun drawn and eyes searching. Standing up, she said. Couch to your left. As his gun lowered, she called out, Okay, Lucy, you can come out now. At the sight of her, Keith set his gun on the shelf above the door, settled his hands on his hips, and grinned. So, what were you going to do with our amorous guests? Lucy's head peered over the counter.
Amorous?
I guess the guy found the cabin last week and decided it would make a perfect spot to bring his girlfriend.
Keith grinned.
I think the girl was relieved. Pretty sure she's not as keen on the idea as she pretends.
He smiled at Lucy.
Nice to meet you, Lucy. I'm Keith.
Hi. I guess I should be thankful for being small. When you're my size and you say you don't think you're ready, guys get scared.
She snickered.
And then you gotta deal with convincing other guys that holding your hand won't get them charged as a sex offender.
Aside from arrival, how was the trip? Karen returned to her bowl of soup and frowned. Cold. She dumped it back in the pan and picked up Lucy's.
Want yours reheated too? Yeah, thanks.
While the women ate their soup, Keith unpacked his backpack. Lucy left her bowl half-finished and lunged for a bottle of bug repellent.
Oh, the elixir of the gods, here to save me from involuntary bloodletting.
She tossed Keith an exaggerated, lovelorn expression.
You will be my hero forever.
Laughing, Keith raised an eyebrow to Karen. Is she always this fun? Usually, until she remembers she has to make a trip to the outhouse. Yeah, well, those mosquitoes are rabid and ticks fall from the trees. Literally. It's insane. I thought they were bad at home, but ugh. Soup? Karen offered Keith her bowl and reached for another can. Yeah, I'll take soup. Thanks. I've got a bag of salad in here. It's probably a bit wilty.
Wilted.
Lucy blushed.
Sorry.
She's a bit of a grammarian at times. It comes and goes, so you never know when she'll strike next. Makes for a fun guessing game. Karen winked at Lucy. This could get interesting now that you're here. I'll stay on my toes. Keith sat at the table with his bowl of soup and an enormous water bottle. Looks like rain out there. I'd wait until tomorrow to go to town, but the mosquitoes will be worse, so it's up to you. Ugh, not what I needed. I could go now, get a hotel room, come back tomorrow. A glance at Lucy's anxious face stopped her selfish thoughts. Karen shook her head. Nope, not walking in the rain. All stayed quiet until Keith pulled a bag of M&Ms from the front pocket of his backpack, followed by a deck of cards. Anyone up for a game? The booklight glowed over the page of Keith's Bible. Psalm 121 soothed his spirit as he read and reread each verse. My help comes from the Lord. And I'd better not forget that. This isn't about me. It's about Lucy and what God is doing to help us keep her safe. I can't do it alone. I can't do it alone. Some parts, if read with a childlike mind, sounded as if God would protect him from the boogeyman, but the last words soothed more than any of the others. The Lord will guard over your coming in and your going out from this time forth and forevermore.
Do you believe that?
Wondered how long you'd stand there. Lucy inched forward and stood at the corner of the couch as if unwilling to get too close to the man with the ominous book.
You knew I was there? How?
Your door whooshed about 4 minutes ago. Then your sock caught on the edge of the runner that goes along behind the couch here. When you thought I heard you about 45 seconds ago, you went rigid and sucked in enough air so you wouldn't have to breathe for a bit. Then, of course, you exhaled when you got desperate for more air. Keith's eyes met hers. You've got some strong lungs. That's good information for me.
Oh.
Keith shifted in his seat. Can't sleep?
No, I'm not used to this much inactivity. I'm usually on the go until I crash into bed at night. My brain won't turn off.
He held up his Bible so the light shone on her face. You're welcome to sit with me. I've got Calvin and Hobbes in the backpack there if you'd like.
You can read more of that if you want.
Grateful for the darkness that hid his smile, Keith turned the page. Maybe I should try something a little less depressing.
You're worried, aren't you?
About? If Karen told Lucy about the drill, she's dead meat.
This assignment, after the way the last one went. I told Karen I thought you were probably at the top of your game this time because you've got something to prove to yourself.
Yep. Might have to jerk the meat, too. That thought prompted a snicker. Well, it's more like I won't get lazy, sloppy. I usually don't, but my cousin really got me good. She knew my weaknesses and played on them.
Sounds like you didn't have a chance then.
That's true.
And I did get her out of that car. For all I know, she ran straight for the stupid bullets to help their side win.
That thought sparked the first hint of confidence he'd felt since cradling his so-called client in his arms as he watched her pretend to die. A sigh escaped.
It shook me up, but I'm ready. I just needed a bit of a break to clear my head.
The question came much later than he'd expected. Mark had warned it might. Lucy hadn't asked during the initial interview.
How many clients have you lost?
Me personally or the agency?
Both.
It still rankled to admit it, but Keith muttered,
I've just lost the one, sort of. The agency has lost very few. I think Mark said the current percentage is at 7%. It fluctuates hugely. If something goes wrong, the numbers jump crazy high and then drop with each new client until it's down again.
But you won't let anyone get to me, right?
Despite his deep desire to tell her what she wanted to hear, Keith couldn't.
Lucy, I can't make that promise. I can promise to do everything I can to keep you alive, and the agency is going to do everything they can to ensure that I don't even have to work at it. Half your protection is in keeping your whereabouts a secret in the first place. If they're successful, we have a boring existence until it's safe for you to go home.
When she didn't answer, he added,
Lucy.
Yeah?
Keeping you alive is my job, and if I'm honest with myself, I have to admit that I'm good at it. You should have every reason to believe you'll go home safe soon enough.
10. Keith and Karen exchanged impressed glances as Lucy followed the rapid scribbles they passed her when the conversation veered into dangerous territory. Twice she'd swatted an imaginary mosquito and grumbled about choosing the wrong A state.
I mean, Alaska. Surely they don't have bugs up there, right? I'm just so very sick of the bugs. But I figured they wouldn't bug me at Amy's place. I mean, I haven't seen her since graduation, and I doubt I've ever even mentioned her. She sighed. I really should have gone to Alaska.
Just as they disconnected the call, Keith's phone rang. He stepped outside to answer, and at Mark's request, called for Karen.
Can you come here for a minute?
He peered around the corner.
Sorry, work stuff, Lucy. Why don't you set up Clue? We'll play as soon as we're done with our weekly briefing.
Can I listen?
Sorry, he grinned. Not allowed.
Figures.
The news? Good. Senator Farrendale had already identified the person responsible for the breach. Thankfully, not another senator. However, one aide had already proven herself guilty of dozens of counts of treason. They'd arrest her as soon as a few other things were in place.
I'm surprised that Kim is in on it. I really thought he might be innocent. I mean, he married an American, not an Asian even. Even American Koreans often marry within their culture.
Keith stared at the phone as if it would explain his confusion. Karen asked the more important questions.
So, when do you think we'll be able to bring Lucy home?
Mark hedged for a moment before saying,
I'm optimistic for a resolution by the end of the week, but I wouldn't count on it before next Wednesday. Oh, and Karen?
Yeah?
I need you here on Friday. Sorry, I'm sending Claire up to War Road. You'll have to walk her back in and then walk back out again. Or Keith can. Either way, maybe Lucy would like a hike.
Both Keith and Karen laughed at the idea.
I'm pretty sure you won't get Lucy out of the house for more than outhouse breaks until the day we say she can go. Even then, I expect her to demand a helicopter.
Keith winked at Karen as silence filled the airwaves.
Mosquitoes bad?
Horrible, Karen insisted. But she's particularly adverse to the ticks. Seems to think she'll get West Nile and Lyme disease both.
Well, keep her alive and we'll deal with her diseases when she gets home. Better go. Friday, Stenano. You need to be here no later than 9.
In the morning? Her eyes widened and Keith snickered as he shut off the phone. As they stepped into the cabin, they found Lucy sitting, arms crossed.
2 things.
Okay.
Keith glanced at Karen for an explanation. She shrugged.
First, how do you get cell reception out here? I mean, there's nothing around for miles.
It's a narrow corridor. We were looking at quite a few spots over the border, but this one had reasonable reception, except during storms, and the advantage of being completely hidden. Even with a helicopter, unless you know where it is or are looking at every square yard, you could miss it.
Second thing, did we get him?
No, but by next Wednesday we should.
Keith grinned at her surprise.
Yeah, the government agencies working this case are moving fast. They considered trying to milk it for information, but between you being stuck in WITSEC in that scenario and the money being diverted to North Korea until we get the information, they decided just to plug the leak.
Well, as much as I'd love to stick it to them for everything we can, I'm glad they made getting me home a priority, too. I don't know what WITSEC is, but it sounds scary.
Witness protection. U.S. Marshals Service,
Keith glanced at Karen.
What's that TV show?
Dunno, but she seems to get it now. Lucy rolled her eyes.
How could you tell? Was it the look of horror or the retching? Please, thank Mark for whatever he did. I don't want to lose my friends and family just because some idiot in Washington decided to help our enemies steal our money, or whatever they did.
She leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table and her head in her hands.
Exactly what did they do?
Karen shrugged. I didn't see the papers, but...
I did.
Keith hesitated, his mind roaming through every directive, every consideration. Confident Mark would approve, he said,
I can't tell you everything we think we know, but the skinny is that North Korea was taking the bioweapon technology and a significant portion of the contract money both.
Wham! Lucy's hands slammed onto the tabletop, making Mrs. Peacock and Mr. Green skitter to the floor and roll under the couch.
Oops, sorry. But seriously, we're developing weapons for our enemies and paying them for the privilege of doing it? Just how stupid are we?
Stupid is a bit harsh, Keith muttered. We had a traitor in a senator's office, possibly more than one.
Mark didn't say. Keith waved his hands.
No, come on, seriously? One little aide is the only one? They're plugging it with the aide, but I bet they find more in the Senate or House, people higher up.
Silence hung over them until Lucy shoved herself away from the table to retrieve the game pieces. A second later, she screamed,
Ugh! Ew! Oh, gross! That's it. I'm going to die. This place is going to kill me.
She wailed, scrambling backwards in a crab walk. What is it?
Mouse droppings. Ew.
Did she seriously shudder? For someone as feisty as she is, the whole bug-mouse thing is almost funny. We'll sweep up. I bet it's just from before you came.
You can't sweep. Hanta, that stuff is nasty.
In an attempt to keep her calm, he grabbed a roll of paper towels and dampened several before shoving the couch back several feet.
Hantavirus. If I didn't know better, I'd swear she was a hypochondriac. West Nile, Lyme's, now Hanta. What next? Malaria? Kid acts like she's got a death wish.
The realization that he'd just called her kid made him amend that thought.
You've got a death wish, Augur.
Shin Kim snatched up the phone and barked his greeting in Korean.
What news?
We have possible location, but we think it's a trap. Had anything fragile been at hand, it would have been reduced to shards. Instead, Shin threw the stapler at the wall.
What do you mean you think it is a trap? How can a stupid research assistant trap us? Find the girl.
It's a remote location in Canada. We're tasking satellites now, but as far as we can tell, it's even a dead cell zone.
Then how do you know she's there?
With the kind of patience used with children trying to understand a simple math problem, the caller ignored the question and asked one of his own.
We need to know if you want us to send in a team or not.
Of course you send in team, you idiot. We've got to get that girl. She has damaging evidence.
Which we both know is not my fault. I didn't attach it to an email. Don't try to push off your error on us. You're asking me to risk the lives of my men to save your... Fine, just do it. Just fix it.
Silence filled the phone as Shin waited for any further reports. The next question sent shivers down his spine instead.
Have you made plans for your family? They're well taken care of, thank you.
Despite the fury in his tone, Shin hung up the phone with almost excess gentleness. He glanced around his office and sighed.
Time to run. I need to find a way to get Brandy to come.
His heart squeezed at the thought of leaving his children behind.
She has to come. I'll convince her, somehow.
He snatched up the phone and dialed the code to get him an outside secure line. The string of Korean expletives filling his ears told him he'd made the right decision.
I've got it under control. There's a team on the way to recover her. I should have news within 12 hours, 6 if they do what I think they will.
What the agent on the other end of the line didn't say told him more than what was said. Shin promised to call the moment he got word of Lucy's recovery.
I know it's an inconvenience, but we have everything under control. Had someone not changed protocol and added that file to the day's documents, it would never have ended up in her possession. Everyone knows I forwarded the emails with previous sender removed. That was approved after that one email went missing a couple years ago. Now we have this mess. It won't work, not really, but maybe it will make them think I'm confident in my job. That's all I need, just 12 hours of minimal surveillance.
A new thought hit Shin as he shoved his tablet in its case. Panic rose within him with each second that he hesitated.
There's enough money in this room to keep us comfortable for 5 years. Is it weighted? Do they know if it's been moved?
His hand rested on the doorknob as indecision paralyzed him.
Just go. The money isn't worth it if you're dead. You have enough saved. Go.
Every step he took from the moment he opened his office door until he climbed into his car felt exaggerated. When people nodded, he read accusations behind their eyes. When people spoke to him, he heard only the words they didn't say, the ones that accused and condemned. One assistant called out to him just before he pushed open the door to the parking lot.
Wait, you can't leave.
Shin's throat went dry.
What?
I have a stack of stuff I need you to sign off on. With Lucy off, who knows where, my workload just doubled.
I think she'll be back soon. Meanwhile, why don't you see if scheduling can find a temp with clearance? We can give them your grunt stuff and review to do your job.
Thanks, I will. I'm not sure about... As the assistant droned on about all the things he didn't know, Shin fought the temptation to chuck the papers in the nearest garbage bin and run. Perspiration formed on his upper lip, his forehead. It trickled down his temples, and if he didn't leave soon, his shirt would be soaked.
Looks like you got a handle on it. I'll check the rest tomorrow. Wife needs me at home, and I've been gone a lot lately.
Yeah, okay, sorry. The assistant shuffled a few pages. If you could just...
Tomorrow, Tim. There's nothing in those that can wait a few hours, but my wife won't. Good night.
All the way home, as he crawled through city streets and onto the loop, and then rolled through the center of Marshfield, he rehearsed his story. Discovered that I've been duped at work. If I don't leave now, I'm going to be arrested as a traitor, and you know how they do stuff like that. They arrest, throw you in Gitmo, and then maybe they let you out when they figure out you're a victim too. He smiled. Yeah, use victim. She's a sucker for a good victim. The money is from a trust fund. I didn't tell her because I wanted to have it in case of catastrophic illness or for early retirement. She is all about early retirement, so that'll work. Yeah. Once he pulled into his driveway and shoved the gear in park, Shin made himself consider the other, lesser alternative.
And if all else fails, give her the codes for the money and turn myself in to the FBI. They'll be more lenient than my supervisors.
Keith yawned and tried to focus on the words before him, but they swam in odd undulations until he closed the Bible and set it aside. A glance at his watch told him he still had 2.5 hours before he could go to bed, for a whopping 4 hours.
Gonna be a long day.
Despite the heat, the humidity, and the great quantities of water it would take, not to mention the need for a spit bath before he tried to lie down, Keith unfolded himself from the couch and began doing push-ups. 20, 30, 50, 80, 100. He collapsed on the ground, perspiration making an already uncomfortable night even worse. He grabbed his water bottle and chugged half of it, groaning at the exertion.
I didn't think people who worked out like that ever groaned.
His eyes slid over to the doorway where Lucy's silhouette played against the wall.
Candlelight makes reading expressions impossible. It's annoying. Yeah, well, if I don't push myself, then I don't keep my strength up. So I groan as much as the next guy, especially when I've been neglecting my arms anyway.
Yeah, well, I'd have been groaning by like 10, max. I counted 70-something, and who knows how long you were going before I got up.
She stepped forward, crossing her arms over her chest.
Bet I can out-squat you, though.
With your center of gravity being so much nearer to the floor, I don't doubt it, but I'll take that challenge anyway.
He stretched his legs, working the blood into the muscles before nodding at her.
Ready.
Squat.
Keith's eyes rolled.
Very funny. Go.
The slow, steady pace that Lucy set worked to Keith's advantage. He'd half expected her to try to wear him down by a quicker start, but by the time they hit 100, he knew he was in for a personal best if he had any chance of beating her. Down. Up. Lucy didn't even cheat with half-sits. She did a full squat every time, and seemingly without effort. At 200, his legs fought him. He dug deeper, managing a half a dozen or so more before he dropped to the floor.
You got me. I haven't done that many in a row for a long time.
I thought you'd never quit.
Lucy collapsed onto the couch and wiped perspiration from her face with the neck of her shirt.
Phew.
I think I said that already, but yeah, what you said.
20 minutes later, Lucy tried to walk to bed and found her legs quite uncooperative.
Jelly legs. I forgot about those. Ugh.
They're not going to thank you in the morning. We have to walk to get Claire.
Oh, ick. No. Can't I just stay here? I promise to hide in the cupboard if so much as an ant crawls across my path.
I don't think so.
Though the dim light didn't show it, Keith could almost feel her glare.
You are so dead. I don't know how, but I'll find a way. I can't believe you let me do that.
I'll be ready.
Lucy clutched at the door jamb as she passed.
You just think you will, but you won't. I'm an expert at stealthy get-backs.
His arms ached, his legs screamed for mercy, and his abs, oh, the abs taunted him.
I have to work tomorrow. It's a long trek. It'll take most of the day with 2 girls, one with sore muscles. It's crazy.
Crazy or not, he began. 1, 2, 3. The cadence burned into his head, and the concentration helped push out the dread of tomorrow. 49, 50, 51. Keith ached to stop at 100, 150, but his discipline drove him forward to his full workout.
99, 200. Phew.
Karen joined him just as he'd relaxed and grown so sleepy he struggled to keep open his eyes. Get a good workout?
Was I that loud?
She shook her head.
Didn't hear a thing. Slept like a baby thanks to the earplugs you gave me. Thanks, by the way. I really needed it.
So how?
Pointing to the door, Karen smiled.
You're that predictable. Sleep. See you tomorrow. We've got a long day ahead of us.
11. Ernie stared at his phone while he tried to compose an ambiguous text. As he decided what to say, his fingers slid over the contacts. Troy. Distribution problems. Need to investigate. Chewing his lip didn't help his nerves. His knuckles refused to crack anymore. A glance at the door told him he still couldn't leave. Keep quiet or make a show. Which buys me the most time? He stared at the phone again, but no reply. Keith must be on assignment. The phone light flashed, signaling a new text. Can't find Warren. Get something off the books? Ernie almost groaned aloud. Great. Keith's on assignment. Who will they send? I'd better go with disturbance. Gotta get out of here. He slammed his phone on the table as he spewed a string of expletives that would make Keith wince. He almost smiled at that thought. The bartender glanced his way. What's up? Stupid. Once more, he vomited a bucket full of words designed to shock the hearers and denigrate his girlfriend. One of the servers paused by the table.
Whoa, what's she done? You usually talk about her like she's the best thing ever.
It had been a toss-up, which story to tell, but with Jenny staring at him with eyes full of shock and compassion, he decided to play for sympathy. Finally proposed last night.
Oh, yeah? So what's with the... No, she didn't say no.
Jenny put her hand on his cheek.
You're too good for her if she was that stupid.
She didn't say no.
Ernie waited a good 2 seconds before dropping the emotional bomb.
She just called to tell me the diamond I bought isn't big enough. I'm supposed to take it back and get more carats.
Several around him erupted in indignant expostulations. Ernie just waited, appearing to lap it up. Then it came. Carrie at the bar finally turned around. Ernie forced himself to meet her gaze rather than turn from the revolting display of cleavage and other exposed skin that no woman of any size should share with the world.
How many carats are we talking?
He wanted to say 3, opened his mouth to do so, but found himself saying,
2 in one rock, half in stones around the band.
Jenny protested.
Carats shouldn't matter.
When you've got the kind of money Ernie does, a cheap ring says he doesn't value you, but that sounds all right. 3 might have been better.
Thank you. Man, Carrie, I could kiss you. You know what? Women are sick, greedy little...
Once more, Ernie allowed himself to string along 6 unsavory adjectives to describe exactly what he thought of the female sex.
I'm out of here.
He jumped from the table, let his chair fall behind him, and shoved his way through the room to the door. Several people protested, but Jenny came to the rescue.
Leave him alone. He's just hurt because his girlfriend went all mercenary on him. No guy's gonna take that well.
That's exactly right, girl. Remember that when you've got a guy who would do anything for you but rob a bank to buy a ring big enough to suit Carrie. Just notice that she isn't married. There's a reason for that. And it's not the fact that she's triple your size, it's that she has no heart.
For show, he peeled out of the parking lot, sending dust flying in his wake. Just around the bend, he slowed, almost too late to miss the radar gun of a hidden patrol officer.
Missed me?
The question came, where to go? No one knew his girlfriend's name, so protecting her didn't have to be a priority, yet. When he didn't show up for a few days, then things would get a bit more complicated. His phone rang and he fumbled for it. Troy. Ernie let it go to voicemail and then listened to the message. His gut clenched at the very thinly veiled threats that filled his ears. It took all of 30 seconds to pull over, remove the SIM card, and plug a new one in his phone. Once more, he typed in Troy and the corresponding number. His next message sounded more desperate than he'd like, but he didn't have time to rewrite it. Find Warren. Made a mess and need cleanup. The second text message came from a number they hadn't put in use yet. He snatched up the phone and called for Brian. Trevor, the newest intern, promised to get him immediately.
Can I get you anything else?
Just him for now. I'm unavailable until he gets here, unless it's Keith or Karen.
Got it.
The kid's pause told Mark there'd be another question. "What about Senator Farrendale? He's been calling." "I'll be on the phone with him, so he won't bother you." "Perfect. Thanks. Thanks." Mark smiled as the line clicked. "He'll be an asset eventually. Might even have to get him some training. Maybe boot camp." As that thought sparked a new one, he turned on his voice recorder. "Get a new intern and see what kind of instincts Trevor has." His phone rang before he could call the senator. "Rob, what can I do for you?" "Just calling with the report on Claire Augur's progress." "Great. What do you have for me?" "Please be good. We need her in the field instead of behind a desk." "She needs more practice with gauging weight, but I don't think she'll kill anyone. She's got good instincts, fast. Her aim needs work, but it's good enough for field work. She shouldn't work alone on anything critical unless absolutely necessary, but you knew that." "I don't like them to work alone at all, but especially not in the first year. Thanks." "One more thing." A knot formed in Mark's gut. "Yes?" "Her weakness is Keith. They shouldn't work together. She couldn't put the needs of her client over the needs of her cousin. Not yet. She managed a few times in simulations, but you don't think she'd do it in the heat of things. Got it. That's important to know, especially since she's on her way to work with him. Thankfully, the chances of anyone finding them are incredibly remote." With the new information in hand, Mark's brain swirled. Call Roger Farringdale, or try to get Karen on the phone and have her bring back Claire. He didn't know which. Then again, he could call back Keith and leave Claire with Lucy. She'd be fine. They're remote enough and out of the country. That would give them enough edge. His cell phone rang. Farringdale. "Hello, Roger. What have you got for me?"
"We'll have them in 72 hours. Kim's vanished, but it seems that Homeland knows where he is and is just waiting for the go-ahead to take him down. We want it all happening at once, so no one gets lost."
"One of my assistants found anomalies in one of the assistants. Tim Dorling. Someone might be ready to bring him in, too. We don't know if he's in on it or if they're using him for something, but—"
"NSA found something there, too. From the way they're talking, I almost think he's one of theirs. Might be how they found Kim."
It made sense. Mark jotted down a few notes before disconnecting.
"We have a few things going on here that need my attention, so I'll let you go. Just be sure to call when we can bring Lucy back to Rockland."
"Taking her to the marshal's office first?"
Alarm bells rang in Mark's mind.
"Depends on who, what, where. You know I can't tell you what we're doing with a client. Anyway, I'll be waiting for your call."
The moment he disconnected, Mark pulled a cell phone from his desk drawer and typed a text. "Farringdale might be compromised. Ernie is. Need you back here ASAP." The four of them stood at the corner of the tree line that separated a field from the grass that led to the shore. Keith and Karen spoke a few feet away from the others for a moment before Karen turned and waved. "Okay, gotta go. You girls be nice to him. He's not a bad guy."
"Not bad?"
Claire crossed her arms over her chest.
"I'll have you know, he's the best. If it wasn't such a revolting thought, I'd totally be in love with him."
"Thanks, I think."
Lucy snickered and Claire sputtered.
"I mean, you know, the whole he's my cousin thing. That's just wrong." "It wasn't a couple 100 years ago," Lucy quipped. "I mean, look at Austen's characters. They were all for keeping the money in the family by marrying a cousin. Almost every book brings it up in some way."
Though she couldn't have hidden her smirk, Karen didn't bother. Only Claire could say something that would be both a compliment and make her shudder. Lucy inched closer.
"When will you call Mark to see when I can leave?"
"Can't turn on my phone until I'm out of Minnesota, at the earliest, but I'll do it immediately if I get a sense that all is okay."
"But we've already turned it on. We called my friends, my parents. I mean, they could trace it from there."
Each minute that they stood arguing meant that much longer before she could get any real answers, and Karen didn't need that kind of delay. "Look, I don't have time to explain it. Have Keith tell you. It's all about risk. So just trust us and get back there before you get eaten anymore. Your arms are looking dreadful." The distraction worked. Lucy saw the 2 new bites that would fester soon and turned to Keith.
"Do you have the bug spray? And can we get out of here? Look at this."
Without a glance, Karen began the long walk to the car, hoping no one had moved it. A moved vehicle meant danger. She made better time than the trip in. The jog-walk combination helped keep her moving at a pace twice the speed of their steady but slower trek to the cabin. The sooner I get to the car and get on the road, the sooner she might be able to go home. That's gotta count for something. The moment she crossed the state line into Fargo, North Dakota, some 4 hours later, she pulled over and turned on her phone. A text message from Mark sent her heart racing, but an unfamiliar number on the recent calls list caught her attention. Karen plugged it into a reverse directory, and her throat went dry as she saw the name appear on the screen. R.G.&E? Seriously? If she... Karen punched the phone contact for Mark. "I need you to check Lucy's accounts, bank and utilities. I think she used my phone to pay her bills the other day when we called her family." "How?" "I don't know." Her heart kicked into high gear and tried to race a semi that whizzed past, the draft it created shaking her car as if for emphasis. "Sorry, panicking here. That was 3 days ago." Looking. Mark swore. "Get back there. I'm sending in a helo." Heart racing and perspiration making her miserable, Karen nearly pulled out in front of a car going well over the speed limit. "Okay, leaving in the sim. At this point, there's no need for secrecy. Call if you get in contact." "Who did the orientation with her?" Karen's throat went dry as she snapped her blinker on and tore up the off-ramp. "Mark, you did." Yeah, I did. I've got to go review the tapes. I can't believe I'd miss something like that."
"Maybe she just forgot, you know."
Even as she spoke, Karen knew it wasn't helpful. She rushed onward regardless.
"She's on the phone talking with her parents, hits the button to disconnect, sees the date. Keith and I are talking about something else, so she just hurries and pays something before she incurs a fee."
"Why wouldn't she tell you then?"
"I don't know."
Once across the overpass, she jerked the wheel left and zoomed down the on-ramp. "We were talking about other things, moved out front so she wouldn't hear us. Maybe she was trying to listen and forgot. Maybe she was being independent. How should I know? I've just got to get back before it's too late. They've had time to find us, scout. And those kids when Keith... No, he arrived before we called. But if someone found those kids and talked to them...
"I'm calling in B-Team. Get them out safe."
A long, miserable pause separated his next words.
"If you can."
"If anyone can, it's Keith."
12. By the time Karen abandoned her car near the entrance to the drive at the cabin, the clock on the dashboard read 3:42. She ordered the phone to call Mark as she crashed through the underbrush, her eyes scanning the area for any sign of intruders. Nothing. A helicopter swept overhead. Twice. Through the trees, identifying the helo was nearly impossible, but Karen thought she recognized the sweep pattern. Marty, that's good. At least I know him. Karen paused long enough to send a quick text to the number that should be associated with their helo. A reply came back almost immediately. Affirmative. The cabin finally showed through the trees. Her breathing relaxed, just a little, as she remembered Lucy's excellent observation skills. She'd noticed something amiss. She managed to find that cabin from a crazy distance. It'll be okay. You made it. Calm down and do your job. Keith met her at the door.
"What are you doing here? I heard the helo sweep. Is that Marty?"
Glad you're paying attention. I certainly wasn't. Her eyes swept the room and landed on Lucy. You just nearly got yourself killed. Grab your backpack. We're out of here.
"What?"
Both Keith and Lucy began. She paid a bill with my phone the day we called the family.
"Yeah, so? Oh."
Lucy's eyes widened as she bolted from the room.
"I am so stupid. Habit, you know. You guys were talking.
She appeared, slinging the backpack over her shoulder.
I saw the date and freaked.
Keith filled water bottles as Lucy talked.
Let's get out of here. Is she compromised?
If Mark can access the information the way he did, anyone can. They've got to know that she paid, and if they can hack into the bank IP logs, then she's definitely compromised. Lucy stepped toward the door.
They can totally do that. Come on, it's the DoD. They've got scientists who use computers to design hazardous biochemicals. They can use them to find an IP address.
She started to step through the door, but Keith jerked her back.
You stay between me and Claire.
Where is Claire?
Scouting to see what she can find out about the helo.
He let out a long, low whistle.
She'll be back in a second, or 15.
The long, dreaded wait began. To distract her from counting down seconds, Karen zipped off another text to Marty. Any sign of activity? A single-word answer came seconds later. No.
Marty doesn't see anything, so we may be good.
In these dense trees.
Claire raced across the tiny clearing.
What? Karen?
Without explaining, Keith shoved Claire's backpack at her and said,
You stay behind Lucy and follow me. Karen?
I'll sweep the area and meet you at the car. She pointed at a diagonal, almost exactly where Lucy and she had gotten turned around when they arrived. Car's there.
You brought the... Oh, right. Lucy sighed. I'm so stupid.
You're human. We left you alone with a phone. Our bad.
Keith caught her chin in his hands, cradling it like he might a child's. It should have infuriated her, but Lucy looked properly chastened as he said,
Just stay between us and do what we say when we say it. Don't hesitate. It
could get me killed. Mark said that.
Karen's patience level bottomed out. Let's go. As the trio inched through the woods, Keith and Claire sweeping the area with weapons drawn, Karen zigzagged through the trees, ready to take down anything that moved. Twice a twig swayed, likely in the breeze caused by her movements. She didn't care. One thought drove her. Secure the area and then get out of Dodge. She made 2 sweeps in an ever-widening circle before charging back toward where she thought the car should be. Her phone compass steered her slightly left of where she'd been going. Just as she saw a flash of blue paint, a scream pierced the air. The trek through the trees took twice as long as Keith would have liked, but with Claire still in training, he had to give some attention to ensuring she did her job well. Pride filled him as he watched her in action. When Claire's eyes met his, he smiled.
Almost there.
Do we wait for Karen, or do we just go?
He hadn't decided until Claire voiced the question.
We'll go. If we see her, we'll give her a minute to catch up. But otherwise, we're out of here the minute we hit the car.
We can't just leave her here,
Lucy protested.
She'll be unprotected. She can protect herself. Besides,
Claire added with a bit less vehemence,
the helo is close. She can get to a clearing and they'll get her out of here.
Despite the veracity of Claire's words, the truth nearly knocked the wind from Keith's lungs.
And they don't want her. They want you. Killing her serves no purpose other than to add jail time if they're caught.
As they neared the car, he heard Lucy murmur,
I suppose they aren't the type of mercenaries who kill people just because they failed getting the right one.
Not likely.
Keith glanced over his shoulder and smiled.
You've got good instincts,
Claire jerked Lucy to the ground as she screamed,
Incoming! Dead ahead!
Even as he reached for the car door and jerked it open, ready to shove Lucy in, his mind mocked Claire's words.
A bit cinematic there, Claire, don't you think?
He fired over the top of the car.
1 down.
Again, Keith fired. He missed. Claire knocked out 2 without hesitating and reached for Lucy, trying to shove the girl into the car as she swung her trank gun in a slow arc, looking for the others.
I know they're there. I can see...
Her scream pierced the air and Keith's eardrums. The scene unfolded as if an out-of-body experience. He watched himself tackle the man that knocked Claire down with the butt of a gun. He shot the man twice before the effects of the tranquilizer stopped the fight. As he swung around to grab Lucy, Keith watched her kick the man closest to her in a most strategic manner. It didn't faze the man.
Drat. Jockstrap. Smart guy.
Twice he fired. One dart nearly hit Lucy, but it was a necessary risk. He fired again. Bingo. 3 more men appeared. The moment he saw the second, his heart constricted and he lunged for Lucy. Half a second too late. The nearest man jerked her from Keith's grasp, and before he could react, Lucy lay on the ground, neck broken. All 3 advanced, both relieving and infuriating Keith.
I'm not worth a bullet, is that it? You'll just knock me out until you're gone? I don't think so.
One man dropped, then another. Keith saw Karen walking toward them, firing with precision and abandon. As blood spattered across the passenger window, he realized she'd swapped out the tranq gun for her Beretta. Several retreated into the trees, leaving only 2. Claire fired 3 darts into the man aiming for Karen. Keith tackled the woman, who turned her weapon on him. A dirt cloud appeared around them, choking him as they wrestled in the dirt road. In the 10-second battle, Keith barely maintained an advantage over her. Karen stepped forward, and before Keith could stop her, fired 1 round into the woman's shoulder. The woman screamed and tried to lunge again.
Get off him, you... Karen! She's trying to kill your cousin.
Claire moved in between the 2 women.
Yeah, and we've got her now, so let's just calm down and not irritate each other.
She frowned.
I just told a woman to calm down. I'm insane.
Keith ignored the women and crawled to Lucy's side. Even before he felt her pulse, he knew the verdict. Need something to bring her around? Karen asked without looking over her shoulder. Unable to answer, to speak at all, Keith lifted Lucy and carried her back to the car. Claire's eyes widened and tears fell.
I thought he just hit her.
Get us out of here, Karen.
Only the desk light glowed in the dark office high above the city of Rockland. Mark stared at the text message and willed the letters to rearrange themselves into a more positive note. 3 words bore into his heart and festered there. Ambushed, Lucy dead. Ferndale had been too effusive about his remorse in hearing of Lucy's death.
He knew. Tim is reporting to him. In fact, he probably knew I was going to call that night.
The worst part about his job was having to trust someone other than himself. He needed the support of people in a position to make things happen that shouldn't be able to happen. It required a risk, one that sometimes proved fatal. Like tonight. He swore in tandem with the office phone ringing.
Yes.
Mark, it's Lauren Whitting.
Good evening, Congressman. This could be interesting. Look, I know you have no reason to trust me, the man began, but I've heard a few rumors around the Hill that unnerved me when I saw something tonight.
Hair prickled on Mark's neck, but he said nothing.
I don't know if it means anything. I don't know if rumors are true or not, but if they are, and I suspect so, you need to verify it. Knowing what you're talking about would help.
Congressman Whitting murmured something about evasiveness being a job hazard.
Word is that you've got an employee of Thornton and Weinbach in protective custody, protecting from North Korea. I know you've worked with Ferndale in the past. And I saw Ferndale get into a car tonight. I saw a passenger in the back seat before the door closed. Though Mark had a good idea of who it was, he asked the necessary question. Plates?
D.C., but Mark, it was Young Jay, representative to the United Nations. He couldn't help himself.
I know who Young Jay is, Congressman.
Well, I thought you should know. Just in case rumors about North Korea and TW are true,
I haven't forgotten all you did to help me with my sister's missionary in-laws that time. I had to say something. I will never turn down information, even if it isn't related to a case. It could be. I appreciate the call.
The moment he dropped the phone in the cradle, Mark pulled out his personal phone and typed in a password note to self. Visit Whitting in D.C. Background check. Seems ethical. He chewed his inner lip for several minutes, the distaste of what he knew he needed to do making it difficult to do. At last, he sighed and pulled out one of his many burner phones and sent a 3-word text to a reporter with the National Media Association of America. Release Ferndale info. Just as he reached to turn out the light and go home, the office phone rang. Ernie's panicked voice blasted through the receiver. "Where's Keith? Do you want me dead? I've evaded Troy's muscle twice now, but no one taught me how to do this clandestine stuff. And so help me, if they get to Sarah, you're not going to like the fallout. That's all I'm saying." "You still at? Do you think I'd be calling for help if I was? I'm at some stupid sports bar in Denver. I'm gonna have to steal a car pretty soon unless you come get me out of here." Telling someone unconnected to a case anything about that case, not possible. Still, Mark had to give some information to assure Ernie that they weren't ignoring his need.
"I can send someone else, but Keith is out of communication until he gets off a hard case. We lost a client today."
"I can go to the Marshal Service." The words pounded new frustrations into his heart and soul.
"It's not supposed to be like this. Our job is to prevent this stuff. We failed. I failed. I trusted the wrong man, and now a girl is dead, and a family will think their daughter was killed by some freak accident, never knowing that traitors are responsible."
"Mark, I'm serious. I'm sorry you're dealing with this junk, but you're going to have 2 dead guys on your hands if I don't do something. I don't know how they're finding me, but I keep seeing them."
"So, tracked or paranoid?"
Mark knew paranoia didn't fit Ernie's personality, but it could happen to anyone when dealing with a group like the Casimirs.
"Okay, I know that you've made the Casimirs pretty tech-savvy. What are the odds they've got trackers on you somehow? Clothes, shoes, phone, car, what?"
The silence said more than Ernie ever could have. The man swore, then swore again. "I always underestimate these guys. They're not dumb bikers like I want to think. They're a highly organized criminal organization."
"Thanks to you,"
Mark interjected. "Thanks to me," Ernie sighed. "How do I screen myself?" Mark considered their options before laying out the plan.
"Go to a store and buy generic clothes. T-shirt, jeans, socks, shoes, underwear, everything. You want to buy with your largest bills. Keep only the change you get back. If you've got a lot, ask if they'd break 100 for you. Otherwise, you'll have to get someone else to do it, or you'll have to dump it. Walk to a gas station. Change clothes and leave everything but the good cash, including your wallet and phone, in the trash."
He gave directions for where to pick up new ID, phone, instructions.
"I'll send someone for you."
Once he'd given Ernie the license plate number, Mark disconnected the phone.
"This week better not get any worse. Times like this make me wish I had Keith's faith. Even if it were misplaced, it'd be comforting."
13. He sat through debriefing without saying more than required. Direct questions Keith answered with brevity that rivaled any tweet on Twitter. Mark knew better than to try to draw him out, and Claire seemed more than capable of speaking for the team.
"It was horrible. I didn't know he'd killed her. I just thought he hit her, like the one guy hit me, to take her away. When Keith went over there..."
She swallowed back tears.
"I almost threw up."
Her eyes sought Mark's, and Keith knew exactly what she'd ask.
"I guess I'm not any good for this job, am I?"
"Why? Because you find murder of innocent people revolting?"
Mark leaned forward, his palms flat on the table. Keith knew what that meant. He did it every time he needed to steady shaking hands.
I want my people to hate it, find it nauseating. That's how we'll keep going when it seems like nothing we do works.
Yeah, I guess.
Karen spoke at last. I take full responsibility for her death. I left my phone in there. I thought she understood. I let down my guard because she seemed so intelligent. I mean, she found the cabin long before I would have, and I think I let that impress me and impair my judgment. I know better.
You got distracted by me, Keith muttered. Don't take sole blame when you know as well as I do. We both blew it.
Lucy blew it too,
Claire whispered.
We told her what was okay and what wasn't. She knew.
And she forgot, because it's not her job to make sure she remembers. That's our job, and we blew it.
Keith shoved his chair away from the table.
You have my report. If there's nothing else, I need a workout, or 20.
Mark nodded.
I have an assignment for you.
After a pause, he added,
But it can wait until tomorrow. Thanks.
Keith made it to the elevator before Claire caught up with him and wrapped her arms around him.
Don't take it personally. You can't win every one. They had almost a dozen people against 2.5.
He clenched his jaw in an attempt to rein in his emotions, but Keith suspected he hadn't fooled her at all.
3, Claire. Maybe 3.5. Lucy did get in a good kick.
The elevator doors opened and Keith stepped in. Claire's worried eyes bored into him until the doors closed and blocked their view. For the first time since he'd left Rockland for Canada, he almost relaxed. Despite the continual temptation to turn toward Erica's side of town, Keith steered his car toward the loop and sped through New Cheltenham and out to Lake Vienna. Sore muscles pleaded for him to drive to the top of the cliff, but Keith parked at the bottom and began the long hike to the top. To his utter disgust, it took longer than the hike with Erica.
I'll have to tell her about that. She'll like knowing she could have beaten me.
Unbidden, thoughts of Lucy intruded.
She would have too. She'd have loved showing up a guy a foot taller than her.
His training tried to kick in, but frustration and discouragement overrode the voices that told him to disengage his emotions.
Mark said it would happen. I didn't believe him. I thought I was above it, I guess.
That thought prompted a weak smile.
Erica would love a chance to laugh at my pride.
By the time he reached the top, Keith had worked through every decompression lecture he'd ever heard. They didn't help. His lungs screamed for relief as he collapsed on the ground and let the hot sun beat down on him. What he wanted most, he wouldn't allow. Tears.
You've got no right to blubber like a little girl because you lost the game. That's all it is in the end. 2 sides fought. You lost.
His conscience screamed at him.
And because you lost your stupid game, a woman lost her life. A brave woman who wanted nothing more than to do the right thing.
Erica's words tormented him as he lay there with one arm thrown over his eyes and his head resting on the other hand.
I think I'd quit. You're so lucky you didn't quit.
His gut wrenched as he wrestled against the finality of those thoughts.
I love my job, but if I can't do it well, then it doesn't matter. I wanted to help people. This helps no one but the people we are trying to fight. It's wrong to put people at risk.
Despite his previous track record, back-to-back losses, no matter how artificial the first had been, mocked him. A niggling, unfamiliar, and uncomfortable question really, kept pressing on him, one he tried to refuse to admit.
I wasn't nearly as upset by Monica's death as I am by Lucy's. Why?
Keith tried to convince himself that Monica's death hadn't been real, that the reason he found it less horrific than seeing Lucy's head snapped was because it was just an exercise. His honest side overrode that thought.
No, it's because you liked Lucy. She had intelligent trust, reasonable trust, but not complete trust. Claire did an excellent job of playing a spoiled brat. You hated losing. Not just losing her. Losing. That's the real problem. Your pride. Stinking pride. Hates that you value one life more than another just because one life is more enjoyable and less obnoxious than the other. I fought to save her, though. With everything I had, I fought to save her. That's got to count for something, even if I did fail, both times.
Erica's words returned again.
Yeah, I have to admit, I would quit.
Keith pulled open the door of the Mayflower building and stepped into the cool interior. He nodded at the receptionist, punched the up button for the elevator, and shifted the metal briefcase from one hand to another. The doors opened with a ding that would have driven him crazy had he been the receptionist. Seconds later, they closed, and his thumb pressed the 8. People nodded at him, but his usual friendliness refused to surface. All down the hall, he ignored the open doors and interested glances. At the agency's office, he opened the door and stepped inside. Mark rose to greet him.
Keith, you didn't have to come back in today. I said tomorrow.
Yeah, I did. Keith slid the metal case across the desk. Mark stared at the briefcase.
My Beretta and drank.
A pang hit him in the gut as Mark opened the briefcase and stared at the guns. Giving them up would prove he wanted to be taken seriously. Mark's sources could provide him with more unregistered weapons than the agency could use, but an agent turning his in showed he meant business.
Keith, no.
Ignoring his boss's protest, Keith pulled an envelope from his back pocket and set it on top of the briefcase.
My resignation. It wasn't your fault. You did your job. We all did our jobs. We just hadn't figured out Farrendale's part in it all. That's not your fault. She's dead. She trusted me to protect her. I failed that trust. You didn't know that she'd pay a stupid utility bill.
Keith rubbed the back of his neck.
Look, Mark, I've had no problem doing my job until now. I could handle breaking laws if it meant keeping people alive. I could do that.
His eyes met Mark's.
But I can't justify it if people die. My faith screams at me to reconsider. I resign, effective immediately. 48 hours. I'm begging you for 48 hours, Keith. Ernie can do just fine with Brian or Karen or any of the others. You don't need me. You want me. Or maybe it's Ernie. I don't know. But they're just as capable as I am.
His pride choked out.
Probably more so. I'm sorry. I can't help.
With that, Keith turned and exited the office, ignoring the stream of objections Mark issued. Mark stared at the door, the case on his desk, and off into space. A string of Swedish expletives poured from him as he struggled to control his temper. Cursing in other languages managed to solve his need to express himself and avoided offending those who might overhear.
Win-win, except that I just lost the best guy I've ever had.
This time, he swore with abandon.
I could kill that guy. What a time for him to decide he's not cut out for the job, and bringing religion into it, such a cop-out. Be proactive. Get to work. Deal with it later.
He snatched up the phone.
Trevor, get in here.
In the 15 seconds it took for Trevor to arrive, Mark had calmed down just enough to know he needed to apologize.
Sorry,
he said the moment Trevor's foot stepped in the door.
Bad morning. Look, I need to know who is available to get Ernie.
I thought Keith
is no longer with us, so let's get Ernie home safe before we have another casualty on our hands.
Trevor blinked.
Keith is no
longer with us, yes, but Ernie is counting on us, so I need those names, ASAP.
Right, got it. Sorry. Just threw me. Okay, so... The kid sent his stylus skittering over the surface of the iPad that seemed permanently attached to his arm. Marty could fly in and then out again. That would have the benefit of not needing to get on a plane or...
Do it. Have him take someone as backup. Maybe Claire. Get her out of here before she has time to let Keith's leaving sink in. I'm sure he'll tell her before I can.
Will do. As Trevor shuffled from the room, Mark could have sworn he heard the kid mutter something about really liking Keith.
I did too, Trevor. Now I've got to go on a recruiting mission.
Claire strolled through the bus station, flirting with half the men she passed, and plopped down on a bench beside Ernie.
Ugh, this place is packed. Wish I could afford to go out front, grab one of those lime green taxis, they're so cool, and let it whisk me away to my own private jet somewhere.
Taken aback, Ernie muttered,
What, no limo?
Too stuffy. Cabs are cool because the drivers know all kinds of interesting information that limo drivers don't.
And private jet pilots are like taxi drivers?
Yep.
She winked at him.
I heard in an old movie once, airline pilots are just chauffeurs. Howard Keel. Man, that guy could sing.
Don't know who you're talking about, but I'll take your word for it.
Ernie shifted as he realized who she might be.
You say there are taxis out there just waiting? At a bus station?
Yep.
He glanced at his ticket.
Well, my bus doesn't leave for 6 hours, and I haven't had a good meal today, just a stupid bagel at the hotel. I think I'll go get some food. Want to join me?
Claire made a pretense of looking at a phone.
Think we can be back in an hour and a half? I can't afford cab fare, and I really can't afford to miss my bus. Job opportunity in Los Angeles.
Yep, agency. Now what?
He shrugged.
Probably. I can't promise, though. You know how restaurants and cabs are.
Ernie stood.
Thanks, I've never thought of taxis at a bus station. Then again, I don't usually ride the bus, but it was half the price of a flight and only arrives 3 hours later. Okay, how many more lies do I have to tell you?
Ernie growled to himself.
Where's Keith?
That thought prompted a question.
So, are you coming or not? Got a boyfriend somewhere who will come after me for trying to feed his girl?
Despite the scowl she arranged on her face, pain filled Claire's eyes.
Stupid jerk walked out. Just dumped me.
Dumped her? Does that mean he's gone? Left the agency? They'll never find someone to replace him.
Ernie gave her a once-over.
The guy's an idiot. Let's go.
The moment they appeared at the front, a green Prius taxi pulled up to the no parking anytime sign, and Claire opened the cab door.
Thanks for this.
The door slammed shut behind them just seconds later.
How about McDonald's on the way to the helo?
Got it. Ernie glanced at her.
Who?
I'm Marty. I'll be your pilot today. Claire winked and said,
Take it away, Marty. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
The car blinker ticked rhythmically as Marty tried to ease into traffic.
I think you got the quote wrong, Ernie muttered. But considering I'm Ernie, it's kind of funny.
They jerked backwards as the car lurched forward. Claire sank against the seats.
Phew, that went well.
What's going on with Keith? Where is he?
You'll have to get any particulars from Mark, but I can tell you that Mark says he turned in his resignation.
Up front, Marty snarled a few choice words.
Believes he can be superhuman or something. It's ridiculous. We're short-handed as it is. What happened? Seriously? Ernie demanded. What the
Don't. Not while we're talking about Keith. It's too awful.
Fine. What the heaven happened?
Claire rolled her eyes.
I don't think he'd appreciate that any better. We had an assignment. The bad guys won. Client dead. Keith's taking it hard. I got killed in a training exercise, too. All on his watch. Back to back was too much.
I don't think you're supposed to be telling him that, Claire. Marty met Ernie's eyes in the rearview mirror. No offense. Ernie shrugged.
I get both of you. I'm good. But I'd like to have a few words with Keith when I'm safe again. This is ridiculous. I counted on him to have my back, and he quit. That's just wrong."
Indignation filled Claire's features, but before she could speak, Marty said,
"Look, I get that you're upset, but the guy has just been through—"
He winked at Claire in the rearview mirror.
"the bad place." Claire snickered. "And I think we can cut him a little slack while he deals with it. I'd want someone to do that for me." "Cutting him slack can get me killed. He has a job. Just because a grocery clerk destroys a case of pickles doesn't mean he gets to quit and go pout."
Even as the thought formed and arranged itself in his mind, Ernie realized the ridiculousness of it.
"That's not even apples and oranges. That's like apples and orangutans." "Fine, but I want him to contact me. I won't feel safe until he's gotten me somewhere and spent a few days watching my back. He owes me that. I'll pay him privately if I have to. Thankfully, the Casimirs pay well."
With that, Ernie leaned back and crossed his arms over his chest, relaxing for the first time since he'd discovered keystroke software installed on the Casimirs' computers. Everything would be fine once Keith got him to a safe house somewhere and then talked Sarah into joining him. Then Keith could go be a preacher or a mall cop for all he cared. His comfort lasted exactly 32.5 seconds. Lasted until Claire muttered,
"Don't count on it. He's hurting from losing a stranger. There's no way he's going to trust himself to protect a friend."
14. Claire's words sent a wave of panic through him.
There's no way he's going to trust himself to protect a friend.
Ernie swallowed the bile in his throat as he realized what that would mean for him and his safety. The words pummeled him from all sides.
There's no way he's going to trust himself to protect a friend. Then it'll have to be Witsec or something for me. It's not foolproof, but it might be my only shot.
Ernie swore. Marty floored the gas through a yellow light, and Ernie watched wide-eyed as fear filled the man's face.
"Get down!" "What?"
Ernie found himself jerked down and flung against Claire as the car rounded a corner and disappeared into a parking garage. It wound through the maze at speeds that terrified him, the tires sending out ear-piercing squeals with each turn. At last, it came to an abrupt stop.
"Stay here."
"Marty?"
Claire began, but he cut her off.
"Give me your phones."
Ernie passed his over, and Claire held up her hands.
"I don't have one. I don't have anything but—"
"Watch him. Do not hesitate to run, shoot, or otherwise engage. I'll call for backup before I destroy these. Stay here unless you're forced to move." This is why I wanted Keith. He's leaving me with this kid who hasn't finished her training. I think—
"Shh, let me think."
Claire wedged herself between the front seats and crawled in behind the steering wheel.
"Did you get rid of every single thing you had? All your clothes, even your underwear? Your shoes, shoelaces, socks, keys, glass?"
Her eyes widened as she saw Ernie's nerd glasses in the rearview mirror.
"Oh, man. Keith totally underestimates the catharsis of swearing. Give me those things."
I can't see.
"They're following you. Do you get that? They're tracking your movements, probably with those glasses."
A squeal of tires made her jump.
"They're in here. We've got to get out."
With those words, safety glass exploded through the car. Claire peeled out of the parking space and shot through the spiral curves of the parking garage, her eyes set on the exit. Another blast exploded over Ernie's head, sending a bullet through one window and out the other. Glass rained down on concrete, but Claire only drove faster.
She's good, but she's gonna get both of us killed.
He growled to himself as yet another sharp turn flung him against the front passenger seat.
"Okay, where the heck do I find Marty?"
Who cares? Get us out of here. We'll beg someone to let us use their phone and ask Mark what to do. Just get us out of here and get rid of those glasses.
"Now he understands,"
she muttered as she shot out into traffic, scraping against a parked car.
"Man, I hate leaving that. Oh, boy. They're right behind. Oh, they got it, too. Fine. No more guilt. It's on them now."
His glasses flew out the shattered window and into the street. Car tires squealed as she zipped through a red light, barely missing the last car before the other side switched to red. The car behind them squealed to a stop and then shot around the corner. Claire's voice relaxed, just a little. The car slowed to reasonable city speeds as she wove through the streets. Ernie half sat up. "Can I—"
Get down! I don't know if I missed someone else following or if they gave someone our license plate.
She sat at a stoplight, her fingers tapping the wheel with evident impatience.
Come on, come on. Oh.
Despite the fear that seized him and bored into his heart, Ernie couldn't help but snicker at the girl's squeals even as she fought to save him.
Everything okay?
No, I'm stuck. Yeah.
She shot forward, and Ernie added whiplash to his list of complaints. A glance up her way showed her ducked down.
What are—
Shots rang out again, and the car sideswiped a parked vehicle.
They found us. We've got to get out of this car. They know the plate. They're probably accessing traffic cams or some stupid thing. I don't know what to do.
Before he could even consider what to say, Ernie heard himself barking orders.
You know exactly what to do. You do your job. You keep me safe. Your job is to keep me alive. Now do it.
It worked. From the blurry movements he could see, it appeared that Claire sat up straighter and scanned the area, her eyes apparently lingering in the rearview mirror much too often for Ernie's satisfaction. Someone still followed. Still, lying on the back seat, curled into as small of a ball as he could, Ernie watched, felt more than anything, a transformation come over her. Her movements became focused, purposeful. She jerked around corners and shot through iffy lights, but now each decision seemed well thought out and deliberate.
Okay, I'm going to get onto the freeway and see if I can lose them on a stretch. At least we'll have no traffic cams helping them, if they are. But if I think I see them again, we're going to have to ditch it, so be ready to run if I say go.
Dry. His mouth and throat dried up in half a second's time. Ernie coughed, swallowed twice, and coughed again. After clearing his throat, he rasped,
I can't see without my glasses, Claire. You can't leave me behind. I'll be dead.
In the space of 4 sentences, Claire abandoned her previous respect for her cousin's preferences and spewed enough colorful language to create abstract art on the side of a building.
Okay, alternate plan. I'm getting us into a suburb and we're stealing a car. Hang on.
You're seriously going to steal?
Mark will make it right.
The car zoomed back off the freeway and up a ramp. It took a while before she seemed satisfied with the neighborhood.
Okay, get ready to run. We're going to be calling for a dog, okay?
Why?
Because you're wearing jeans and people don't jog in jeans. We've got to run, so this is how we're doing it.
One more question begged to be asked, but Ernie resisted. For all of half a minute, he wrestled against himself, but as she opened the door for him and helped him from the car, he couldn't help but say,
You don't know what you're doing, do you?
She reached for his hand and said,
Not a clue. Go!
It made no sense to him. Running through the streets of the subdivision, calling for Blackie, seemed a great way to make it easy for someone to find them. All they had to do was stick their head out the window and listen. But between gasps for air as she jerked him around another corner and nearly flung him into a stop sign, Claire explained that most people would have their windows up, with AC on, to avoid the heat.
Of course, I'm not used to running in these altitudes. I'm so gonna throw up soon.
Not on me.
But even as he spoke, his own head became light and his stomach churned.
We've got to hide somewhere or get a car. I'm getting sick now.
Claire didn't listen. Her grip grew tighter and her speed increased as they sprinted toward the last street.
Please, please. Oh yeah, looky there.
Ernie didn't bother to tell her that it was all a blurry blob of colors.
What?
A family with their own car lot in the empty lot beside them. Every subdivision has one, and they're usually on the outskirts. People don't tend to report code infractions like this if they're tucked away.
And why is this good? It's not like we're going to be able to make a dead car start.
Ernie rested his hands on his knees and gasped for air.
Claire?
She yelped just a bit but didn't answer. Seconds later, he found himself shoved into the back seat of a Toyota that had to be on its last legs, and the door slammed behind him.
Okay.
Claire muttered to someone or something, clearly not him.
Start. They don't teach.
The car sputtered to life.
Wow, you did it.
Ernie raised his head to try to see.
Get down.
As she turned the car around, she added,
And thanks. I'm excited. They can't find us now.
Nothing to do, and no chance of that changing at a moment's notice. The sensation should have been a welcome one, but Keith found it awkward and unsettling. His apartment didn't feel like the respite he so desperately sought. Instead, he found himself wandering through all 5, tiny though they were, rooms, but it seemed as though he'd wandered into someone else's home.
It's like I'm house hunting without a realtor to tell me all the amenities of my sink that drains and flooring that isn't too obscenely outdated. Should I rhapsodize over the windows and the view of the street instead of the alley like some people have?
At least his thoughts prompted a smile. The restlessness in his soul wearied him. Out of habit, he reached for his Bible. The pages fell open to Ezra, and not having spent much time in that book, he began reading. Stale, uninspired. The words flitted through his mind but didn't land long enough to make any kind of impact. Then he read words that burned into his heart and soul. Arise, for this matter is your responsibility, but we will be with you. Be courageous and act.
That's ridiculous. This isn't about me. It's about a guy who died 4,000 years ago or more. Probably sounds different in another version.
Curious, Keith pulled out his ESV and flipped to Ezra 10:4 and read it aloud as well.
Arise, for it is your task, and we are with you. Be strong and do it.
His unsettled spirit mocked him. He'd always rejected the practice of jerking a verse out of context in a convenient attempt to prove something. Still, it bothered him. He snapped the Bible shut and jumped up, pacing again. He tried the TV. Late morning news mocked him with stories of corruption in the Senate and scandal involving Senator Farrendale. Keith punched the power button on the remote and tossed it aside. Once more, he flopped onto the couch, and once more habit sent him reaching for his Bible. This time, he slid the ribbon bookmark up and allowed the pages to open at his next chapter in the Psalms. 139, a favorite. He read each word, allowing the soothing message of God's foreknowledge to heal his broken spirit. The wounds Ezra had inflicted no longer chafed.
You knew I'd leave. You knew this would happen, and it would be what it took to get me out of something I can't handle. Thank you.
All comfort and confidence evaporated as he reached verse 16.
And in your book were all written the days that were ordained for me.
The thought came unbidden, and Keith resisted, resented really, the truth of it.
I don't care what the verse says. She shouldn't have died that way. So her days were numbered. Why not a car accident? Murdered because I was careless. Not acceptable.
He tried to read the next verse, but his eyes traveled back to the one above it and remained riveted to the words, ordained for me. Resistance, fear of a kind he'd never experienced, anger, all exploded in his mind and his heart until it drove him from the couch. He grabbed his tablet, keys, and wallet and nearly ran from his building.
Coffee. I'll do a little job searching while drinking coffee and enjoying watching Erica work. Much better than brooding on the couch and twisting scripture.
With that thought, his heart softened just a bit.
This isn't the Lord's fault. I can't let myself go there. God, please.
Claire pulled into a gas station just off I-25. With nothing around it for miles, it seemed an optimal place to try to find a phone and get a location on wherever Marty had taken the helo. Her gun lay on the seat beside her. She hesitated before forcing herself to tuck it into the back of her jeans. The memory of Mark's warning about being careful with it made her wish to leave it behind.
Corey shoved it in the back band of her jeans with her hand still on the trigger. Don't ask me how she managed that. And pulled the dumb trigger. She didn't even have the safety on.
A second look at the gun showed the safety most definitely on, and she held only the grip as she tucked it back in her jeans and pulled her shirt over it.
Be back in a minute. I'll have Mark send someone to the airport with glasses for you. Your prescription is on file, right?
Yeah.
Good. Get the pump going for me, then get back in the car and down low. Don't get up.
Out here?
Ernie glared at the empty space that she'd once occupied.
Are you nuts? Who's gonna get me way out here?
I don't know. Just don't.
In the gas station, she laid $40 for the gas on the counter.
40 on the pump, please.
She pulled out another $20 bill and set it next to the others.
Can I make a 2-minute phone call?
The woman behind the counter hauled herself off the bar stool she used as a chair and shuffled to the register. Without speaking, she pulled out her little counterfeit pen and swiped it across the corners of the bills. Only after holding each one up to the light and staring at Claire for a few seconds did she pass the handset of a cordless phone to Claire.
5 minutes. I'll be timing you.
I only need...
Yeah, that's what they all say. Then the boyfriend doesn't say what they want to hear and it becomes a phone fight. Got stiffed once for that. Not doing it again.
Against the woman's protests, Claire stepped out the door and dialed the number.
Where's Marty?
At the airport in Aurora. Where are you?
Passed a turnoff for Frederick not too long ago.
Mark swore.
You're in the opposite direction. Do you have a preference for waiting or driving?
Decisions. Not something Claire had gotten comfortable with yet, but it felt like a test.
We've gotten everything off him. I haven't seen any sign of being followed for a long time. We're probably good here, but I feel like a sitting duck. I think I want to go to him or meet in the middle, whichever you think is best. There. That's both decisive and deferring to better judgment, surely.
She never heard Mark's reply. 3 dots appeared on the off-ramp from the interstate and slowly morphed into motorcycles.
Mark, what are the odds that the Casimirs can find us?
Get out of there. If you have to ask, go.
Claire tossed the phone in the door and apologized as she did.
Sorry, I'll send a new one.
She raced to the car and fought to start it. Ernie protested.
What are you doing?
He raised his head and nearly screamed for her to hurry. Her fingers fumbled with the wires, but nothing worked.
I can't do it.
You have to do it. You have to.
Hearing the terrified panic in his voice told her she had to make a decision.
Get in the bathroom over there. Squeeze between the toilet and the wall. Keep your head below the tank.
That's
going to keep you alive,
she interrupted.
Go!
Even as she spoke, Claire crawled from the vehicle and crouched behind the door. With her gun trained through the windows, she released the safety and waited. The slam of the bathroom doors told her that Ernie was set. Her hand closed over.
Okay, God. You know what's going on. Here we go.
Despite the futile hope that they might just be on their way to some town to the east, the lead bike turned into the gas station and headed straight for her. Claire fired 2 rounds, since the guy was big enough to possibly need 3, and cringed as 3 seconds later, he fell from it and his bike slid along the broken asphalt.
Man, these things are amazing. It's not like you read about on websites. They really work, and fast.
The 2 other bikes split, each one taking one side of her car. She fired twice at the one closest to her, spun, and fired twice at the other. She missed the second guy. Glass shattered as gunfire from the third guy hit the windshield. Terrified and certain she'd be shot, Claire stood, aimed, and fired 1 shot. She dropped to the ground, counted to 2, and fired again. Just as the second round hit the biker, he dropped, his bike also taking a hard slide across the unforgiving blacktop. The scraping metal and sparks of what was once a gorgeous Harley tore her up, but Claire didn't allow herself the time to look at the damage. This time, she knelt beside the car and worked on starting it from a better angle. It sputtered to life immediately. Gun drawn, she raced to the bathroom. Locked.
At least he had the presence of mind to do that. I don't think I remembered to tell him. Stupid me. Let's get out of here before police or sheriffs arrive.
Is it safe?
Ernie, now!
She heard shuffling and the water came on.
Ernie!
I was trapped in the nastiest space you can imagine. I'm washing my hands and arms. Period.
And if I had a real gun, I'd shoot you out of there. We've got to go.
The door opened.
Let's get out of here.
He grabbed her arm as she led him to the car.
I'll have you know, I fell twice and almost walked past the building. Had to backtrack. This is... Whoa, was that a bike?
Claire glanced over her shoulder.
Yeah, and a moving biker.
She jerked open his door and pushed Ernie in.
We've gotta... Oh, man, here come more.
As she jumped into the car, Claire whacked her head on the frame. Light exploded in her eyes. So driving half blind, she shot across the parking lot and down the road, away from the interstate.
I hope this is the right decision.
Where are we supposed to go?
I don't know. We were deciding when I saw the guys and Mark said to go. I suspect Marty's in the air now.
And he'll find us? How?
The dots looked like they were growing closer, so Claire ignored Ernie and forced the car to its maximum speed, terrified that some idiot car would dash out in front of her. They passed a farm, the little drive hardly registering until it was too late, and sped past fields that would be perfect for Marty if he made it in time. The bikers looked farther back now. As she whizzed toward an intersection, she called out,
If you pray, pray. I'm not stopping at the intersection. I don't see anything, but...
Claire could have sworn she heard Ernie whimper. Her eyes widened as she saw the double arrows on a sign ahead.
Road ends. Hang on.
Tires squealed as she tried to come to a stop that wouldn't get them killed. The sign rushed toward them despite her best efforts, and Claire chose to try a sharp turn rather than attempt a full stop. The car bounced over the shoulder, barely missing a ditch, fishtailed as she swung back onto the dirt road, and shot forward again once her foot reconnected with the accelerator.
Phew.
Are we alive?
Yeah, but we're getting out of this car, now.
The road veered almost immediately right, and Claire took it. They bounced over the rutted dirt road and came to a stop behind a couple of trees.
Get out.
I swear that's all you guys say. Stay in. Get out. It's crazy.
Ignoring the man's terrified ramblings, Claire grabbed his arm and pulled him into the trees, stumbling over roots as she went.
Just stay with me. Keep quiet. I hear them coming.
How can they know where we are?
Well, besides the fact that they've got some way to track you, I'd say the cloud of dirt we just raised is like a smoke signal. Come get us. We're right here.
Aren't there any houses around here?
Claire tried to climb a tree but failed.
Keep going. We have to hide somehow. I'm just not sure where yet. And yeah, there are houses. Do you want to have innocent people killed because we want to use their phone?
How come you don't have backup phones? I always keep a spare.
Dread, followed by panic, chased her into a near-frenzied state.
Do you have one now?
Well, no. You told me to ditch it.
She could have sworn Ernie muttered, "Now I wish I hadn't," under his breath.
Good. They can be tracked. Anything can be tracked. We just have to figure out what they've got on you. Earring?
She glanced at his ears.
Got a belly ring or something in places I don't want to know?
Not on your life. The rising revulsion quelled.
Good. Well, unless you swallowed something or somehow you got a chip embedded in you, I don't know what to think.
They reached a creek, and Claire dragged Ernie through it. He complained about soggy jeans, squishy shoes, and leaving footprints behind. That stopped her. She searched for something to break up the tracks, but every attempt was obvious.
Just keep going. We've got to. I should have thought of that before I took you over the water.
Well, they'd have to be smart enough not to tear up the footprints with their bikes, and I doubt they will be. I know they won't take them into the water, so as long as they don't find where we crossed, we'll be good.
To her astonishment, just minutes later, as the bikes neared the creek, she heard the distinct whap, whap, whap of helicopter blades.
If that's Marty, I'll kiss him. I don't know how far Aurora is, but Mark said he was the opposite direction from us.
Know where we are? Any idea at all?
I know we passed something about Frederick, and I think there were a couple of little M towns mentioned before we got off on some number road, like 30-something.
What were the last upcoming exits that you remember? Come on, Claire, it's important.
Just Johnstown and Loveland, but they weren't close.
She found a tree with low branches and sent Ernie up it.
Just get up there while I try to figure out if that's Marty. It'd be stupid to flag down someone else.
She found it hard to see without making herself visible. The helo banked and prepared to land not 300 yards away. It lifted and set down a bit closer. She raced back to Ernie's tree.
It's Marty. Come back down. We've got to go before they get here.
Go up the tree, come down the tree. Make up your mind, Claire.
She ignored him once more and grabbed his arm the moment his feet hit ground. They tore across the ground, weaving between trees and then out into the field. It sounded like the Casimirs had fired shots from behind them, but Claire didn't hesitate. She shoved Ernie through the open door and flung herself after him.
Go!
As she jerked the door closed and latched it, Claire said,
I have no idea how you got here, but I seriously love you.
She promised she'd kiss you if it was you, too,
Ernie quipped. Claire kicked him. 15. Erica saw him enter and smiled.
The assignment must be over. That was quick.
12 customers ahead of him meant for an excruciating wait. She mocked herself for using a word like excruciating to describe a 5-minute wait to say hello. But as the frustration dissipated the moment Keith stepped up to the counter, Erica couldn't deny that it had fit, somewhat.
Hey there, your assignment was mercifully short.
Pain, so instant it almost changed Keith's features to a much harsher look, plastered itself all over his face.
Yeah.
You okay?
No.
Erica started to ask, but when the realization of what must have happened hit her,
oh no, I am so sorry.
Gonna have a break anytime soon. Oh, and do you have an application?
No, I can't get into this here. Arg. I can get you one, but you'd go nuts here. 316, please.
Keith shoved his hand in his pocket and pulled out a wadded 5.
I didn't order.
I know what you want,
Erica insisted.
Go sit down. I'll see what I can do.
She tried to hand him his change, but he shook his head.
For the pretty barista at the register.
I'll let her know.
It took another 15 minutes for things to slow down enough for her to take a 10-minute break.
I'll be outside if you need me, right out front. If it gets busy, call or give me a yell. Go make out with your boyfriend. We've got this covered, the new girl insisted. With a name like Kiki, I shouldn't be surprised when you say things like that.
At Keith's table, she held out her hand.
Walk with me? Talk with me?
Dance through your life with me?
Keith continued the song with just a hint of singing in his tone.
Do you really want me to pull a Gene Kelly?
She sat down.
Sure, let's see you in action.
Keith grabbed her hand and led her outside.
You're good for me.
I try.
Erica squeezed his hand as they strolled away from the coffee shop.
So, what can you tell me?
A woman is dead. She risked her life to expose traitors at the highest government levels, and I couldn't keep her alive in a remote section of nowhere land.
And you quit?
His jaw clenched, and his fingers squeezed hers so hard she expected bruising.
I quit.
Want to tell me why?
You have to ask.
Keith stopped and stared at her. He released her hand, and Erica pumped blood back into her fingers. With his hands on her shoulders and a look in his eye that told her he wanted to touch her face, hold her, anything to drive away the demons that held him captive, he said,
Don't judge me for what you said you'd do in my place.
What?
Claire, when I didn't know it was Claire. You said. Keith grew even more rigid as he fought back emotion. You said you would have quit. Well, after losing 2, I quit.
That's crazy. Think of how many people you've saved.
Keith gripped the rail of a wrought iron fence. Erica watched his knuckles grow white and heard the clenching of his teeth before he ground out,
I can't deal with it. Don't want to deal with it. It stinks. I didn't sign up for this.
All of Erica's attempts to be supportive and caring disintegrated in a flash of anger.
Yeah, you did. You signed up to protect people from other people who want to kill them.
Well, I failed.
And?
She continued, ignoring what she feared would become some half-crazed mantra if she didn't deny it.
Sometimes that means you will fail. You won't have all the information you need, and yeah, it stinks, but it's the job.
Erica's voice softened a little.
You can't win every time. No one's that perfect. You didn't do anything wrong. I know it. If anyone blew it, your boss did.
She watched him stiffen and then shake his head. She found herself gasping at the pain his voice projected.
You're right. And if I can't trust Mark, my boss, for good intel, then I shouldn't be working for him.
This Erica couldn't deny, no matter how much she ached to. Instead, she turned the words back onto him.
That's fine. I can understand that.
It tore at her heart to see him struggle with her words, grow defeated as they beat into his soul.
If you quit because you don't think your job lives up to adequate standards of safety for its clients, then I agree. Quit.
Her hand brushed his cheek, almost as if it had a mind of its own.
Just don't quit because you think you failed. You didn't fail,
she whispered. Keith tossed cold water over those words.
I didn't save the client. I got her killed. That's a fail, Erica.
Her tenderness and compassion dissolved in a wave of impatience.
You saved me. Even when I did stupid stuff like run off in the woods where people might be lurking, you stayed with me every step. What are you thinking?
With fists now jammed in his pockets, Keith kept walking, head down and apparently lost in his own world.
I'm thinking,
he murmured at last,
that it is one thing to break the law when you're saving lives, but if I can't save people's lives, then what's the point? It just makes me a criminal.
The point is that you do save people's lives. You just can't save everyone. You're not God. You're Keith Auger, flawed person, just like the rest of us. Your flaws are just a bit more palatable than, say, the creeps who killed your client.
To you, maybe. Not to my God.
I think I read something,
Erica said, smiling into his eyes.
You're gonna love this. I think I read something about people only seeing what's on the outside, but God knowing what's in your heart. Doesn't that mean that you need to make sure that your motives are right, and when your actions don't seem to follow, God's making his judgments on your actions based on your motives?
His arms wrapped around her, almost as if instinctive. By the way he sucked in air, Erica suspected he was as surprised by the hug as she was.
Partly,
he whispered.
I think the verse is also reminding us that we need to keep our actions in line with Scripture, too, because that's all our fellow men have to go on, what we do. But he comforts us by reminding us that even when we're misunderstood, God sees our heart, our motives, and judges the whole picture.
Keith buried his face in her crazy spiked hair.
I needed that today. Thanks.
I still think your intentions matter more than your actions. You can do stuff for all the wrong reasons, you know. I mean,
she interjected quickly as Keith stepped back and started to protest.
I mean, I know what you're saying, and it makes sense, but if you have to choose between intentions and actions...
Did you ever read the book of James?
James, the little book near the end? 3 of them?
No, those are the Johns, not the Gospel of John, the epistles. Anyway, before them is a little gem of a book, James. Read chapter 2 sometime.
He pointed to his watch.
Your break is over. Don't want the others to hate me. I want a job.
You'd go crazy.
If you don't want me there, tell me now. I'm on a job search, and I'm starting there if you'll give me an application.
She chewed her lip as she considered his words.
If I train you for this job, are you going to end up taking a better job a month later?
The answer blurted out in a rush.
Of course not. I absolutely would do that.
Keith finished with a grimace.
Sorry, you're right.
Like you said, my break's over. I'll take you out to dinner tonight, and we can talk more then, okay?
You'll...
Erica kissed his cheek and whispered,
I'm the gainfully employed person here. You'll need to save your money.
She dug her hands in her pocket and pulled out a giant ring of keys. She unclipped a second ring from it and passed it to Keith.
Can you go to my house, Blue Key, and find me shoes, something nicer to wear, and the poison green cosmetic bag on my bathroom counter?
Sure. Anything else?
After a moment of pretending to think, she shook her head.
No, just you.
Keith hadn't been inside Erica's apartment more than a minute before her landlord knocked on her door.
Erica, are you okay? You're home early.
The funny man with his powder-puff hair on each side of a balding head and his jolly smile nearly choked when Keith opened the door.
Hey, Mr. Moretti. Sorry to startle you.
He jiggled the key.
Erica sent me to fetch a few things for our date tonight, picking her up at work, so... Oh, I see. You are back then. You and your business trips. How you make a relationship work, I don't know. Mama would have said, Tony, you can travel or you can be married to me, but you can't have both.
He snickered.
It was always a bluff, of course. The church wouldn't allow a divorce, but she said something like that every time I took on extra overtime trying to get ahead. Mama had better priorities than I did.
Keith stepped back.
Would you like to come in? I'd love to hear more about your Maria. I always think I would have liked her. Oh, she would have liked you.
Mr. Moretti agreed as he entered and sank into a chair so easily that Keith suspected he was a frequent visitor to Erica's apartment.
She would have said, Tony, that young man is a keeper. Erica should pick him now before some other girl comes along and catches his eye. I'd say the opposite if I could. Ah, the faith.
Mr. Moretti nodded.
I tell Erica, I say, Keith is a good man, a man of faith and integrity. Don't let him get away because you are too stubborn to acknowledge your creator. Bet that went over well. She laughed at me. She said, Mr. Moretti, I'm okay with the idea of a creator. I mean, it makes as much sense as anything. And I like the idea of Jesus, I do. He seems like a cool dude.
The old man wheezed and chortled.
Can you see Jesus' expression when she said that? Cool dude. Jesus. You know it must have amused him to hear it after waiting for it all these centuries.
Though Keith laughed and agreed, his mind remained fixated on the man's first quote. I'm okay with the idea of a creator.
Keith, are you okay? Is it offensive to you that I laugh at her or imagine Jesus doing something so irreverent? I always thought he must have a good sense of humor to put up with us. No, I was just surprised. Pleased, too, of course, but surprised to hear she's accepting the idea of a creator. That's a big leap for her. I told my nephew you'd be happy to hear that. I said, Gabe, that Keith is just waiting for her to believe. Once she does, I think he'll let himself fall in love. Assuming I can stop myself before it's too late. Well, I hope she will.
Mr. Moretti leaned forward and clasped his hands together.
You must have faith. You look so discouraged. She's a good girl, Erica. She'll come around. It's hard to overcome such a difficult childhood.
Difficult?
You don't think a lifetime with a man who shows no emotion, feels no emotion, didn't warp her just a little? She talks about her father as a very intelligent and scientific man. Men like that win debates before they begin.
As the older man spoke, Keith nodded.
It would be hard to question what has been soundly defeated or refuted. I see what you mean.
Several long seconds passed before Mr. Moretti shook his head and leaned back in the chair.
But that is not what discourages you now. Not really. What is it? I quit my job. When do you start your new one?
Keith shook his head, not understanding.
I don't have a new one. Now I understand. You are regretting your stupidity. I can't blame you.
Despite his words, Mr. Moretti smiled.
You'd think it was stupid, wouldn't you?
Despite ordering himself to stop, Keith heard himself say,
I had to break the law to do my job. Would you have stayed until you got a new one, or would you have quit? That sounds like a trick question. If it were that easy, you wouldn't be troubled. You're a smart man.
Keith laughed, but his laugh rang hollow, and he knew it.
There is more to it than that, but isn't that enough? I did quit as a matter of conscience.
Mr. Moretti considered his words for a second or two before asking,
Conscience or pride? I couldn't believe it when he said that. I mean, what could I have said or done to make him think that?
If you're asking me if I've been hinting that you have pride issues, the answer is no. However, I think he makes a good point.
Erica tried to soften her words with a smile. It failed.
That I'm just an arrogant bodyguard who should go back to his old job, or...
No.
She reached across the table and covered his hand with hers.
I just think that you did hear a lot of how you were the best. You had a perfect track record. Then you got beaten by an inside job. That wounded your pride and scared you a bit because it was Claire. And I think that's when it really hit you that she could get seriously hurt doing this job. Am I right?
He didn't want to acknowledge it, but the longer her words burned into his heart, the more honesty forced him to admit she was.
Yeah, maybe.
Then, Erica continued without giving him time to add a caveat,
then you lost a client right after that. I think if you'd had a success or two between assignments, you could have gotten past it, realized that Keith Auger isn't invincible. But back to back...
So you do think I'm arrogant?
I think you're human, Keith. I think you're hurting and confused, but...
She swallowed a sip of water before meeting his eyes and saying,
I also think that you've gotten in the habit of relying on Keith Auger for your client's safety instead of the God you claim you trust to protect and help you.
So, out there in the woods where people tried to blow you up, you would prefer that I rely on God rather than my training?
He leaned back in his chair and folded his arms over his chest.
I find that hard to believe.
No, but I think you would prefer that you do. Isn't that what your faith is all about? Giving control over every aspect of your life to the God you claim can do all things and help you do all things with his help?
A smile grew as she spoke.
You're still reading. A lot.
Yeah, well, there's this guy I know, and he's pretty cool. He's into this thing, the Bible, I mean. So I figure I might as well understand why.
That's a dangerous thing to do, Erica.
Keith waited for the question and smiled when she asked it.
Because Romans 10:17 says, so faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of Christ.
Which is the Bible. Yeah, I read that. So?
So?
Keith drew out a pause until he knew she'd become truly intrigued before he added,
You're infusing yourself with the word of Christ. You're practically begging God to give you faith.
He does that? Just gives it?
Well, yeah.
She interrupted before he could continue.
So what, like praying or something? I could just ask for it?
That you'll find in James. If any of you lacks wisdom—
But we were talking faith,
Erica protested.
Could God think of anything wiser than to have faith in him? Come on, just listen. First chapter, by the way, near the beginning. It says if you lack wisdom, ask for it, and it will be given to you, generously even. God won't reproach you for asking. He'll give it to you.
So all this time I've been reading that book over and over, trying to understand what the heck it's all about, and you're telling me I could have just asked for help believing it?
Yeah, but where does that faith come from?
Her forehead wrinkled and her nose scrunched up as she pondered the question for a moment. The answer deflated her faster than a popped balloon.
Oh, still have to read. Faith and Bible. Got it.
She scrunched up her nose again.
You know, maybe you should go to seminary and become a preacher or missionary or something. You're good at explaining things and you're not pushy. People would like that.
It wasn't a bad idea, really, but he'd imagined more active employment.
I'll think about it. Maybe take a class or two online and see how it goes.
Meanwhile, why don't you apply somewhere as a security guard? I bet you'd have no trouble getting a job, and you could even use the downtime to figure out if you want to stay in security/protection or if you want to branch out into something new.
Keith had considered security and rejected it as beneath his skill level. After their discussion of pride, the thought that perhaps he might want to reconsider surfaced and hovered.
Okay, you're right. It might be a good transitional job, if nothing else. I hate that kind of job hopping, but I guess it's not unreasonable after my past jobs. I don't know anything but military or protection detail. I might discover that I like flipping burgers or filling coffee cups.
You know what? If you hate security, I dare you to come work for me. I think you'll discover that there's a bit more to my job than punching a button to fill a coffee cup.
16. Soap drizzled into the long scrape across Ernie's stomach.
He is so dead.
Whew! Cuts and scrapes covered him. How he'd missed them, he could only attribute to fear, no glasses, and an excess of adrenaline. By the time he dried himself off, got dressed, and put on his spare glasses, they were so fogged from shower steam he couldn't see the damage even wearing them.
Blaming Keith for that, too. First, he doesn't show. Then, I nearly get killed, and now I'm cut, bruised, scraped, and generally battered. Not acceptable.
Squeaking hinges announced someone's arrival, and voices in the living room sent him to the doorway, listening. He heard nothing, but the rush of Brian toward his bedroom told him they'd have to leave again. The door burst open.
"We're out of here. Mark says you have to go to the bunker."
"The bunker." Brian tossed the few things Ernie'd left out from his shower in the duffel bag they'd given him and beckoned him to follow.
"Let's go." "I don't even have a shirt on."
Brian rifled through the bag and pulled out a shirt and flip-flops. "You can put it on while we go. We need to get out of here, now."
"Why?"
"They're out there, only in the front right now, so we're going down the fire escape and into the backyard over there." Brian pushed Ernie toward the kitchen balcony. "Hurry."
"How can they—"
"Shh, not until we're in the van," Brian hissed. The fire escape hung almost over the edge of the fence backing the property, something that would not be to code if done today. On the other side, a trampoline stood as if waiting for them.
"Seriously, I have to—"
"Jump now, or I'm pushing you." The words came out in the most menacing whisper Ernie could have imagined.
"Fine. Keith's dead, just in case you need to know who did it. I'm confessing before the fact."
"Noted. Go." Ernie felt Brian's fingers brush his back just a second after he jumped. Had he not leapt forward at that moment, he suspected he'd be falling flat on his face on the trampoline, courtesy of Brian.
And adding a broken or bloody nose to my injury repertoire.
Lying on the trampoline, he stared back at the fire escape. The glare on Brian's face startled him until Ernie realized what the unspoken order was. Move. He scrambled down from the contraption only seconds before Brian landed on what would have been an Ernie pancake had he not moved in time. Go! Where? Are you nuts? I can't read your mind. Through the side door and into the garage. Marty's waiting. No way. I want you. Too bad. You get Marty. Now go. The drive to the bunker consisted of the equivalent of bodyguard Chinese fire drills. At nearly every fifth intersection, they shuffled Ernie out of one car and into another. I didn't ask for an obstacle course, he grumbled as Brian shoved him into yet another vehicle. Yeah, well, we didn't ask to have to protect a guy with a tracker in him either. Tracker? Brian slammed the door behind him. Go! Next stop, bunker, so we'll talk there. As they pulled into the old mayor's mansion, Ernie's eyes grew wide. This is your bunker? Are you nuts? Basement, under the garage, is actually a fallout shelter. They can't track you to there. By the time you get under there, they'll think you've gone into the park across the street. Claire pulled into what had once been a carriage house and punched a security code into a panel on the wall. Panels, covered in antique tack, slid open, revealing an elevator.
Get in.
Seriously?
Look, we could have taken you a lot of places, but this has the advantage of privacy. No one comes here on Sundays, she said as she jerked him inside and punched the down button. Mark greeted them as the doors opened. I've got Dr. Breckham in there. He's going to find the tracker and take it out. How do you know there's a tracker? I've got all new clothes. It's internal. That's the only explanation. I don't know how on earth they found the technology or the ability to do it without you knowing. Mark stared at him. What? My fault. Ernie groaned. I was talking one night about how I thought that we should look into seeing if tattoo artists could put trackers into tattoos while they're doing their needlework. I mean, the recipient wouldn't be any the wiser. Then I got this about 6 months later. He rolled up his shirt sleeve, and high on his arm, almost to the shoulder, Sarah's name was tattooed in black and red. They stepped into a room where a doctor had laid out a scanner, scalpel, syringe, and a bottle of what Ernie suspected was some kind of numbing agent. Mark introduced them and said, Ernie thinks it's in his tattoo. Dr. Breckham waved the scanner over it and nodded. Yep, it's in the ball, at the end of the A there. See? It's slightly raised. I noticed that, just thought it was normal. Ernie's throat closed as he fully realized what it meant. So, I nearly got us killed. I'm sitting here waiting for them to... They can't track through steel and concrete. You're safe here, and we're going to take that thing out so you can be safe elsewhere. Mark gestured toward the makeshift operating table and added, You don't have to lie down, but Dr. Breckham doesn't have much time to spare, so we need to get this done. He hadn't been seated for more than a couple of seconds when the doctor scrubbed his shoulder with an alcohol wipe and stabbed him with the needle. Oh, why does it always hurt more than I expect? Shouldn't hurt at all in about 30 more seconds, the doctor assured him. We'll just slice the skin a little bit right here, push through and pull it out. Are you ready? Get it over with. I want this done and gone. The expected pain never materialized, much to Ernie's relief. The minuscule tracker, smaller than a grain of rice, dropped into a petri dish. Mark, you should keep it in something dense until you get it to your techs. You're not going to smash it? Ernie stared at the two men and then swung his eyes to Claire, Marty, and Brian. Seriously? You're going to let them keep that thing? It'll lead the Casimirs right where you want them. I see. He sighed. Look, as long as I'm far away and they can't and won't find me, I'll be good. 6 applications. Keith stared at the screen confirmation for the last one before closing out and flopping back on the couch. It's going to be torture. Serious torture. At first, anyway. It might not be so bad once I get started. I mean, why should it be? It's the same principle, without the worry of danger to people, more like to property.
I can do that.
Remembering the TSA listing, he hesitated. Was it wrong not to apply for something he knew he'd get in a heartbeat? He'd already gotten a stricter security clearance than the government would ever require. Maybe. Someone pounded on the front door and jabbed his doorbell almost at the same time. As Keith opened the door, Claire stood there, glaring at him.
Quitter.
Yeah?
No, seriously, you stupid quitter.
She shoved him back as she stormed into the apartment.
I can't believe you just walked out on us. We need you.
Though he'd expected an outburst from her eventually, Claire's approach irritated him into reacting.
Like Lucy needed me? She needed to die? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, get off your dramatic high horse. I'm new, and even I know that you can't prevent every single one. You just can't. We were ambushed because you and Karen didn't notice a 15-second tap on a phone screen because you were probably out strategizing.
It's my job.
To notice,
she finished for him.
I know, but it's also your job to discuss situations and opportunities. Karen left her phone. Karen! If it had been your phone, maybe you'd have a bit more of an argument, but it wasn't. It was hers. But you don't see her quitting and leaving us floundering around and trying to keep Ernie alive.
He ordered himself not to ask, but the words came before he could stop himself.
Is Ernie okay?
Barely. He did everything we said. Changed clothes, dumped the old, got new money, everything. It all failed. Everywhere we went, they followed not far behind.
Then he had to have had a track. Oh, do not tell me that he told them about his tattoo idea.
Claire pounced on that so quickly that he knew what she'd say before she said it.
Yep, and if you had been where you were supposed to be, you would have figured it out. You were his handler. You were his confidant. You know stuff even Mark doesn't, for a reason. You failed him, and he almost died.
Her voice broke as she added in a whisper,
I almost died.
Keith knew Claire thought she'd said all the right things to convince him to return with her, but she solidified something he'd been considering for days now.
Get out, Claire. Get out while you can. I should have refused to let Mark bring you into this. Please, forgive me.
Forgive you? For the best job I've ever had? I don't think so. I'm finding it hard to forgive you for abandoning us, though. Seriously, Keith, what were you thinking?
He'd said the same words so often that it sounded trite, but Keith tried once more to explain why a job that required him to break the law was only palatable to him when he saved lives in the process.
If I can't save a life, I can't break the law. I can't just do it because it fits our business model. That's not enough for me.
You're not really breaking the law. Mark told me there's unofficial approval for our company.
It's still illegal. I'm not military. I am not CIA, NSA, Homeland, or any other government agency that operates within other parameters. I'm a civilian who is willing to defy laws to save lives. I am. But if I can't do that, I can't live with myself. Can't you see that?
Keith thought she'd hug him, and maybe in past years or moments she might have. But this time she stood, arms crossed over her chest, and glared at him.
I can see that you're so full of crushed pride that you can't see straight. Your girlfriend is alive because of you.
He started to protest, but she paced the room, her arms flailing in an attempt to emphasize her point.
Does the military quit trying to protect us because we lost Vietnam? Do we quit fighting terrorists when they win a skirmish? Or do we keep going, all because if we don't, they win them all?
We keep fighting,
Keith agreed. Claire beamed.
I knew you'd...
And we remove soldiers who aren't cut out for the job anymore so that they don't get their comrades killed. That's all I did. I removed myself from battle for the good of the unit.
Frustrated, fuming rather, Claire stood glaring at him, silent. At last, she threw her arms up in the air and stormed to the door.
I can't argue with you. I know you're wrong, but you always have an answer for everything, and it always sounds good. But know this. Just because I can't argue it doesn't mean I'm wrong. It means you're a better debater. That's it. You're wrong, and I'm going to prove it before we lose someone else because you're not on the case.
The door slammed shut behind her. Keith grinned. 5, 4, 3, 2. The door opened again as Claire raced across the room and flung her arms around him.
I love you, even if you are an idiot. Now go handle your midlife crisis.
I'm hardly middle-aged,
He protested.
You're acting like it, so just get past it so you can come back. I'm gonna go before I say something I regret.
Did you really think that you'd come in and change my mind like that?
He tried to snap his fingers and failed, as he always did.
You'd think at my age I could do something as simple as snap my fingers. It's ridiculous.
Claire snapped her fingers.
You mean like that? Not quite, but I thought you'd listen to reason. I should have remembered who I was talking to.
Before he could respond, his phone rang. An unfamiliar number flashed on the screen. Keith shrugged, frowned, and answered it, holding one finger up to Claire.
Augur here.
The voice on the other end identified herself as the human resources manager at one of the security firms he'd applied to not an hour earlier. I'm calling about your application. We'd like to schedule an interview.
That was fast. That would be great. When would you like me?
As soon as he made arrangements to interview that afternoon, Claire stormed out of the apartment again.
Want to get ice cream after work?
Erica's head snapped up from the bistro table where she wrangled with shifts and the employees' requests for specific hours.
What are you doing here?
I got a job, so I think we should celebrate. But since I won't get a paycheck for 2 weeks, and my dad would kill me for wasting my savings on dinner out when I don't have cash coming in yet, I think we should just get ice cream at the drugstore. I'll even spring for 2 scoops.
You got a job? Already? Awesome. Where?
I'm in security. They called and hired me within the space of 3 hours.
Erica's shock tempered a moment later.
Oh, right. Mark.
Her heart sank as she realized she'd just doused his excitement.
I'm sure he gave you a glowing reference. I mean, why shouldn't he?
Doubt, hesitation, it all flitted across his features before he pulled out the empty chair opposite her and sat down.
Yeah, you're right. I'm being ridiculous. Stupid pride.
It's understandable. Something my dad never gets. Guys have a lot of their self-worth tied up in their jobs. So when you don't have one, or get one you feel is beneath you, or didn't get it on your own merit, it messes with your heads.
And women don't?
Some do, she admitted. But let's face it, there are way too many books, talk shows, and commercials all proving that women have much too much of their self-worth tied up in their appearance.
And you're immune to both.
The sarcasm in his voice, almost imperceptive, nearly escaped her. She paused, gathering her thoughts to blast him, when that same pained little boy whose puppy-dyed look flitted across his face. Against all means of self-preservation, Erica sighed and shook her head.
No.
She couldn't help a slight dig.
And you know it. Come on, Keith. I'm on your side. Don't mistake honesty for an attack.
She thought he'd bolt. He looked it, but peace settled over him, and Erica realized that he hadn't been trying to control his temper. He'd been praying.
That's my guy. Man, I wish I got his faith. Sometimes.
Keith leaned forward with folded hands resting on the table, resting so close to hers he could nudge and touch her. That thought made her realize it had been deliberate, too.
So, ice cream?
I brought 2 sandwiches for lunch. We could eat dinner on the way. What do you say?
That smile, In unguarded moments, it sent her emotions into the most delightful turmoil. His finger reached and stroked the side of her hand. Just his finger.
It's a date. Thanks.
As he exited the door and strolled past the window, Erica sighed, and Marcia, the newest and most bubbly employee they'd ever hired, exclaimed,
"Oh, he's gorgeous. How do you stand it? Those muscles. You didn't even touch them once. I'd have been all over him like fans on the Beeb."
Erica didn't know or care who or what the Beeb was, but she couldn't help but say,
"Keith's the kind of guy who will be more interested in seeing more of me because I didn't drool. Some guys like girls to show a little class."
A bit miffed, Marcia bounced away, lamenting the low number of hot, available men.
"And some guys,"
Erica mused to herself,
"are more interested in a girl who shares their faith. God, I wish I could."
Her eyes widened, and her heart sank as she imagined what Keith would think of her thoughts. But moments later, she smiled.
"He'd like it. He'd like it a lot if he could read my mind. That's probably the closest I've ever come to a heartfelt prayer in my life."
17. His kids stared at him as if they didn't know him. What Brandy say to them? She's speaking to me, barely. Did they just pick up on that or what? Shin Kim smiled at his daughter, Lissa. Want me to tell you a story? The boat rocked, flinging his little girl against her mother. Brandy slid an arm around Lissa and pulled her close.
"You okay, sweetie?" "Yeah."
She looked at Shin.
"How come we have to go on vacation again? We just got home." "Daddy spent a lot of time and effort to get us this nice little trip, so let's try to be thankful for it."
The rest of that sentence, whether we want it or not, she left unspoken. Austin, at age 9, was a little more astute. His eyes begged for information, but he'd never ask with his mother around, and Brandy hadn't left him alone with the kids since they'd sneaked out of the house at 3 in the morning. Her words, accusations really, flooded back to him.
"I can't believe this, Shin. You promised me that you were loyal to the U.S. Now they're hunting you as a traitor."
I didn't know, Brandy. When I found out, I tried to figure out where to go or who to contact, but everything I find says we'll both end up at Guantanamo Bay while they decide if we're telling the truth or not. It could be weeks or months, and the kids will be shuffled into various foster homes. What else can we do?
"And you just happen to have a secret trust fund that you've never mentioned that'll just happen to fix everything for us? Seriously? You think I'm that naive? Come on, Shin. The North Koreans are totally paying for this, aren't they?"
Though tempted to tell her everything and point out that North Korea would happily kill them all for his gaffe, the betrayed pain in her eyes stopped him. He reached for her, but Brandy backed away, arms crossed over her chest. Defeated, he chose selective honesty.
I'm sorry. I know it was wrong to hide the money from you. It's not a trust. I've been socking away a significant portion of my income ever since I started at TW. It's what we're taught to do, pretend it doesn't exist, so we aren't dependent upon a job for our livelihood. I know how much you hate it when my Korean culture affects my decisions. You know I've tried to overcome it, but...
She softened a little, just a little.
"Yeah, I didn't make that easy for you."
The wall rose a few more inches again.
"But you lied to me. How can I trust anything you say after you lied to me for all these years?"
I didn't lie. Not for years, anyway. I only told you about the money tonight, and it was so wrong of me to lie.
The words galled, but he had to say it or she'd never listen. Her eyes widened in surprise.
"Shin, you're scared."
Yeah, he admitted. Terrified, if I'm honest.
He reached for her again, but she moved back another step.
Brandy, they'll kill us. Won't take a chance. I've read about what North Korea does to those who get in their way. Well, any country, really. I bet the U.S. would do the same thing if they duped a guy in Korea, and he might get away.
We have laws, Shin.
So do they, but this isn't normal stuff. I was helping them steal money and possibly biochemical weapons research.
He hadn't meant to add that last part, but it snapped her out of her disbelieving fog. What?
Look, I don't know if it is. I only saw the money and realized what was happening. If I hadn't gotten that email mixed up, I wouldn't have known. But I have to assume that if they used me for money, they could have had access to more. I'm so sorry.
As he stood there, waiting for her answer, aching to hold her, the sickening realization of what he'd have to do if she didn't agree washed over him. He'd avoided even the thought of it, but the time had come. He couldn't leave her behind, couldn't risk that they'd capture her. If she didn't come, he'd have to kill her himself.
It's better than what they might do to her and get information, he tried to convince himself.
Brandy saw something in him. He feared the truth and steeled herself. Her jaw went rigid and her arms dropped to her sides, fists balled in frustration.
We'll go, like we have a choice, she muttered under her breath. We'll go, but you will get us somewhere safe, get us settled, and then get out of our lives.
I can.
He forced himself to stop and nodded.
I can't leave you for at least a month, maybe 2. I have to watch a lot of things to make sure we're not followed and you're not in danger. I don't know how to do that well. I haven't been trained. But I promise to go as soon as it's safe.
Shin!
He jerked from his memories, his eyes scanning the area for whatever threat might have arrived.
What?
Austin wants to know how much longer.
With heart heavy at the tonelessness of her voice, Shin turned back to his son and smiled.
Almost there. See that speck out there?
Yeah.
That's it. Our own private island. Pool, quads, jet skis, fishing, everything you could want.
Except our friends.
Maurice hadn't spoken to him since they'd dragged the kids into the car and out into the night. Now, nearly 2 weeks later, as they bumped over the increasingly choppy waters, she glared at him with hatred. It tore at his heart, making it nearly impossible to breathe.
She's always been Daddy's girl, almost to a fault. Brandy has always hated how any of our kids favored one of us over the other, but Maurice has always been mine. Now she hates me. I don't even know why. She can't know.
He turned his face to Brandy, looking for some confirmation of his burgeoning suspicions, but the stunned expression on her face told him she couldn't believe it either. Brandy spoke first.
You don't have to be unpleasant. Daddy tried to give us a neat surprise. He couldn't know the big water park trip was this week. He could if he ever looked at the fridge. He never knows what any of us are doing, and now he's ruined my whole summer. Katie was coming.
It all made sense. She'd been heartbroken when her best friend Katie moved away at the beginning of the year. School had been rough without her sidekick, or rather without someone to be a sidekick to. Shin moved to pull her toward him, but she shrank from him. A look from Brandy gave him the strength to pull Maurice to him and cradle her in his arms.
I'm so sorry, baby. I didn't know. I've been trying to keep track of things, but work has been horrible. It's why I wanted us to do this, to have time together where no one can call and ask questions or...
Maurice's head snapped up.
You mean no business calls here?
He shook his head.
Not one.
Really?
Amazed at how easily the world's end could become the best thing ever, Shin laughed and held her close as Maurice squeezed his neck in excitement.
Can you believe this? Daddy's not going to be working on vacation. That's even better than Katie coming.
Guilt sucker-punched him. He fought back the desire, no, need, to cry and held her even tighter.
I'm glad you approve, baby girl.
Not 5 miles out, he saw a wisp of smoke over the island ahead. After another mile, it grew. His eyes widened and his heart raced. He stared at Brandy until she looked his way, and then jerked his head in the direction of the island. The kids had started bickering about what they'd do first, which gave them a modicum of privacy. Shin watched his wife's eyes widen, narrow, and close. She turned her face toward him without even opening them and shook her head once. After a moment of deliberation, he scrambled down to the steering wheel and disabled autopilot. Slowly, he arced the boat away from the island and fumbled with the GPS until he could set new coordinates.
Fiji. We'll have to go to Fiji.
His stomach churned at what he'd have to do. He pulled out a new cell phone, stuck in the battery, and dialed the only contact in it.
Please tell your boss that Shin Kim will meet him at the Bayonet in 3 days, after 10 p.m.
With that, he disconnected the call and removed the SIM card and battery before shoving it in a drawer. He felt rather than heard or saw Brandy enter the cabin.
What now?
I have one other thing I can try. I'll probably be arrested and tried as a traitor, but I think it'll keep you guys safe. That's all that matters.
He hated the break in his voice, but the idea of never seeing his children, his wife again, nearly broke him. Shin stiffened as her arms slid around his waist and her cheek rested against his back.
Isn't there another way? One where you don't die or get locked away from us for good?
He turned, gathered her in his arms, and held her as she wept.
I hope this will work for both of us. I have just enough information that might give me an edge. Otherwise...
Whoa, look, there's a big fire.
Austin's voice probably carried for miles. He thundered across the deck and down into the galley.
Did you see? Oh.
He turned to leave, but Shin smiled at him.
I saw. We're going to go to Fiji instead. Do all the same fun stuff, but with a little less privacy. Still.
He pulled his pockets inside out, showing them practically empty.
No cell phone. No connection to work at all.
Cool. Brandy slipped from his arms, kissed him, and followed Austin.
I'm still mad at you,
she said before climbing the steps to the deck.
But I think I kind of understand a little.
As he stood alone with the walls of the boat closing in on him, Shin closed his eyes and took a deep breath.
If only I did.
Music pulsated until his heart seemed to beat in sync with it. Laughter erupted at irregular intervals around him as Shin waited for whoever would come. The risk, high. So high that he'd sent Brandy out 2 hours away. If he didn't call by midnight, she had orders to get the kids to an American embassy and plead for asylum, telling them everything she knew.
It has to work. They won't believe she didn't know. Not until it's too late. Come on.
He pleaded with the stars outside the window.
Give me this one chance to redeem myself in her eyes. Even if I die, don't make them suffer.
Despite his general distaste of all things religious, even Shin knew his thoughts bordered on the edge of prayer. In a moment of uncharacteristic desperation, he added one last thought.
Even research religions, see if any makes sense, if she stays safe and doesn't lose the kids.
Before he could take it back, a woman slid into the booth opposite him, an Asian woman, wearing a dress that left little to the imagination.
I'm Emmy Chen.
You're the boss?
She sat back and laid a slim arm over the back of the booth. Anyone watching would swear she was trying to pick him up.
Did you really think they'd send the boss?
No, but I hoped. How do I know I can trust you?
How do I know I can trust you? You could have someone pick me off so fast, or the gun you have under the table. Easy way to silence me.
She's observant. Maybe she's legit. So, how does this work? Or rather, do you have the right answers to get me to talk?
Don't you mean, will you say what I want you to hear so I'll tell you what I know?
You're good,
Shin admitted.
I suppose you want to know why I contacted you?
He shook his head as she opened her mouth.
I'm not telling you. Not yet.
I know why you've contacted us. What I want to know is why you think we'd help you.
He debated within himself, minutes passing as a server brought Emmy a drink and offered to bring him another. Shin declined. As soon as the woman returned with Emmy's drink and departed again, he leaned forward.
Look, I'm not going to pretend I don't want the help too, okay? I'm not an idiot. You know why I need the help. But even if you have to turn me over to Homeland Security, get my family to safety, I'll cooperate. Tell anyone anything they need to know, but only if my wife calls me and tells me they are settled somewhere safe.
And what information can you possibly have that will make us even consider not shooting you right here?
So there are others around, watching, waiting, probably with sights trained on me as I speak.
He cleared his throat.
I have account numbers.
We have those.
So Lucy did take them with her. I assumed as much, but... Okay, look. If you've got that, then you've got Lucy.
Shin waited for some flicker of recognition, anything that would tell him what he needed to know. She sipped her drink with such overt flirtation that even he had a hard time remembering it was all an act.
What you need to know is that if you helped Lucy, she's either dead now or will be. They know where she is. They know she's in a dead cell area. They don't know if it's a trap or real. I didn't either, but if you have that information, now I do. So listen to me.
He leaned forward. She did too, her hand sliding along his jaw with such ease he almost responded.
Man, she's good.
And what do you have that will tempt me to listen further?
If Lucy isn't dead yet, she will be.
So you said.
Shin pushed back against the booth, eyes flashing and blood coursing through his veins in a response only his wife had ever managed.
No, I've never been unfaithful, not even in thought, and I won't start now.
He glared at her.
Especially not in a charade. If she is dead, anyone who tried to protect her is in danger.
Emmy stood, tossed her drink in his face, and leaned close, practically choking him with a death grip on his shirt collar.
Be back here tomorrow night. Don't be late.
As she stalked away, her hips swaying with the kind of finesse that screamed model, she tossed a vulgar insult at him in Korean. He whistled low.
Man, she is scary good.
18. 7 nights. 7 perfect nights as sole protector. Her client slept, the first truly peaceful sleep Deirdre Wolitzer had enjoyed since her extraction. Claire couldn't have been happier. She stepped outside and called Mark's number.
Hey, it's me.
Need backup?
Claire could hear from Mark's tone that he knew she didn't.
No, all is calm. We pick up her papers in the morning and then she's out of the state.
And the baby?
She glanced through the window and let her eyes rest where 8-month-old James slept.
He's great.
Claire sighed as she leaned against the hotel room door.
It'll be okay, right? Dirk Wolitzer won't be able to get to her?
She'll have the order of protection. If he even gets within 2,000 feet of her, he goes to jail. His agent isn't going to let that happen. The team won't. They don't want any more negative publicity than they have to.
If one person raves about that jerk this fall, I'm gonna punch them.
Mark's laughter annoyed her, but Claire kept her snide comments to herself.
Claire, do you hear yourself? A football player beats his wife, so your solution to people liking a guy they don't know is a wife batterer is to batter them? Come on, you're smarter than that.
He hurt the baby.
The whimper in her tone prompted an internal groan.
Don't sound like a pouty kid.
I'm not saying it was right,
Mark began.
But even Deirdre admitted that it was an accident. He didn't set out to hurt either of them that time. It just goes to carelessness in addition to the brutality. We got her out safely. He wouldn't let her leave. The police there didn't listen to her, and it got her beaten. So we fixed it. And now, through legal channels, she's safe. That's all we need. We just need her safe until she has the law on her side.
She chewed the inside of her lip as he spoke.
He's right. I just hate this kind of thing. Women shouldn't be afraid of their husbands. That's just wrong.
Mark's voice calling her snapped Claire out of her thoughts.
So...
Come on, what's wrong?
Not wrong, really, but I'm just like...
She closed her eyes and took a cleansing breath.
Mark, I'm so pumped. This assignment was awesome. It showed me that everything isn't going to be crazy hectic like with Ernie.
You did a good job with Ernie, Claire.
I did?
The moment she spoke, Claire kicked herself.
Way to sound like you're fishing, and totally lame. I mean, it just felt like I was making mistake after mistake.
Claire, you did. You made mistakes. You can't avoid them, contrary to what your cousin thinks. How you react to them, how they prompt you to act. That's the difference right there. You made mistakes. You corrected your course, and you got the client to safety. That was the goal.
But we got shot at.
Mark murmured something to someone, probably Tyler, before returning to the phone.
Sorry, look, you're going to get shot at a lot. If that's a problem for you, I need to know now.
No, not really. I mean, no, I don't want to get shot at, but I'm okay with it, kind of. You know what I mean. It's just that I kind of took that as proof that I messed up.
Then Keith messed up on nearly every assignment he ever took. He got shot at on Erica's assignment. Do you think he messed up that one?
No, he did great. Those creeps.
Exactly.
She heard him take in a gulp of air and realized he was trying to calm himself. Before she could assure him that she wasn't going to freak out on him, Mark added something.
Look, this is how I judge the success of a mission. If the client is extracted alive, then we have success. If everyone comes out alive, we have a great success. If everyone comes out alive with no injuries to the client or the team, we have a perfect success.
And that's why Keith is so upset? He wasn't successful?
No,
Mark argued.
Keith is upset because he defined success as without flaw on anyone's part, ever. And that's not realistic. We are usually working with limited information. Mistakes will happen. He got ambushed and only lost one person. It could have been any of you. It was the client. That's a risk he knew he had to take. But he's nursing some serious pride right now, and it messed him up.
So, a dead client can still mean a successful mission?
Claire could almost hear Mark frown.
Yes, if there was no unreasonable negligence on anyone's part. The cell phone thing was technically negligent, but it was reasonable negligence. They'd informed the client, they'd guarded her, and had reminded her. She acted instinctively while they were out of sight for probably 2 minutes. This is what we call an accident.
Accidents get people killed. I'm going to be freaked out every time I have to hand someone a phone.
No, you won't, Mark reassured her, because very few people have the kind of resources that this adversary did. They can't usually hack into a person's financials and track a person that way.
Even as he spoke, Claire demurred.
The Casimirs did, with Ernie. They followed the traffic cams somehow.
No, they followed the tracker they'd implanted, remember? We just assumed traffic cams.
Understanding dawned.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot about that. I just had it stuck in my head that it was the cams. Okay.
She sighed.
So, this is a success already. Because I got her out alive, it's a success.
Mark's voice sounded like Claire's father's did when he was exceptionally proud of her.
Exactly.
If I get her on the road with no dead people, is that good guys or bad guys?
Both.
Claire grinned.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, then if she gets on the road without injury...
She couldn't resist teasing him.
Do hangnails count?
If you were here, I'd turn an ice-cold super soaker on you, Mark growled.
Anyway,
she continued as if she hadn't interrupted herself.
Then I can call this a perfect success?
Sure can.
I'm so taking you out to dinner if I pull that off.
Awkward silence filled the space between employer and employee before Mark said,
I accept. It better be good.
I don't have your expense account, Mark. It'll be good, but cheap.
Claire swallowed rising panic as she realized she'd just crossed the line from joking to flirting with her boss.
God, please don't let him notice.
Excellent. I'll expect your report in time and place on my desk by tomorrow afternoon.
Her sigh as she clicked off the cell phone sent another wave of panic over her.
Get a grip, girl. He's just your boss, and he's being nice to the new girl who got all tripped up by her egomaniac cousin. Woman, and I can do it right. No excuses, no shifting the blame. I'm a woman, and confident is my name.
The track ended, and Claire punched playback for the 30th time since she'd arrived in Rockland. Deirdre and James had checked in right as she landed, assured her they made it to Deirdre's parents' house, and that closed the case as far as she was concerned. Mark's words shamed her a little.
I'm totally doing what Keith did, redefining stuff by how I want it to be. I can't do that. It was a success the moment she drove away, and the car didn't blow up or anything. A perfect success. How cool is that?
Still riding high on her recent accomplishment, and perhaps on the delight Mark showed when she'd suggested sushi, she steered her car toward Keith's apartment.
Gotta tell him,
she informed the steering wheel.
He's gonna be so proud of me. I did it.
Doubt crept in and cloaked her confidence before she shook it off again.
No, he won't feel like I'm rubbing it in. He'll get that it's my first success and that I need to share it with someone. Yeah.
Despite 2 more plays of confident woman and several more pep talks assuring herself that Keith wasn't going to feel like a bigger loser than ever if she told him about successfully closing a battery case.
Like that's even close to international espionage and theft.
Nerves attacked Claire as she crawled from the car.
Should have driven the Harley. That would have solved it for me right there. Always feel like I can do or be anything when I'm on that thing.
The elevator ride, she spent rehearsing how to tell the story without making it sound too braggy. As she strolled down his hall, she assumed a nonchalant air, waving at an elderly woman who clutched a purse like it would save her from all would-be attackers, or she'd save it. Claire wasn't quite sure which. Keith answered the door before she'd managed to knock twice.
Oh, hi. Hang on.
He dashed down the hall and gave the little old lady a muffin. Claire rolled her eyes as he jogged back.
Seriously? You're baking?
She's a nice old gal. Promised her a cupcake without frosting, so when I heard her close the door a bit ago.
You heard it?
She's very forceful for someone who looks so frail. It's like if it doesn't deafen her, the door can't possibly be shut.
Keith grinned at his own words and hugged her.
So glad to see you.
And you're way too enthusiastic. So either you're bored and lonely or hiding something. Which is it?
Though the questions burned in her mind, Claire forced herself not to ask. Instead, she cocked her head, stuck out her lower lip, and pouted.
So, you'll give a practical stranger a cupcake, but not me?
Come in, you goof.
To her surprise, the cupcake was delicious, and the kitchen did not look as if a bomb had exploded.
Did you clean up already?
Keith blushed.
Ha, I knew it. Okay.
She took a bite and moaned.
Oh, man, this is awesome.
Gluten-free, too. I'm experimenting with flowers.
Anyone listening to just that line, Claire teased, would begin to doubt your masculinity.
There's nothing feminine about men experimenting with flowers or flowers, but I get your point.
He grabbed a cupcake and poured himself a glass of milk. Want some?
No, thanks. Want to hear about my case?
She winced at his pained expression, but relaxed as he nodded.
Great, because I was going to have a hard time not telling you.
She waited until they'd settled on the couch before she started in on her story. From the moment she'd pulled up a few doors down, until the beefy football player had exited the multi-million-dollar home. Claire chronicled her case.
I still can't believe that someone living in that house with that kind of money got used as a punching bag on a regular basis. You'd think she could afford to get a bodyguard, but it just goes to show.
Keith waited for an awkward few seconds before he asked,
Goes to show what?
Well, that even people with money can be too scared to act.
And?
He added, nudging her knee with his foot.
And that violence isn't just a poverty issue. It happens in all social stratas. We like to play psychologist and prove our little theories, but I've known more out-of-control men with a six-figure income than I've known poverty-level brutes. I know they're in both places, but...
Right. It was so eye-opening to see her acting just like the videos we saw of people acting out real scenarios. Scary.
So, what happened after you got her out?
Claire relaxed.
He's genuinely interested. That's good. Maybe he'll get the bug again if I just keep talking.
With that thought, a whole new campaign began. She'd wage a one-woman war against the stupidity of Keith Auger and get him back on the job. Wouldn't Mark be impressed?
Well?
Oh, sorry. Thought of something I should mention to Mark. Anyway, we just went to a hotel.
The moment she said it, Claire couldn't stand it. She needed to make it more exciting than that, or Keith would hate the sound of it.
Did I tell you?
She added as a new idea came to her.
Mark said it was a perfect success. My first case, and a perfect success.
The genuine pride in Keith's eyes almost hid the pain he tried to mask.
That's awesome, Squirt. I'm proud of you.
Caught up in the excitement of seeing him soften just a bit, Claire began speaking without thinking.
I can't believe how easy it was. I mean, we just ate room service all day, watched movies, played with the baby, and I called Mark every night. Mark's really nice, you know?
Her eyes widened, but she didn't have a chance to qualify that statement before Keith jumped up from the couch and began pacing as he ranted at her stupidity.
What are you talking about? That is some seriously arrogant nonsense right there. If you make one right move with wrong information, your client is dead. You can have right info and choose the wrong way to use it. Again, dead. In what universe is that easy? How about Anastas? What he did to Erica. Almost did to you. Do you realize that once he was done using you to get to me, he'd have put you on a ship to some untraceable place and you'd have been put up for auction like a figurine? Do you have any idea what they'd have done to you?
Keith, I'm not saying...
That kind of arrogance,
Keith growled,
will get people dead. It's never easy. It's always a risk. Even with the supposedly simple cases, you can't know when someone is going to snap.
She knew better. It went against every plan she had for her visit, but Claire found herself yelling back at him, saying hurtful things that should have made her feel better, and didn't. Keith stood before her, arms folded over his chest, and let her rage at him. She wound up with a zinger that turned her stomach into a pit as it left her lips.
Just because you made a mistake.
Excuse me? Claire and Keith turned to see Erica standing in the doorway, eyes flashing.
Just who says it was his mistake? You're going on the assumption that Keith would only quit if he blew it. Well, it wasn't his mistake. It was the agency's mistake, and the client's. The client goofed. Keith didn't read her mind, and didn't cover the electrical outlets and put up the sharp, pointy things, so to speak. Karen was there, was the main one in charge at that point, if I read Keith's evasiveness right. So don't you dare come in here and lay the blame on him because he reminds you that getting too confident can get people killed.
Keith squeezed Claire's shoulder even as he passed to greet Erica.
She's right, even if she was a bit strong. I was too strong too. Just don't get overconfident, Squirt.
As Claire stood, seething, embarrassed, trying not to cry, she couldn't help but notice the change that came over Keith as he reached Erica's side and hugged her.
He's falling in love with her. She doesn't believe.
Her heart sank.
He's gonna get his heart broken. Look, I gotta go.
Keith started to protest, but Claire shook her head.
I just wanted to tell you about the assignment, and thanks.
She forced herself to meet both pairs of eyes.
You guys are right. I needed to hear it. Didn't want to,
she added hastily.
But yeah, I needed it. Couldn't believe Keith told her about the assignment. I mean, he doesn't do stuff like that.
Mark watched alarm spread over Claire's features as she realized she'd just tattled on her cousin.
It's okay,
he assured her. Against his better judgment, he covered her hand with his.
I always knew he'd never tell her anything that could compromise anything. For all he thinks of himself, Keith is a professional.
Their food arrived. They each enjoyed a few bites, even tried each other's choices. But a quiet came over her as she moved a piece of her chicken around the plate as if trying to sop up every ounce of sauce there.
He misses it,
she whispered.
I saw it when we talked. He totally misses it, and I don't know how to help him.
Keep talking like you did today.
Yeah, because getting him mad.
Mark cut her off.
No, that was genius, even if a bit accidental.
This time, Mark refused to touch her or even hold her gaze for too long.
She'll take it all wrong. Or worse, right? She's a kid, and I'm her boss. And it needs to stay friendly but professional.
So, there's this movie playing around the corner. The new action one with Tony Holt. Want to go if we get done here in time?
Something in her eyes, the hesitation in her voice, the way she chewed her lip instead of her food, something stopped his, I don't think that'd be a good idea, and turned it into,
that sounds fun. What time does it start? Professional tomorrow,
Mark promised himself.
Definitely tomorrow.
19. Eyes followed her across the store. Sarah Riggy felt them with each click of her heels on the tile that crisscrossed between departments and into the mall. As she exited, she dashed to one side and waited, half expecting to see Ernie step out looking for her. 2 men and a woman passed before she saw the man searching for her. His head didn't move, but from her position behind a giant sale sign, she could see his eyes darting about, searching. Her hand slipped into her purse and pulled out her phone. Long, manicured fingernails tapped the screen as she tried to call Ernie for help. It went to voicemail. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She frowned. Must be on the road. 15, 14, 13. As she counted down, Sarah slipped back into the store and headed for the dressing rooms. The man must have seen her because she caught a glimpse of his leather blazer in a mirror by the dressing room doors. Ernie, where are you? When no call or text came, Sarah swore. Stupid guy can't keep track of his phones. Well, he's gonna have to, or I'm done. I mean, it's not too much to ask to be able to call when you need your boyfriend's help. Cloistered in a dressing room at the back of the store, Sarah called every number Ernie had used in the past year, all 6 of them. What guy loses 6? No, wait, 7 phone numbers in less than a year? It's craziness. When the third attempt to leave found her stalker still perusing granny sweaters at the corner of the women's department, Sarah tried another tactic. She beckoned the attendant over to her and pointed. See that guy? He followed me out of the store and back in. I don't know who he is. Is he an employee? Does he work for the store? Do they think I stole something? Can you, get someone to come in here and search me or whatever because he's totally creeping me out? The attendant picked up a phone and dialed a 3-digit number. She relayed Sarah's message and listened. Sarah tapped her nails on the wall and peered around the corner to see if the guy had moved. His eyes met hers. Sarah shivered and ducked. He totally just glared at me, she hissed. I didn't do anything. The attendant pulled her back into the dressing area and murmured, Security is on the way.
They're going to escort you out of the mall and to your car while the mall police take him in for questioning. I saw him watching you too, just now. He's getting closer, so we're going to make sure you're safe."
As the woman's words registered, Sarah felt the blood drain from her face.
"No, you seriously don't know him? He's not one of your guys?" "No."
The woman gave yet another peek around the corner and grew rigid.
"That's it. Stay here. Lock yourself in a room if you feel threatened."
Sarah listened from the first dressing room as the attendant confronted the man.
"Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave this department. You are making our customers feel uncomfortable."
After that, the discussion grew heated but incomprehensible. Threats, that much was evident, flowed from both people as the man and woman argued. The moment security arrived, Sarah knew it. Voices escalated as they led the man away. The attendant appeared with a female security guard.
"This is Gail. She and one of the guys will walk you to your car."
A moment after she flung her arms around the woman, Sarah stepped back, embarrassed.
I feel silly. I mean, for all I know, he thought I was cute and wanted my number, but man, he creeped me out.
Gail shook her head as Sarah spoke.
"People do not become volatile when they don't get to ask a girl for her number. Something's off with him, and I think you are smart to come in like that." "My boyfriend is kind of overprotective. He's always imagining people out to get me, so he goes over these kinds of scenarios. I never thought it would actually happen."
They began walking to the side exit, Sarah flanked on each side by Gail and the other guard, a young and cute one, too. Gail didn't say anything for a moment and then asked, "So, is he like the jealous type, your boyfriend? Or is he just one of those safety nuts who will bubble wrap his kids?"
"Yeah, it's more like safety stuff. Guys flirt with me sometimes and it doesn't get him all worked up. He says they have good taste and thanks me for not dumping him for them, especially the ones that are the old fat guys who probably have a wife and 10 kids. You know, that's always funny. But even the cool ones that a lot of men would find intimidating, he's just like, 'I'm lucky you picked me.'"
Sounds like what my mom always called a keeper. Sarah smiled, and as she did, she could feel it was that slow smile that Ernie loved so much.
"I'll have to tell him. He'd like that. Yeah, Ernie's definitely a keeper."
At her car, the guy checked out the trunk and back seat before waving her on. "Have a great day." Gail nodded. "If you feel threatened at all, ever, call for security like you did, and if you're not here, go straight to the police."
"Like they won't think I'm nuts," Sarah muttered. "I'm just grateful that you didn't."
The woman walked away with a half smile, but before Sarah could back out of the parking space, a knock on the window made her jump. Gail motioned for her to lower the window. "I just wanted to say something. It doesn't matter if the police believe you. If you feel like you did today and are out and about, just go. It'll freak out whoever is bothering you, and that's all you need." Mark listened and thanked the caller. He slammed down the phone and called for Tyler. "I need you to get a message to Ernie." "Can't you call—" "Don't interrupt me. Just got a call from a contact in the Denver police. He says Sarah came in claiming that someone was following her. Turns out she called for mall security just an hour before that. He's got her going through mugshots to keep her occupied, but we've got to get her out of there. Ernie'll know how to convince her." Tyler's eyes grew wide. "Out of there as in—" "As in they're both headed for Witsec if I have any pull left anywhere." "I thought you said she has a big Italian family. More cousins than an orphanage were, I believe, your exact words." "Yeah, I didn't say it'd be easy, but it's that or she dies." Mark didn't allow himself to consider her refusal. It simply wasn't an option anymore. "Which is why we need Ernie's help. I want his recommendation in an hour." Okay, I'll get right on that." Mark waited until the kid got to the door before calling out again. "Tyler?" "Yeah?" "Don't get right on that. Get it done." The scared rabbit look that bounded across Tyler's face told him he'd made his point. Mark's hand hovered over the phone again. To call or not? The wrong answer would kill any chance he had of convincing Keith to help with extraction. He reached once more, against his better instincts, and snatched back his hand again.
Patience. If nothing else, he'll hear your desperation when you say you haven't heard from Ernie yet. That'll make him run.
The analysts were researching the threat risks to no less than 4 potential clients, one of whom didn't know he was a client.
I need Keith for that case, too. The one case he can't take, even if he came back today.
Mark clenched his jaw and fought the rising temptation to break something.
Admiral Stang. I've got to meet with him. He knows what kind of people I'm looking for.
His hand hovered over the phone receiver again, but he pulled out his cell phone instead. The call went to voicemail. Mark listened to the recording and left his usual cryptic message.
Call your brother. He's in trouble.
Tyler stepped in the door and pointed to Mark's phone.
Ernie on line 2 and Erica Pulowski on line 1. How'd she get this number?
Mark glared at the phone as if it would, if it could, answer him.
It was rerouted twice. She informed me that it's been a 10-minute process and she's working, so please hurry.
Mark laughed as he picked up the phone and aimed his index finger at the one.
She didn't say please, and we both know it.
Well... He punched the number and grinned as he said,
Erica, so nice to hear from you.
If the string of profanity that began and cut off almost as quickly were any indication, Erica had been spending quite a bit of time with Keith lately.
The whatever is going on over there. Keith is lost, confused, doubting himself, even his faith. Don't you have ways to fix this kind of thing?
Despite knowing the answer, Mark was forced to ask the question.
Do you think he's a danger to himself or anyone else?
Of course not, you idiot. Come on, this is Keith here.
And Keith Auger is a man who takes his faith more seriously than anyone I've ever met. If he's doubting at all, then I have to assume he's in a bad enough place to act out of character. I can't risk him or anyone else just because I think I know him. Do I have to remind you of Corey?
Silence. If her low growl and what he thought might be a pen clicking could be called silence, hovered between the 2 miles of airspace.
Okay, fine. I just don't know what to do with him. He took a job as a security guard. A security guard, Mark.
Of course, Mark knew that. He'd been instrumental in ensuring that Keith was hired instead of rejected as overqualified and likely to quit when something better came along. He just hoped Keith didn't think of that.
It'll be good for him. Decompression. We've had an intense 6 months around here. Keith needs that. I worked him too hard.
Do you think he'll come back?
Knowing it would irritate her, Mark answered her question with a question.
Do you?
I don't even know. The day he told me, I would have given it a week, 2 at most, but now...
The catch in her voice, that he hadn't expected.
We're keeping an eye on him. We have to make sure he isn't a target, for one thing.
Target?
Mark kicked himself for being so careless.
It goes to show you're too emotionally invested. You can't afford those mistakes.
He cleared his throat before trying to reassure her.
Any time an agent comes face to face with the threat or disarms, disables, or harms that threat, we have to assume there may be repercussions. We're watching the situation closely. If there's even a whisper of anything, we'll get him out. Fast.
Something in what he'd said calmed her. He heard a slow exhale and a sigh.
Sorry, you're right. You've known him a lot longer than I have. You care about him too. I overreacted.
No, you came to me with a concern. It weighs into every decision we make. I appreciate it.
Though stepping over boundaries Mark rarely crossed, he heard himself add,
You're good for him, Erica. I'm glad you're there for him. Keith cares about you a lot more than he realizes, and when he does, I hope you are ready for the fallout.
Fallout?
He's a man of faith. You rejected. It's going to be emotional carnage for him.
With that, Mark said goodbye and disconnected the call. The moment Mark's voice came on the line, Ernie began the tirade he'd rehearsed while being on hold for the past 10 minutes.
What is going on over there? This used to be an efficient organization. Now it's like you're running a clubhouse for junior agent wannabes. Calm. Don't you dare tell me to calm down. That little snot, Tyler, said you need to talk to me about Sarah. I told you, keep Sarah out of this. We can't, Ernie. She's being targeted. Mark waited a moment before adding, we need your help. My help? This is what you're there for. I'm just a displaced mole. Without regard for the fact that he was talking to his boss, Ernie cussed Mark out thoroughly. After a long pause, Mark continued as if Ernie hadn't just asked to be fired and set adrift with no help at all. We have to convince Sarah to go into WITSEC with you. His heart sank. She'd never do it. She'd never leave her family, and the government wasn't going to relocate and assign 50 people just for his testimony against the Casimirs. He knew his value, and while high, it wasn't millions of dollars high. Not when he could technically be indicted with the rest of them. The cost of breaking the law to help it. What? The confusion in Mark's voice changed to sympathy. Sorry, Ernie. If I could avoid it, I would. But if we don't convince her, we're going to have to do an involuntary extraction. She's looking at mugshots now, but they can't keep her there forever. I'll call her. She'll be upset. I'll tell her to stay there until I get there. She will. I'll just take my time getting there, obviously. You can't go back to Denver, Ernie. I don't have a... Too many years with the Casimirs meant that he had a fine repertoire of epithets that he used freely, and in semi-alphabetical order, with a finesse that would have made Jenk proud. Choice. I've got to get her out of there, and she's not coming if I'm not there. Mark's sigh meant he'd won, something that both thrilled and terrified him. Him winning meant danger was the only option, and in Ernie's opinion, danger should never be an option for a tech guy. Where do I go? He whined, hating himself for sounding like a petulant teenager. Claire can take you to the airport. We're going to have Brian fly you in. Marty's busy, and we'll get you in through the yard instead of the front. That'll minimize risk, but we have to assume they'll have plants on the Denver force. They'll be giving you a Middle Eastern look. Goatee, business suit, nerdy glasses. No, I did nerdy glasses in February. It's too recent. They'll recognize it. Give me one of those turban things instead. I'll wear contacts and have a full beard and mustache. The pause on Mark's end meant that pulling together the look would be harder than he'd thought. Ernie paced the room, guzzling down the last of his beer and inhaling a cold slice of pizza in case his next meal was a long time coming. In the helo, it'd be 5 hours or more before they touched down in Denver. Okay, we've got that in the works. Just get to the airport with Claire. The jet's at Brunswick. Make sure she knows that. Jet? Yeah, Mark said a bit absently. Sorry. The focus was back, and he continued. A helo is too slow. Keeping her there for 2 or 3 hours is one thing. Keeping her there for 5 or 6 is impossible. They can't hold her, and they can't let her go. So call and get it set up. Tell her to stay put, but that you're in traffic that's completely shutting down I-80. Don't need to. She thinks I had a conference this week, so flying in makes sense. I'll tell her I board in a few, and I'll be there in a couple of hours. The relief in Mark's voice unnerved Ernie more than he cared to consider. Got it. It galled him to do it, but Ernie heard himself add, Thanks, Mark. No, Ernie, thank you. What you've done for the agency is invaluable. I can't and won't forget it. What you've done for this country is remarkable. This shouldn't have happened. I'm sorry. His phone went dead. Ernie punched in Sarah's number and waited impatiently for her to answer. She didn't. Alarm filled him, and he turned panicked eyes toward the door as Claire rushed in. She's not answering.
She's in the police station. Leave a message. We'll destroy that phone in 5 minutes.
Once more, he dialed the number and waited. She picked up first ring.
Hey, babe,
he murmured as he gave Claire a thumbs up.
Ernie, man, where the...
off she went on a long, rambling tirade about her recent and unnerving experiences.
So creepy. Just standing out there looking at women's clothes, picking at them. I swear he fingered more bras and panties than a guy with a serious underwear fetish.
Good one. So, the mall cops got him?
Yeah, they walked me out to my car and everything. The woman was great, told me I wasn't paranoid or anything. Said if I felt even a little bothered, ever, just to go to the police. They might think I'm nuts, but it'll scare off the dude. Pretty smart, except for one thing.
He knew the answer before he asked, but Ernie knew she was waiting for his question.
What's that?
I can't leave. I don't know if he's watching or what. How'd he get out so fast?
Dunno. Might not have had any evidence to hold him, or he could be some kind of ambassador's son with diplomatic immunity and great taste in women.
Seriously, Ernie, if you were here, I'd kiss and kick you at the same time. I don't know what to do. I've been sitting here with this stupid iPad staring at face after face, and I can't find anyone who looks right.
The hesitation at the end of her declaration brought a smile to his lips.
And yet they all do too, right?
Yes, the cops here don't get that.
They do, but if they tell you that, you'll just give up. So they keep you going in case you actually do see him and recognize him. It keeps you there. Safer, and it might help nab the guy, too.
He waited for her to comment, but all he heard was a sniffle.
Look, babe, I'm about to board my plane. I'll be back in just about 2 hours. What station are you at? I'll drive straight there. Don't leave, okay? You'll feel better, and if there is some jerk out there trying to put a move on my girl, I want to be with you when he tries it. Jerk.
You already said that, but thanks. Okay, hold on.
Her muffled voice sounded pleading to him, but when she came back, Sarah said,
I told them that my boyfriend is coming and I'm not leaving until you get here. They didn't seem to like it, but I think they're playing head games with me. I'll be waiting.
Just before he rang off, Ernie remembered the costume.
Look, I had to do a funky skit with a few guys and I'm dressed all weird, so don't freak out when I arrive looking crazy. And don't tell anyone. I want to see their faces when they see your foreign boyfriend show up when they're expecting a computer nerd from the city.
Okay.
Well, I can go home and change first, he offered, knowing she'd never take it.
No, it's fine. I'm good. Just get here, please.
He kept his emotions and his relationship very separate from work. None of the Casimirs, or those from the agency, had ever heard him interact with her, and he liked it that way. But with Claire standing there, pointing to the door with a "let's get out of here" expression, he paused, murmured a few well-chosen promises, and ended the call with,
It's going to be okay. I'm on my way. I love you, Sarah.
20. Yawning, Keith stepped from the golf cart masquerading as a cop car for the Rockland Bank and Trust parking garage.
All clear. Shocker.
His instincts, too sharp for the job of making sure kids weren't making out or doing drugs in the garage after hours, made every slight rustle send his nerves into overdrive.
Get a grip, Auger. Third night on the job. You should have adapted by now.
He swiped his card key into the slot and typed his access code into the keypad. The door light glowed green. After a glance around him, he opened it and stepped inside, pulling it tight behind him. Next up, interior rounds. All doors secure. All key panels fine. Time for another hour of monitor surfing. Though he'd been warned that staring at the screens non-stop meant he'd soon burn the bank image in his mind and have a hard time seeing if something did change, Keith had spent his first 2 nights doing just that. When kids snuck in for a make-out session the previous evening, he'd missed the movement until, by the time he saw them on the screen and arrived at the scene, he was more embarrassed by what he found than they were. This time, he pulled out a book Erica had recommended and looked up at the end of each page. 15 pages in, he saw a shadow. As he watched the screen, hand ready to push his chair away from the desk, Keith's senses went on high alert.
Can't tell.
Blank screens stared back at him. With the book lying face open on the desk, he bolted from the room.
No need to get fired before I begin just because I'm too lazy to check. That used to be a great way to get someone killed.
The words sent a pang to his heart.
Lord,
He choked, praying. He'd found it hard to do that anymore. The screen had been from the top floor of the garage, but he swept each level as well. Nothing but a black bag bouncing across the empty structure on the second-to-last level could explain what he thought he'd seen.
That's worse than a full-on tactical pursuit of a raccoon.
That thought brought a smile to his lips.
Erica will get a kick out of that.
While out, he took the cart around the perimeter to check every inch of the premises. That had been his first change. The employee's manual had laid out his hourly rounds, like clockwork. Keith chose to take that to mean, do 8 rounds in your 8-hour shift. He did 12, sometimes back to back.
If anyone was watching, they'd easily learn the guards' patterns. That's crazy.
Assured of the all clear, and after confiscating 2 more black bags to prevent another plastic shadow chase, Keith surveyed the area, scanned his card, and entered the building once more. He was eager to return to the fantasy world of goblins and the mortals who fought them.
Seems like the story of my life. Wonder if that's why she recommended it.
As Keith opened the door to the screen room, something sent his senses on high alert. The familiar tingle at the back of his neck prompted him to reach for his gun and prepare to take aim before he even fully pushed open the door. A head peeked above the chair where he'd been sitting. His book had vanished.
Hands in the air and turn around, slowly,
he ordered. 2 hands appeared over the head, one holding his book.
Bet he lost my place, jerk.
The chair turned, and Keith lowered his gun.
Mark.
Mark jumped up and gave Keith a hug.
You almost caught me when you exited the building. Couldn't believe my luck.
My failure, again.
Don't start with me. I'll pound you for that kind of nonsense, but we both know you could crush me in seconds.
Keith relaxed a little, holstered his gun, and crossed his arms over his chest.
Not seconds. You're a force to be reckoned with in your own right, but yeah, I'd crush you if I had to.
He leaned against the door.
Why are you here?
Before Mark could reply, understanding dawned.
Oh, Ernie. Not doing it, Mark. I have a job. Responsibilities. Need to make some bucks to be able to take my girl out now and then. Your girl.
Mark sat in Keith's chair and templed his fingers under his chin.
I didn't realize she'd gotten religious.
Hesitation probably told Mark more than his words did, but Keith considered the impact of them before replying.
She didn't. Oh, Keith. Don't, Mark.
He growled.
I don't want to talk about it. Tell Ernie that Brian is perfectly... It's not just Ernie, but he does need you. I'll get to that in a minute.
Mark sat silent as Keith processed the information. As much as he fought it, Keith finally nodded for Mark to continue.
We got news from Shin Kim. The guy responsible for getting Lucy dead. Glad to hear you finally admitted that guy wasn't you.
Mark interjected before answering.
Yeah, he says you will be a target. We saw no evidence of tracking or surveillance, but then we looked at prior NK ops and we think it's a pattern. They put it on a 1 to 6 month delay so that it might miss radars.
So I'm in or will be in the sights? Great. The ingratitude of his words kicked him.
Sorry. Thank you. Really, I need to be aware. It's just so frustrating to have it hanging over me after leaving the agency. I want that far behind me.
The 2 men didn't speak, didn't move, just watched each other with the familiarity that comes with knowing someone well. Mark broke the silence first.
You know what I'm going to say.
Keith nodded.
I do. I have to say it, though. You'll never have the agency far from you. It's a part of you, even if it's hard for you to accept that right now.
Mark stood.
We want you back. This kind of tedium will only drive you further into yourself. You thrive on helping people, saving lives, I know," he added as Keith muttered his own thoughts on that topic. "I know you see yourself as having failed to do that, but you didn't have a chance, okay? It wasn't your phone. She did know better. She was an intelligent woman who got herself to safety in the first place. It was just one of those routine bits of humanity that no one can prevent. We're humans, not robots or computers who can be programmed, and that's what makes us strong. A computer would have assessed the threat level there at nearly non-existent and wouldn't have sent you in the first place. That likely would have gotten Karen killed too. Do you get that?"
With those words, Mark nudged Keith out of the way and opened the door. Just as it swung closed behind him, he added,
"If we see anything at all, we'll be in touch."
Keith caught the door with his hand.
"I'd say keep in touch anyway, but..." "I know," Mark admitted. "It's not safe for the agency or you, but it means a lot to me that you said it. You're missed."
He made it 3 steps down the hall before turning around again.
"Oh, and Claire's doing great. She's built some serious muscles which raised her skill level to full agent. We're not putting her on tough cases yet, but she's got the potential to be better than Karen in a year or two. Her instincts are becoming killer."
Left alone, Keith sank to the chair and put his hands behind his head, grinning in spite of himself.
"That's my girl."
They sat, their backs to a tree in a park near Erica's house. Keith laced his fingers with hers and relished the feeling of connectedness. With eyes closed, he fought for the strength to tell her the bad news. Erica spoke first.
"What's wrong?"
"How?"
"You're crazy quiet. You hugged me like you thought I'd died or something, and I can feel the tension in your fingers."
Instinctively, he relaxed his hand.
"Don't. I like the pressure, but I don't think I'll like the cause."
Erica inched closer. Keith felt his eyes searching her face for answers, but he didn't open his. Once more, Erica nudged him, this time physically, and said,
"Come on, you have to go to work soon. This night job stuff is going to make having a boyfriend tough."
All doubt fled at those words. He jumped up and pulled Erica up with him. He held her close to steady her, his emotions anything but steady.
"Let's go to my apartment."
"Keith?"
"No, not that," he protested. "Don't tempt a guy."
"Glad to know it's a temptation, though."
Her eyes met his as he released all but her hand.
"Sometimes I wonder."
"Just because I exercise self-control doesn't mean it comes easy. Sometimes, though,"
he admitted in a raspy whisper,
"I wonder if it's worth it."
She stopped mid-stride and dragged her foot back again.
"What are you talking about? You've got to be kidding me."
"What?"
"You're seriously ready to toss aside everything you believe because some idiot girl acted instinctively and got herself shot?"
Head snapped, but same difference.
He felt it, the stiffening that came with the knowledge that assassinations can be up close and personal. Erica's thumb traced the tense muscles at his jawline as she processed his words.
"You've got to be a jerk more often or something."
"What?"
Her lips brushed his cheek before she urged him onward.
"It's just that seeing you vulnerable like this is making me soft. I'm gonna fall in love with you or something."
Again she stiffened.
"Oh, no. Oh, God. How could you let me say that out loud? No."
Keith snickered.
"I like how you covered up the flippant use of God. Good one."
"You did not hear me say that."
"What?"
"That I... Oh, yeah. What?"
She whistled a few unrecognizable bars.
"So, why are we going to your place?"
A glance around him showed no sign of anyone who could possibly overhear.
"Just want to talk where it's private."
"How much? Oh, no. If you tell me Helen's back or that someone from whatever that thing was again, I'll kill you. Well, her. Might as well keep you around."
Her nearness, her camaraderie, her support. Keith had tried to keep his feelings in check, but at that moment he no longer saw a reason for it. He released her hand and slipped his arm around her waist, all the way to his car. As he opened the door, Erica placed her hand on his chest.
When I first saw this car, I just saw a bit of the wood and thought, no way, I can't believe he drives a PT Cruiser. Then I saw the whole thing. This is awesome. It's weird how it totally fits you and yet doesn't.
She slid into the seat and ran her hand along the dashboard.
What year is it again?
39. Packard, if that matters.
As he shut the door behind her, Keith grinned.
She's been thinking of it, which means me. I can tell. That's awesome. Lord.
His thoughts came to an abrupt halt. His mind sat at a crossroads, the engine of his heart idling as he considered continuing straight through the path that he'd traveled since a teen, or veering left just slightly, left toward Erica and everything a relationship with her could mean. He could almost hear the blinking of a turn signal as he inched the steering wheel to the left and accelerated down a road he'd never traveled. Erica wandered around his apartment, still unsettled by the change that had come over Keith. Unlike the quiet confidence he usually exuded, Keith now had almost a cocky, devil-may-care air about him. She remained torn between the excitement of a man who could manage that kind of quiet cockiness in a way that most men couldn't, and disappointed to realize just how fragile even the strongest man could be under the right, or wrong, as it were, circumstances.
It's amazing how much you can learn about a person by the places they choose to live,
she mused aloud.
So what does my apartment tell you about me?
He stepped up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist and resting his chin on her shoulder. Erica willed herself to relax in his arms.
He'll take it as proof of further failure if you react all wrong.
When he kissed her cheek, she decided she'd succeeded.
Well, it's sparse. Not deliberately so, as if you don't care about it, so you don't bother to make it a home. It's more like you're just not here enough to add many personal touches, but the ones you have are deeply personal.
I don't get it. There's not a single picture here. I couldn't risk it. What could be more deeply personal than that?
A corkboard near the kitchen entry made an excellent example.
Look at that. You save mementos of where you go and what you do. Warrior ticket stubs, concert ticket stubs, postcards, that friendship bracelet.
Erica grinned at him.
Some client's kid made that for you, didn't she?
Keith nodded and corrected her.
Yeah. His little sister made them constantly. Angry little guy, but I got through to him somehow. No clue how. And he figured out how to do it. Made that for me as an apology.
A closer look brought a huge grin to her face.
That's Donald, isn't it?
As he unpinned the program from an improv night from the board, Keith grinned.
I found out about this just 12 hours before he went on. Almost didn't make it.
He pointed to a name.
That's him there.
Daniel?
He thought he should change his name for public appearances, just in case. He figured Daniel might sound like Donald to an old guy's hearing, so he wouldn't ignore it if someone called it out. Called it his stage name.
The program was good for a nightclub in St. Louis.
Was he good?
Fabulous. Got the only standing ovation and encore of the night.
Pride exuded from Keith as he spoke, but Erica read something else in him, something that hurt.
He never knew you came, did he?
Once I thought he recognized me. I was ready to bolt. But I was wrong, I guess. He didn't even try to come out from backstage after his set.
An overwhelming certainty washed over her. Ignoring the warning bells that blasted her heart and conscience, Erica pulled Keith's arms around her and held his face in her hands. As soon as his eyes met hers and held, she murmured,
He saw you. I know it. He respected you enough to know that he couldn't acknowledge it without the potential for putting you both at risk, tiny as that potential might have been.
You think?
There it was again, that heart-rending vulnerability that did crazy things to her emotions.
I know.
Her fingers traveled up and down his arms before encircling his neck. Though not the free spirit her friend Yvonne was, Erica had never had any qualms about physical relationships with men who weren't casual acquaintances. Keith definitely felt like much more than a casual acquaintance, yet she hesitated. Something in the way he responded to her told Erica that he'd moved past his Victorian morals, and something about that also disappointed her, warned her to wait. The hungry look in his eyes told her she held the keys to wherever she wanted them to go. That kind of power was heady, intoxicating. She almost convinced herself that he needed to see that if his God really created everything and called it good, then he should embrace it. Embrace all of it.
Meaning me, of course. But is it right? Is it like sleeping with a guy who's definitely on rebound?
That thought sobered her. Being a guy's rebound had always horrified her, but being a rebound after his God? Unthinkable.
We've never made out. Nothing more than a few kisses. Small steps. Enjoy the ride. It'll be good for him, too. No morning after regrets.
His eyes searched her face, trying to read her thoughts.
What?
You're one hot guy, you know that?
Erica's stomach flopped for more reason than one when he murmured,
Prove it.
21. Sarah's eyes bugged, despite her best efforts to act nonchalant, as Ernie hurried into the interrogation room wearing a turban and beard.
Is he nuts? What the heck was he thinking?
Baby? A man and woman stepped into the room behind him and shut the door. Their hands settled on their hips near holsters.
Ernie?
His eyes traveled to the door, and something in his expression sent the pair out of the room, but Sarah knew they had to be on the other side of the door.
What's going on?
I lied to you. Fury and respect filled her in undulating waves. As far as she knew, he'd lied to her 3 times and confessed immediately each time. As much as she hated it, especially when trapped in a police station, his humility and honesty impressed her. Daddy would never admit it if he lied. He'd blame me for making him sanitize the truth because I am too emotional to handle the raw facts. Still, making it too easy on him wouldn't be good either. A man had to know that he couldn't just get away with everything by throwing out a sorry. That thought struck her as odd until she realized why.
Well, you could begin with apologizing. Telling me you did it isn't an apology.
Ernie reached for her and jerked his hand back. The movement hurt, but for reasons Sarah couldn't explain.
I should also tell you that I'm not sorry I lied. I apologize for putting both of us in a position where I had to lie, though. For that, I'm truly sorry.
You're sounding all cryptic. What is going on?
Against her better judgment, she ran her fingers over the close-cut beard on his face.
Did you actually grow this?
No, totally a disguise.
For your skit at the conference.
She frowned.
Was that a lie? You really weren't at a conference?
Pain filled his eyes as he spoke.
No, I wasn't.
The way he refused to meet her eyes for a moment, the way he hesitated to explain himself, it all crashed into her and churned her stomach.
Oh my!
She gasped before God could escape her lips.
You work for the cops, don't you? Like an undercover cop or something.
Not quite.
He pulled out a chair for her and gently pushed her down into it before grabbing the other chair for himself. As he sat before her, his fingers reached for her hands, twice, before she grabbed his and held on.
What?
I work for a private security company. Most of what we do is protection detail for people who don't trust the government or who don't know they need protection or can't afford it.
The fleeting feelings of impression faded as skepticism overshadowed it.
Why wouldn't they just go to the cops?
Well, because of their situations. He seemed to think for a moment before nodding to himself. Okay, like for example, what if you were a spoiled little rich girl who showed up at a station and said you overheard your father's employees plotting to kidnap you? What do you think would happen?
As a cop, I'd want to know what your father thought about it.
She winced at the look on Ernie's face.
Is that wrong?
No, it's perfect. Now, what would you do if the girl flipped out when you mentioned talking to her father about his employees?
I'd get suspicious. Like she's just looking for... Oh, I get it. What if she's not rich, though?
We help anyway. We have people everywhere watching and listening, ready to help if someone needs it. We make a way for them to find us, either by interrupting a bad decision or facilitating a good one. But a tiny branch of what we do is private espionage into organized crime, since that's where a lot of our work comes from.
The minute he said organized crime, Sarah knew what he'd say.
And you do that, all the computer stuff. You just hack into their systems or something?
Though she hated that he'd lied, Sarah couldn't help but be impressed and a bit proud of his skills.
Not exactly, but I do that too. I've been undercover for 6 years.
6? Before you even knew me?
A new thought sent her stomach churning and her anger level above the boiling point.
I'm just a means to an end, aren't I? You just wanted me because you thought Uncle Vinny was one of those Uncle Vinnies.
She pushed the chair back and stood, but Ernie shook his head.
I kept you separate from my work for a reason. First, to keep you safe. Second, because my job requires me to lie.
I didn't want to have to lie to you any more than necessary, but I did it
if I thought it'd keep you safe. Like today.
A million questions flooded her. Sarah sat back down, crossed her arms, and gave him her best, "Don't mess with me" expression.
Spill it.
Ever heard of the Casimirs?
She felt her eyes widen as her heart raced at the name.
No, he can't be. No.
I see you have. Who hasn't, right? Look, I was their IT guy. Did a great job, if I do say so myself. I got the best leader they've ever had jailed a few months ago. The new guy is good, but not that good. But someone wants my job or something because suddenly I found keystroke software on my computer. I had protocols set up to alert me if anything was done in my absence. Obviously, there was.
They're after you.
Ernie nodded.
And they won't stop until I'm dead. I nearly died 6 times this week, so when they couldn't track me anymore, they found you.
Sarah's throat decided to mimic the Sahara.
That guy in the mall.
Would have taken you, done things I don't want to think about to you, and videotaped it until I turned myself over to them to save you. Then we both would have died.
She choked, swallowed, and choked again before downing the little water left in the bottle on the table. Ernie jumped up and opened the door.
We need another bottle of water in here, maybe 2. You okay?
The guy asked as the girl rushed off to procure liquid refreshment.
We're good. Give us another 10.
The moment the door closed, Sarah pounced.
Just exactly what does this mean? They're after you, and me now. So what happens? How do someone capture them?
That's the agency's job.
Your CIA?
Ernie laughed.
Not hardly. We're not government. Look, my job is to get you to come with me, at least until we know you're safe. Just until we know you're safe.
He sighed.
I'd never ask you to do this unless I thought it was essential. With you gone, they'll focus on finding us rather than looking for someone else to get to. If you don't come, they'll fight until they get you. Then they'll go after everyone you love if they think it'll lead them to me. I've got enough incriminating information to put them away for good, maybe to cripple the organization.
With that kind of information, you can go into witness protection, right? Oh,
Tears filled her eyes.
You're doing that, aren't you?
She thought he'd cry too. Sarah watched his Adam's apple bob as he swallowed twice before whispering, "Eventually, I'll have to, but not until you're safe, unless—"
Unless what?
Before he could answer, the answer manifested itself and choked her.
Oh.
She watched him, wary of every move he made. Occasionally, her eyes flitted to Claire or Brian, but mostly they remained focused on him, as if he would reveal some secret that would make the whole thing make sense. Ernie tried to offer a reassuring smile now and then, but even as the car zipped through the winding country roads of McDonald County, Missouri, he knew they'd never convince her to leave her family.
Keith could do it, I bet. If I ever get my hands on him, never gonna forgive this.
His hand tightened around hers.
Slow down after this curve until we're well past Lanigan. Cops around here use this section as a speed trap. We don't need anyone asking questions about where we're going.
Ernie listened as Brian coached Claire through the little town and past the danger zone.
You're doing good, Claire. It's obvious that you're related to Keith, but you've got something else. Unique to you, I mean. It's reassuring.
Though it sounded as if he spoke to instill confidence in Claire, the words were for Sarah. He hoped that she'd pick up on the fact that Keith was the best and Claire had potential to be almost as good. And Ernie hoped Sarah might take comfort in the fact that the agent doing good happened to be a woman.
Just get that, will you? Please?
Despite his internal plea, Ernie wasn't convinced.
If we have any mishaps before we get to the place, she won't find it very reassuring, even though they would probably get us out.
That probably drove him insane.
Mark should have told me not to pursue the relationship. His overconfidence in me and in our ability to protect her is going to get her killed, or at best, hurt. So, why are we out here in Booney Land again? Aren't there enough half-there roads in Colorado for us to bounce over?
Ernie met Claire's eyes in the rearview mirror, and he blinked, slowly. Claire caught the message and answered,
That's what they expect. People usually hide in places they know, either close to home or close to family. This was one of the few areas of the country where you don't have family close. Well, not that close. St. Louis and OK City aren't super close. Yeah, Uncle D is kind of a nut job, conspiracist type. He's a good guy and all,
she added quickly, misreading the silence in the car.
But he's always seeing things that aren't really there.
Another mile passed before Ernie heard her whisper,
Unless they are.
A road, half-dirt lane was more like it, led off the main highway, again if you could call it that, and up a steep incline. He winked at Sarah in an attempt to keep her mind off why they were there.
Wouldn't want to have to make it up this thing in December.
This is like the South. Do you think they even have snow up here?
Guarantee it. It's southern Midwest more than the South itself.
My friend in high school moved from around here somewhere. More east, I think, Claire said. Anyway, I've seen pictures. There's a town around here somewhere that has this cool bluff hanging over the highway. Water drips over it all year. In winter, it becomes this giant icicle. Totally cool.
Who knew? Sarah murmured. I've been trying to get out of the whole frozen zone for the past 10 years, but first it was my parents, then it was Ernie. Everyone keeps tying me to the Mile High. Claire's forehead furrowed. Ernie decided to help her out of her confusion.
Denver, Mile High City. She's just being her usual clever self.
He had no real experience demonstrating his affection in front of people he knew. Most of their group dates were with Sarah's friends, but seeing a hint of relaxation in Sarah, Ernie couldn't resist. He pulled her close and kissed her cheek, murmuring,
If we didn't have an audience.
It worked. Sarah swooned.
He sure knows how to get to me. But really, am I crazy? Look at this guy. He's What is that?
Ernie felt her tremble as a helicopter came over the back of the trees at the top of the hill.
It's probably Mark.
No, they found us. You, me, us.
Sarah trembled uncontrollably as she balled herself into the corner of the back seat, covering her head with her hands.
We're so gonna die.
Just got a message from Mark, Brian assured her. It's him. He's got to be let down at the road back there. Impossible to see with all this tree cover, which is the point, of course. There's hardly a clearing for the house. He kept thinking he'd end up on the roof, said something about not being Santa Claus.
Ernie unbuckled his seatbelt and scooted closer before unbuckling her, too. He pulled Sarah into his arms and held her.
It's going to be okay. This is what these people do. They're great at it. If someone gets to you through them, then it's a miracle.
So, who is this Mark, and why is he coming?
The words rattled out between fear-induced, chattering teeth.
He's the boss.
Sarah kissed him, one of those kisses that always left him aching for more. He cradled her face and murmured,
Just what was that for? Not that I'm complaining or anything.
Because I have a feeling I'm not going to like what this Mark has to say. I figured I'd better get one in before I slap you silly.
If you only knew how true that is,
Ernie mused as he led her from the car to the house. 22. Erica's book club meant that Keith had several hours to kill before he had to clock in.
Clock in? How weird that sounds. Clock in. I haven't done that since high school.
As much as he pretended not to, he'd spent the entire day planning what he'd do at 6 o'clock. His car pulled up in front of the Pulowski family home at exactly 5:59. He stared at the outside, wondering if it looked as homey and comforting to Erica as it did to him.
It's got that something you find in older homes that have been occupied by the same family for decades. I love it.
Tom Pulowski opened the door at the first knock.
You came. I said I would. You said you'd try. Tammy said it might mean you didn't really want to, so you'd have an out.
He called into the house.
Another sane one. If he said try, it's because he meant it.
That's great. I'm off to get the ice cream you forgot. Be back in a few. Listen for the oven timer or the brownies will burn.
Tom swung the door wider and beckoned for Keith to enter.
Come on in and don't let me forget. She takes things like that personally, letting the food burn. Like I'd ruin good food on purpose or something. I think it's more of the idea that you don't care enough about her hard work to make it a priority for you,
Keith suggested. It worked. Tom nodded slowly as he considered Keith's explanation.
It's still crazy. If I didn't care about what she does, then I'd kick her out. But it makes more sense than the idea that I'd let good food go to waste on purpose.
Keith snickered and accepted a spot on the couch opposite Tom's unique chair.
Everything going well for you these days?
He began, trying to work up the nerve to ask a man he hardly knew for an opinion that would be rooted in nothing but logic. No scripture, no compassion, no emotion, just logic.
I hardly think you came here to hear how my work and life is going. What's wrong? Two can play at that game, I guess. You know the gist of my previous job, right? I know you protected people for a living. Erica won't say what agency you work for, but since you helped her, I'm assuming FBI.
For the first time in his experience, when Keith did not confirm or deny it, someone accepted it as proof that they were wrong. Tom Pulowski sat back, folded his hands in his lap, and crossed one ankle over his knee, as if settling into a long counseling session, something Tom Pulowski wouldn't be caught dead in.
You're not FBI. Okay, whatever. If you wanted me to know your job, you'd tell me. So, what about this former job did you want to talk about?
He'd never experienced anything like this man's need to avoid the chit-chat of casual conversation and dive into the meat of what someone needed to discuss.
I quit. That's the general assumption when one says former job. So stop stating the obvious and get his input.
Keith tried twice before he realized how he could explain himself.
And I got this new job. I hate it. I don't want to admit it, especially to Erica, but I do. I'm used to making a difference in people's lives. Now I run from boogeymen dressed up as shopping bags from the grocery store.
Dressed in, you mean? Keith sighed.
Nope. There's nothing happening all night. I was sure I'd like it after I got used to it, but it gets worse every day.
And why don't you want to tell Erica this? Admitting why sounded petty, but Keith forced himself to say the words that would make him look like an idiot.
Because she told me I'd be miserable. She didn't think I should take it, even though it was initially her idea to try security work. Now I'm just going to look like an idiot.
So what? You think a woman wouldn't love hearing she's right? They live for that stuff. He jumped up and went to check the kitchen timer before returning to his seat. Still have 15 minutes. Phew.
Pride.
Keith sighed.
It always comes back to that for me. I hate pride, and I've got more than enough for a battalion of pride-armed soldiers.
If he had expected laughter, Keith would have been disappointed, but Erica had warned him that her father rarely laughed. Instead, Tom gave a short lecture on the virtues and evils of pride and how to avoid being controlled by it. He finished with the satisfied smile of a man who thinks he's solved the world's problems in less than 2 minutes. When Keith didn't respond at all, Tom nodded. Not the solution you wanted. Okay, so what next? The prideful ex-protector needs something from me. What is it?
Erica thinks I was wrong to quit my job.
You probably were. When Keith didn't respond yet again, Tom sighed. Look, if you came to hear what you wanted to hear, you should probably go home. I don't play those games.
Strange how talking to a guy with no emotional response brings out the emotions in me. I want to blast him for being so insensitive, but he's not. That's the oddest thing of all. He really does want to help. How's that for making sense?
When Tom called his name, twice, Keith snapped to attention.
I know you will find it hard to believe me, but I came to you because you would speak straight. Erica is emotionally invested in my job. You aren't.
Why'd you leave?
Look, some of the questions you ask me might be ones I can't answer,
Keith warned by way of preface.
But that one I can. My job was to protect people. I failed to do the job, and someone is dead because of it.
So you quit because if you can't be 100% successful in your field, you don't want to do it? It sounded more arrogant when Tom said it, but Keith nodded.
Basically.
I suggest you quit work and become a leech on society. It's the only job you'll have unqualified success at.
Okay, fine, Keith conceded. But if I miss some detail at my job now, the worst that is likely to happen, the very worst, is that the bank loses money.
Because people never get killed in a bank robbery. Anger welled up in him as he slammed his fist into his hand.
That's so highly unlikely.
As is a man like you, who kept my daughter alive, losing someone. Were you the only one on the case? Answering honestly nearly choked him.
No.
How likely is it that the other agent shares part of the blame for whatever mistake happened? Against everything he'd ever been taught, everything he'd ever promised, and all of the non-disclosure agreements he'd signed, Keith spilled the whole story. He forced himself not to blame Karen where she hadn't made a bad decision, or to hide her mistakes either. Reliving the scene, moment by moment, wrung him and left him in an emotional heap.
I could get sued for what I just told you, or worse.
I've got no intention of sharing it with anyone, Tom said.
Would you want your daughter in the hands of a man who made that mistake? Based upon the fact that you kept her alive once, and that this isn't your pattern of behavior, and that you hadn't even had a chance to assess your client yet, yeah, I would. I'd give her a 97% chance of survival, even with the stupid mistake that girl made. Erica wouldn't make that one. Make her own, of course, but not that one. Don't you think that the people who come to the agency should be able to expect that the people guarding them are capable of keeping them alive? Yes.
Keith slumped back in his chair, torn between the mixture of self-satisfaction and despair that washed over him at Tom's words.
That's what I thought.
And they'll have that with you.
But
Tom continued as if uninterrupted. You said capable of protecting. Well, you are. And you've done it every single time. Are the lives you saved worth nothing? You saved my daughter's life, and from what I've surmised, at great risk of your own. You want to be the God you say you believe in. Well, even that God doesn't expect you to be divine. He just wants you to trust him, right? Isn't that what this faith thing is all about? You trust, and he decides what is best for you and everyone else?
I don't know anymore,
Keith rasped out. Oh, give me a break. He glared at the man before him.
Don't mock my pain. This is real, even if you don't get it.
No, don't even try to tell me how. The oven dinged, interrupting Tom's rebuke. Be right back. Gotta get Tammy's. The back door opened. Never mind. Tom smiled at his wife. See? I got up. It just dinged. I've got amazing timing, I guess. Oh, you've got... The woman shook her head. Not appropriate, Tom. Right. He winked at Keith. I'm always amazed what is and isn't socially acceptable. Propositioning a strange woman is half expected on a live stage on TV, but don't mention that you and your wife have sex.
Tom?
Well? Tammy muttered something indecipherable in the kitchen, but Keith suspected it had something to do with there being a difference between admitting that married people acted like it and giving details. Tom leaned back in his chair and grinned, suggesting to Keith that perhaps the guy knew exactly what he was doing.
If she does to him what Erica does to me when she's being feisty.
Isn't it fun, making the women come out of their prim shells and be raw and real? There's nothing more attractive. Keith nodded.
I'm with you there.
Do you both want brownies?
Tammy called from the kitchen. Sure we do. Tom grinned at Keith. What man would resist great, gooey chocolate and dripping vanilla ice cream?
I would have, but okay. I can roll with this. A fool, obviously.
He's a keeper, Tams. This guy knows a good thing when he smells it. He squirmed, half talking, half listening to the banter between husband and wife, until she arrived with plates for both men.
I'm gonna go watch my show and then take my walk. She kissed him. Because it's a good idea to exercise if your jeans get too tight.
With a wink at Keith, she hustled out of the room.
Did I miss something?
I think she thinks we talked about that when you were here, but it wasn't you. It was Karen. The man savored a bite of his dessert before asking, So, what does Karen think of the whole thing?
She's dealing with it.
Did she quit? Keith shook his head, hating that his feelings of failure escalated at the reminder that Karen hadn't felt the need to quit too.
Great. Now I'm a failure and a quitter. What else?
I think you diagnosed yourself well, Tom murmured between bites of brownie and ice cream.
What?
Pride. It's just an issue of pride. So I'm going to tell you what I'd tell my son if I had one. Tom seemed to expect some response, but Keith just waited. With a nod, Tom said, Get over yourself. Get back to work and save people who are probably doomed without you. Quit dinking around at the bank. Just the job you chose tells me you aren't ready for a career change. They ate the rest of their brownies in silence. Only the clink of forks on the plate broke the awkwardness that settled over the room. A minute or two after Keith ate his last bite, Tom stood and took their plates to the kitchen. He returned with 2 beers. Keith just held his, smiling, grimacing more like it, and aching for a glass of water.
Why does ice cream always make me so thirsty?
So, what's up with you and my daughter?
Well, that kills the need to try to transition. I like your daughter.
That's obvious. Keith tried again.
I think we have something, and I'm in a place where I can pursue a relationship. Something I couldn't do really, not with my old job.
So, you want to begin a sexual relationship with her? Despite knowing the words would come, Keith was still taken aback. It took a few stammered responses for him to finally say,
Well, we're taking things slowly.
You'd better be. She's not there for you to use while you're between jobs. The moment Tom said that, Keith knew it was true. He'd already given his notice in his heart. Look, people expect me to be progressive and all for free, easy love and that nonsense. I'm not. Every society that has given into loose morals has fallen, so I'll say this once. Get the license and make the vows like a man before you sleep with my girl. Got that? Keith could hardly speak.
Yes, sir.
23. At the end of Keith's shift that next morning, he drove to the main office and handed his resignation to the man who hired him.
Sorry, can't do it.
Don't be. Keith stared at his now former boss and raised his eyebrows.
Am I that bad?
No, but Mark said you wouldn't last 4 days. You lasted 6. He owes me a case of beer. Keith had to force laughter and fought to keep his response lighthearted.
Well, glad to do something right anyway.
Going back to the agency? No. Keith dialed down his angst a bit and tried again.
Sorry, my time there is over, but thanks for the opportunity to work here.
He turned and then spun in place, facing the man.
Look, it's none of my business, I know that. But really, you've got to mix up the times your guys walk the perimeter. Anyone watching would know your schedule inside 3 hours. It's crazy.
And that's where your line of work differs from ours. We're protecting structures. You prevent crime. That's not our job.
But
Keith protested despite his internal screams to stay out of it.
If I wanted to rob this place, the easiest way to do it would be to get in at night while the guard was wandering around outside and then hide until morning. It's scary easy. No need to come in the front door and be seen. You should consider it anyway.
With that, Keith walked out. He'd already decided on his next job, an easy one with mindless but hard physical labor to exhaust him completely. He ignored his conscience about not giving longer notice, and leaving before his ex-boss could even realize what he'd done.
Time for a new start, a new life.
Telling Erica wasn't as easy as he'd expected. She sat nestled in his arms on his couch, a place she could stay indefinitely if he had his way, and listened as he described his conversation with her father.
He was right, of course. I wasn't ready to go into any kind of security, personal or otherwise, so I gave my 2 hours notice.
2 hours?
Erica leaned back to stare at him.
Are you serious?
If Mr. Deeks had protested, I would have worked 2 weeks, but he proved that it was just Mark humoring me, so I don't think he really wanted me there in the first place.
Whatever.
She settled back against his chest.
So, what are you going to do now?
Got a job loading trucks at a distribution center.
Oh, Keith.
His thumb brushed her cheek.
No, really. It is what I wanted. I need a few months of physical labor, something that doesn't require a lot of thinking.
And you think that getting the right boxes on the right truck doesn't require... Man, you're a snob.
Once more she sat up, but this time she scooched to the other corner of his couch and wrapped her arms around her knees.
I bet you think slinging coffee is mindless, too.
Well?
Without preamble, she began an order.
Take a hot mocha with soy, 2 shots, and a bran muffin. Then I want a...
On she rambled with 6 detailed drinks on the one order. She rang up the bill, made change, and took the next order, all without taking her eyes off him. After the 4th order, she paused.
Did the guy want 1 shot or 2 with his blueberry muffin?
2 shots. Keith grinned. Not going to trip me up that easily.
Thanks for warning me that I was about to get the wrong muffin.
Her eyes bored into his.
Keep that up for 20 minutes straight without a single error, several times a day and 6 days a week, and then we can talk about my mindless job.
Your job is more than just making coffee.
The moment he spoke the words, Keith realized they were the wrong ones.
You've been the best for too long. It went to your head. Get this straight. There's no excuse for being a jerk. And you were. A total jerk. This job you have is going to require more acumen than you expect. Don't disrespect your coworkers by going in with the idea that you're above the job. You aren't, or you wouldn't be doing it.
He hesitated, wondering if standing up for himself or accepting rebuke would be the best course to reset their discussion back to where it belonged. He chose the former.
That's not what I meant, Erica. You're deliberately reading into my words because I hurt your pride. I didn't mean to say or imply that I think your job or any of the jobs at the coffee shop are truly mindless. It's just a word to differentiate between constant calculations of distance, sound, strategy, and a more straightforward skill set.
Because the job is monotonous,
she growled.
That's what you told me when I suggested working for you. You said I couldn't handle the monotony. So which is it?
The silence between them tore at him.
Chose the wrong approach. Great.
But despite his self-recriminations, Keith couldn't help but feel he'd been right. After a dozen or 2 long seconds, Erica smiled and inched back to rest her head on his chest.
You're right. I still think you're disrespecting the jobs of people who you look down on, but that'll change once you work with them. You're right, though. I did say that, and I meant it. I think you'll go nuts with such mindless,
she winked up at him,
repetition.
Mark entered the house and found Ernie and Sarah on the stair landing, wrapped in each other's arms. His eyes flew to Claire as she entered the room.
What?
I sent them there where I could see them, but no one outside the house could. Wrong idea?
Are you going to keep them there indefinitely, or...
His throat swelled as he watched Claire cross her arms over her chest and level a glare at him that would once have terrified him.
She gets better at this every day, and it turns a pretty girl into a scary, attractive woman. Back off, Cho. Don't even think about it. Too young, too close, and too related to Keith.
Or what?
Sorry, missed that. What did you say?
He felt himself redden and nearly groaned aloud.
So, did I do the right thing or what?
Brian thundered down the stairs, passing the couple with a thumbs up. All clear up here. Want to double check, Claire? Her eyes sought Mark.
Should I? Is that a test or something?
Finally, something related to work that he could focus on.
What do your instincts say?
Anyone can miss something. 4 eyes are better than 2, unless it's the kind you wear on your face.
A protest rose from Ernie.
Hey.
I like your 4 eyes,
Sarah murmured just loud enough for the rest of them to hear. Brian threw up his hands as he began his downstairs search. I'd tell them to get a room, but Claire needs to check first. The girl squealed and jogged up the steps.
I'm getting this. I am so getting this. Keith is an idiot.
There we can all agree,
Mark muttered. The moment he said something, he felt like a traitor.
He was your best man. Will be again. Don't disrespect a man's grief.
Did you say?
Mark's eyes rose to the landing and met Claire's.
I just said it's easy to agree on that. He's not, but from our side of things, he's acting like it.
There it was again. That's something he needed to eradicate from any interaction with her.
Okay, I need to talk to you two,
Mark said, beckoning Ernie and Sarah down from their spot on the stairs.
Let's get to it. My helo will be back in 30.
He checked his watch.
26.
Watching Sarah as she followed Ernie down the stairs and settled on the couch gave Mark an idea of how to approach things. She seemed vulnerable, which usually called for a firm, authoritative approach, but something in her told him that wouldn't work.
Stick with the family angle. She's got a soft spot there. Use what you know is a strong bet.
What's up, Mark? Those words answered a dozen questions. Ernie hadn't prepped her at all.
Probably for the best, but ugh. Well, it's about the Casimirs.
Yeah? Sarah crossed her arms over her chest in an almost perfect imitation of Claire. Even that comparison Mark had to stuff down and fast.
They know where you live, Sarah. You don't have a roommate, which is good, but your sister has stopped by twice. It's making me nervous.
They wouldn't go after. Not Nina.
He waited, watched. She rattled on about how her sister couldn't possibly know anything about Ernie or his band of bikers. When she'd worked out the seriousness of Mark's words in her own heart, he spoke again.
Ernie has enough information to cripple the group.
He leveled his gaze on Ernie.
Sorry, bud. You're going into WITSEC.
What? No way. I'm not. Mark shook his head, both to silence Ernie and as a testimony of Ernie's excellent acting.
I'd never know that you're anxious to get in the program with this performance. Sorry, Ernie. There's no other way.
I'm not leaving Sarah. They know her. They'll get to her. And they're not going to stop when she says, I don't know. They put him in witness protection. His falsetto, while pathetic, brought a round of giggles from Sarah.
Don't,
she gasped between words,
ever try to sound like me again. Epic fail.
Not an option, Fitchman. You don't have an option. They have skills.
That you made me give them, Ernie interjected.
Fine, that I made you give them. They're using them to track you, so either you were made a while back, probably with the Fairbury thing, or they've been grooming someone to take over.
The moment Mark spoke the words, Ernie went gray.
Sancho. It's gotta be Sancho. I helped that little punk with his homework, too. He probably noticed something. What, I can't imagine, and took it to Trey. We'll keep an eye out for Sancho. Meanwhile, you've got to get to a meeting with the Marshal's Service tomorrow afternoon.
He turned to Sarah and waited until the words sank in before.
You should go, too.
What? No way. I'm not doing no... Oh, man. No way.
If you don't, we can't protect you indefinitely.
Ernie protested right on cue. Mark, you can't leave her alone without protection.
And we don't have the manpower to keep someone on her 24/7. We just don't have it.
And she'll die, or worse, without it, Ernie insisted. Mark took the hint. Don't go soft.
I can be brutal, but man, it's harsh. Then she comes.
I'm still here.
Sarah waved her hand in a manner that looked more like practice for a pageant than an attempt to garner attention.
And for the record, I'm not leaving my family like that. Not happening.
Then we can't protect you.
He hated to say it, but truth was now their only option. The room grew quiet. A quiet Mark recognized as that eerie silence during the eye of the storm before the second wave drives it out with a fury they'd not soon forget. Her mouth opened.
Here it comes.
You will take me home now,
Sarah ordered.
I'll go in your helicopter and I'll get home today.
She turned to Ernie.
I thought I loved you. I obviously loved someone who doesn't exist. I can't believe you did this to me. You will never speak to me again. Never contact, never even look my way. Got it?
Sarah.
Got it?
Ernie nodded, not bothering to explain.
You should know, Sarah. I love you. I'm sorry. You have no idea how sorry I am.
Yeah, fine way of showing it.
She strode to the door and jerked it open.
Are we going?
We've got...
I'm not staying here, Sarah muttered. I'll be waiting by the highway.
As the door shut behind her, Ernie lost the cool he'd managed through the ordeal.
Are you nuts? You're just letting her walk out of here? She's a walking target. And no one knows she's here. She's safer alone out there than protected in Denver, and you know it.
Claire stepped forward.
I'll go with her, all the way. She'll feel better with a woman there. I noticed that in the car.
As much as Mark wanted to refuse, he couldn't.
Okay.
The moment the door shut behind her, Mark turned back to Ernie.
Look, Brian will get you to the meeting with the marshals.
He held out his hand, but Ernie didn't take it.
I'm really sorry this is how this worked out. It wasn't supposed to be this way. You're telling me...
It would be nearly impossible to pull off, but Mark heard himself say,
Look, if we can change her mind, I'll find a way to get her assigned as your wife. We'll ask for 3 months protective custody, just in case, okay?
Ernie crumbled. He didn't cry, rail, wail, or in any other way show the emotions that he felt, but Mark watched the man crumble to a pile of worthlessness even as he stood there nodding.
Thanks.
The moment Claire stepped out of Sarah's apartment, she pulled out her phone and dialed.
Come on, come on.
Her eyes scanned the area as she hurried down the stairs to ground level.
Why don't people have elevators?
Keith's voice startled her with an answer.
Because it's not always easy or affordable.
Oh, you're there.
Yep. What's up, Squirt?
Just got back from dropping Sarah Riggy off. She refused to go into WITSEC.
Claire stopped in her tracks.
Wow, I sound so official saying that, like I know what I'm talking about or something.
Laughter filled the phone and soothed her spirit as she hurried toward the rental car parked in a 20-minute zone.
So, she's home again?
Yeah.
Bet Ernie is fuming. Poor guy. I told him.
Yeah, and you know what God has to say about relationships with the unsaved, yet someone is awfully important to you these days.
The moment she heard the words, Claire regretted them.
That's not fair. I'm sorry.
You're right, too, but thanks.
As if her tongue had taken control of her mind and body, she then heard herself say,
We really need you back at work. This whole thing with Ernie is a nightmare. You know what you're doing. I don't. All the training in the world, and I've had some good stuff, isn't going to help without experience to back it up.
I'm not coming back, Claire.
Just the lack of hearing his usual squirt told her she'd pushed a little too far. After a split-second question as to the next best course of action, she leaned against her car and scanned the area.
Okay, so what am I looking for? There are no bikers anywhere I can see. If someone was going to blow up her apartment...
Not likely.
Hush, I'm thinking aloud. You tell me how pathetic it is after I finish telling you what I don't know.
At his chuckle, she continued,
It would have been blown up. The apartment, that is. So she's either alive in there or someone was hiding in another apartment, broke down the door, and now she's dead.
Or she opened it.
Claire heard Keith sigh as if admitting defeat.
Look, Claire, people usually consider home safe. It's like home base in tag or hide and seek. No one can get them there. Instead, she'll open her door to a neighbor who says they need sugar and be lying in a pool of her own blood in seconds.
So, what should I have done?
His sigh wrung her heart.
That's just the problem, Squirt. You did it all. I'm sure of it. You just have to remember that it could still go wrong. It won't be your fault. She chose not to accept help.
Why aren't we forcing it, like we did with Erica? Why are we just letting her go home to be killed? You know it's going to happen.
Well, Mark will be watching and listening, but there just aren't enough agents, and it's not like with Erica. With her, as soon as we neutralized the potential target, she'd be fine. Take down Anostis, and no one's going to come after her. The intel we had didn't contradict that idea. It was faulty, but that's because the client was the real threat. Clever plan Franklin had.
Her mind spun, trying to fit pieces together that seemed to make perfect sense to her cousin.
That's not helping me understand Sarah.
The Casimirs are a different kind of organization. It's organized crime. If one person dies, a new leader steps up. In the Anostis business, someone else would take up the trade, but not with his assets. See?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so here, I can only look a little before I have to fly home, so what should... Wait, I think Sarah's coming out. Do I call? No, I follow her, don't I? Make sure she's not doing something stupid or...
Keith waited for her to continue before asking,
What?
Crazy thought, but how did Ernie meet her?
Sarah?
Yeah.
She sensed he didn't want to answer, which made Claire jump in her car, punch the phone on speaker, and start the engine.
At a wedding.
Keith said at last.
They had friends in common? That's...
No. He was staying at the hotel it was at. He saw her in the lobby with the other bridesmaids the night before and figured out she'd be there, so he crashed it. She thought it was cute.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Following her. I thought maybe she'd been planted to get him hooked, that it was all a way to get to Ernie, but not if he chased her at a hotel like that. That'd be really pushing it. The chance of success is so slim.
You're starting to think like an agent.
Claire beamed, could feel the grin grow wide enough that her cheeks began to hurt.
Yes, I did something right, even if I was wrong.
That's the nature of the job.
And yet, there you are, not doing the job because you don't want to accept that nature.
Her voice cracked as she tried to say something non-committal. A swig of water solved it, until Claire realized it was Sarah's water.
Oh, gross.
What?
I just drank out of Sarah's water bottle, and she totally backwashes. Ew.
While Claire practiced her evasive driving techniques, she asked Keith question after question. At the corner of one street, she parked and watched as Sarah drove down the cul-de-sac and pulled into a driveway.
Hey, do you know where Sarah's family lives?
Little cul-de-sac, just inside city limits.
I'm here, she admitted. Looks like she's going somewhere safe anyway.
You were smart to follow. Good move.
He sighed.
Squirt, what can I do to convince you to get out of there, go back to Rockland, and turn in your resignation?
Nothing. Look, Keith, I'm doing the job. I like it. Surprisingly, I'm actually good at it.
A new thought hit her, and she tried to force the smile from her tone as she added,
But I'm going to need help while I'm learning. You're the best, so I'm going to keep coming to you for help, and you're going to give it. No, you are, because if you don't, you'll be risking my life.
24. The locked office, a prison really, felt as sterile and austere as any hospital he'd ever visited. Shin Kim sat, hands folded on the table. Only the occasional twitch of his thumbs showed any sign of distress.
Are the kids okay? Brandy? Is it over for them or just the beginning? Will they let me see them?
A new thought sickened him.
Or will that door open and someone from Pyongyang be standing there with an M1911 pistol trained on me?
At that moment, the door opened. Shin barely suppressed a start.
So rumors are true. Mark Cho is the guy.
A new thought brought the slightest measure of confidence.
I might have just signed my release papers. Mark Cho, I didn't think I'd actually get to talk to you. I expected a junior agent at best.
Someone not trained to pick up nuances of behavior would never have seen the slight twitch at the corner of Mark's eyebrow. The man seated himself opposite Shin and relaxed.
You were in quite a bit of trouble, Mr. Kim. First, you betray your country, then you betray your employer, then you get an innocent woman killed, and now you come to me for help. Why shouldn't I call Homeland Security?
The answer came to him before Mark finished speaking, but he hesitated, as if considering.
I think you probably already have. The question then remains, what do I know that they need you to learn?
Their verbal sparring kicked up a notch, then another. Questions flew from side to side, but neither gave many true answers. Before meeting Mark, Shin had planned to play the victim. He now knew that would never work. Instead, he followed the rambling discussion for several minutes before he leaned back, hands loosely folded in his lap, and said,
We both know why I'm here. You want asylum outside a prison, preferably with your family?
Shin nodded.
And what do you have to offer that might secure such a merciful position to your criminal activity?
A slow smile appeared before Shin could decide if it was wise. He went with it.
You.
The twitch returned, more prominent this time.
What about me?
Your name, face. I recognized you the moment you walked in the door. That has to mean something. Something not very good for you.
Assuming your assessment is correct, perhaps. But who says I am Mark Cho, and why would that matter?
So, you want information first, deal last. I don't think so. I recognize you. You are Mark Cho. But until you are willing to be straight with me, I'm done talking.
Mark's laughter filled the room. Either the guy was a better actor than Shin had supposed, or he was truly amused by Shin's declaration. He couldn't decide which, so he did what usually worked best, kept silent.
I have to give you credit. You are not a coward. Idiot, maybe, but not a coward.
What?
Seriously, you arrange a meeting with us. With us. And then you sit here and try to make demands. We're the only thing keeping you from a nice trip to Cuba.
And yet, you want to know how I know your name and your face.
It was pushing it. Shin knew that, but he had to try.
I find it interesting that you think someone who looks like this,
Mark waved a hand in front of his face,
could possibly have a name like Cho.
This time, Shin laughed.
Your sense of humor precedes you. I am not stupid, Mr. Cho.
Mark jabbed the table with his index finger before meeting Shin's frank expression.
Could have fooled me.
It rankled, but Shin kept his anger in check.
I see your point. There is obviously more to the situation than you could ever know.
I am listening.
I have no guarantee that anything I requested will be considered. Why would I tell you anything?
Mark pulled out his phone and tapped the screen.
Just a minute.
He passed it across the table.
Talk to your wife.
Hope welled up in Shin as Brandy's voice came over the line.
Where are you? Are you okay? Why aren't you with us?
It'll be okay, sweetheart.
He let the word linger, hoping it would serve to reassure her. He'd rarely spoken endearments, no matter how much his heart had felt them. People thought it was just part of his cold personality, but it had been a safety precaution. If his superiors suspected the words to be anything but an act, they'd have taken out his family in one nasty car accident. No survivors.
Are they keeping you comfortable?
We're on the way somewhere. They won't tell us where. They said it's for our safety.
Shin met Mark's eyes and held them as he said,
That's right. Just listen to them. I trust them with your lives.
Mark nodded.
Look, we're still trying to work out how to get me out of here, so I have to go. Just wanted to be sure you felt comfortable.
Well, That's a bit much, but yeah, I think they're taking care of us. The girl is really good with the kids. She's got them all enthralled with stories of a ninja bear who rescues damsels in distress. Even Austin is listening.
Again, Shin broke protocol.
I love you, Brandy. I'm so sorry.
Without waiting to hear her reply, he slid the phone back across the table. The moment Mark pocketed it, Shin said,
The Bangkok affair. You were seen by a security camera. They circulated your picture for weeks with every alias they could associate with you. Eventually, they decided you were the Mark Cho.
And why would Mark Cho mean anything to anyone?
Do you know the price on your head?
Mark's right eyebrow rose.
Pretend you're not all you want, but I know you, okay? You're the guy who has managed to turn half a dozen of North Korea's best agents into operatives for you. They know there's a leak. Now they're going to think it's me.
They're going to think, or they're going to know.
Shin shrugged.
That, I suppose, is up to you.
Keith's first night on the loading dock had been a learning curve. What to move by himself, what to get help for, what companies never had what products, and what products went to every company. By night 2, he had a decent understanding of how the operation worked and a sickening suspicion that he'd walked into a nightmare. Night 3, his concerns were confirmed. As he maneuvered the forklift into position, the empty space left as he pulled the pallets from their location left just enough room for him to watch 2 men remove 4 boxes of cereal from a box in a crate and replace them with 4 other boxes. He backed out as if he hadn't seen a thing and drove the pallet of dog food to the waiting truck. His senses zinged into high alert as one of the men flagged him down.
Need you to move that crate to Bay 7. Truck's waiting.
Waving his clipboard, Keith shook his head.
Sorry, can't get fired for deviating on the 3rd day.
When the guy's eyes clouded, Keith knew he'd been right.
Drugs, great. Now what? But if I can get ahead quick, I'll be over, okay?
The guy nodded, but distrust cast a hard edge around his lips. Keith just grinned and put the forklift in gear, zipping his way to the dog food again. Row after row, he zoomed his little forklift all over the warehouse, getting sections done faster than he'd imagined possible.
Auger.
Keith turned, nervous to see who had called him, but the foreman, grinning at the end of the row, told him he'd be okay. For now.
Yeah, boss.
Break. Union's orders. You're doing good work. Everyone's impressed.
Mind if I step outside for a few?
The foreman stared at him, confused.
Didn't take you for a smoker. I'm not, just not used to being inside all night.
Keith parked the forklift at the end of the row and left the keys in the ignition.
10 minutes.
Yep, 10 and you're on again. I'll have a new sheet for you when you come in. Keith made a pit stop at the men's room before stepping outside. The muggy night left much to be desired, but he couldn't help but prefer mosquitoes and air he could cut with a knife to artificial light and the echoes of machines in an enormous building. His watch said he had 8 minutes to go.
Maybe a jog will clear my head.
That thought was all it took. He set the alarm on his watch for 3.5 minutes and took off running. The steel-toed boots made jogging clunky, and he suspected he'd have blisters by the time he finished, but air rushing past him as he ran through the alleys of the distribution center felt good to his workout-deprived body.
Shouldn't let myself go like that.
His watch beeped. He slowed to a stop and grasped his knees, gasping for air and trying to decide if he'd somehow gotten that out of shape that quickly, or if the weight of his boots combined with the thickness of the night air had really messed up his cadence more than he realized. He started to turn when voices caught his attention.
Cop better stop nosing around or he's gonna get himself wasted. What about the new guy? Think he'll be a problem? With that stupid grin on his face all the time, next thing he'll be whistling or something. I don't think he's none too bright.
Because that is a fine example of erudite elocution,
Keith mused as he inched his way backwards.
Well, we can get him fired if we need to. Just plant a little something in his locker. We've got more important things than new guys to worry about. The cop's a problem, though. Big one. Maybe pass along word to Hannock that his partner better cool his jets or he's gonna find himself in a freezer somewheres.
The moment Keith heard Hannock and partner, he turned and raced back to the building, praying he wouldn't be late. At the last second, he darted around the front, raced to the corner, and around the other side. Anyone watching would see him come from the opposite direction.
Just have to hope it works.
The foreman nodded as Keith rushed to his forklift and grabbed the clipboard.
Thought you were going to be late, but you've got at least 5 or 10 seconds to spare. Had 23 the second I stepped in the door, but yeah, cut it close. Won't happen again. It's your time, buddy. You do what you like. Lunch is in 3.
As much as he hated to do it, Keith pulled his forklift into the row of cereal pallets almost 2 hours later.
Sorry, got hung up, but I'm waiting for my next sheet. So, what did you need?
A crate there in Bay 7. My lift's broken down again.
Sure it is. Okay, anything else?
Nope, that'll get me off the hook with the boss.
The guy waited until Keith had the pallet loaded before adding, "Thanks."
No problem.
For good measure, he started whistling the tune to the Andy Griffith Show. The light on his phone flashed before the phone buzzed. When Mark saw the name, he snatched it up.
Keith, tell me you're on your way back. Man, I need you. Sorry, no, but I've got something you might want to know.
He considered swearing for cathartic purposes, but decided not to antagonize the man.
What's that? I'm working down at the docks of that big distribution center just outside Hillsdale. Yeah?
Keith growled something in frustration, and Mark heard the decided rhythmic click of a turn signal.
Are you driving while calling? Sue me later. This is, man, important. Tell me you didn't hit anyone or anything.
Mark waited a moment before alarm hit.
Keith? Sorry, I thought I hit a dog. Turned out to be a bag of trash. Okay, look, I saw something tonight that someone needs to know, and I figured you'd be one of the people to get the information to the right people.
Mark listened as Keith related the things he'd seen and heard. The detail, impressions, even the tone of Keith's voice told Mark that his star employee missed his job.
That's a start. We'll work from there. Thanks, Keith. If you see or hear anything else, let me know. Will do.
The hesitation in Keith's voice gave Mark hope. Premature hope, most likely.
Yeah? Ernie okay? No.
He hated the way his answer sounded like a dig, but Mark refused to sugarcoat his answer just to make Keith feel better. Several long seconds passed before Keith said,
Well, take good care of him. He only trusts you, Keith, and you betrayed that trust. So where does that leave him?
As expected, dead air filled the room.
Hanging up on people now. Nice.
A knock interrupted Mark's muttered rantings.
Yeah?
The new intern stepped in. Her pixie-like face belied the girl's intelligence.
Mr. Cho?
Hi, Flynn. Settling in okay?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Mr. Cho.
He shook his head.
Marg's fine. What do you need?
Okay, Mark, Tyler's on the line, and he says he got a text from someone named Ernie, and Ernie's in trouble.
That was Keith's old phone. It's probably an old text. Tell him to forward it to me. We'll investigate, but I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay, sir?
If I want you to call me Mark, what makes you think I'm going to go for sir?
Despite his mental protest, Mark just nodded and said,
Yeah?
So, if a similar call comes in from another agent, do I just tell them to forward it to you and that you'll investigate, and then send you an instant message telling you it's coming so I don't have to bother you?
Efficiency and intelligence. This might be amazing. Yeah, that's a great idea. And if you have any questions, ideas, suggestions, or just want to talk, don't hesitate. That's what I'm here for.
Okay. Wow. Wow. I always have ideas and, No one ever wants to hear them, so if you're just, being nice, you might want to tell me now. I won't overdo it or anything.
Flynn hastened to add,
If it's too much, I'll tell you. I promise.
He wanted to ask since the day she arrived, but he hadn't felt comfortable enough. However, with Flynn beaming at him for his magnanimous gesture of allowing her to be herself in the workplace,
Shocker,
Mark thought with a roll of his eyes, he couldn't help but ask,
mind if I ask you a personal question?
Not at all. Oh, my name, right?
He nodded.
My dad wanted Flynn for a boy. He hated all the girl names Mom liked, so she said, fine, we'll use it if it's a girl too, with an E to give it a bit of femininity. Dad didn't think she'd do it, but here I am.
And?
Mark started to ask, but couldn't bring himself to do it.
Yes, people ask me all the time if I got it from the cartoon. I just say, yeah, my mom's totally psychic and knew the movie was coming 20 years before I was born, so she decided to name me after a lying thief in a cartoon that hadn't even been conceived yet.
Mark started laughing before she could even finish.
And yeah,
Flynn added with a roll of her eyes that should have been trademarked,
at least half of them think I'm serious. What's with people?
With that, Flynn danced out of the room, only to pop in a few seconds later.
I thought protocol was to get new phones after every mission. Why?
It was the one we'd just gotten for Keith. He hadn't actually used it, but the number went out to the other phones of other people in the network who might need it.
Gotcha. This job is just totes amaze.
As the door shut behind her, Mark stared at it before muttering,
No, what's totes amaze is that someone with an IQ to rival people like Einstein can sound like a junior high dropout.
Claire's name flashed on the screen as her ringtone began. Keith tried not to let his irritation show as he answered.
Hello. What do you want now? Have you concocted some fabulous new scheme where you'll prove how much I can't live without my job and I'll rush back thanks to your shrewd timing and astute observations?
Her irritated tone told him he'd been caught ignoring her.
Sorry, thought I had another call. Lying now, that's rich.
Anyway,
Claire continued as if she had to get out her latest scheme before she chickened out.
I wondered what you thought about something. If a client is freaking out about something, do I just let them get it out, or do I try to snap them out of it?
You're on another case already?
No, I was just thinking about Sarah again and how I handled things. I mean, part of me thinks that letting her just vent gets it out there and releases some of the tension.
Claire hesitated before adding,
And it kind of worked that way for her, but she also worked herself up a bit, too. So, was that wrong?
No, you had an advantage there. If it was wrong, Ernie would have shut her down somehow. You had backup in the form of someone working with you who knows more than just the facts about the client. That really makes a difference.
True.
He sensed it. Something about the way she faltered told him she thought she'd made a mistake.
Claire
interrupted him.
So, at her apartment, I felt like she was hiding something from me. It's why I kept watching her, you know?
Yeah, good instincts there.
But she wasn't. Or not that I could tell from following her.
He hated to do it, but Keith couldn't stand the confusion and discouragement in Claire's voice.
Look, Squirt, if you felt like she was hiding something, she probably was. It could have been her fear. It could have been her desire to get you out of there so she could process everything. It could have been a guy who would knock on the door in a minute or two and give her away as a cheater. Or...
He closed his eyes and forced himself to say it.
It could have been something she saw on the way in. Something that either gave her away as a fraud or a silent threat that she had to hide or you'd be in danger. You just don't know.
Really?
She hummed for a moment, telling him that she was taking notes on their conversation.
Good job, Squirt. Proud of you. I should tell you that, but maybe not yet. Yep, really. You just keep practicing your body language reading exercises. Read everyone you see as much as possible. It'll become second nature.
So I thought she was totally going to walk out on us, and I didn't say anything. Then she did. Walk out, I mean. Told Mark she'd be waiting on the highway. I just wish I knew when to trust that instinct and when not to. I might have been able to say something to get her to think about things differently.
Not necessarily. Ernie was there. Mark, too. They're skilled enough. Still, you're a female. That is an advantage in times like that.
Keith closed his eyes and tried to imagine a scene like Claire had described. His mind kept staring at Sarah's hands, and he nodded to himself.
Okay, did you watch her hands?
Hands?
I know that Mark doesn't put a lot of credence in it, but I've found that watching people's hands can tell as much as watching their eyes. People who know not to look away, look left, refuse to make eye contact, make too much eye contact, all the classic signs. They tend to fidget or move their fingers in specific ways.
Like...
Tapping fingers might mean impatience, even if it's a tiny tap or a slow one. Some people slide their finger along a piece of furniture in the direction they want to go. The problem with hands is that gestures are a little less universal. I knew a woman once who put the tip of her thumb down and pressed against the table or couch if she was standing next to it. I finally figured out she did that when nothing was going to change her mind.
Hands. Cool.
Claire started to ask about a specific aspect of Sarah's case and stopped herself.
Am I even allowed to tell you this stuff? Probably not. I'll let Mark know I did.
My clearance is still valid. Should you? No. Will it get you fired? No as well. But yeah, tell Mark. That way he knows that you're not hiding stuff from him.
The conversation drifted to other techniques she could use, ways to sharpen her skills, workouts to put her in the best shape. Keith had relaxed and almost forgotten her attempts to draw him back to the agency when Claire said,
I think the best part of this job, the best part of the agency, is that we help everyone, not just the poor, not just the rich. I never imagined that government agencies would ignore the wealthy because...
She dropped her voice low like a TV announcer.
The rich can afford to pay for help. As if they don't pay taxes for this kind of thing, too. And people like Erica, where the government isn't going to help because they can't verify a threat and she's no use to them, criminally speaking, well, that's just wrong.
Good try, Claire. Good try.
An hour later, her words still echoed in his heart, but Keith covered the ears of his soul and refused to listen.
I made my decision. It's done.
25.
Worst date of all time, and no one but me would get why.
As she strolled along the shore of Lake Danube, arm looped in Keith's, listening to him blather on about Claire's latest attempts to drag him back to the agency, all Erica could think of was their setting. Water lapped the shore in gentle, undulating waves.
That just sounds sappy, Erica. Really? Dad would be disgusted.
That thought brought a smile, one that Keith promptly took as amusement with Claire's ridiculousness.
I think she makes a lot of sense. I wonder what would happen if I told him that.
And then, of course, she brought in how great the agency is about not being snobs and only helping the rich, or reverse snobs and only helping the poor. We're equal opportunity risk takers. Put your life in our hands and you may get to keep it.
Stop it, Keith. I don't even know who you are anymore,
Erica snapped.
I was just joking.
He paused in his steps before pulling her in his arms.
I'm sorry. It hurts to think of what she might go through. I'm being a jerk.
Yeah, you are. So what are you going to do about it?
She tried to force herself to say something a little less acerbic, but found herself being herself, telling it as it is.
Well, what's the solution, Keith? Are you always going to be so bitter against a job you loved? Are you going to kill your relationship with your cousin by your constant negativity?
He started to protest, but either he agreed and had to stop himself from saying yet another stupid thing, or he had started to go off on her.
Probably the latter.
Guilt pricked Erica for just a moment before a memory hit her. The phone call had come just before he started an assignment. Someone in his church had chewed him out for not making special events a priority. The same feelings of irritation and indignation rose within her as she remembered. But she heard herself repeating the scripture Keith had shared.
Faithful are a friend's wounds. How does that go?
Again he stiffened before turning and leading her down the beach.
Yeah, I know. You are good at the wounding part.
I thought the next line was about kisses.
She nudged him with her elbow.
You saying mine are that bad?
The joke squashed the rising tension that had threatened to damage more than Keith's pride. He pointed to a paddle boat on the water.
Should have rented one.
Next time.
Her heart sank as she realized that if Keith kept allowing the turmoil in his soul to poison him, there wouldn't be a next time.
So, I don't have to be at work until 8 tomorrow. We'd have the whole day almost. Want to go hiking in the morning? Cook breakfast out in the middle of nowhere just because we can?
She'd gotten excited until Keith mentioned the word breakfast. That could only mean one thing.
I take it that means you're not going to church tomorrow.
The cold reception her words received gave Erica shivers. The hair on her arms stood on end as she waited for words she knew she didn't want to hear. It took a full minute for Keith to reply.
No, I need a break. Time to evaluate my life, see where I'm going. See what my new life is going to look like, and church is just going to try to direct that for me. That I don't need.
You need help, counseling or something. It's like you've got PTSD or something, she snapped.
And telling some stranger that I decided on a career change when I wasn't willing to accept the risks associated with my previous job is going to fix everything. Oh.
He stopped as he saw her expression.
No. Instead, you want me to talk to a stranger so some guy with a piece of paper on his wall can tell me that loss is a natural part of life, and if I just talk about how I feel about it, then it'll be all better and I can go back to work and get someone else killed, maybe?
Erica stormed a few feet away, turned to face him, and settled one hand on her hip. With the other, she jabbed at the air as she spoke.
I was just thinking the opposite. I was wondering who else has to die before you quit pouting and start living again. Claire? Will you go back in and fight for the little guy if Claire goes next? What about Mark? Is Mark important enough to you, or will his death make the decision so much easier? Mark dies, no agency.
That's almost unforgivable, Erica.
He growled without meeting her gaze.
So is leaving all these people. Karen, for example, without their best backup. Pride has you so chained to fear that you can't even think anymore.
Let's talk about something else. Think the Warriors will have a good season?
She grabbed his arm as he tried to walk past.
No.
Erica waited for his eyes to meet hers before she continued. 3 words into a fresh tirade, she quit.
I think you should take me home now.
I agree. We need space.
You need someone to screw your head on straight. I certainly don't have the skills to do it.
All the way home, she waited, watched, debated within her heart. She saw him struggle within himself, and it strangled her.
Probably for the best. Anything I say will just make things worse right now.
But the longer the drive took, and the nearer home they came, the worse she felt.
I don't know this guy. This isn't my Keith. I miss the real Keith.
That thought prompted a snicker that earned her a sharp look from Keith, but he didn't speak.
Who would have thought that I'd ever prefer a religious guy to one who might want to chuck all that faith stuff? Wow.
Those thoughts niggled at her until he pulled up to the curb. Her heart constricted as she saw him reach for his door handle.
He'd still come to my door. Who even does that anymore?
She stopped him.
Wait.
He muttered something that sounded like,
Here it comes.
When she didn't speak, he said,
Yeah?
You know I have a lot of respect for you, right? I mean, I like you, more than I ever thought I would. In fact, I thought
Erica stopped herself.
Don't go there. That's just cruel. But Keith, I know enough of what your Bible says to know that you're doing this.
What? What is this?
Coping, or not really, with what you've been through. Quitting your job, taking new ones, avoiding things that you know will... What's the word that you church people use there? You know, it'll...
His smile nearly broke her heart.
I think you want convict, right?
Yeah, avoiding things that'll convict you. You're doing all this because you're trying to deal with it all on your own rather than trusting your God. You feel like he's failed you. I also know that you do not handle anything well when you don't trust your God. You've proven that. You need your God. He made you rely on him.
Erica.
Don't interrupt me. It's hard enough as it is, but listen, Keith.
Erica curled her hand around his arm and tried to make eye contact. At last it worked.
You doing this solo thing isn't working. It isn't you. The Keith I fell for isn't a solo guy. He's got a pilot and he... Forget analogies. You know what I mean.
Yeah, it's...
Still not done here.
This time, Erica managed a weak smile before she forced herself to say,
I don't want to see you again until you and your God are back to where you belong.
There it was. Clenching of the jaw, tightening of arm muscles. She dropped her hand.
Those muscles are seriously deadly weapons, of many kinds. Oi!
At last he spoke. She recognized his tone, that extreme self-control when everything around him is falling apart. Her heart tried to wring itself out as he said,
You know, you're probably right. I don't even want to think about it, but yeah, you're probably right.
Erica started to relax.
But if you can see that, if you can see how powerful this God of mine is, if you can see how absolutely freeing it is to have a God who has your back, if you can see all that and just sit there and say you don't want to have anything to do with him,
Keith's eyes bored into hers.
Then you're the fool, not me.
It had begun to make sense. Though she fought it, Erica felt herself drawing closer to the idea of a faith like his, right up to the moment when he called her a fool.
Oh, come on, please. You're just...
He interrupted her, yelling,
Hello? You have half of it down. Wake up and smell the coffee you make all day, every day, because life is too short for you to sit there and pretend like you don't know that if I'm right, spiritually speaking, you're in serious trouble.
Her weak attempt at a protest prompted him to push open his door and circle the car to open hers. As Erica stepped onto the sidewalk, he caught her arm, pulling her close. Erica fought the idea of him kissing her, there, then. The realization that she couldn't, resist him nearly sickened her.
Or,
he added, with his face mere centimeters from hers,
or I'm wrong about all this faith stuff, and you're telling me to do something really stupid, telling me to rely on a crutch that I need to get over.
Erica had begun to expect some kind of crushing, forceful kiss that filled romance novels. It never came. Instead, his thumb traced her jaw. Pain-filled eyes stared into hers, clouding her mind and judgment. A door shut somewhere, then another. An engine revved before the sound slowly disappeared down the street. Standing alone on the sidewalk, Erica finally realized he'd gone.
God, this prayer thing is becoming a selfish and bad habit of mine, but I'm doing it again. Help him, even if it doesn't help us.
The scent of garlic, Italian herbs, and marinara sauce assaulted Erica's senses as she opened the entry to her apartment.
Mr. Moretti, you're a lifesaver. It's been a horrible day and...
She unlocked the door and stepped into the living room. A scream pierced her eardrums, and it took several seconds before she recognized the screams as hers.
Who?
Footfalls clattered down the stairs as Mr. Moretti called,
I live here. What?
The little old man pushed her behind him and blocked the doorway.
Who are you, and what are you doing in her house? Erica, call the police. My name is Ernie. I know Keith.
The guy didn't even try to stand up.
Look, just call Keith, okay? I left a message on a phone, but no one has gotten back to me yet. Not sure I can trust anyone, even Mark.
She must have shown surprise at the names because Ernie added,
Yeah, I know, the cousin Claire, Karen, Brian, Marty.
Okay, fine.
She turned to Mr. Moretti and murmured,
Did you say you have a gun upstairs?
Yes?
Can you get it and bring it to me? I'm gonna leave the door open for now.
Those words changed something in Ernie's expression. It took her a moment to decide that he was terrified of the idea.
What's wrong, aside from cuts and bruises which probably need attention?
I washed up when I got here. Didn't see anything in the medicine cabinet. Yes, I looked. I was desperate.
Ernie added quickly.
Those half glasses are pretty pathetic. Got a spare?
Mark has spares. I want Keith to bring those too.
Erica stopped searching for the hydrogen peroxide.
Bring to what?
The bottle seemed to materialize before her eyes, and she handed it to him. As he dabbed cotton balls on each of his cuts, Ernie began telling a story that, had she not experienced the past weeks with Keith, Erica would never have believed.
Just left me at the mercy of a novice. I mean, Claire's got good instincts, he clarified. I don't want to pretend she doesn't. And she got me out of there somehow. But I should be dead, and it's because Keith didn't do his job.
You know he lost a client, right?
He's about to lose an ex-friend, too.
The room filled with a miserable silence. Just as Erica started to protest, Ernie shook his head.
That's not fair. I'm not that pathetic yet. But I want him to do his job. He made me a promise, and he broke it. Keith doesn't break promises.
Up until that moment, Erica had seen Ernie as a panicked client, though one who seemed like a coworker somehow. But when the man's voice broke, she realized that Ernie truly felt betrayed.
Just what kind of work did you do for or with the agency?
Can't say, but I worked with some awful people, undercover. They want me dead now.
So why not go to the police?
Even as she asked, Erica knew the answer, but it gave her time to think.
Considering I got this?
He pointed to his battered face.
From U.S. Marshals who were determined to find out that my girlfriend knows more than she does.
He held his head in his hands and groaned.
And I tried to get her to come with me. We'd both be dead if she hadn't refused to leave her family.
She jumped up.
Wait, what?
My girlfriend. She refused to come or we'd both be dead.
And now you're here?
Erica swore.
I can't believe this. So what do you want from me?
You've got to have his number. He likes you. I know you have a way to contact him.
Yeah?
Ernie grinned, one that looked more like a snarl with his split, swollen lip. A wince appeared almost as quickly, making him look even more grotesque.
Take a picture of it. He needs to see what he did. He needs to know what happens when he doesn't do his job.
And what happens when you abandon a friend?
Erica muttered as she pulled out her phone.
Did you get something to eat?
The shake of Ernie's head blurred the picture.
Okay, try again. I'll feed you if you just keep still.
I can't stay here, Erica. I need to go. I need Keith to meet me somewhere with new glasses. I just need to get far away from you. You don't want these guys deciding you know more than you really do.
Any chance you're being tracked? Your glasses, clothes? Where'd you get those?
I was wearing them when they took me to the meetup. Mark would never put trackers on a client. They're dangerous things.
Okay.
Erica muttered as Mr. Moretti finally arrived with the gun. She took it from him, holding it with more confidence than she'd ever imagined.
If anything happens to this, Mr. Moretti, I promise to replace it, okay?
Sure, but...
She jerked her head at the stairs.
Do you have an old t-shirt, socks, and some shoes we can have? Just anything.
The old man hurried up the stairs, promising to return immediately. Erica told Ernie to stay put as she hurried into her room. She found old gray sweats and a Warrior's zip-up hoodie that she hated to lose.
Tell Keith I want this replaced.
You'll see him before I do,
Ernie protested as he accepted the clothes.
What, no underwear?
Ernie took one look at the scraps of pink lace and nylon and shuddered.
I've heard it's good to go without underwear now and then. I'm good.
Mr. Moretti arrived while Ernie was still changing. She pointed to the bathroom door.
Can you give them to him? I think he's still recovering from the pink panties I offered.
The old guy grinned.
Gotcha. You have a good sense of humor. This is why your Keith thinks you are so wonderful. You don't take him too seriously. Very smart girl.
Erica hardly heard Mr. Moretti's words. She sent a text to Keith with a photo of Ernie's face and these words. You're a Marine who never leaves a man behind, but you did. Hope it was worth it. And if I am in danger now, you'll wish these guys were the one after you by the time I'm done with you. A second later, she began another text.
And get new glasses for him from Mark. His number is...
Erica called out.
I need your cell number for Keith.
I don't have one. Had to leave it behind. Tell him to meet me at our Rockland place, after dark.
Mr. Moretti shook his head.
No, he needs a phone. I'll go get one of the cheap ones from the liquor store, and maybe a bottle of wine. I'm going to need it. I'm too old for this.
It took everything she had to keep Ernie in the apartment until Mr. Moretti returned with a phone, but a plate of his handmade ravioli finally did the trick. As she worked to activate the phone, he and the old guy swapped stories of the best Italian foods they'd ever had, and Ernie admitted that he'd eaten all over the Italian countryside.
Went on a tour of the country after college, just for the fun of it, you know? It was great.
He took another bite.
Gotta say, this still ranks up in the top 5 Italian meals I've ever eaten. You know how to work those spices. Man, excelente. This is
Erica glared at him.
Fine. Darned good ravioli.
He grinned.
And I know that our Mr. Keith the Clean Mouth wouldn't approve of that either, but I'm feeling like some good Italian cursing right now, okay?
Can't blame you for that. I want to swear in a few other languages myself.
The phone number popped up on the phone screen, and Erica finished her text to Keith. The last line simply read,
Don't do something you'll regret later.
A text from Erica. The ringtone gave it away. Though tempted to tap the screen while waiting at a stoplight, Keith forced himself not to click it until he could cross through the intersection and pull into the parking garage of a small, posh shopping center. The attendant barked out a request for $5.
Like I can afford that kind of money right now.
Still, he dug out 5 ones from his wallet and shoved them in the guy's hand, eager to take the empty space dead ahead before someone circled around and nabbed it first. With a bit of awkward maneuvering in the tight space, Keith pulled into the spot just moments before another car appeared and zoomed off again.
Maybe we're good again. God, help me to show her truth and humanity. That makes no sense. Let her give me time? Yeah, let's go with that. We both know she's good for me. Makes me think. You want that, right?
The moment the text opened, a picture filled the screen. His gut clenched, and bile rose into his throat.
Oh no, Ernie! How'd Erica?
He scrolled to the words and then the next text. Panic filled him.
He found her. How'd he find her? I don't even remember telling him her name. I don't think I did. Is he? He couldn't have been turned. No.
Overcome with emotion and fear, he slid his fingers along the screen and jabbed at Mark's number. The moment the man's familiar voice came on the line, Keith went into a rant.
How did Ernie get Erica's name? What is he doing at her house? How did the Casimirs get to him again? You said you'd handle this.
Mark didn't say a word until Keith finished his rant. Then he spoke in curt, clipped, authoritarian sentences.
Now, I'm going to say a few things. You abandoned your job. You abandoned your friend, and you dare to call me and blast me for the results of your actions. Don't ever do that again, Keith. Now we've got worse news. Sarah's sister has been taken. I've got 2 agents split between retrieving Nina and getting Sarah to safety. I don't have anyone else I can trust with Ernie. Claire's got her own assignment, or I'd send her. She's doing great with Ernie, but... Fine, I'll get him. He needs glasses. What? Sending you a text. Hang on.
Keith knew the moment it arrived when he heard Mark suck in air.
Now, where do I get the glasses? I'll have Flynn bring them to wherever you want them, right now. Does he need safe clothes? Send him, just in case.
Keith agreed.
And can you call my boss? I'm not going to make it to work tonight, or tomorrow, I bet. I'll take care of it.
Mark didn't speak for a second or two, but Keith knew he'd say something eventually. Just as Keith decided he was wrong, the words came.
You're the only one who can do this. I'm glad you see that. I see that you failed my friend. No, Keith. You failed him the minute you broke your promise to have his back. Anytime, anywhere were your exact words, I believe.
Keith chose to ignore those words.
Okay, tell your errand boy, girl, whatever, tell it to meet me at the Sonic just off the loop on Jefferson, ASAP.
A second passed. 2.
Never mind. Send her to the parking garage for the Windermere Center.
Without waiting for an answer, Keith disconnected the call. He punched Erica's number and waited impatiently for her to answer. The moment he heard white noise, and before she could even speak, he barked out,
Are you okay?
Yes, sort of.
If Ernie...
Erica went off on him in a way he hadn't heard since the night he abducted her from her bedroom.
Excuse me? I came home tonight and a guy was in my apartment, beaten to a pulp because my boyfriend decided that he was too good for his old job of protecting people from that kind of attack. So yeah, I'm just sort of okay here.
That would be unsettling. The guy you don't know in your apartment, I mean.
Befuddled by his distress, Keith missed the rebuke in Erica's tirade.
You don't get it, do you?
I just mean that to have a stranger in your...
That's not what upset me, Keith. I was surprised, sure, even a bit alarmed, I suppose, mostly curious. I kept thinking, so is this some message from Helen, or is this something else?
Great.
What?
Keith tried again, hoping she'd understand the panic her words sent through him.
I've made you too comfortable with strange and dangerous things happening. I'm gonna get you killed.
Oh, come off it. I had a gun on him most of the time. Mr. Moretti was here. I was curious, not stupid. If anything, you taught me not to think I'm invincible.
She groaned and started on her rant again.
But you left a man down and alone while you took off. You abandoned your comrade. You...
Enough with the military cliches. This isn't the Marines, Erica.
It's close enough. You've got a unit, the agency, and they're overworked and were understaffed long before their star soldier went AWOL.
I gave my resignation.
And Mark accepted it with grace and agreed you should go, I presume.
Keith slammed his hand on the steering wheel.
It's not the same thing. I did not sign up for an indefinite tour of duty. I got hired to do a job. I didn't do the job well. That got someone killed. I quit. Just as a doctor might if he loses a patient because he didn't have his head in the game. Or like an accountant might because he didn't catch that the CEO was skimming off the books and it hurt the reputation of the company. People resign, Erica. It happens.
And your resignation nearly got Ernie killed. Go protect him. You owe him that.
No worries. Meeting up with him soon. You might not hear from me for a while. Not until I get the situation assessed.
His phone's good. We just bought it today.
Keith groaned. That's bad on so many levels. Good for now, bad for later. Gotta go, I'll miss you.
As he stared at the dead phone in his hand, Keith's heart raced at how close he'd come to saying something he didn't even know was true. Yet,
do I love her? Do I have the right to love her? I don't even know.
The instinct to pray arose, but Keith stamped it down.
Not even going there right now. I've got work to do.
26. Waiting at the parking garage might not have been the most exciting thing to do, but it meant he wouldn't lose the $5 he'd spent. His body betrayed him as excitement welled up inside. He could almost feel his adrenal glands working double time to produce enough adrenaline for the coming hours. A new thought hit him, and he punched Erica's number.
Hey, you okay?
He smiled.
She can fight it all she wants, but she's just as into this thing between us as I am. Yeah, look, I'm going to have to disappear for a while. This phone is my phone. I don't want to lose it. Can I have someone drop it off at your shop?
Sure. Do I let it die? Keep it charged? What?
Keith's nerves relaxed a bit.
Just take the SIM card and battery out when you get it, just in case. Probably unnecessary, but it can't hurt.
You're helping Ernie.
We just talked about this. Yeah.
I know it sounds cheesy and kind of motherly. Ick.
Keith laughed.
And?
I'm proud of you. I know this is hard, but I'm really proud of you.
Erica sighed.
Mr. Moretti is calling. I'd better go see if he's okay. Ernie kind of freaked him out.
A pause. A sigh. A whispered,
I love you. Be safe.
Felt as if he'd imagined it all. Then he heard the hint of a sniffle before the dead phone told him she'd gone.
Not all in my head. She really said it.
Remorse hit him.
Dad'd kill me. A girl shouldn't have to do that first.
A grin formed, making him feel as if he'd entered emotional schizophrenia.
And she'd kill me for even thinking it. Who knew I'd end up with the champion of the underdog and an I am woman, hear me roar, all in one type.
The loud squeals, bangs, and thuds of car tires, doors, and trunks echoed through the structure. Keith tried rolling up his windows, but the stuffiness made him choke. He stepped out of the car and moved to where a door led to outside stairs. Just standing on the landing saved his hearing and his sanity. Twice he thought he saw someone watching him, but each time a second glance showed no one in the vicinity.
Getting jumpy. Calm down.
Still, he pulled out his phone, removed the SIM card, the battery, and the clear piece of tape that covered a shiny metal piece. The tape covered the battery connectors perfectly. With the connection broken, Keith could easily replace everything as it should be, and the phone would be untraceable.
Shouldn't have told her to remove the card and the battery. Kind of unnecessary now. Oh well.
It returned, that uneasy feeling that someone watched him. His eyes roamed the entire visible structure, pausing at anything that shifted or moved. Always a shadow. Always a person appearing seconds later, oblivious to his presence. He stared down at the ground, over at the surrounding buildings, and there, in a window opposite, he saw her. A woman stood, arms crossed, leaning against the glass. Keith tried to hide his observation, but when she began unbuttoning her blouse, he decided he hadn't done a very good job, and that the noise of a parking garage wasn't that unbearable.
What's with people these days?
He sensed her long before he saw her. A tall, thin girl with a head much too small for her long frame.
She looks like an elf morphed with a human or something. From the neck up. Gorgeous and cute at the same time. All in one. A bit much. Amazing.
The girl strode toward him with a confidence that made him nervous. A backpack slung over one shoulder gave her the appearance of a college student, but the carefree air he would have expected remained absent. In its place, quiet determination stared back at him. He started to step aside when she pulled the backpack from her shoulder. The move, so swift and powerful that he almost took it as aggression.
Keith, right?
Yeah?
Here's stuff for Ernie. Clothes, phones for both, cash, keys to the Stang waiting for you down the street, weapons, and I think that's it. Good luck.
She started to turn, but Keith caught her arm. He nearly lost his hand for it. Flynn turned, grabbed it, and bent it until he thought it'd break.
Don't ever touch me without permission. Got that?
Sure.
He gasped as she dropped his hand, the tingles growing uncomfortable by the second. He shook blood back into it.
You've got issues, you know.
I know. Deal with it.
Then, as if he'd given her the best gift ever, she beamed.
I just surprised the best in the agency. Woot woot. Gotta tell Mark. He'll be totes impressed.
The first words made sense, but by the time she finished speaking, Keith was lost.
Cool. Anyway,
He pulled out his phone.
can you take this to Erica's coffee shop? Mark will give you the address. I've got to go.
He flung the backpack over his shoulder and stepped through the door again.
Mark's got keys to my car. It should go home.
His hand slid along the gray shoulder strap.
Oh, and thanks. You could have gotten pink or aqua without thinking about it. Gray's good.
Well, I did consider Burberry. I mean, when else will I be able to buy something so cool? But I didn't know if you were hipster or metro enough for it.
I'm not. I'm more camo than metro.
She grinned. Perfect teeth, almost too big for her mouth, glistened like a dental advertisement.
Yay, I pegged you. This is like the best job ever.
Keith just nodded, waved, and jogged down the steps to the ground level. He paused at the end, retrieved the phone from the front pocket of the backpack, and powered it on. As he strolled toward the Stang down the street, he sent a 5-word text to Mark.
Buy Flynn a Burberry backpack.
The yellow, why Mark had chosen such a loud color Keith couldn't hope to understand. Mustang whizzed around the loop and off again. The meeting point, Rockland's travel hub. While a pain to try to locate a target, the place had many advantages, one of which was the simple fact that it was hard to find a target. Trains from every part of the city ran through the subway station every few minutes. Food, shelter, obscurity, very public, and even busy at night. Keith couldn't ask for a better place. Once he meandered into the bus terminal, he waited on the bench, trying to look weary and bored. Several times he stood and stretched as if trying to keep awake. He checked his watch, wandered around the room, did a few stretches, and then sat. The minute he thought he saw Ernie, everything changed. People stared at the man shuffling along with a hoodie covering half his face and apparently shading his eyes. Keith pulled the glasses from his backpack and stood. As he'd done a dozen times already, he began stretching and then walked around the bench, heading straight for Ernie. He slipped the glasses into the disheveled man's pockets as he accidentally stumbled and slammed into Ernie.
Sorry,
Keith said aloud. He murmured,
pocket,
before backing away at Ernie's protest. Back on the bench, Keith waited. It took Ernie longer than expected to cross into Keith's line of sight again, but the moment he did, Keith began to stare at the sign leading to the south entrance. It took 3 tries before Ernie shuffled that way, his hands stuffed into his jacket pocket. Keith just shook his head.
He's too into this. Gonna get us both killed.
He waited for the announcer to call out the next bus and stood as the loudspeaker announced the arrival of his bus. Just outside the entrance, Keith murmured,
Yellow Mustang, C8.
As he passed Ernie loafing by a garbage can. To Keith's utter astonishment, Ernie slammed into him and then began running. It took a couple of seconds before Keith realized what he'd done.
Seriously, this isn't junior night. Someone's gonna tackle you for me.
Then Keith saw it, a rare time when the short-term parking lot was empty of pedestrians. His feet pounded the pavement as he ran, trying not to catch up with his prey.
I probably deserve this for some.
Keith groaned.
Revenge is beneath you, Fitchman.
Ernie collapsed against the car's hood, panting.
Yeah,
He gasped as Keith unlocked the car.
but it's sweet.
He started to open the passenger door.
Nuh-uh. Back seat. Lay down. Buckle yourself in. You can use my backpack, but there's canned food in there, so be careful. I heard of a gal who broke her jaw in an accident when her head slammed down on a slide projector she'd been using as a pillow.
Slide projector? Pillow?
Despite the disbelief in Ernie's tone, he crawled into the back seat as ordered. Keith hurried to the driver's seat and put the car in gear almost before starting it.
You're going to make mistakes. Get in the game. Well, she had her jacket covering it.
Ernie didn't speak, didn't rail, attack, recriminate, or in any other way assault Keith with the blasts of anger he knew his friend felt. The silence nearly drove him mad. Several times he started to order Ernie to say something, until he realized that silence was the retaliation for his so-called abandonment. No, Ernie didn't speak until Keith got on the loop and headed south.
Do you know where you're going?
Yes?
Where?
The question came almost before Keith finished speaking his monosyllabic response.
Since when do we tell our clients where they're going? It's a death trap.
Claire did. Kept me alive and unharmed. Can't say as much for you.
The bitterness in Ernie's tone would have been comical had his voice not cracked slightly on you. Keith did everything he could to avoid slamming his hand on the steering wheel and taking out his angst in a most un-Christ-like and unprofessional manner. Even the temptation to toss out a few choice words suddenly felt appealing. Shame tried to flood him, but he stuck his finger in the dike and chose to ignore it. A blast of a horn next to him drowned out the quiet tones of Ernie's next question. Keith watched, tense and alert, as the car full of obnoxious teenagers whizzed past. He interrupted, ignoring Ernie's question at first.
Too many passengers, no one wearing seatbelts, and a convertible top. It's like they've got a death wish.
Ernie ignored Keith's interruption and asked the same question again.
Do you have your head in the game? Am I safe now?
Before Keith could answer, his cell phone buzzed. He pulled it from his pocket, tapped the speaker button, and tensed as Mark's voice came on the line.
Keith, we had an emergency with another case. Lucy's boss. I've got to send in Karen. That means you have to go get Sarah and bring her with you. Forced or voluntary?
Keith ignored the yelp of protest from the back seat and listened as Mark explained where Sarah would be.
What about Nina? I have backup on that. We found her. FBI is moving in now. U.S. Marshals are on the scene as well. She'll be home or in protective custody, depending on the success the FBI has within the next few hours, unless they see a reason to hold off. Raid?
Mark murmured something to someone in the room.
Probably that Flynn,
Keith mused as he waited.
Yes, sorry. They now have enough with Ernie, Sarah, Nina, Sancho.
In the back seat, Ernie exploded as he sat up.
What?
Get down, Finchman.
Mark didn't speak until Keith asked for more information.
Everything okay? Yeah, Ernie just thinks he's invincible or something.
Ernie's,
Why not be? My bodyguard quit on me.
Nearly made Keith slam on the brakes and kick the guy from his car. Only Mark's quiet,
Remember, he's a client now, not a friend, not a coworker. Client. He's gonna act like one, make mistakes like one, put both of you in danger like one.
kept Keith from losing it.
Thanks a lot,
Ernie muttered. While Keith maneuvered through traffic, he listened to Ernie's questions. They were reasonable, logical, Exactly the kinds of questions he would expect from Ernie. Mark's answers, on the other hand, didn't satisfy.
Mark, do you hear yourself?
Only the sounds of tires on highway and the occasional blinker replied. Eventually, Mark sighed.
Yeah, this isn't my purview, but I don't think I have a choice. I don't think you do either, particularly this time. You're gonna have to talk to some Senate appropriations folks. You can't be fiscally responsible for it.
His boss's sigh seemed to echo through the car and dissolve into the constant blast of the air conditioner.
I'd rather avoid government involvement, but you're right.
Ernie's voice blasted them from the back seat.
What are you talking about? Stop being so cryptic and speak plain English.
That was plain English. Not a single other language in there, and no obnoxious use of archaic or obscure words.
You know what I mean, Mark. What the heck?
Silence.
Fine. What are you guys talking about?
I'll explain later, when Mark knows more what he plans to do.
To Mark, he said,
Okay, gonna get off this thing. Getting too close.
6 miles later, Ernie protested.
I thought you said we were getting close.
And if someone has somehow bugged Mark's office, I want them to know this.
He zipped toward New Cheltenham, each mile cementing his resolve.
I will keep this man and woman alive. I will not fail them. Not them.
As he crawled through the back alleys, Ernie's teeth rattling on the obnoxious cobblestones, Keith forced himself to add,
With the Lord's help, this will be a successful mission.
At that moment, Keith could have sworn that the God he'd claimed to serve for years reached into his heart and removed a stone.
Eerie. Be ready, Ernie. You're going to have to bind and gag her for me. She won't like it, but I can't risk her doing something stupid.
Ernie's heart sank.
She's gonna hate me. Kill me, maybe. She'll never come with us now. How will we make this work? If her whole family has to go, they'd have to become Amish or something to fit in somewhere. Her Uncle Vinny in an Amish community. That's a good one.
Ernie.
He shook his head to clear it.
What?
Did you hear me? You're going to...
Gag and bind. Got it. You're killing any chance that she'll ever forgive me. You know that, right?
Keith pulled into a parking stall behind a tea room.
I know. I'm sorry.
A second later, he reached into the backpack and tossed duct tape and zip ties into the back seat. Ernie stifled a yelp as the tape hit his jaw.
My fault. I got involved. I know better.
Ernie started to sit up and hesitated.
Do I need to stay down or...
Up's fine for now, until we get Sarah situated. Then both of you down.
A few seconds passed as Keith opened the door and got out.
Stroke her hair. Talk soothingly to her, even if she seems mad. Trust me.
But Ernie didn't trust Keith. Not anymore. He sat, leaning against the window, his mind swirling. As minutes passed, the icy air from the AC warmed just a little, and the car's fan kicked on.
What's taking so long? She's gonna run. I know it. Man, what kind of idiot am I? I messed up someone's whole life because I...
The air left his lungs with a force that usually requires a punch to the gut. Despite his resistance to the idea, Ernie couldn't help but compare his thoughts with the stupid things Keith had said when Keith thought he was responsible for a girl's life.
Irony. It's cruel. But wow, just...
The car door opened, and Sarah was practically thrown across the seat and into his lap.
I think I saw someone, and we can't race through this town. Get her hands tied only, in front.
Tie my hand.
The car door slamming cut off Sarah's words. Ernie tried to be as gentle as possible as he wrapped his arms around her, a zip tie in one hand, pulled her close, and pushed her hands together.
It's because, when things get dicey, people make panicked decisions instead of listening.
He pulled out the tape just as the car jerked into gear, smacking his head on the glass. He felt dazed just long enough for Sarah to get in a few choice words.
Keith's not gonna like that.
But Keith didn't even wince. That unnerved Ernie more than anything that had happened to date.
He's really in a bad spot. Worse than I thought.
Just a hint of compassion melted Ernie's hardened heart. Melted, but only the outer layers.
Keith,
he said as he tore a strip from the duct tape. Sarah's eyes widened. Before he could slap it on, Keith interrupted.
Pull in your lips, Sarah, quick.
Thankfully, she did. Ernie kissed her temple and murmured,
Trust me, they do it to all of us, too. If Keith didn't need me, if he had the backup he deserves, I'd be right there with you. We've got to get down now. Did you need something, Ernie?
Ernie paused before deciding not to bother.
It's not like he's going to listen to me anyway. Nah, I'm good.
Not until the car zipped along the highway, west if Ernie's sense of direction could be trusted, did Keith speak again.
If you think I need to know something, Fitchman, just tell me.
Again he shook his head, but something in Sarah's eyes changed his mind. He bent low and whispered,
Try not to listen. This isn't about me manipulating you. He needs to hear this, for our safety, as well as himself. Ernie? Fine. Just remember that you insisted.
He could almost hear Keith backtracking without a word, so Ernie plunged in before a blast of music or something else silenced him.
It's just that, when you were in getting Sarah, I was out here freaking out, beating myself up. I mean, I knew it was a risk to get to know someone, to care about someone. I knew I had to be real enough that she'd believe me, but private enough to protect her. I didn't do a very good job of either. Or did I? I don't know. I know I feel like this is all my fault and I've ruined Sarah's life forever.
Sarah's eyes bored into him, but Ernie tried not to look. She nudged him. Meeting her eyes translated the muffled protest beautifully.
It's not your fault, Ernie. It's gonna be okay.
He brushed the hair from her cheek and murmured,
It is, love. It is. How you don't blame me, I don't even know. But I've got to say this, so forgive me.
The words sounded so foreign to him, as if he'd quoted someone instead of speaking from the heart. That's when Ernie realized just how much undercover work had changed him.
That is me speaking from the heart. Wow. Well, get it over with so I can ignore you again,
Keith ordered.
Ooh, maybe I'm getting through. He wants to hear it. He's grumpy, but he wants to hear.
Ernie cleared his throat.
I didn't ruin it, that is. That's the real thing I have to accept. I didn't deal drugs. I didn't kill people. I didn't beat me to a pulp because I wouldn't give her name away. I didn't make her sister get kidnapped. I didn't do those things. I made mistakes, yeah. I made a lot of them. I was selfish and continued a relationship that I thought I could control when I couldn't.
He swallowed hard, wiped the tear that fell down Sarah's cheek, and forced himself to continue before Keith stopped him.
I hated you for what you did, quitting like that. I felt betrayed. I felt like you decided you didn't care about anyone but yourself. I get it now. You were wrong,
he added with a little more relish than he should have shown. Conscience struck him, and he added,
But so was I.
27. The house in Yorktown surprised Keith. Set back at the end of a long cul-de-sac, the nearest neighbors were nearly halfway down the block on each side. Wide, wrought-iron fenced yards separated the property with an imposing air. They'd entered from a gate at the back that butted up against a parkway separating the subdivision from the rest of marshland. Yes, the location had definitely surprised him.
Since when do we have this place? Why haven't I seen it before? Staying close to Rockland means that this is either almost over or Mark wants to be close to help because it's gonna get ugly.
Tension created a cohabitational nightmare. Sarah wandered around the place looking lost and confused. Ernie watched her, angry, discouraged, heartbroken. Keith, though, trying to wrestle his own demons, had to monitor every move, which meant doing a constant dash from room to room without creating unnecessary anxiety.
They need more agents. This is crazy. I can't watch 2 people in a house this size without killing myself or crowding them in one room and making them miserable. The agency has got to double in size, particularly if Mark makes this whole relocation project a permanent fixture. I guess Ernie as a guinea pig is...
A sound, something like a cross between a whimper and a scream, sent his senses on high alert. He crossed the dozen or so feet that separated him from Sarah before he realized he'd done it.
What is it?
I can't go home, ever.
Well...
No, I really can't.
Her eyes rose.
If they get Nina back, she really can't go home either.
They'll get the guys.
Keith choked back his own words as he recognized her words.
Okay, yeah, she might leave too.
Sarah thought for a moment before she sought out the couch and sank into one corner, pulling her knees to her chest.
Is my family safe at all?
Ernie began apologizing, but Keith cut him off.
Stop. We don't know the answer to that question. It depends on whether they took Nina deliberately or if they mistook her for Sarah. She was at Sarah's house. She's about the right age. How would they know it wasn't her?
Sarah flung herself from the couch, racing toward him, arms outstretched. With awkward embarrassment, Keith braced himself for impact, both of Sarah and Ernie's hurt. But Sarah raced past Keith, flung herself at Ernie, and wrapped her legs around him.
Then we might not all have to leave.
What?
The 2 men spoke in unison.
Think about it. If they were just going to come after us, one by one, because they wanted us all dead, then we were all going to have to leave. If Nina was an accident and they just want me, then we don't all have to leave.
Not after a trial, Ernie agreed. Once you've given testimony against them, there won't be a need to get to your family to find you.
Then why do I have to leave forever?
Sarah's eyes returned to Keith as if she knew he couldn't lie to her. It was a judgment call he hated to make, but Keith did it. He crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head.
Retaliation.
She crumbled into a puddle of despair and tears. Keith glared at Ernie, who seemed torn between the urge to comfort her and the understanding that her association with him had brought them to this place. With more force than necessary, Keith jabbed a finger in her direction and mouthed, "Go." The moment Ernie moved, Keith stepped outside the door. After a few seconds, Keith peered around the door jamb and relaxed as he saw Ernie holding Sarah, weeping with Sarah.
Either he's lying to himself or to her, but he shouldn't put it past the Casimirs to take out revenge on her family.
That thought prompted him to send a quick text message. What are the odds that Kays would go after Sarah's family after trial, revenge motivation in particular? The weight drove him crazy, and the awkwardness of having to spy on a couple in crisis didn't help. Keith occasionally walked past the doorway, leaned against the wall opposite, and even went outside and walked the perimeter, checking the window too often for safety.
Bad decision, Augur. Check the back corner now. Idiot.
The reply came just after he reached the dining room. Again. Slim, after I'm done, I'll make it clear that she will never know what happens to them. Killing them will only make it easier to put more of the gang away. That gave Keith confidence to go back into the room and reassure Sarah again. He stepped in the door, leaned against a couch, and cleared his throat. Ernie and Sarah hardly shifted, but their eyes met his.
Just talk to Mark. Mark says he'll make sure that the Casimirs know that you won't know if any of your family is hurt, and any attempt on any of them will ensure that more of their members make it to jail. If Mark says that, it'll happen. I think your family is good.
The text came 3 hours later.
Activate new phone. Destroy this. Tell Ernie to use Protocol 3.
Keith beckoned Ernie over and pointed to the text.
Do you know what that means? Got it. Go get the other phone. I'll take care of this one.
Sarah, seemingly engrossed in a reality TV show, said without moving her eyes from the screen,
Are we in danger again?
As he passed the couch to retrieve the phone from the backpack, Keith patted her shoulder.
Nope. Absolutely normal. No worries.
At the sound of plastic crunching, Sarah winced.
I don't get.
Though she pushed back, Keith noticed a change in her, that resignation that always meant the possibility a client wouldn't fight for life. It took everything he had to keep going and retrieve the phone. He made it back to the couch and called to Ernie.
Hey, catch.
Ernie dropped the mangled bits onto the counter and reached for the flying package.
Got it. Duh. Couldn't see that for myself.
Conscience overrode frustration.
Quit with the sarcasm. Do your job.
He hunkered down on his heels in front of her and waited until he saw she was truly listening.
There are dozens of monitors on things. If they get a wrong number, the phone gets destroyed. If it comes up on rotation, it gets destroyed, even if it's brand new. If we find out it's too close to another number, it's destroyed.
That's usually fixed immediately, though.
Ernie interjected as he destroyed the packaging in his attempts to retrieve the phone.
Just giving her the scenarios, Ernie. Don't foul it up now. We're going to do a lot of things that seem either like we're overreacting or like we're about to die. Most of the time, it's neither. Just listen to what we say. If things truly are bad, we'll usually tell you.
From the corner of his eye, Keith saw Ernie approach. The temptation to tackle the guy just to break the tension arose, but he squelched it. Instead, he said,
Trying to sneak up on me.
Just testing your reflexes. Never know if you've gotten lazy in your old age.
The dig should have hurt, would have, but Keith's continual self-flagellative habits had numbed him. He grabbed the phone to test it, but seeing Mark on the screen stopped him.
What? Oh.
His laughter filled the room. Ernie and Sarah exchanged confused glances until Keith showed Ernie the screen.
Force of habit?
Yeah, I guess.
Sarah's eyes ping-ponged back and forth before she threw up her hands and demanded, What?
Casimir trick,
Ernie began.
Ernie.
What? It's not like I'm going to be doing that again.
Before Keith could stop him, Ernie explained.
I always had 2 phones, kept contact names the same on both, but I did it all caps except 1 letter for the agency. Each person I had to contact in the agency got a code name that corresponded with the Casimirs. That way, it looked like a typo, but the names were right. Wouldn't hold up for long if they compared numbers, but it might be enough if they were just sneaking a peek or to give me a minute to get out if they really were onto me.
Wow, Mark's thorough.
That's all Ernie, Keith muttered. Genius with ideas, idiot with secrets.
She's not going to tell. She's under protection now. She's safe. I'm not going back in, so...
Keith's glare cut off Ernie's protest. He grabbed Sarah's hand and led her toward the stairs.
Let's go get changed and take a swim. The neighbors would think we're nuts to be here on a gorgeous day like this and not go in the water.
Yeah, go swimming. Ignore the fact that she'll never be safe until these guys are behind bars. No one can guarantee that, ever. And you know it, Ernie.
He could hear Ernie demanding only his services.
You're the best, Keith. You know it, even if you won't admit it. So I want you. I want your promise that if something goes wrong, I'll get you. Promise me.
And he had.
I broke that promise, too.
Truth hit him hard and fast.
And I'm a hypocrite.
He swallowed a lump of pride and called out for Ernie.
Can you come back down here?
I don't want to.
Seriously, Ernie, just for a minute.
Ernie appeared defensive and ready for battle.
What?
I owe you an apology.
What?
just let me do this while I can admit it. I made a promise, and I broke it. I hope you can forgive me."
Each word stuck in his throat as he tried to speak, but Keith forced himself to add,
"It was so wrong of me."
His friend watched him, stared at him, until Keith's skin crawled and he wanted to demand, "Enough already," but he didn't. He waited, and tried not to let his discomfort show.
"That's why I respect you. This is the Keith I know. The whining's gone. The self-doubt is gone."
Ernie grinned.
"Good to have you back."
Keith just shook his head and walked away. Tyler stepped into the office and sensed the change. At first, nothing looked out of place. Nothing looked changed. Yet something felt different. Improved, perhaps. A girl breezed in, one too cute to take seriously and, if her driven expression meant anything, too terrifying not to.
Can I help you? You shouldn't be in here without an appointment.
"I'm Tyler."
Oh, Mark's waiting for you. Go in. Oh, and congratulations. I heard you, totally rocked your first tests.
Thanks. He allowed his voice to trail off as he waited for her to tell him her name.
Go in. He doesn't have all day. Busy guy, you know. Geez, people, get with the program.
The girl's tone screamed, "Don't mess with me, you twerp." But the twinkle in her eye and the wink she gave before she plopped down in her chair and began typing told a different story. Tyler hesitated but decided not to press the issue of learning her name.
"Yeah, going in."
I'll alert the media.
As he knocked and entered the office, Mark looked up from a tablet.
"Flynn said you'd arrived."
"Already? She's fast."
"Crazy efficient."
The moment the door shut, Mark added,
"She'd never be able to handle the inefficiency of the field, but she'll keep this office totes a maze if I give her half the chance."
"She didn't." Mark nodded.
"Oh, yeah. In fact, I overheard her tell someone the other day, I like totally puffy heart pho."
"Puffy heart?"
"Yeah, the really crazy thing is, it's growing on me. I can't imagine ever using the totes pop phrases she uses, but she's redefining the office with them. She's just revolutionized the place."
Tyler couldn't help himself. Laughter bubbled over until he choked out a few chortles. "Do you hear yourself? You just said, I can't ever imagine using the totes pop phrases. You used them anyway." Groaning, Mark pointed to the chair and said,
"Just give me your review. How'd it go?"
"You know."
"No, I want to know how you think it went. What you think your strengths and weaknesses were."
This Tyler hadn't expected. He was ready to report on the things he knew. He wasn't prepared to report on what he'd learned.
"Well, I was, well..."
He sat in the chair, his mind spinning.
"Just talk to me."
"Okay, so I got there, and I had no idea what to expect. I mean, the place was so much smaller than I expected, and all the training setups, totally cool. Or should that be totes coolio?" At Mark's glare, he continued quickly, "Well, anyway, what surprised me was how much mental and physical stuff is there. I mean, I have a whole workout routine I'm supposed to do for the next 6 weeks. They pretty much named me a complete wuss."
"Only 6 weeks?"
The panic in Mark's voice told Tyler that his weak physique was worse than he'd expected. "Yeah, then they're bumping me up to a real one, according to the trainer. Man, Jess is tough."
"Best one out there, though. She works wonders."
Mark tapped a few things on the screen, smiled, and looked back up at him.
"Continue."
"Was that another Flynn? What kind of name is that anyway? Thing, or does he have a girlfriend? That totally looks like amusement with a girlfriend." When the delay made Mark raise an eyebrow, Tyler panicked. Where was I?"
"Jess whipped your butt."
"Yeah, the mental stuff. All really weird. I couldn't figure out what half of it had to do with the job, and then bam!"
"Bam?"
"Yeah, like in a movie trailer when it's revealing slow little things that don't seem related, and then bam! The music does this, well, bam!"
Okay, so what was your bam moment?
It just all goes to show how your brain connects things. I didn't get that before, but man, I learned a lot. And it got me thinking.
Tyler hesitated. It wasn't his job. Not anymore. It wasn't his case, but...
Spit it out.
Well, Keith, the Kim case. He's in danger. Why aren't we insisting on protection? They'll retaliate and he'll be dead.
Except that he's on a case.
That's my point, Tyler exclaimed, just a little too loudly. He dropped his tone a little and added, Isn't he putting Sarah and Ernie in danger?
Sounds like you've been thinking. That's good.
Tyler beamed at Mark's praise, but knew something would qualify it.
As long as Keith is protecting someone, he's safer than if someone's watching him. And we don't have the manpower not to have him working.
But is it wise to risk 2 clients because of manpower issues? When Mark's eyes narrowed, Tyler almost didn't continue, but instinct said his boss would respect him more if he didn't hold back. I just wondered if combining clients and missions might work as a way to give 2 people backup and another pair of eyes on Keith.
Or risk 2 unrelated cases.
That is a risk, but does it outweigh the risk of one agent being on 24/7? I don't see the strength in that. The room grew so quiet that Tyler imagined he could hear Mark's brain turning over ideas. Mark showed no emotion, no thought process, nothing. Instead, he sat without moving his eyes from Tyler's face. At last, he nodded.
It's a good point. If moving them wouldn't negate the advantages, I'd consider it. As of now, we can't, but for next time, that's a valid point.
Tyler beamed until he remembered the continued threat. So, what about Keith? How confident are you that he's safe?
Very. First, he knows he's at risk. We haven't discussed it, but he knows it, and he's watching. Being on alert for 2 things makes him extra diligent.
And means he can't sleep. Bad for safety, Tyler interjected.
He'll sleep when he needs to. He knows how to get the maximum benefit with the least number of hours, and how to break them up without affecting his clarity.
Will I learn that? Mark laughed.
Yep, and you'll hate it. Just warning you.
The conversation moved to other areas of his training, but Tyler's mind couldn't release his concern for Keith. The moment Mark concluded the meeting, Tyler blurted out one last question. Can I spend my weekend off helping? I could watch while he sleeps, if nothing else. Just be out of the way, except for those hours.
No, but thanks for offering.
Before Tyler could hide his disappointment, Mark saw it and nodded. He leaned forward.
I'm glad you're loyal to the team. I can't tell you everything I know, but I can tell you this much. We haven't been able to substantiate a threat against Keith. There's no chatter, no activity, nothing to indicate that what Kim said was true. If he's telling the truth, it hasn't been activated yet. But we're watching and...
Mark fiddled with his stylus for a moment before he looked back up and met Tyler's gaze.
We have people where the orders would come from. Nothing yet.
You mean no?
Yes.
As Tyler left the building for 48 hours of rest before his next training round, all he could think of was, wow, how'd they get someone into the North Korean government that fast? The only answer that made any sense to him also sickened him. Surely Mark doesn't hire people to be professional mistresses. Ugh. Unusual summer winds buffeted the house, making Keith nervous about tornado warnings. Anyone with half a lick of sense would use a time like that to try to take out a witness.
If they know where we are and power goes out, we have to leave. If we have to leave, we're dead.
Another thought followed quickly.
Then again, outside means wind will make it almost impossible to get a good shot. Inside means we're sitting ducks, but we know the house and they have to come to us. I could take them out by sending Ernie and Sarah to another part of the house. Maybe the pool. No one would expect someone to be in the pool during a tornado. There's the lightning risk, but it's less than guns. Interesting. I'll have to run that by Mark. I'll bet the statistics are far and above in our favor.
As thoughts bombarded his brain, working out each scenario in his mind, Keith stepped into the master bedroom and swept the room with his eyes. Tree branches creaked outside the window.
If one breaks off and crashes through, Sarah'll scream. Natural response, but then all our attempts to hide the room she's in are shot.
A glance at the bed sent him out again.
Lord, I can't decide if I'm right to be glad they made up, or if it's further proof that my convictions are weakening. I've never liked it when I have to guard unmarried couples living as if they are, but look at me.
A second later, he stepped from the room, the accusation, hypocrite, following with each footfall. The bedroom opposite had closed windows and blackout curtains. Keith swept the room with his flashlight, even into the open closet, before determining that the floor was clear. He sat on the stairs and pulled out his phone. A quick text to Mark gave him the okay to call Erica. Though late, too late to call, really, Keith knew he had to try while he had a chance. Erica picked up on the first ring.
You better be someone I know.
Hey there.
Keith!
If the rustling he heard was what he thought it was, she'd sat up in bed or climbed out.
Hi.
Are you okay? Is Ernie okay?
Ernie's good. We've got him and another witness here.
Keith sighed.
Man, it's good to hear your voice.
Yeah. Tell me all the warm, fuzzy stuff in a minute. You said we. Does that mean you're not alone?
Just the three of us. Ernie's technically agency, so we includes him. Confusing, I'm sure, but it works in my brain.
Okay, well, I guess.
Again rustling. Keith wondered once more if she'd gotten out of bed or something.
So, how are you doing? Do you like being back at work?
I do, actually.
The sleepiness dissipated from her voice as Erica demanded more information.
Come on, spill it, Keith.
It's instinctive. It feels right. I like knowing that I'm between Ernie and a bullet if it comes down to it. I like knowing he's safe, but then the doubts creep in.
Well, drive him out again.
You make it sound so easy.
Something in his tone sounded a little too close to whining for his comfort. Before he could stop himself, it continued, on a roll. He tried to stifle it, contain his runaway emotional tirade, but once he'd opened that door, nothing seemed to hold him back.
I don't want to deal with this. It's rotten and it stinks. This isn't what I signed up to do.
Excrement.
What?
Fine,
Erica added with what sounded like repressed laughter.
Male bovine excrement, to be precise. I didn't use any appropriate language, so you can't complain.
Keith sat on the top step of a dark house, listening to the wind howl around them, to Erica's creative vocabulary gymnastics, and grinned.
Okay. What is male bovine excrement, exactly?
This is exactly what you signed up to do. You signed up to protect people who have others who want to kill them, and sometimes that's going to mean, and it shouldn't be often, I grant you, sometimes that's going to mean that you lose. You can't win every one.
I can't lose this one,
he rasped.
This is Ernie.
And you won't. The odds are way in your favor.
Well, I am on the ball this time, paying hyper attention. Even got Mark's okay before I called you. Didn't have to do that, but I don't want to fail at doing my job again.
You didn't fail, Keith. You did it. They did theirs a little better, that time.
A pause, one that silenced him with the ominousness of it, dragged out for several seconds before Erica muttered,
Haven't I already said this a time or 20? Didn't you already say this? It seems familiar.
She made an impatient sound.
How many times do I have to reiterate this to get it through to you?
A smile tried to push up the corners of his lips.
Might take a few more, unfortunately.
At her exasperated grunt, he added,
But I will give you this much.
After a pause, Erica went off on him.
Yeah? Give me what? Come on, Augur. Stop destroying the landscaping.
Huh?
Beating the bush. Stop beating around the bush and tell me what you wanted to say.
It's just that it does feel right. This job. You were right about that. It's in my blood. It's who I am. Now I just have to reconcile that with my faith. I don't know how to do that yet.
Erica held the dead phone in her hand, staring at it. As lost and broken as Keith sounded at moments of their conversation, one strong theme ran underneath it all.
He's back. My Keith is back. He doesn't know it yet, but he is. And that's step one.
She settled back under the covers, slid the phone back onto the nightstand again, and closed her eyes.
Now, if I can just figure out how to get us back, that would be awesome.
28. Shin sat in the equivalent of a cell. Despite the comfortable bed, the desk, the shelf of books, and the TV, Shin knew that the walls that surrounded him symbolized the protection he needed and likely his future in a less pleasant cell.
They've got to believe me. I can help. But how? How do I make them listen? Mark Cho acted like he'd never heard of himself, but I know him. I saw what he thought he hid. Fear. Someone knows what he looks like. The whole country does. And they know what he does. That should terrify him.
A knock. They always knocked, as if he had the right to say no thanks, not interested today. Still, there was a certain pleasantness to being treated like a human.
Come in.
The man, Mark Cho, entered.
Hello, Mr. Kim. Would you like to come out for a break, or should we talk in here?
Of course, I'd love to come out. I don't suppose that includes the backyard.
Mark stuck his head out the door.
Secure the back perimeter.
To Shin, he said.
Let's go.
They didn't speak until they stood in the yard. Shin left his house slippers on the patio and stood barefoot in the grass.
It feels marvelous.
Before Mark could reply, he added,
How's my family?
Very well. We're working on plans to meet up with them. It's not easy, but I think it's manageable.
So, you finally figured out that my warning wasn't a hoax.
Mark leaned against a support pole for the patio cover.
Actually, we found no evidence of any kind that my man is in danger.
You won't. You'll know it when you find him dead, as well as anyone with him at that time. They'll try to strike when he isn't alone. Retaliation and a warning.
I'll remember that.
Birds sang in a nearby tree. As it neared twilight, Shin imagined that they might be night birds warming up for their evening performance.
I never took time to listen to the birds with my children. My father taught me to listen and learn. I failed in that.
Your children are hardly grown, Mr. Kim. You have time.
Not with them. Not now. When your government gets done with me...
Mark cut him off.
My government?
He began.
I know what you're thinking,
Shin interjected.
It was not a slip of the tongue. I used your out of respect. I know I do not deserve to claim a government I betrayed.
Well said. Is it heartfelt, I wonder?
But Mark didn't give Shin a chance to answer.
As I started to say, my government is hardly in the place to make judgment calls on the loyalty of citizens when we've found several in Congress who are likely to be arrested at any moment for treason.
He gave Shin time to digest that before adding,
You helped to make that happen. They won't forget it.
They won't forget my disloyalty either, and if they would,
he mused,
my help in funneling research funds into the hands of enemy will cure it. Americans can forgive a lot, but do not steal their tax dollars.
To his astonishment, Mark laughed.
Got that right. Well, you have another bargaining chip.
It took several long seconds for Shin to take his meaning.
It worked, then.
It did. She's installed in the general's house, no less, as a maid. The wife is clueless and the general is enamored. She has already proven helpful.
A few seconds passed before Mark added,
Thank you. It won't be forgotten.
This trip, then,
Shin couldn't help asking.
is a reward for good behavior?
This trip is necessary for the health of your family relationships. I do not play those games, Mr. Kim. You are not here as a trained SEAL getting sardines with each excellent performance.
The man's tone told Shin he'd offended his benefactor. He tried to apologize, but the words stuck in his throat. Instead, he said,
I understand. Thank you.
When Mark didn't speak again, Shin asked,
Was there another purpose for your visit?
I came to tell you about the move, of course, and to ask your opinion on a couple of things.
Mark crossed the grass and sat in a lounge chair.
Join me.
Shin made himself comfortable and asked,
What 2 things?
The first has to do with my man. You think he's in danger.
I know he is. Get the man in protective custody, the best, and pray if you do, because he's going to need it.
Despite his inner railing, Shin only said,
Yes.
How confident are you that you are right?
If over 100% was mathematically possible, I would choose that. I have 0 doubt, Mr. Cho.
Mark almost winced. Shin didn't see it, wasn't even looking at the man, but he felt it.
That was my other question. I know you persist in seeing me as Mark Cho. This concerns me. If I am seen as this man and this man is seen as a threat, then I wonder if I am safe.
You're not.
When Mark didn't respond, Shin sighed internally and thought,
Okay, I'll play the game. I suppose you have to keep up appearances. It doesn't matter what your name is. The North Koreans see you as a threat. Mark Cho, who has thwarted them too many times. In fact, your, or rather the, last name Cho is seen as a challenge. They'll kill you if they get half a chance. You and anyone they think is connected. Friends, family, employees, girlfriend.
Mark's expression didn't shift at all until Shin said girlfriend.
Interesting. I would have thought none.
Mark stood.
Thank you, Will.
His phone buzzed. He slid it from his pocket, glanced at the screen, grabbed Shin's arm and pulled.
Get inside, now.
Before Shin could move, 3 people rushed him, pushing him inside. A last look over his shoulder showed Mark's silhouette standing at the edge of the patio, gun drawn, aiming at the corner. A man's head appeared over the fence. A second later, the man dropped out of sight and the agents shoved him toward the garage door.
Is Mark?
Mark burst through the door and shouted,
Get him out of here now. Go.
A crash jerked Keith from his pallet on the floor. As predicted, Sarah screamed, but Ernie seemed to manage to stifle half of it. The moment he stepped into the room, Keith saw the trouble.
I knew we were going to get a branch through the window. Let's get you out of here.
Sarah started to scramble out of bed, but Keith stopped her.
There's glass everywhere. I'll come get you.
Ernie started to step out of his side, but Keith stopped him.
You too. Just stay put. I'll be right back.
You're not carrying...
Shut up, Ernie, Sarah insisted. He's right. They can't just take you to the ER for a sliced tendon or whatever's in the bottom of your foot. Not until they catch these creeps. So you don't risk it. Just sit there and don't move.
Yes, Mommy.
I am so going to get you for that when I get a chance.
Keith made it to the door before he heard Ernie call for him.
What?
Don't hurry. With both of them laughing, he carried Sarah to the next room and sat her on the bed. A sweep of the room showed it secure, and the curtains kept out the light.
Just stay put. I'll be back with Ernie. Go easy on him. Nerves do crazy things to people.
He sent a quick message to the company phone, informing Mark of the accident. Sarah stopped him with a question just as he reached the door.
Are you sending that to Mark?
Yeah.
Why? I don't get it.
Despite knowing that Ernie would freak out if he took too much longer, Keith returned to the bed, fumbled for the lamp switch and flicked it on. The fear slowly faded from her features.
Good call. Phew. Look, Sarah, when there are 2 or more agents, people don't even notice that one of us checks in for these things. It's just a precaution. Chances of it being anything concerning are so slim it isn't funny, but we have to assume the worst, that someone could be using the storm as a way to hide their entry.
How would they find us?
He shook his head.
I don't think they can. They don't have Ernie, and Ernie never used their systems to do anything related to the agency, but we don't assume anything, just in case we make a mistake.
Once more, he heard her voice as he reached the door, but this time it wasn't intended for his ears. She whispered,
I guess everyone makes mistakes. Probably good to have backup, I guess.
And even with backup, God as your backup, you can fail. That's the truth you don't want to know.
Ernie stood shaking the glass from the covers of the bed when Keith returned.
Took you long enough. If you were any other guy, I'd swear you were trying to make out with my girl or something.
I have a feeling you shouldn't call someone like Sarah your girl. She strikes me as the don't try to own me type.
She is. Ernie grinned. But she takes it from me now and then.
Keith rolled his eyes, knowing that Ernie couldn't see that clearly, and said,
How do you want to go? Over the threshold style, over the shoulder, or piggyback?
Oh, this is humiliating. Why not just get me my shoes?
This is faster. I'm waiting on a...
His phone chimed.
Hang on.
A single line filled the screen of his phone. Airport, Terminal B.
Oh, well, shoes it is.
He grabbed Ernie from the bed and swooped him across the room in just a couple of steps. Setting him down in the hall, Keith grinned.
Threshold it is. Get Sarah, get your shoes and bags, and get by the back door.
Ernie swore.
Man, is it safe by the back door without you?
Yes.
Keith rushed downstairs and zipped his backpack. Seconds later, Sarah and Ernie rushed past with Sarah complaining about no clothes.
That's why you wear yoga pants and t-shirts to bed instead of lingerie. You're ready to go at any moment.
Are they out there?
Despite her best efforts, Sarah's teeth chattered as she spoke.
Be honest but cautious. It'll make them both listen. Seriously doubt it.
To his relief, Ernie spoke the words that he'd hoped for.
Which means it's a possibility. Great.
Don't scare your girlfriend unnecessarily. If I say I seriously doubt it, I mean it's incredibly unlikely, which means...
You don't have intel that says they are. Gotcha.
Ernie turned to Sarah.
Routine move.
In the middle of the night?
Headlights flashed in the window and Sarah screamed,
They're coming!
They are not,
Keith assured her as he opened the door.
That's either a neighbor or Mark's handyman lives close. Really close. That's crazy fast to get here.
The time he'd taken to back the car into the garage paid off. The door had hardly shut behind Sarah before Keith peeled out of the back drive and into the night. The TV blared with obscene sounds and even worse scenes. Nina Riggy sat tied to a chair, exhausted and with a lip cracked and swollen from the last tussle with her captors. She tried to be bold, sassy like Sarah. She'd sneered at his name.
Snake. What kind of idiot tries to sound cool by calling himself something stupid like Snake? That's pathetic.
One of the men leered at her as yet another explicit scene filled the screen.
We could try that, eh, baby? Bet you'd talk after that.
Yeah, in your dreams.
Despite forcing herself to think bravely and boldly, Nina had to force back fearful tears at his words.
They're just trying to break you. They would have done something already if they really meant to. It's been too long. No guy watching that much porn would let this much time pass if he really meant to do anything.
That thought encouraged her. She dozed off and on all night. Just as she'd enter true sleep, one of the guys would wake her, usually with a threat that involved reenacting some vile scene from their steady stream of pornographic videos. Eventually, she learned to tune it out, convince herself, even if for just that moment, that they were idle threats. But near dawn, she heard something that terrified her. Panic rose in her heart, pushing bile up her throat until she thought she'd vomit.
Not talking. Maybe it's time to show her we mean business.
Through lowered lids that hid her eyes, Nina watched Snake glance her way and back at the other guy. With a defeated shake of his head, the guy hissed,
Why, it's not working. She's got a fat lip, a black eye, and bruises everywhere. She's either not going to tell or doesn't know. Yeah, but you see how she reacts when we make threats off the movies. We need to step it up.
Snake looked back at her.
If you think so, but if I get nailed for it, you're gonna pay.
Fear, cold, nerve-zinging and numbing fear, filled Nina as Snake advanced on her. She tried to hide her fear, tried to pretend she was still asleep, but she doubted he believed it. Her head snapped up.
Hey there, how about you tell us where your sister went?
That's an improvement. At least they believe I'm not Sarah now. If I knew, I wouldn't tell you anyway.
Despite the bravado of her words, Nina's voice shook. Snake slid his finger down her cheek and over her chest. A tear slid down Nina's cheeks as he groped and made crude suggestions.
If you don't like me, honey, all you have to do is tell me where she is.
This time, she didn't even try to hide her terror.
Nina sucked in air. Told you, I don't know, but even...
Yeah, even if you did, you wouldn't tell us. Well, looks like we're going to have to test out that idea.
When he reached for the button on his jeans, Nina wept openly. A crash exploded in her ears, but she didn't see what caused it. With eyes squeezed shut, she repeated every prayer she'd ever heard in movies or TV shows, every line from anything she'd ever read in a book that cried out to God for help. Hands grabbed her, lifting her still seated in the chair, and carried her from the room. Still she prayed, her pleas becoming personal, though a bit jumbled.
Don't know how to make you help me, but please, not this. Anything but... Maybe they could kill me. Yeah, I'll kick him and he'll be so mad he'll kill me. Okay? Can you do that for me?
You don't have to kick me, Nina. I'm not going to kill you. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm untying you now.
The voice didn't sound like Snake or the other guys. In fact, it didn't sound like any of the guys who had watched her over the past, however many days it had been.
I don't trust him, God. I just don't. I can't. I've got...
Do you realize you're praying aloud, Nina? My name is Mark. I'm here with the FBI. We've got 'em. All the big Casimir players. We've got 'em. You can go home soon.
She forced one eye open and stared at the blond man before her. With her hands free, Nina wrapped them around the man's neck, sobbing,
He was gonna...
I know. He didn't.
A pause.
Right, he didn't.
No, not really. But I want a shower. His hands were all over. Ew. I want a shower.
With that, Nina burst into fresh tears. She felt herself carried away. Where, she didn't know or care. The man, Mark, could have been a worse character than the creeps who had kept her captive for so long, but escaping from that horrible room with the constant drone of fake ecstasy was all she cared about. 29. Mark stood near the door, trying to provide as much privacy as possible as Sarah and Nina wept in each other's arms. Nina sobbed out half-sentences telling of her ordeal. However, every other line ended with,
But I didn't tell them anything. I promise. What could you have said? You didn't know.
Sarah insisted.
I know.
Sobs continued, and once more Nina insisted.
Didn't tell. I didn't tell.
Sarah's troubled eyes sought out Mark, pleading for answers. He tried to mouth reassurance.
She's traumatized. She'll be okay. Give her time.
Though Sarah didn't seem to understand him, Ernie did. Mark watched her face as Ernie translated. She relaxed a little. Nina collapsed in a fit of weeping that both distressed and annoyed her sister, if Sarah's expression could be believed.
It'll be okay, Nina. Just calm down before you get all worked up. Calm down? The guy almost raped me. I thought the guy who carried me out was Snake. The guy's name was Snake.
Mark willed Ernie not to react, but the man didn't catch the vibe. Ernie's eyes widened and he growled.
If he touched you...
He licked my face. He groped me like some kid in junior high. It was disgusting.
Ernie bolted for the door, but Mark held out his arm.
You're not going anywhere. I want a minute. No.
Mark waited for the word to sink in before he added,
The FBI isn't going to let you anywhere near him, and neither am I. They'll nail him for everything we've got. And Nina just added sexual assault and attempted rape to the list. We got him.
Ernie struggled once more, but Mark shook his head.
Ernie, we got him.
He murmured again.
When can she go home? It'll be a few hours, but she'll be home by dinner time if I have anything to say about it.
Ernie glanced over his shoulder.
And Sarah? She needs to go with you, or at least by herself. We need to get her away from any chance of retaliation.
What about testifying? They could get her before she gets into or out of the courthouse.
Not happening, Ernie.
He opened the door and stepped outside, pulling Ernie out with him.
Look, we've told the FBI that you won't testify unless they leave her out of it. Her testimony isn't going to hurt the Casimirs enough to warrant the risk.
As Mark spoke, the tension in Ernie's face eased.
Oh, good. Okay. Can I have a couple of minutes with Sarah?
Sure.
Mark pulled a box out of his pocket.
Need this?
Surprise lit Ernie's eyes.
How do you know? Of course you knew. I've had it for months. You probably knew the day I put it in my safe deposit box.
Yep.
He hesitated, his hand closing over the box.
Is it wrong to ask at a time like this? Isn't that like asking in front of everyone on a plane or something, trapping her into an answer?
Ernie's tortured voice dropped to a ragged whisper.
I don't want her to feel like she has no other option.
Mark thought for a moment, his head slowly nodding as he came to a conclusion.
Don't lead off with a ring. Tell her what's going to happen. Be blunt, almost brutally so. But if she says yes, then give her the ring. It'll show her that it wasn't a last-minute decision.
Good thought. Where can we go that everyone isn't watching? I don't
want her to feel trapped.
Mark finished for him.
Got it. Give me a couple of minutes. We'll wait until the FBI is ready to debrief Nina. That way you're not pulling her away from last minutes with her sister.
Another good thought. Thanks.
As Ernie walked away, Mark could have sworn he heard the man say,
God, please let her say yes.
Isn't that the prayer of every man who decides to propose?
Despite her best efforts, Sarah cried as the agents led Nina from the room. She clung to Ernie, wiping tears with the back of her hand, and sniffled.
Will I get to see her again?
His eyes met Mark's and saw the answer.
Probably, but we can't promise it. If you can, it won't be for long, though.
Mark left, but Ernie still waited. He stood in the same spot Sarah had been standing since she'd entered the room and rushed to her battered sister. Stood and held her as she tried to come to grips with all that had happened. A minute later, she murmured,
Do we have to go back to Keith now?
Ernie shook his head.
No. Keith is being debriefed and then going home.
He relaxed.
I think just until his next assignment. I think he's back with the agency at least. Something good happened from this mess.
So, what's next for us?
Well, FBI wants us in WITSEC, but Mark says no. He's creating his own program just for us. We'll have better security detail with the agency.
Are we staying together, or...
All attempts to read into her tone failed. Ernie swallowed the lump that welled in his throat and forced himself to answer.
Only if we want to. Mark will establish us anywhere, with anything we want, within reason.
And I can't see my family again?
He swallowed hard once more.
No, but I did make a suggestion to Mark. He's going to check the feasibility of it.
What's that?
The hope in her voice tore at him.
God, please don't let me fail her now. Well, a blog. He's going to suggest that your family start a blog of family events. Real first names, fake last name, although that wouldn't stop anyone who has information and good hacking skills. But that way you can keep up on them.
Ernie forced himself to rephrase that.
Or you, anyway, can leave messages for someone to post on there. You'll have an official screen name, and they'll censor anything that could be identifying. It can't route to you because you won't actually post online. Everything will be mailed. Overnighted sometimes, I bet. We'll find a way to keep them somewhat updated. The U.S. Marshals Service can't do this, but Mark will make it happen if he possibly can. For you.
What's so special about me?
After a false start, one in which his voice cracked worse than it ever had as a young teen, Ernie tried again.
You got caught in the middle of something that wasn't supposed to happen. Mark should have forced me to break up with you the minute he heard about it, and I should never have asked you on that second date. I knew it was stupid and dangerous.
He couldn't look at her. Instead, his eyes stared at a spider crack that traveled up from the baseboards near their feet.
I was selfish. I'm sorry.
But we can go together. You said that. I don't have to do this alone.
Hope flickered and died until he managed to make himself look at her. It flickered again and burst into flame as she gazed back at him, almost imploring him to say yes.
Of course. Don't you think I want to be with you? I keep expecting you to tell me you'd never want to see me again, and I'm over here trying to figure out how to ask you to marry me.
That'll work.
What'll... Oh.
Ernie took a quick, deep breath and tried again.
So, it's not going to be the life I wanted to share with you, but I'll make it the best I can.
What do you mean?
Just ask and quit trying to apologize for the unforgivable. Okay, how about this? Will you marry me, even if I am the one who ruined your life? Yeah, like that's not pathetic, too.
She didn't answer, didn't show any emotion at all. Sarah just stared at him. Just as he was ready to tell her he understood, she laughed.
You're crazy. Yeah, I'll marry you. I've been waiting for you to ask me for over 6 months, since back when you bought...
Her face flamed. Understanding dawned at warp speed.
Wait, you knew?
Sarah chewed her bottom lip.
Knew what?
Ernie fished the ring box from his pocket and handed it to her.
You knew I bought this?
You left the receipt in your wallet and then asked me to get money for you. Did you think I wouldn't see a receipt with the engagement place on it?
This time, Ernie's face flushed as his neck and ears burned.
Duh, I didn't even think.
And here, I thought you did it as a kind of warning. I've been going crazy wondering why you were taking so long.
He shook his head, still trying to grasp the idea that she'd known.
I didn't want to ask until I was out of the Casimir thing. They were going to arrest me with the rest of the Casimirs a few months ago. That's when I bought the ring. I wanted it ready so the minute I got off on a technicality, I could ask you. He rolled his eyes. But something went wrong. Then it was going to be another 6 to 9 months at least.
Until?
Change in command. The new guy is brighter than I thought and added keystroke software to the computers. He knew what I was looking at and when. I had to get out. They almost killed me. But when I got away...
They came after me.
Sarah finished for him.
I'm sorry.
Don't even go there, she snapped. Just put this thing on me and let's deal with stuff one step at a time.
She paused as he fumbled with the box.
You did say that it's not safe for me to go home at all, right? No way, no how, nuh-uh.
Sorry, no. Even after the trial, if they can retaliate, they will. Your family is in danger if the Casimirs think you're in contact in any way.
Then the blog.
Well, it's not going to be public. Can it be cracked? Sure. Is it likely to? Not really.
We're making it easy on the family to keep you updated. Going back and forth with courier stuff is too risky. This is the next best thing. One-way works. Two-way, not so much." Once the ring slid on her finger, Sarah rolled it around with her thumb.
"You've got good taste, Ernie."
The cheesiness almost nauseated him, but Ernie couldn't help himself.
"Well, I picked you."
"Oh, please."
Despite her protest, Ernie saw something he loved. Happiness. Even with her life stripped away, this one little thing gave her happiness.
"That's a good restart anyway."
A new thought hit him, and before he could talk himself out of it, Ernie asked,
"So, is there anywhere you've always wanted to live? I bet we've got a lot of leeway."
"Anywhere?"
"Anywhere there's electricity and computers so I can work, yeah."
Her eyebrows drew together and worry entered her voice.
"You're still going to be working for Mark?"
Ernie swallowed hard. He wanted to lie, anything to keep her from changing her mind, but he forced himself to answer truthfully.
"Yeah, not undercover anymore. Just monitoring and stuff."
"I don't even want to know what "and stuff" means."
She leaned in for a kiss, sending his senses swirling in directions he'd almost given up hope of ever going again.
"So, how about you choose? Just choose someplace where there's like a lot of sun and no, or almost no, snow."
"So, the desert?" he teased.
"And sand. I want sand," she added with a scowl.
"Gotcha. Desert."
"And water."
Ernie laughed.
"Okay, no desert. Beach. East Coast or West, or maybe Gulf."
"As long as you're there, I'm good."
Despite Sarah's words, he heard the fear, the pain behind them, and it tore at him.
"I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm just really sorry, but I'll do my best to make it bearable."
"I know how you can begin, too."
Mistaking her words for a proposition, Ernie grinned.
"I think that can be arranged."
"I want a wedding and a baby."
As if ice water, the words doused him, washing away any amorous thoughts.
He choked. "I suppose you mean in that order?"
"Whatever order. I just want both, and as fast as possible. I don't suppose we could do the wedding before they take us away."
Man, Keith would have something to say about that on so many levels. "I doubt it."
He knew he shouldn't, but Ernie heard himself say,
"But I'll try, okay? Maybe at least Nina could be there before they take her home."
The squeal of excitement, her bounce, the love shining in her eyes, or was it pain at her loss? Ernie couldn't tell, but it all smothered him in guilt and shame.
She shouldn't be so happy about something that is such a huge compromise, a fraction of what she should have. God, man, I know how Keith felt now. I really know this time. If you exist, you gotta help him, or he's going to go crazy with guilt.
30. 2 streets from Erica's house, Keith remembered that she'd asked him to stay away until he got things squared away with the Lord.
I can't say I'm square, but I'm getting there. Does that count?
As expected, his heart told him to respect the spirit of what she said, as well as her actual words.
Fine.
He pulled into an empty place in front of a dry cleaner's and pulled out his new phone. A few swipes gave him the number he sought. His fingers drummed the steering wheel while he waited for someone to answer.
"Hello?"
Ugh, it had to be Tammy. "Hey, Mrs. Pulowski. It's Keith, Augur. I wondered if Tom was around." "You sound like a little kid who wants to know if Tommy can come out and play."
"A minute. I'll find him. He was watching something on TV and went to investigate something someone said about something else. Oh, here he is."
Her voice became muffled, presumably as she held it against herself.
"Hey, Keith. Erica said you went on another mission. How'd it go? She didn't say you were back." "I haven't told her."
Tom started to ask another question, but Keith plowed ahead before he lost his nerve.
"Look, can I come talk to you about a few things?" Well, sure. When? And I'll pretend hearing what's up with her has nothing to do with my eagerness. Wonder if he'll catch that. Come over now, if you like. Or tomorrow, after I get off work. Or Saturday, or... On my way. Thanks, Tom. Keith?
The man waited for some reply, but Keith didn't trust himself to reply. After several seconds, Tom said,
Yeah. See you when you get here. I'll have Tammy go get us some beer. Can you have her get me a Coke or something? I'm not big on beer. Never know when I'll be called into work. Gotcha. You're back with your agency. Good. You just come right over. We'll have Coke of the legal variety waiting for you.
All the way to the Pulowski home, Keith tried to rehearse his questions. He also wrestled with why he'd go to an atheist for spiritual guidance instead of an elder or pastor.
Because he's not going to give me platitudes. He's going to shoot straight. I need that right now.
Honesty forced him to admit that he wanted to talk about his problems with Erica, too.
But he should get that, right?
Tammy opened the door and hugged him.
We are so glad you're safe. I've been worried sick since Erica said you went back to work. Don't you want a nice desk job somewhere?
She rambled about his job and her worries all through the house and to a back room where Tom sat with books spread out in front of him.
Keith's here.
Way to state the obvious, Tams. I mean, the doorbell works back here, too.
Don't be rude. She kissed his cheek. If I didn't love this man...
Endorphins.
Fins, she echoed. You're so predictable.
Tom spun his chair around and shook his head.
Why do people say that like it's a bad thing? Shouldn't people be consistent enough in their actions and opinions that they are predictable?
Tammy didn't even wait to hear the rest of his response. She was gone before he spoke the last word. Keith saw the question in the man's eyes and shrugged.
Sorry, I see both sides. A little mystery in people keeps things interesting, but that kind of consistency is also underrated. I should be so steadfast. You will be again, eventually. Now, tell me why you're here instead of celebrating with Erica. When I asked her why she didn't tell me you were back, she said she didn't know it.
This Keith hadn't expected. He swallowed, trying to work some moisture into his suddenly dry throat, and croaked.
It's kind of a long story. Sit down and tell it. Tams'll bring us something to drink in a minute. She's a good woman.
Tammy's voice could be heard almost from the kitchen.
And don't you forget it.
She appeared in the doorway, a beer in one hand and a glass bottle of Coke in the other.
Tom's a big fan of bottles. Hope that's okay.
I'm with him on that one. Glass, then can, then plastic, only if the zombie apocalypse is upon us.
He winked at Tom as she hurried from the room, muttering something about men and their inability to be rational.
Rational, like a zombie apocalypse is rational, Tom muttered. So, tell me what's up with my daughter. She doesn't want to see me anymore, Keith began. Idiot females. Why can't they have sense? What's her so-called reason?
Keith stifled the temptation to argue with the man and answered the question instead.
She said that me doubting my faith meant I wasn't the man she knew and liked, so she didn't want to see me again until I was back on speaking terms with God, or something like that.
Several seconds passed before Tom nodded.
Actually, that makes sense. I see where she's going with that. Of course, it then opens the question of why she doesn't share your faith if she respects who you are with it, but still, interesting.
The opportunity lay open before him as if served on a silver platter with a dome removed to display it. Keith pounced, almost unable to resist.
Do you have faith in anything, sir? Anything. Not a god, necessarily. Anything. Science, perhaps? Faith is an excuse for a lazy, undisciplined mind.
After a second or two, Tom added,
I suppose that's offensive. Not coming from you, Keith said with a smirk. But I'm curious now. About? You think you don't take anything on faith, But what do you call your existence?
Tom's answer came swift and clear.
Fact. Prove you exist, then.
A moment of confusion clouded the man's eyes. He reached out, took Keith's hand, and laid it on his arm.
Because I can feel you. You can feel me. We exist because there is physical, scientific proof. Prove it's not a program, like that movie. How do we know we don't just think we feel things? Prove it's not a mirage caused by a supercomputer somewhere. So, if I prove that my hand is on this desk...
Tom slammed his fist down. The beer bottle rattled, but didn't topple.
Then you'll admit you can't prove your God exists? I have physical, chemical, organic, substantiative proof of this desk. You have no proof of your God. If there was any at all, maybe I'd believe, but...
Something in the man's tone rankled. He'd heard the argument all of his Christian life, and it always annoyed him. This time, Keith didn't stuff down the frustration it caused. Words spilled from him before he could stop himself.
Everyone says Christians have to prove that God is real. Why don't you have to prove he isn't? Why doesn't anyone expect that, too? Why one way and not the other?
Because you're the one arguing for an irrational belief.
But why, Keith insisted, do you get to decide what is rational or not? Why don't you have to prove God isn't real? I've listened to all the normal arguments, and they're all the same thing. I can't see, touch, taste, smell, or otherwise have tangible proof of God's existence in a way that satisfies my qualifications for a deity, so therefore he isn't real. It's bogus. I've got a lot more that proves the existence of an intelligent creator than you have that there isn't one.
Like what?
Keith's jaw dropped. Of all the replies he'd expected, further request for proof hadn't been among the contenders.
Fine. Eyeball. An amoeba appeared out of nothing and just happened to form into something that formed into an eyeball that connects to a brain that connects to all other things that have to exist at the same time for any of it to work or to keep evolving. Without one of those things, at once, none of the evolutionary things that had to happen would have. You can believe all those things happened to fall into place at exactly the right time by accident on a million different parts of the body. Or you can believe that an intelligent creator designed us exactly as we are. I choose the latter, and it takes less faith for me to do that. He paused. That's not my original idea, in case you were wondering.
I'm sure you listened to a lot of how to debunk Darwinism seminars in your churches.
Nope. Just a college student on a college TV station one day. She did a great job of explaining what I never could have.
Keith saw the resistance on Tom's face and said,
Sorry, there's so much in the Bible that...
I never said I think the Bible is a lie. A lot of what's in it has been proven. I know that much. But that doesn't mean that your idea of God is really a capital G-O-D God.
Keith couldn't help but laugh.
So, what you're saying is that someone took an account of history, one that spans thousands of years, and was somehow preserved with the same data throughout that time, and decided to sprinkle stuff about God through it? Why combine it like that? Why would anyone think that's the best way to spread religion? Take a bunch of history from all over the known world at that time and throw a consistent, almighty God into the mix? Why not either write history or write about God?
Doesn't make sense to me.
Something clicked for Keith. All the frustration dissipated, and in its place, he found peace as he spoke.
Have you noticed that every society everywhere has a God? Some places it's an idea. Others it's a statue or historical person. The sun, Muhammad, Jesus, reason, love, the goddess, self.
Well,
no, Tom. Everyone has a God. You have one. Your God is probably intelligence or reason, but you worship it as faithfully as I worship my God. Better, I'd say. My question to you is your God worth serving? What does your God do for mankind?
Tom didn't answer at first. He sat, twirling the cap of his beer between his index and thumb as he thought. After a minute, or maybe two, just as Keith decided he'd lost the strength to keep silent any longer, the man spoke.
I guess I see your point. If you name a god as what you value most, then I see it.
So, what's yours?
Logic.
It's almost too easy. Makes me wonder if I'm missing something.
Despite his doubts, Keith had to continue, had to try.
Logic makes sense, to a point. It'll serve you well while you're alive and mentally healthy, but what'll it do for you when you die? What if your mind becomes demented or diseased? Then what? What did your God do for you?
Logic and reason do not cease to exist when the brain becomes diseased. The brain just becomes incapable of recognizing them properly.
This Keith couldn't argue with. However, a new idea came to him.
I can see that. It's very,
He grinned.
logical. I just choose to believe that my God created me. He said he did, so if I believe in him, I have to believe that.
Keith knew he should stop, but he had to add one last thing.
Everything else he said in his book has come to pass, or has been proven, or is logical, so what else is there? Why would I not put my faith in that rather than in something I can lose?
If he had expected to offend Tom, Keith would have been disappointed. The man sipped his beer, played with the cap, and gazed pointedly at Keith. Inwardly squirming, Keith tried to return look for look until at last Tom spoke.
If you believe that, if you believe that your God said this or that so you have to believe it, then why are you acting like he blew it when he let you make the mistake that cost that girl her life? If your God is the God you say he is, then you have to take his will into things too. I know that book. I've read that book. He says he counts hairs on heads, notices if sparrows fall, numbers people's days. You can't add a day to her life just because she was in your care.
The words hurt, dug under his skin until it festered. He fought it with everything he had, but at last he realized it was a perfect segue into the gospel. So, ignoring his hypocrisy, Keith launched into one last argument.
You're right, I failed. And my God created me, knowing I'd fail. He knew I'd be self-centered, selfish, and do things that are wrong, like doubt him. He knew it would mean that he would have to send his son, himself. Before he ever did anything, he set redemption in motion.
Tom asked the question Keith knew he would.
Why do it that way? He could have done anything. Why that?
With a sigh, Keith shrugged.
I think there are so many answers to that question. I mean, he ingrained the innate love for our children into us, and because of that, we'd respond to that kind of sacrifice. He said, "In the day that you eat from it, you will surely die." Someone had to do the death thing. Death is the result of sin because it separates us from God.
Tom added,
That much I get. Why the blood thing?
Because life is in the blood. At death it is poured out. So Jesus poured out his blood for us.
Keith shrugged.
Or that's how I've always understood it. I could be wrong.
The look on Tom's face convinced Keith he'd failed to do anything but assure the man that he was a raving lunatic. He started to change the subject when Tom nodded.
I don't quite get that, but I think I follow. There's a certain beauty in creating the very need for the sacrifice to demonstrate love. It's warped, but it's beautiful.
That's a different way of looking at it.
Keith admitted.
But I kind of get it.
Tom took a long swig of beer, emptying the bottle as he did.
Okay, I want to believe.
Keith blinked.
What? I want to believe. How do I believe? How do I get to that point? I can't just make myself believe.
Disbelief, relief, hope, and a deeper faith than he'd felt in a very long time, all washed over him at once.
Keep reading the Bible, Tom. Let God reveal himself to you through the Bible.
Simple as that? No prayer? No rites or rituals?
Pray if you like, but just read. God is perfectly capable of handling it from here.
He took a long swig of his Coke, draining it much as Tom had. It was warm already. Warm, syrupy, and disgusting.
At least the conversation ended on a better note.
31. Flynn's message pinged seconds before the door opened.
Keith's here. Looks mad.
Come on in.
Mark tried to sound relaxed, at ease. Once more, Keith slid an envelope across Mark's desk, but this time he seated himself.
I want to know what you think of that.
He slid the paper from the envelope and unfolded it. The short note, professional in the extreme, brought a smile to Mark's face.
I think it's a wise decision. I'm not confident yet,
Keith admitted.
I still feel a bit of a conflict between my faith and this job, but I feel a bigger conflict knowing I didn't help when I could have. I can't promise I'll stay.
A new idea presented itself. Mark leaned back in his chair, thinking. After a minute of contemplation, a minute in which he considered every possible problem with the idea he could conceive, Mark nodded slowly.
I want a promise, because we all know I'm so good at keeping those.
Though spoken as a joke, guilt tinged each of Keith's words.
Which is why I know you'll keep this one if you make it.
After Keith's nod, Mark continued.
I want you to promise me that you'll take a 2 to 6 week sabbatical before quitting the next time you think you can't do the job anymore. I want time to talk with you, for you to meet with our psychiatrist, and for you to have time alone to go somewhere with your Bible and work it out with your God. Will you give me that?
From the expression that appeared on Keith's face as he spoke, Mark was certain the answer would be no. He struggled to find a new way to impress upon the best employee he'd ever had that they needed him to agree to it, but he found nothing.
I'll give you that, but only if you realize that my conscience supersedes this job. After 2 or 3 weeks, if I know nothing's going to change my mind, you need to let me go. If I have any doubts, I'll stick out the full 6 weeks, but otherwise... Deal.
Keith reached for the envelope.
I guess I better go turn that in then. What kind of notice are you giving?
A slow smile appeared on Keith's face.
I'll tell them I'd like it effective immediately.
The moment Keith closed the office door behind him, Mark picked up his phone and dialed the warehouse where Keith would no longer be working.
Need to talk to Martin Ormond, please.
He waited, his own grin spreading with each second.
Man, this was almost too easy.
Yeah, Ormond here.
Hello, Martin.
Ormond's manner changed instantly.
Oh, right. What can I do for you, Mr. Cho?
Keith Auger is on his way with his resignation. I would appreciate it if you would release him with glowing references.
He couldn't help himself and added,
Effective immediately.
Absolutely. Promise. Anything else?
That'll do.
Mark allowed a pause for effect.
For now.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Cho.
Mark disconnected the call and sighed.
You should not have so much fun with bottom feeders like that. Then again...
For 3 weeks, Keith kept his interaction with Erica to a minimum. He called or sent a text every 3 or 4 days, stopped by the coffee house once, and dropped by her apartment with a movie he'd once heard her say she wanted to see. He left it with a very confused Mr. Moretti. Other than that, he kept his distance. He kept his distance and prayed for her, often hourly. His conversations with Tom grew more and more frequent and much deeper. The man asked questions that kept Keith hunting, searching, studying. He found the interchange spiritually invigorating and utterly convicting. At times, he ached to ask if Tom actually believed, but he didn't. If Tom wanted to talk about it, he would. Being back at work meant 2 missions kept him from breaking his word, going to her, and insisting they talk out the problem.
She needs to see me living my faith, not just talking about it,
he repeated to himself every time he was tempted to grab the keys and go. Driving home from his last assignment, Keith rolled down the window and enjoyed the cooler air.
Fall's coming. We'll have another warm spell next week, but it's coming. Man, I love this time of year. I should see if Erica...
The thought nearly made him slam on his brakes as he tried to stop his heart from traveling down that road again.
It'll either happen or it won't,
he insisted. Again he prayed, begging God to let Erica read the Bible again, perhaps with her father.
She's not likely to believe if Tom doesn't. For all her joking and teasing about his ridiculousness, she respects his opinion.
The prayer continued, every thought he'd ever had about her taken captive and laid at the feet of Jesus.
She's in your hands. I keep trying to take it back, but we know what happens when I think I'm in control of things. Just protect her until she can make a firm decision, preferably for you.
A kid of about 9 stared at Keith as he began praying aloud in the elevator.
Sorry, habit.
You like talking to yourself then?
The boy inched toward the door, ready to bolt the moment it opened.
Pray, I pray.
Whatever. YOLO, I guess.
Keith was afraid to ask what that might mean.
I guess.
The door opened and the kid bolted off down the hall. Keith stepped out and made it to his door before he saw the kid book it back to the elevator and squeeze inside before the doors closed.
Wrong floor, eh? Prayers that scary.
For the first time in a very long time, Keith saw his apartment through weary eyes, and it looked bleak.
It doesn't look lived in. It looks staged. It needs life, but to have that, I have to be here. But to be here means I don't do the job I love.
Before he could wrestle with that thought, his phone rang, the one he'd left charging on its dock when he took off on his last mission. The screen flashed one name, Erica. To his disgust, his heart pounded as he reached for it.
Get a grip. Hey there.
What have you done to Dad?
Huh?
I said...
Erica's voice slowed to cold, hard, punctuated words.
What have you done to my dad? You've turned him into some kind of religious nut.
I'm lost.
Keith reached into the fridge and pulled out a bottle of water. His cupboard showed nothing that appealed to him.
Try again?
He doesn't do anything but read the Bible anymore.
And that's
Erica cut him off before he could finish asking why it was such a horrible thing.
Then he goes online and compares what different theologians say about it. Yeah, that's right. Theologians. Oh, it gets better. Then he compares what those theologians say to what the Bible says so he can decide which one he agrees with. Since when,
Erica screeched,
does my dad, agree with any theologian on anything? What have you done to him?
Keith didn't bother trying to respond.
Keith?
Yeah?
Her voice grew icy cold.
Are you going to answer the question or what?
Are you going to let me?
She muttered. He couldn't tell what, but it sounded like she called him a religious jerk.
Or maybe that's my mind filtering the words she really did use. Yeah, probably that.
Fine. Answer.
Yes, ma'am. It's simple.
Keith?
Oh, be quiet, he finally allowed himself to say. You asked, I'm answering. I don't know what happened. We talked. He helped me with my faith. I answered questions he had.
Like what?
He asked me how to believe.
The sound of her sucking in her breath was as clear as if she stood next to him.
No way. What did you say?
I told him to read the Bible for his answers. It sounds like he's doing that. Looking up theologians, that's all on him. I never said anything about that. Wouldn't. Theologians confuse me.
Only her breathing, that and an occasional choked sputter as she forced herself not to say what she wanted to, proved she hadn't hung up yet. At last, she said,
I'll talk to him then. You got home safe? No missing limbs or holes in you?
Safe and sound.
A brief pause made him wince before she asked,
Your client?
The whole family got out without a scratch. Bad guys in jail. All a good week's work.
Glad to hear it. Stop by for coffee someday.
The phone clicked. Erica flung open the front door, calling out for her parents. From the back office, as she'd expected, her father's voice reached her.
Back here.
It's time to deal with this thing. I don't know what's up with him, but it's got to stop. It'll drive him insane. Christianity is about love, something he just doesn't get.
Tom greeted her with startling words.
Wondered when I'd see you again.
Huh?
You didn't like seeing me with a Bible. I knew you'd be back to let me have it.
Words tried to form, arranged themselves into incomprehensible groups, and stuck in her throat. After a minute's pause to catch her breath and her wits, Erica spoke.
You reading the Bible doesn't faze me. Not really. But reading theologians? Old ones, new ones, crazy ones, boring ones? That's not my dad.
Sure it is. When have I ever taken one book on its own merit? I read critiques.
Theologians are not critiques. They're like stuffing the ballot box.
Tom actually smiled, clearly amused with her.
If you read these guys, you'd know that they're absolutely their own worst critics. Some of these idiots should be forced to recant their faith until they can demonstrate they've actually read the Bible they claim to believe.
That's when Erica thought she understood. Finally.
Oh, this is just a big joke to you. Fine. Just don't let Keith hear you. He takes this stuff seriously.
So do I.
Tom nudged a swivel chair in her direction before folding his hands in his lap. When she seated herself, crossing her arms over her chest, he shook his head.
Are you going to listen, or have you already prejudged what I think?
Me?
She clamped her mouth shut.
Okay, fair enough. Tell me.
I believe.
What?
He smiled.
It's not an emotional thing for me. You know that. But I believe. I studied the Bible. I read what Jesus said. I read what God said. I followed the history and the words of God, and I believe it happened just as God said.
Easy as that. You just read it and you believe it.
You know me better than that, Erica.
He waited for her to relax before he added,
It's very logical. There are things that appear illogical, of course, but at the core...
What just seems illogical but isn't?
The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. If you look at it as if we're children, what do parents do when their kids push to get in front of others?
Yeah, put them at the back of the line. But do you really think that's what it means?
Tom shook his head.
No, but it's the principle of what it means.
So, Keith just made a little disciple for Jesus. Does he get bonus points?
A snicker in the hallway gave away her mother's presence. Tom called Tammy in and pulled her onto his lap.
Your mother knows what I'm going to say and thinks it's funny.
It's hilarious, you'll see.
Okay, what is it?
Erica could only imagine what outrageous thing her father had said now.
You said bonus points, and it fits my analogy is all.
I just said that Jesus was the first pyramid scheme. Jesus sent people out to make disciples, and those disciples were supposed to make disciples who were supposed to make disciples. Pyramid scheme.
Oh, brother, does that mean you got him to diamond level, or better yet, she snickered, pearly gate level?
The Pulowski women laughed, and Tom sat, smiling. As they regained composure, Tammy stood.
I'm going for my smaller Jean walk.
She winked at Erica and left the room. Still finding it hard to believe, Erica asked the question that might have offended a more sensitive man.
Are you serious, Dad?
Absolutely.
You see what happened to Keith. He's floundering around lost. Something didn't go how he thinks it should, and he fell apart. I don't think this faith thing is so great. Think about it, Dad. Don't invest your time in something that'll just fail you in the end.
Keith's faith in God didn't fail him, Erica.
She sighed.
Then what did?
His faith in himself. That's the real problem. He thinks he's lost faith in Jesus, but he's lost faith in his ability to rely on himself. He just thinks God's the one who failed him. He'll figure that out.
Before or after he's tossed aside everything that makes him him?
Tom just smiled as she worked through her frustrations.
Who are we talking about now? You or Keith?
Erica couldn't finish.
Look, you've always had too much faith in Keith and not enough faith in God.
She swallowed hard, trying to ignore her father's words, but they seared their way into her soul.
I don't want faith in God.
You know what that means then, don't you?
I don't want to think about it. We're already getting some space while we figure things out.
Erica?
I know. I already said I didn't want to see him again until he was back with his God.
Tom actually looked concerned as he said,
And when he is back with God, when he no longer resists what he knows to be true, what will happen if you don't believe?
He went out with me before.
A swirl of nausea built into her gut, threatening to turn into a tornado. A sigh escaped, and half a sob.
There can't be an us without him compromising, can there?
No.
And if he compromises, then he won't be him. We'll both be miserable, because I like who he is with his faith, and if he compromises, then he's not the person I care about.
This time, the sob choked her and a tear fell.
Oh, Dad.
The lamp glowed in the office long after Tammy had gone to bed. The conversation replayed itself in Tom's mind, mingling occasionally with Keith's words later that evening.
I'll pray for her. Have been. I'll pray for her to truly know Jesus. Every week, every day, probably every hour. I won't stop praying until... Well, I won't stop. He will, too. He'll pray until she believes or one of them dies. He's that kind of man.
Tom froze at the sound of his own voice.
Have I already started the downslide to senility? Talking to myself? Of course, all that praying for her will keep him thinking of her.
Erica's words, her broken heart, choked words, filled his mind.
And if he compromises, then he won't be him. We'll both be miserable because I like who he is with his faith. And if he compromises, then he's not the person I care about.
A smile grew as he thought about what it meant for her, for Keith, for all of them.
I may not be strung up and bound by emotions like the rest of the world, but I sure can spot someone, or someones, who is, are, whatever. They're doing that endorphin thing. Yeah, she endorphins him, whether she wants to admit it or not. This is going to get interesting.
32. After half a week of semi-sleepless nights, Erica grabbed the Bible one night and started looking at places her father had mentioned, eyewitness accounts of Jesus after his death.
An empty tomb isn't exactly an eyewitness account of the man, though. Why?
She kept reading. Peter, rushing in to see for himself, amused her.
I remember you, Peter. Always so bold, cutting off the guy's ear and everything. Makes sense that you'd go in first, even if you didn't arrive first.
She didn't believe Jesus' words to Mary Magdalene.
It's grief talking, making her see and hear what she wanted to. Why would anyone believe her? Wasn't she the crazy one who washed his feet with her hair? They probably considered it a proposition or something.
Each resurrection scene from each gospel lay spread out before her, page after page, but Erica didn't see the compelling evidence her father insisted was there.
He mentioned others outside the faith who saw Jesus. Maybe that's what I need, to read those. The stories are consistent, but they would be in one book. He's too smart to be fooled by this stuff. It's like he's too tired to carry himself intellectually anymore, so he's grabbing onto a crutch.
The moment she spoke the words, Erica knew they weren't true. She read again and again. The words soaked into her heart and soul until she could see the beauty of them, if not the truth.
I wish I knew what those other people's names were, those other books. If they're that old, they've got to be public domain by now. Surely somewhere.
Erica picked up her phone, slid fingers over the contacts list for her father's number when Keith's name scrolled by. She hesitated.
I could call him. This is his fault after all. He can stand the loss of sleep better too.
But still, she hesitated, her emotions nearly overpowering her at the idea of talking to him about these things again.
I miss him,
she whispered to herself.
I shouldn't. It's stupid when we can't do anything or be together.
That thought irritated her.
Stupid religion. It's just...
Honesty forced her to stop.
Yeah, and it makes him the guy that I like, so I have to deal with that and quit fighting it.
She dropped the phone and reached for her laptop. Google would save her, would make the search easier on everyone, everything, especially her heart. The result? Hundreds of YouTube videos about why you should or shouldn't believe the Bible. One used the word choose in the title, and the honesty of the man's title prompted her to click.
At least he admits it's a choice. That's something anyway.
The 46-minute video held her spellbound, scoffing a time or two, but riveted to the screen.
Dad's seen this. I know he has. This is right up his alley. Bet Dad decided this guy lined up with the Bible, and showing logical fallacies with most arguments about believing the Bible. Oh yeah. If Dad hasn't seen it, he should.
She copied the link, pasted it into an email, and zipped it to her father with a note saying,
Don't know if you've seen this, but if not, you should. The bit about having so much more proof of stuff in the Bible than Aristotle, Homer, and Socrates? Wow. It'll probably make him think I believe now.
Erica scowled.
Tough.
The names mentioned in the video swam together on her notepad. She scrawled a doodle of a cross on it while she tried to remember why she'd written what names. The cross seemed to burn its way into her. Erica dropped the pen, but still the cross unsettled her. She scribbled it out, but the outline remained, giving the appearance of a grunge art project gone wrong. Frustrated, and a little irrationally panicked, she wadded up the paper and picked up her phone.
Keith's going to have to answer my questions. That's all there is to it.
Constant prayer for Erica had consequences Keith hadn't anticipated. His heart tore with each word poured out in petition for her soul. Wounded, broken, consciously fallible, he found himself at the foot of the cross again, yielding more of him than he'd ever thought possible.
I always thought I surrendered all when you saved me, but yeah, that's obviously not true.
He prayed almost daily, and amid the prayers that begged the Lord to draw Erica to him, Keith's own heart was re-knit with the Father's. Faith gained is such an enormous gift that it's impossible to grasp just how vast and magnificent. Faith restored, however, lends a layer of wisdom taught through hardship to which nothing else can compare. Keith spent nights basking in the wonder of God's mercy and grace for one who doubted.
I understand Thomas and Peter in ways I never imagined,
he confessed as he lay in bed, heart sore and burdened for Erica's soul. Praying for her, he'd never experienced such pain as he did pouring out his prayers that she would see Jesus as a savior. Her savior.
I hate this distance. I hate trying to honor her wishes. Where's the balance between not pressuring her or ignoring what she's comfortable with and leaving her with the impression that she's disposable without Jesus?
Keith sighed.
I don't know.
His eyes sought the clock. 11:23. The chance of her being awake existed, but so did the probability that she'd be sleeping.
Why does this have to be so hard? I've never dealt with anything like this before. These crazy roller coaster-like emotions are killing me. Tom would laugh at me.
That thought brought a smile.
Endorphins. It's just endorphins, he'd say. He'd tell me that emotions aren't reliable, just like the combination of hormones that help normal people cope with what abnormal people like him don't have to deal with.
Again, he tried to pray, tried to keep his personal feelings out of it, and failed. Keith broke off mid-sentence and stared at the painting of an abstract, shattered cross that he'd purchased as a reminder that he'd lost faith for a time, or held too much faith in himself.
Break me like that cross, Lord. Put me back together just how you want me. Leave nothing of me that you don't want to remain.
Keith's heart squeezed.
Please, Lord,
he whispered. The combination of the cathartic pain of repentance and the overwhelming joy that comes with restoration drove him to his feet. He pulled on jeans, shoes, shirt. With phone in one hand and keys in the other, he rushed out the front door and down to the elevator. The seconds it took for it to arrive on his floor felt like hours in which he almost abandoned it for the stairs.
I'll just drive by. If lights are on anywhere, I'll stop and see how she's doing. She should know that I think of her, that I care. Not a constant presence, just now and then.
The lateness of the hour hit him once more at the moment he slid behind the wheel of his car. Keith hesitated as he put the key in the ignition. Was it right? Was it too much? Still, it had been so long. He'd tried to find that balance, and something pressed on him, urging him to take the step.
It's probably my own heart, or endorphins.
That thought brought another smile.
Lord, I love that guy. He's rude and arrogant and has no clue, but there's something about him.
Just as Keith made up his mind and turned the key in the ignition, his phone rang. Erica's name flashed on the screen. Hope. Love.
Endorphins,
he thought as he turned off the car.
I don't care what you call it. God, you did an amazing thing with it, whatever it is.
He tapped the screen.
Hey there.
Hi? Erica's voice sounded uncertain.
You okay? I've got a
No.
He could have sworn she sniffled. Keith settled back against the seat and relaxed.
What's up?
I've got questions, and I decided since Dad's new obsession is your fault, you get the late-night call.
Despite the long pause, Keith waited for her to continue, instinctively knowing she hadn't finished.
I miss you.
Those words were all he needed. Keith started the car.
I miss you too.
Epilogue. The call lasted all of 3.5 minutes, less than a minute per family member, but Shin relished every second.
I love you, Brandy. I should have told you that more.
It was real, then?
Her doubts cut at him.
Marriage to you was real. I didn't marry who they wanted me to. I created an argument they couldn't refute, but it was false. I just loved you and wanted to be with you.
The connection ended before she could reply, but Shin didn't regret telling her. Not until Mark Cho spoke.
Is that true?
Yes, they had chosen a senator's daughter. Stupid girl with no sense and a wagging tongue. I told them it could work both ways. They believed me, believed that appearances were more important than a strategic move. If I'd married within my culture, as people assume my parents wanted, then I might have been more suspect. But I was so obviously Western, with my blonde wife and kids who barely get above average grades at school. It made me blend in a bit.
He felt it, the verdict. What they'd do with him. The attempt on his life at the safe house might save him. Before he could stop himself, Shin asked,
Did you find out how they found me at the house?
Oh, I knew before they came. We leaked it to the right people. They acted, and we tied up the rest of the congressional leaks in one tidy package.
You put me at risk.
You're in no place to talk, Mr. Kim.
Mark growled. His face relaxed.
But I can assure you that the risk was negligible. We know what we're doing.
How can the government get away with putting citizens, even criminal ones, at risk? You made me a decoy.
I can do it because I'm not government.
Mark sighed.
My only concern now is what I should do with you. We have your family plan set. The question remains if you join them or if I turn you over to Homeland Security. They want you.
I'll bet they do.
Shin considered his options. He possessed secrets that could help him and hurt him. He knew how the North Koreans operated, who was weak, who could be bribed or threatened. Using that information would mean the death of him and his family if caught. Not using it would be almost as bad.
Then they can't catch me. The U.S. government has to do this right, and the only chance is through Mark. Okay, I can help. I can't be a double agent. They'll never trust me again. But I know things that can help the U.S. government. And I know things that can help your agency. I proved that they know you, whether or not you choose to admit it. And I told you about Keith.
There's been no substantiated
threats on his life. Yes, I know. There won't be. But I think if you check the building manager's office at Keith's apartment, the apartment above or below him will have been leased since the event. It's empty now. They know who he is and where he is. They'll strike when it's best for them, probably after they've found the others on your team that day.
From the look on Mark's face, Shin knew he'd hit home. Despite the mask of unconcern the man wore, slight twitches near his temple and along the jawline gave him away.
If that's true.
It is.
You've already given me the information. Why shouldn't I use it and turn you over now?
Because that's not all I have. I can be valuable from the big things like which senator is being cultivated next to little things.
Mark's eyebrows narrowed.
What little things?
A dozen options presented themselves to him, but Shin chose the one most closely related to his case, hoping it would bring the idea full circle.
I'm sure you've thought of it, but perhaps not. So I'll state what should be the obvious. Please let him not have thought of it.
And that is?
We didn't just choose to do the research here so that we could use American dollars to fund it and to skim. We did biochemical warfare research where we had easy access to use it.
This time, Mark's face blanched. The end. This is Krista Del Sorbo. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Effective Immediately, The Agency Files, Book 3, Written by Chautona Havig. Thank you for listening.